Chapter 401. Cripple's Shocking Transformation. On the way back, Qin Mu first returned to disabled elderly village and discovered that it was the world of hen dragons. They clucked noisily and looked fiendish, as though they were about to wage a war with the millions of heavenly feather clansmen. Qin Mu slaughtered the fiercest hen dragon. After it was roasted, the hen dragons finally knew their place and didn't dare to be impudent. There were no other people in the village, which meant that Apothecary hadn't yet returned. Qin Mu left behind a note to let everyone who returned to know to head to Granny C's manor for New Year's before continuing on his journey. In the majestic Secret Waters Pass, the army looked at millions of people closing in on them. There were only tens of thousands of soldiers guarding the city, so when had they ever seen such a spectacle before? Luckily, Ling Yuxiu walked over and explained their intentions. Only then did the general guarding the city open the city gate and let them in. The amount of food required for so many people was a problem. Heavenly Feather clansmen were vegetarians, so they didn't eat meat or fish. On the journey, they only ate some fruits, honey, and the rhizomes of flowers, living on little. Even so, the food consumed by millions of people was still a huge problem. Qin Mu asked Yu Zhaoqing about the fruits that Heavenly Feather clan ate from the pill trees in Heavenly Feather World. Those fruits were spirit pills, but they were rich in moisture, looking sparkling and transparent like crystals. At the same time, they had the benefits of spirit pills, allowing them to have no need for food or drink after a single one. Eating normal fruits could also satisfy their hunger. It was just that the taste wasn't as good. Pill trees. There are no plants that could bear spirit pills in Great Ruins or Eternal Peace Empire. Qin Mu asked about the effect of the fruits bore by the pill tree, and Yu Zhaoqing explained it to him in detail. Qin Mu then tried to refine such a spirit pill a few times, but she would shake her head every time he did. Finally, Qin Mu refined a furnace of pills the color of sky heavy with rainwater. He had spent quite a great deal of effort on it. After Yu Zhaoqing tasted it, she praised, "The taste is already 50 to 60% there." Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and imparted the recipe to Yu Zhaoqing, so she could find the apothecaries of their Heavenly Feather clan to refine the pills themselves. That way, they wouldn't have to pluck wild fruits from all around to eat. These Heavenly Feather clansmen are only suited to live in the south where it's warm. That place is the only one suitable. Qin Mu was getting a headache while thinking about where to settle so many people. In the end, he decided to hand this headache over to Emperor Yanfeng and have his head ache. A flying ship in Secret Waters Pass rose into the air and brought Qin Mu's memorial to the capital, El City, at a lightning-fast speed. In the meantime, Qin Mu summoned dragon-rearing sovereign who revealed his true form to carry the millions of people on his humongous body. It was truly a spectacular sight to behold. Yan Jingjing clicked her tongue in wonder. She had never seen such a huge life form like dragon-rearing sovereign in Sunwell, so she couldn't help being curious. When they came to the south of Relax Prefecture, Qin Mu asked Heavenly Feather clansmen to station themselves in the forest nearby. He brought the girls to Granny C's manor, and Yu Zhaoqing also followed him here, as they waited for Emperor Yanfeng's decree. Everyone who came to Granny C's manor couldn't help being astonished. The place was like a sacred ground in the mortal realm, like a paradise. The spirit chi and energy were so dense that they almost formed droplets of water. The place was also abnormally bustling as numerous palace maids hurried here and there to clean this and that up. Ling Yuxiu was astonished and called two of them over. Jian Qi, Qin Qi, aren't the both of you supposed to serve Empress Dowager? Why are you here? The palace maids were none other than the two girls who had once escorted Qin Mu to prevent him from being assassinated by Little Poison King Fu Yuanqing. They immediately greeted her and Qin Mu. Each of them had a dimple on one side of their faces, one on the left and one on the right, complementing each other well. Jian Qi smiled and said, "Empress Dowager is here, so we are naturally here as well." Ling Yuxiu was astonished. Empress Dowager is also here? Why is she here? Jian Qi and Qin Qi looked at each other and revealed troubled looks. Qin Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "She chased Playboy Yu to this place. Princess, hush, or else Empress Dowager will take our heads off if she learns about this." Jian Qi whispered closely beside Ling Yuxiu's ear. There are many women chasing after Playboy Yu, so when he revealed his true face, they were all shocked to see that it had been carved off. However, none of them left. These women are all very fierce and famous in the martial world. Some of them are even sect leaders. In the end, Empress Dowager couldn't take it anymore and fought fiercely with all of them, but she still couldn't suppress them, so they ended up all staying here. Ling Yuxiu looked troubled as she shifted her gaze to Qin Mu. Is Playboy Yu part of the village? He's Grandpa Apothecary, also known as Jade Face Poison King. Qin Mu was greatly delighted by the news. In that case, Grandpa Apothecary must also be here. He got cornered by all the women and can't run. Yan Jingjing looked around, and, besides the palace maids that were coming to and fro, she saw some weird life forms all around. One was a fierce merman with a human head and a fish's body, while another was a terrifying merman with fish's head and human body. They were all hurrying to and fro in the manor, preparing for New Year's. There were also tree demons, flower demons, as well as strange demons that filled the mountains and wilderness. The tree demons had heads full of branches that held few leaves. Their temper was violent, and they would fight with deer demons frequently. "Rascal, you brought so many maidens back for New Year's?" Just as they were looking around, a fragrance assaulted their nostrils, and everyone looked toward the source of the voice. They couldn't help being stunned when they saw a beautiful woman walking over. She didn't look like a person from the mortal realm, but instead like she had come out from legends. She had a divine beauty, one without any flaw. The girls were all stunned, feeling their inferiority. However, they couldn't help feeling adoration and wanting to get close to her. "Aunt!" Si Yunxiang went forward and said excitedly, "You're also here?" Granny Si chuckled and said, "Lassie Xiang, stay further away from my moor. We are family, so how could Aunt take a side?" Si Yunxiang retorted angrily with a black face. Granny Si threw her to the side and walked toward the other girls. She examined them and smiled. "I've raised Moor up, and I'm much closer to him than you. Lassie Xiang, I had never carried you. Moor, she is a vixen and full of naughty thoughts, so you need to be careful with her." Hu Linger jumped up and shouted, "I knew she's a vixen. Granny, I have looked after young master properly, and didn't give any chance for all the little vixen to get close to him." Granny Si came to Qin Mu's side and raised her hand, about to caress his head, but then couldn't help scolding angrily. "You've grown taller. Why aren't you bending down?" Qin Mu immediately bent down and Granny Si caressed his head while sighing. "Your height has almost caught up to that of Butcher. How did you grow so fast, to even know how to flirt around and bring girls back to see me?" Her eyes grew red, about to fill with tears. "Just a year or two away from home, and you're already starting your family." "Granny, I'm not starting my family, it's Grandpa Blind who forced me to." "You have met Yuxiu, and this is the Sun Guardian of the Sun Herders, the one who drove Sunship to chase off Imperial Preceptor. She's called Yan Jingjing. This is the chief of Heavenly Feather Clan from Heavenly Feather World, Yu Zhaoqing. I said I'm coming over for New Year's, and they all decided to follow." Granny C's tears turned into laughter, and she said, "It's good that these maidens are here to meet their in-laws. Quick, come in and have a seat." The girls' faces were all red. Yu Zhaoqing, however, was the chief of a clan, and her cultivation was powerful. She was a top existence in Heavenly Feather World, so she said, "Senior sister, please don't be mistaken. I'm not one of His Highness's concubine." Granny C felt fonder and fonder as she looked at her pure and attractive appearance, which made her smile. "Calling me Granny will do. There's no need for senior sister, it's too light." Yu Zhaoqing hesitated for a moment. Since she didn't yet fully grasp how people addressed each other in this world, she could only call her Granny. Granny C gave a sweet acknowledgement, overjoyed. Si Yunxiang came forward and said, "Granny." Granny C immediately put on a straight face. "Call me Aunt." Si Yunxiang felt extremely wronged and could only lower her head to call her Aunt. Granny C then brought them to her palace and ousted Qin Mu while saying, "Go to the halls nearby to find Cripple. That old fellow suffered losses and is now crying miserably." "Which hall?" Qin Mu immediately asked. "The layout here is the same as in the village, so he's in his house." Qin Mu immediately went out to search, and Granny C turned to the girls, growing happier and happier. She said to Yan Jingjing, "Sun Guardian is a little thin. You need to eat more. Yuxiu's body is pretty sturdy, very firm, though. I've met your father before, but I didn't talk to him. When will you be inviting the in-laws over?" Qin Mu found Cripple's hall and saw that Blind, Mute, Deaf, and Butcher were all there. There was also 2 village chiefs. He then noticed that it wasn't exactly right to say that. On one of the recliners was the limbless village chief, while the other one held Cripple, who had no legs. Qin Mu immediately rushed forward and cried out, "Grandpa Cripple, this is..." Cripple's face was full of tears as he complained, "Moor, you're back? Your grandpa Cripple has fallen." Qin Mu composed himself and looked around, silently inquiring others about what happened. "The person who dug out my eyes reappeared and took Cripple's divine legs. Mute already went to Great Thunderclap Monastery to tell Old Ma to be careful. That person will most likely find him for his divine fists." Qin Mu's heart shook, and he took in a deep breath before asking solemnly, "Village Chief, who is that person?" Before Village Chief could even answer, Apothecary, who had a tall and sturdy figure, walked in and said, "When I was running for my life, I met Daoist Ling Jing, and he said there was a godlike existence chasing after his life, wanting to take away his divine blood, so he had pleaded me to change his divine blood to protect his life. I asked Daoist Ling Jing about that person, and he said that he was an existence on par with Village Chief back then, and he called himself God." Village Chief let out a shaky breath and said, "His name is only a single word, and his surname is very weird, Xing. He's a very egotistical person. But according to logic, his age should be around the same as mine, so his lifespan should be ending in 2 years. Yet Daoist Ling Jing said he looked very young, just like a youngster. Worried entered Apothecary's face and he said, with your understanding of him, will he find Old Ma? Old Ma is Rulai now. The 4 elements are vanity, so he won't come for New Year's and will be in danger staying alone in Mount Meru. Qin Mu couldn't resist. T asking, this person that's called Xing'an, is he really that strong? To be able to fight his way into Great Thunderclap Monastery. I've no idea how strong he is now. However, I know that a person can spend all their energy into cultivating one part of their body to the god realm. That way, they can be a match for the fake gods. If one cultivated all their parts to the god realm, they would not be far from becoming a real god. So, he will definitely go to find Old Ma, village chief said. Chapter 402. Xing'an. Other than Granny C, everyone else in Disabled Elder Village had one thing they were great at, which could also be said to be their unique point. All of them had cultivated it to the god realm. Since their path to the divine bridge was broken and they couldn't advance into an even higher realm, they spent all their efforts in one area of research. This had made their abilities able to match those of the gods of high heavens, and they weren't weak like dragon-rearing sovereign, that kind of fake god. Reaching God realm in one area alone allowed them to fight against the strong practitioners of high heavens. So what would happen if one could reach God realm in all areas? Wouldn't they become a real god? It was obvious that the strong practitioner called Xing'an walked such a path, but the strategy he took was not of researching things himself. Instead, he wanted to take what was already from other people's bodies. After all, a person's energy was limited, and without repairing the divine bridge, their lifespan was also limited. They could only live to 800 years. If Xing'an focused on cultivating and researching diligently, he could at most reach the god realm in 2 areas. On the other hand, by taking them off other people's bodies, he could gather a body on the god realm, making him like a true god. He was a strong practitioner that was on par with village chief, so accordingly to logic he should be as old as village chief, yet he was still a youth. It meant that he had taken more than just cripple's legs and blind's eyes. There were definitely other strong practitioners that had suffered at his lethal hands. No one could clearly say which step his abilities had reached. Blind's eyes were the strongest divine eyes, and cripple's legs were the strongest divine legs. Just these 2 things could allow him to rise to the top among the strong practitioners in their world. Yet, he had definitely taken more god realm body parts from other people. With such a strong practitioner aiming for Old Ma's arms, Old Ma might not be his opponent even though he was Rulai. Butcher stood up and said, I shall go find Old Ma. Butcher, are your knives the strongest thing about you? Village chief suddenly asked. Butcher stopped in his footsteps. No. The strongest part of me is actually my heart. Rumbles came from his body, like the vibrations of heavenly thunder. It sounded like a giant beating drum on the battlefield, but it was just his heartbeat's rumble that made everyone's eardrum ring. He roused his chi and blood, and the sound of his heartbeat gave everyone a feeling that the thickest and heaviest heavenly knife had come out of its sheath. That knife was copious, sharp, and able to conquer every obstacle. Heaven Knife's knife wasn't the pig slaughtering knives in his hands, but he himself. The heaven knife required a strong energy source to execute it, and that energy source was his heart. Qin Mu opened his cinnabar heaven's eyes and looked at Butcher. What he saw wasn't a person, but a knife. In the center of it was a beating heart. Blood vessels stretched out from it like dragons, connecting to all parts of the knife like a network. With every beat, the heart sent matchless chi and blood to all parts of Heaven Knife. Butcher had cultivated his heart into a divine heart. Village chief said, he needs your heart, a divine heart. Butcher shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of him. He's also not afraid of you. Even if you fight him, your chances of victory are slim. If you go to find Old Ma by yourself, you will definitely be intercepted midway. Mute, what's your strongest part? Mute was sitting while smoking his water pipe. When he heard village chief's words, he knocked the water paper out and put the pipe back on his waist. The furnace on his back suddenly ignited without fire, but everyone soon noticed that what had ignited it wasn't vital chi. What was overflowing with heat wasn't his furnace either, but his body. His vital chi became incomparably scorching as though there was a furnace burning furiously in his abdominal cavity. It was like a small sun spinning frantically as it grew more powerful. It looked like a sun was continuously accumulating power for a world-shaking explosion. Mute, your Dantian has been refined into a divine furnace, so Xing'an will also need it. Village chief then looked at Deaf and shook his head. Deaf, even though your painting path has reached its extreme, Xing'an won't need what's on your body. He can't take away your skill. Deaf raised his head and took a glance at Apothecary. The quack shouldn't be in his eyes as well. His cultivation is too low, he's only at Celestia being realm. Apothecary smiled and said, At least I won't starve to death no matter where I walk to in the martial world, unlike a certain painter. Def did not care about his words, feeling proud about himself. The earnings from one painting of mine can buy a couple of mansions in the capital, while you can swiftly go bankrupt if you cause someone to die from your treatment. Xing'an needs apothecary, village chief suddenly said. Everyone was slightly stunned, so he continued, he needs apothecary's skill to help him change his body. Apothecary shuddered. You guys don't need to worry. Butcher, Mute, Apothecary, follow me. We shall head to Great Thunderclap Monastery together. Deaf, cripple, blind, you guys shall stay. Xing'an's target is us, so he won't come for you guys. We shall be on our way then. Muir, you shall also stay and celebrate New Year's here. We'll go to Great Thunderclap Monastery to eat vegetarian meals. Let's go. Blind's expression was calm when he said, My Long Tua would like to meet him again. The divine sphere was defeated under his hand, and the long-awaited revenge is due. Village chief shook his head and said, This isn't just about you. An expert is also needed here, since cripple won't do. When he had one leg, he could still run, but now both are gone. It's best if you stay. Blind frowned, but didn't say anything. Apothecary fetched a herb basket and placed village chief in it. They left with Butcher and Mute. Numerous women came, planning to leave with Apothecary, but he begged for mercy. Good sisters, I will be back in a few days. I won't run away, don't worry. After that, the women let him leave. When only Cripple, Blind, Deaf, and Qin Mu were left in the hall, Cripple started to bawl again. Muir is now the fastest in our village. I couldn't run even if I wanted to. Qin Mu immediately consoled him, and Cripple's emotions gradually stabilized. But then he saw that there was nothing below his waist again, and sorrow couldn't help flooding out from his heart. He cried again. I could still hop around on one leg in the past, I could still run extremely fast, but now I can't hop even if I wanted to. Grandpa Cripple, I can attach 2 deer legs for you. I see that there are quite a number of deer demons in the mountains. With my skill, it won't be hard to make the change. Qin Mu suggested. Deer's legs are crooked, I will have to kneel down after just walking a few steps. Don't want. Qin Mu could only leave it. Deaf found Cripple too noisy and went back to his own hall. Cripple was full of tears as he muttered about how Deaf was avoiding him. Blind also planned to go, but Qin Mu stopped him. Grandpa Blind, I met the #1 divine eyes of founding Emperor Era, the eyes of Ziqing. They had imprinted some runes in my eyes, but there's only the imprints, no technique, so I don't understand how to activate them. When you came in, I saw that your eyes were very peculiar. I can feel a strange energy brewing in your eyes, but it's unstable. Blind put away his thoughts to find Xing'an, full of interest in regards to founding Emperor Era's #1 divine eyes. Can you light up those runes again? I would like to check their pattern. Cripple whined. My legs. Blind frowned and said, Cripple keeps whining, so let's go discuss this elsewhere until he runs out of words. Qin Mu immediately took leave from Cripple, and the two of them came to the lake beside the hall. Some mermaids with fish heads and human bodies ran over with fruits plucked from the mountains. Old master, eat some fruits. Qin Mu picked up a red fruit, but it screamed, Don't eat me. Qin Mu immediately placed the fruit down and saw over a dozen froi. TS rolling around in the plate.
Ow, ow.
I'm bleeding. Stop looking. When the god's blood was scattered on the mountain, all the fruits and trees became strange. Blind shook his head and said, All of the fruits have become demons. As they were talking, a bright red fruit grew arms and touched the red juice that had leaked out from its body. I'm bleeding, I'm dying. After saying that, it fainted. The other fruits immediately rolled over and cried miserably. Qin Mu's scalp crawled, and he hurriedly poured the fruits on the plate away. They became delighted, and even the fruit that had fainted also woke up. The demons rapidly rolled away, to the body of a tree demon that was passing by. They went to hang on the head of the tree demon, and only then let out sighs of relief. Suddenly, a deer demon that was beside the tree demon sneakily took a bite from a fruit. The fruit demons exclaimed and cried miserably again, cursing the deer demon. The tree demon was furious and fought with the deer demon. Qin Mu was astonished. He looked at the two demons that were fighting with a blank gaze. The mermaids ran over and plucked the fruits off the tree demon again, sending them right to Qin Mu and Blind's face. I'm already used to the sight of strange things. Blind shook his head. You haven't gone up the mountain, that's where the really weird stuff exists. The grass and vines there can really annoy one to death. Ignore them. Muir, activate the imprints in your divine eyes and show them to me. Qin Mu did as asked and executed Pleiades' sun star hoops that Yan Jingjing had imparted to him. Star hoops instantly lighted up in his eyes, and the sun that was in the center of the star hoops instantly exploded with dazzling sunlight. The demons that were creating a commotion were frightened into crouching on the ground and not daring to move. Blind was astonished and calculated for a moment. This Ziqing is indeed remarkable. Her divine art is even stronger than mine. However, you only executed the light of her divine eyes, so there's no power at all. Execute it again. Qin Mu executed Pleiades' sun star hoops again, and Blind smiled. That's it, there's a pupil skill. However, the power of the runes was not activated. They're a little interesting, though. If my eyes were still around, I could take another step forward. What a pity. Muir, let me try to merge Nine Heavens' Eyes awakening skill with these runes, though it might take a few days. After I finish, I'll teach it to you. Qin Mu nodded. Blind memorized the runes in his divine eyes, while smiling. Go spend some time with your lovely wives. There's no need to keep following an old geezer like me. I won't go and find Xing'an so you can be at ease. Qin Mu was still worried he would go look for Xing'an for revenge, so there was unease in his heart. Ling Yuxiu shouted at him from afar, the one who herds cows. We are going up the mountain to gather some fruits to prepare as New Year's goods. Are you coming? Go ahead. Blind smiled. Qin Mu could only run over and say to Ling Yuxiu, the fruits on the mountain have become demons, so they will bite. Granny said that there are some fruits on the mountain that had not become demons yet, and they can be eaten. It's just that those mermaids don't recognize the difference, Hu Linger said. When they came up the mountain, they saw many fruit trees, but when the fruits heard that they had come up to gather them, they immediately pulled up their roots and ran away, making everyone stare after them blankly. You're stepping on me, a small grass shouted angrily. Where are my brothers? Everyone immediately escaped for their lives while chased by a bunch of grass men pursuing them relentlessly. After the commotion, they found the fruit garden mentioned by Granny C, where the fruits had not turned into demons. Qin Mu took a bite, and the fruit was very sweet and fragrant. Yan Jingjing, Ling Yuxiu, and Si Yunxiang carried baskets to pluck the fruits, while Hu Linger sat on the branches of the tree to eat. Soon, her tummy bulged, and she laid down with her tails drooping. What a fragrant fruit! Suddenly, a voice spoke, and Qin Mu looked toward it. He saw a youth in white walking out from the mountains while carrying a huge chest. Qin Mu took a couple fruits from a basket and smiled. Where's brother from? Where are you going? The youth gave his thanks and praised the fruits endlessly after he tasted one. There's the flavor of God's blood, so it's truly delicious. I don't have a fixed residence, so I'm usually wandering around. I'm here to meet Divine Physician Qin to ask him for help in curing my illness. Qin Mu blinked and asked, Divine Physician Qin? Cure illness? What illness has brother contracted? The youth let out a sigh and said, terminal illness. Qin Mu's gaze flashed. How can I address brother? The youth buried the fruit in the earth and carefully covered it with dirt. Xing'an. Chapter 403. Friend from afar. Xing'an. Qin Mu looked at the youth with a blank look, thinking carefully. He then asked Ling Yuxiu and the rest, have you heard of the name Xing'an? The girls shook their heads and replied, we have not heard of this name. However, the surname Xing is quite rare. Cowherd. Ask which Divine Physician Qin is he looking for? We might know who he is, Si Yunxiang said. Qin Mu agreed and said to Xing'an, my junior sister wants me to ask which Divine Physician Qin are you looking for? Xing'an smiled and said, this person is famous. He's the most renowned young physician in the capital, and his name is Qin Mu. He's the heavenly devil cult master, but he also has a reputation as a divine physician. My medicinal expertise isn't ordinary as well, but after treating myself for years, I keep feeling like there is something wrong. The more I treat myself, the more I feel that something is wrong. The body parts have started to reject one another, making it difficult to house them together. Not long ago, I met the Grandmaster of Roland's Golden Palace, who's an old friend of mine, and he recommended a person. He said that Divine Physician Qin has remarkable abilities in the art of healing, so I should go find him. Qin Mu was furious. It's Pangong Tso, that wretch again. He keeps giving me problems. Why didn't Imperial Preceptor kill him when he took down Roland's Golden Palace and let him escape in advance instead? So it's Heavenly Devil Cult Master, Qin Mu said with realization in his voice. I've heard of his name. He's pretty extraordinary. Xing'an was smiling. I've heard Heavenly Devil Cult Master had the means to help Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor to rebuild flying ships and warships, so he could wipe out the prairie in one go, subduing all the Khans and raising Roland's Golden Palace. He even helped Emperor Yanfeng forge a divine cannon that shot down the god of high heavens, which is truly remarkable. Such a dangerous person, yet I have no choice but to find him, because Jade Face Poison King is even more dangerous than him. He then added after a moment, the cultivation of this Heavenly Devil Cult Master is only of 6 Directions realm, after all, so is easy to control. Jade Face Poison King, however, is ruthless and would be much harder to control. That's right, they called you Cowherd, is that your name? Qin Mu immediately smiled and said, nope. I'm a person who herded cows, so my senior and junior sisters call me Cowherd Boy. So I see. Xing looked around and said, "In the battle when the god was slain here, I've heard that heavenly devil cult master had made an appearance, so I came here to look for him. I've eaten your fruits, so I can't leave without giving anything in return. Rise." He stretched out a finger, and the core of the fruit which he had buried in the earth earlier grew rapidly, transforming into a huge tree which bore fruit after a moment. The tree was filled with them. Creation technique. Si Yunxiang hissed under her breath. Xing took a look at her and waved his hands. The fruits all dropped on the ground and rolled everywhere. They landed on the ground and grew roots. After a moment, the whole mountain was covered in fruit trees. Flowers bloomed and withered, green fruits grew quickly, and soon ripened on the branches. "Try it, see if the taste is similar?" Xing smiled. Yan Jingjing was about to pluck one fruit to taste it when Qin Mu shook his head. "Sister Jing, don't pluck it. It won't be good to eat." Yan Jingjing let go of the fruit and looked at it. She examined it carefully, but saw only that the fruit was bright red, similar to the ones they had plucked. There was nothing special about it. "Cowherd is extraordinary, you have seen through it." Xing smiled and said, "Creation technique can change the process of the plant's growth and also change the taste of the plant. It can even make the plant poisonous and change its structure. Changing the species of the plant. You can even make the plant able to control the actions of others." He raised his hand to pluck a bright red fruit, and it stretched its body to become a little red snake that went to coil around his wrist. The flat head of the snake was raised over his palm, while the forked was outstretched as the snake hissed at the group. Everyone jumped in shock, and a hissing came from all directions. Tens of thousands of fruits hung on the fruit trees that were all around the mountain. At that moment, all of them stretched and turned into small red snakes that were dangling from the trees and staring at them. The creation technique of heavenly devil cult isn't bad, right? Xing smiled and said, "I learned it from Roland's Golden Palace's Grandmaster. It's a pity that even Grandmaster himself didn't manage to comprehend the essence of it, disappointing me. Heavenly devil cult, however, is an even bigger disappointment, since no one there could actually comprehend the marvel of this technique. However, little girl is not bad, you recognize the technique, and cult master Qin is extraordinary as well, able to see how I used it to change the form of the object." "You recognized us?" Si Yunxiang cried out. Xing smiled and said, "I didn't recognize you girls. However, Grandmaster had drawn me a portrait of cult master Qin, as though he was scared I would be mistaken." Qin Mu looked at the mountain filled with red snakes, and his expression changed slightly. He knew the creation techniques in great educational heavenly devil scriptures were extraordinary, and he had used Earth Aeon technique to mature a tree and grow yellow pears. However, the extent to which Xing had cultivated the creation techniques made them have no hope of catching up. What the young patriarch cultivates is the creation techniques. I wonder if he can achieve such a feat. The corner of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. Even though the young patriarch was very strong, he might not have this kind of ability. Xing was simply like a god who could do everything. Planting a tree, making the tree bear fruit, then turning it into venomous snakes was the actions of a god. The red snakes swayed their flat triangle heads on top of the trees as though they were dancing to the music. Yet how could all of them move in unison? Xing had just said that eating the fruits could make a person lose control over their body, and it turned out it hadn't been just empty talk. The idea was bone-chilling. Qin Mu took in a long and deep breath before saying solemnly, "Why does senior brother Xing wants to find me? For me to help you." Xing sighed and raised his hand to look at it over and over again. "Because this body sometimes isn't willing to listen to me, and even rejects me. I know there are numerous experts by your side, and I recognize some of those old fellows, for example, Sword God. He poses some threat to me, so even though that threat isn't strong, his abilities are still not weak. Luckily he's headed for Great Thunderclap Monastery." What a joke. Qin Mu's heart sunk. Xing was even harder to deal with than he'd thought. Old Ma was only a distraction, while his main aim was to lure the tigers out of the mountain. He just wanted village chief and the rest to head to Great Thunderclap Monastery. He didn't need Old Ma's arms, for he seemed to have already received godlike arms. He had only one goal, and that was Qin Mu. How humorous is that a person can unknowingly shed one's dead skin, switch one's bones, hair, flesh, and blood. In just 7 years, all the organs in the body would undergo a change. Xing had a peculiar gaze, and strange lights came from his pupils. 9 layers of rings appeared in his eyes, which were the 9 heavens. Blind's divine eyes. This means that the you 7 years ago and the you now are 2 completely different people. Has your way of thinking when compared to 7 years ago changed? You think you are still you, but you don't know if you have been influenced secretly during those 7 years and have already changed into another you. Xing smiled. In that case, why can't one take the initiative in the change? To attach other people's body parts to our own body? What's the difference between taking the initiative to change our weaker body parts with the body parts of those from strong practitioners and the change that happens once every 7 years? That's why I tried to change into a god. His divine eyes revealed a fervent look which was filled with fanaticism. I started to research the skill of changing bodies, and I soon had some accomplishments. My master was almost a top-notch existence, so I cut off his head when he let his guard down and replaced it with my own. It was a success. However, my master was too weak and couldn't satisfy me. Thus, I started to look for other experts. Over the years, he placed the huge chest which he'd carried on his back down, and it opened up. Qin Mu, Yan Jingjing, Ling Yuxiu, and the rest all knew what would be in it, but they still couldn't resist looking inside. The faces of the girls instantly turned pale white, and they turned away to puke. Hu Linger, who had hidden herself on the tree, and observing also puked messily. The chest was constructed with Taotia's bone, and on the outside was wrapped with a layer of Taotia skin, so the space inside was huge, 300 yards in length and breadth. There were shelves inside it, and all of them were filled with body parts. Just of the arms alone, there were over a dozen. There were also hearts, eyes, bones, legs, and even heads. Other than that, there was also all kinds of blood, human skin, as well as all kinds of scattered organs. There were even quite a few types of hair. Xing'an looked at his chest with a feverish look. Take a look. How many works of art have I collected? I have treated my body as an art piece that can be rearranged, creating all kinds of me. I even changed my brain before. However, puzzlement entered his expression. I still notice some incompatibility between the body parts. At times they even reject one another, and my medical expertise can no longer solve it. Sword God thinks that my target is R'ly's divine fists, but he didn't know that I don't need them at all. I only need Cult Master Qin, which was why I let slip the news that I was looking for R'ly. He closed the chest and returned it to his back. He then turned around and looked down the mountain with a slight smile. A human body changes once every 7 years, and the way one thinks and feels is also different. So why are you insisting on finding your own divine eyes, Spear God? Qin Mu looked over to that side and saw Blind standing there with a huge black-colored dragon skeleton circling around him while growling in a deep voice. It matters to me, Blind said easily. A friend from far away has come, so even though it's a long distance, I still must kill. Xing'an, I've been looking for you for a long time. Xing'an had a smile on his face as he walked down the mountain. Cult Master Qin, wait a moment, let me meet an old friend. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he threw a glance to Ling Yuxiu and the rest, signaling for them to follow up. He executed secrets of dragon control to awaken the flood dragons. At the same time, Def, who was recuperating in the hall, took in a long breath. He spread out the pieces of white paper around him and raised his brush to start painting. In the hall nearby, Cripple used his hands to push his wheelchair out. In the other hall, Granny C said with a cold and grim face, "Husbands, it's time for you to make a move." Experts walked out of the hall solemnly. Suddenly, a loud and resounding voice rang out. "Minister Qin, I'm here. Where's my precious daughter? Minister Qin, come out now. Off with your head." Chapter 404. Invincible. Father-in-law is here to kill the son-in-law. Si Yunxian's face was red from excitement. Cult Master, Emperor wants your head off, so you have no choice but to retaliate, gathering the power of our heavenly devil cult to get rid of the Emperor and taking his position yourself. Princess Xiao is married to you, so she would become part of your chamber of imperial concubines. Your lovers, but she needs to take revenge for her father's death, and so her heart would be in a struggle. If that wasn't enough, she would also have to defend against the other imperial concubines. There would also be Saint Xiang, which is me, planning to kill Cult Master to become the Emperor. Princess Xiao would have to face my evil schemes while protecting you, Cult Master, as she thinks of ways to kill you herself. What true sadomasochism. Ling Yuxiu rolled her eyes at her. Lassie Xiang, you're thinking too much. My father is here for the matters of Chief Yu Zhaoqing. He needs to personally attend the settling of so many people of Heavenly Feather Clan. Besides, Chief Yu is the owner of Heavenly Feather World, so he has to come personally no matter what. He's not here to kill the one who herds cows. Qin Mu's flute sounded out, and flood dragons slithered in front of them. At that moment, a dragon's roar rang out as Dragon Qi ran unhindered across the whole country. Emperor Yanfeng descended from the sky. Emperor Yanfeng's reason for coming wasn't entirely like what Ling Yuxiu had said. He had not come just for Heavenly Feather Clan and Yu Zhaoqing, but also for Ling Yuxiu. Blind had kidnapped her and lured him to Great Thunderclap Monastery, entrapping him in discussing Buddhism with R'ly for a few days before he could break free. Not long after that, Qin Mu had sent a memorial to him. When he received it, he rushed over in a hurry, abandoning the feathered forest guards far behind by him. All of that was just to find Qin Mu for an answer. In his eyes, that youth was truly daring, even snatching his daughter by force. Even though it hadn't been him that had snatched her by force, Ling Yuxiu had left without a word from him, so it was still definitely taking her away, without his permission. If that wasn't enough, the old blind man had even stuffed a chicken in his hands and said he was treating his in-law to a feast. It gave him a bad feeling that his cabbage had been ruined by a pig, which hurt his heart. However, when Emperor Yanfeng landed in the manor, he felt that something was slightly wrong. The atmosphere seemed to be wrong. The old blind man who had kidnapped his daughter might have had a short stature, but his aura was extremely towering. Black dragon bones danced around him with cold, murderous intent. Meanwhile, in front of the huge hall, female experts stood with overflowing murderous intent, and the corners of Emperor Yanfeng's eyes twitched. Among those women, he also saw his mother, Empress Dowager. After she left the palace, I ordered people to investigate it, but all I learned was that she received news of Jade Face Poison King and going off to chase after him. Emperor Yanfeng's face turned black, and he thought to himself, how could I let something that would shame the royal family happen? I ordered for news of Jade Face Poison King to be leaked, so as to lure out the lovers of Jade Face Poison King to go after him together. I planned to use their hand to force Empress Dowager back, so why does it seem like she made peace with those old loggerheads? Is she planning on staying here with them? He wanted to cry, but had no tears. The women of Ling family were fearless, unlike the pretty daughters in other humble families. They dared to chase after their own happiness. However, family shame could not be spread abroad. The emperor's face had to be preserved. Emperor Yanfeng then noticed Granny C, and his mind blinked out. His throat grew parched, and the 3,000 beauties of his chamber of concubines paled in his eyes. When Qin Mu had saved Hai M from the hands of old Dao Master and old Rulai, he had once settled here. He had recollection of the place, but he had never seen his caretaker's true appearance before. Granny C had always used a pole to bring the meal to him in a basket. When Emperor Yanfeng saw Granny C's true appearance, he was stunned and got distracted. Your Majesty, do you still want your empire? That's cult masterly, Qin Mu said loudly. Emperor Yanfeng suppressed the astonishment and pulled away his gaze, not daring to look anymore. Granny C chuckled. Rascal, spoiling my plans. Otherwise, this empire would be our heavenly saint cults already. Emperor, are your injuries healed? Has your cultivation returned to its peak? If it's not back, you are going to be a goner. Emperor Yanfeng's gaze moved around and landed on Yu Zhaoqing. He saw that she looked like she was from a foreign territory, so he thought to himself, is she Heavenly Feather Chief that Minister Qin mentioned? Her cultivation is extremely strong, so who is she guarding against? Just as he thought that, he saw Cripple who was sitting on a wheelchair, Deaf who was swinging his brush rapidly, and his gaze then inadvertently turned to the youth who was coming down the mountain. Emperor Yanfeng's heart trembled violently when he looked at the young man carrying the chest. That youth didn't look old, but he gave off an extremely powerful presence, one that was even stronger than that of the gods of high heavens. I should have brought Sunshot Divine Cannon. Emperor Yanfeng gritted his teeth. His divine treasures had been too severely injured, so his cultivation hadn't yet completely recovered. However, Qin Mu had gathered all the algebra experts in the world and set up Divine Bridge's space algebra model, which allowed him to figure out many tricks to repair his divine treasures. His cultivation had recovered up to 90%, and he was back to being one of the top experts in the world. However, when faced with the youth, he had a feeling that he was a dragon held by his weak spot and about to have his skin stripped off. That person was extremely dangerous, much more so than old Dao Master and old Rulai together. Emperor's cultivation isn't bad. Xing'an looked over and greeted him. Wanderer of the Wild Xing, and pays his respect to his majesty. Your majesty's magic power has already reached the level of God, and your divine treasures have been ruined before being molded back together, so they're stronger than other people's divine treasures. They're worthy of my collection. His eyes were blind's eyes, and they seemed to have a kind of peculiar magic that could see through everything about everyone. One look at Emperor Yanfeng, and he knew his divine treasures had been destroyed and rebuilt, giving them a stability that was unmatched. This filled him with delight at seeing a prey. Emperor Yanfeng felt as if he'd been marked by a predator, and his heart tightened. Xing'an then looked at. Blind, and astonishment appeared on his face. He praised, Dao Friend's mind is actually so powerful. Since you had your eyes dug out, you chose to walk another path and reach the peak of another kind of divine eyes. Are they of the mind? Using your primordial spirit in place of your divine eyes. Mind eyes are unmatched in this world. I like your primordial spirit very much. Blind gave a cold snort. Xing'an then looked at Yu Zhaoqing, and his eyes lit up. Your skin isn't bad. I'll need to set up another shelf in my chest to place your skin. His gaze then landed on Cripple, who was on the wheelchair. He then moved his gaze away from Cripple's body, which made the latter furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Old fart, return me my legs. Xing'an ignored him, his gaze coming to rest on Deaf, who was painting in the hall nearby. There are boundless mountains and rivers, multitudinous ravines, gods, immortals, ghosts, and monsters in your brain, and only because of that you draw the boundless worlds. I like your brain. Def stopped and looked at him. Xing En's gaze moved past the bodies of the women, not paying them any attention. The women who were chasing Apothecary may have been strong practitioners who were reputable in the martial world, some being even on the cult master level, but most of them didn't reach a degree that would attract Xing En's attention. Finally, his gaze landed on Granny C, and astonishment appeared on his face once more. He wasn't smitten by Granny C's beauty and just muttered, "How could a mortal actually have such beauty? This body, I want it too." "You are late," Li Tianxing sneered. "Xing En, this body is mine." "Is that cult masterly?" Xing En smirked and said leisurely, "I've seen you before. You were a remarkable talent and full of ambition, so what had changed you to what you are now?" "That's right, it's this divine beauty that made you lose yourself. You planted your primordial spirit in the Tao heart of this body, wanting to take it over, to become the owner. However, this work of art has caught my eye, so you can only move aside." Li Tianxing smiled flirtatiously, in a way that even girls would fall head over heels, but Xing En remained unmoved. He looked around and said in delight, "I had only come to find Divine Physician Qin to treat my injury, so I hadn't expected to meet so many works of art worth collecting. I'm truly fortunate." Everyone. He greeted everyone, unable to contain his joy. "Thank you, everyone." Cripple couldn't hold it in any longer. He rolled his wheelchair forward and shouted, "I may be the divine legs, but I'm also the divine hands. Heavenly Pilfering's sun-switching technique is not only a leg technique." The wheelchair flew up and Cripple's hands had countless changes, dazzling everyone's eyes. Heaven Pilfering's sun-switching technique was separated into Heaven Pilfering divine legs and sun-switching divine hands. The reason why Cripple could be known as God Thief was because the skill of his hands was also extremely terrifying, able to ignore all seals and restrictions, pilfering heaven and switching the sun.
Bang!
The wheelchair shattered, and Cripple flew backward. He crashed into the hall and lay on the ground, unable to get up. "Divine hands, you are still slightly lacking." Xing En laughed out and turned around. A dragon roar rang out, and his palm clasped around the tip of Blind's spear. It was Divine Spear Long Tua, which was made of black dragon's bones. The spear came forward like a dragon and roared. Blind's footsteps were agile, and his weapon was like an illusion, stabbing towards Xing En like countless black dragons. Blind's attainments in spear skills alone were already at the peak. He had closed in on dragon-rearing sovereign before the other could notice anything, ending the battle in an instant. Even though he didn't have his eyes, Mind Divine Eyes were even more powerful than Divine Eyes, so he could see through the flaws in all moves. Long Tua moved as he willed, and its attacks were unmatched. However, he had met an even more terrifying existence. Xing En's eyes were his eyes, and they were only slightly inferior to Mind Divine Eyes. On top of that, Xing En's magic power was like that of God, so every blow he received caused Long Tua to tremble non-stop. Blind's small stature was also trembling continuously as he moved back to shake off the power, his hands turning numb. Huh. Blind's eyebrows drew together, and Black Tortoise Primordial Spirit appeared behind him. He used all his strength and moved together with Empress Dowager and all the other women that had come rushing forward. In an instant, all kinds of lights burst forth in the manner as broad and powerful divine arts surged forth. An astonished cry sounded out as Empress Dowager and numerous women puked blood while flying backward. Xing En smiled and said, "You guys don't even make me want to collect you, so there's no need for you to come to disgrace yourselves. You hit my mother? Off with your head." Mong. Emperor Yanfeng's body trembled, and vital qi burst forth. His divine treasures rumbled as they opened, and the roars of dragons and howls of tigers came from them. He stretched out his hand, and 9 dragons' divine fire descended from the sky. Xing En smirked, and the top of his head suddenly opened up. It flew off like a huge golden alms bowl. The 9 dragons' divine fire was caught by it before it returned to his head. Emperor Yanfeng was astonished, but right after, the heavenly dragons that coiled around him attacked in close quarters as he worked together with Blind against Xing En. At the same time, Def's huge brush was like a beam which he flicked with strength. The painting he had just finished flew out from the hall. Wielding his brush, Def leaped up as though he was soaring. He suddenly sank down and entered a painting, his brush stabbing out from within to smear on Xing En's body, and the other couldn't help falling inside. Paintings were erected in the air and fluttered around. There were tens of thousands of gods and devils within them that encircled and attacked Xing En. He moved through the paintings and killed all of them, turning them into pools of ink. Suddenly, Def jumped out, and his huge brush smeared toward all of his paintings. Loud world-shaking bangs rang out as the inner space of the painting collapsed and shrunk before exploding with terrifying power. Def let out a sigh of relief when a palm rushed out from the center of the explosion, tapping the pit of his stomach. Blind hurriedly tossed out Long Tua, which transformed into a black dragon. The strength of both men exploded, and Def flew backward while puking blood. He climbed his feet from where he'd landed and spat out another mouthful of blood. His limbs went weak, and he sprawled out on the ground while hissing, "His magic power and corporeal body are too strong. I can't injure him. However, he's trapped in my painting now. So quickly, I can't trap him for much longer." Emperor Yanfeng rushed to the center of the explosion, and the dragons went for Xing'an. At the same time, Blind's black spear Long Tua also stabbed continuously, moving as quick as lightning, but not injuring Emperor Yanfeng. Every strike was aimed precisely at Xing'an. "It's my turn." Li Tianxing gave a long hiss and flew over. Chapter 405. Invulnerable. Li Tianxing's clothes fluttered. As the previous cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, her abilities were definitely top-notch, despite the slight change in the sex. The moment she moved, she exhibited extremely powerful battle prowess. Granny C's figure floated around, but whenever she landed, every step seemed to be extremely heavy. She had flawlessly merged heavy and light together. Li Tianxing stretched out her hand, and the space seemed to collapse as it fell to her hand. The surrounding space treated the palm as the center of the circle, and densely packed, thread-like veins lines formed. Every node of those thread-like vein lines represented a star. Several dozen stars formed a constellation, and the 360 stars of all sizes formed a space and network of overarching heaven. It was great overarching heavenly stars palm force. If one looked in detail at the stars and constellations, one would notice that they formed different kinds of images. For example, the inner structure of Purple Star was a heavenly palace, since it represented royalty. The 7 mansions of the west sky had over 700 stars and 54 constellations, creating all kinds of images inside, like Wood Wolf of Kuei, Metal Dog of Lu, and Pheasant of Wei. The power represented by each star was also different from one another. Li Tianxing was the cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult and had received the teachings of Woodcutter, so she had also comprehended her own unity technique. If she hadn't become perverted, her talent and learning would have been top-notch in the world. Great overarching Heavenly Stars Palm Force was the ultimate art that she had comprehended after mastering great educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures, and it was extremely powerful. Granny C attacked toward the center of the explosion and fought together with Emperor Yanfeng. Instantly, a violent pulse came from the epicenter which bombarded the surroundings, causing an unknown number of monsters in the manner to puke blood from the tremors. They all hurriedly hid in the hall to avoid the impact. Halfway up the mountain, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu had flood dragons standing in front of them to block the aftermath of the divine arts. Qin Mu placed his hand on Carefree Sword, and the heavens in his eyes opened up as he stared closely at the battle in the manor. His fingers were continuously tapping on the sword's hilt, and all kinds of wuji, taiji, for symbols and 8 diagrams runes appeared in front and behind him as he frantically calculated. In the center of the explosion, the world in the painting that had collapsed slowly faded away. Emperor Yanfeng and Li Tianxing surrounded the place where it had been, attacking while sprinting around. The black spear in Blind's hand, in the meantime, had become longer and longer. With a jolt of it, his feet also moved continuously as he stabbed at the painting. From within it, arms and legs attacked outwards to clash with the 3 experts, and they were not at no disadvantage. Emperor Yanfeng's magic power was incomparably powerful. Even though his cultivation had yet to recover to its peak, his level of magic power could already make him stand above the whole world. It even surpassed that of Li Tianxing and Blind, with his moves being grand in scale and filled with strength while his blows were heavy, fierce, and overbearing. Li Tianxing, on the other hand, was a notch higher in divine arts. Her unity technique may not have been the true teaching, but by uniting great educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures, she could execute all kinds of techniques, skills, and divine arts freely. On top of that, Qin Mu even saw something that he didn't possess. It was the more profound divine art contained in great educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures. However, it required the combination of all kinds of divine arts from great educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures. For example, Li Tianxing's great overarching Heavenly Stars Palm Force combined over 300 divine arts in a palm, and because of that had shocking power. Cult Master Li is no doubt a genius of our cult, but it's a pity that his thoughts have gone crooked. Qin Mu exclaimed in admiration endlessly. There was naturally no need to talk about Blind. The battle with Dragon-Rearing Sovereign had already shown his power. However, Blind's performance now was even more powerful than the time he had fought Dragon-Rearing Sovereign. His divine spear became longer and longer, but the power also became greater and greater. Any strike from him gave others a feeling that it was absolutely wonderful. His most outstanding point, however, still lay in the fact that he could make up for the places where Li Tianqing and Emperor Yanfeng were lacking, saving them with his attacks. He was the two's backup, allowing them to execute their moves as they will, not having to worry about themselves. Even so, the three of them were gradually unable to hold back Xing and who was in the painting. That painting floated to and fro. Not only could the fist and leg divine arts from within block their attacks, they could even retaliate. The power of Xing An's divine arts was incomparably strong, and his magic power was also powerful. His corporeal body was even more ridiculous, causing blood to leak out from the mouths of the three opponents. Even the painting itself was continuously splitting open from the tremors. He was about to escape. Qin Mu frowned slightly as he saw the disadvantageous situation. He then shouted out, "Chief Yu." Yu Zhaoqing rushed out with a quick step, her feet moving as though she was flying. She put her two fingers together as she stabbed toward the painting. Her speed was extremely fast as she moved like flickering lights and passing shadows. Light flashed at the tip of her fingers, and it was like a sharp sword stabbing into the painting at a lightning-fast speed. Yu Zhaoqing succeeded in her strike and instantly felt an extremely powerful force countering from the painting, making her delicate body tremble before falling back. Suddenly, the wings on Yu Zhaoqing's body opened up to raise her up. She paused in the sky, her dozens of wings flapping in a hurry. Countless runes appeared on the clothes of her body, and light circulated rapidly, shooting out from her scales and into the painting. A trace of blood could be seen from within, which roused Emperor Yanfeng and Li Tianqing's spirits, causing their attacks to be even more concentrated. Qin Mu had a nervous expression when he said to the girls behind him in a low voice, "Take this chance to hide in the hall." Ling Yuxiu hurriedly brought Yan Jingjing and the rest down the mountain and hid in one of the halls. Qin Mu then frowned slightly. The calculations that were both in front and behind him were still progressing frantically, but he soon felt that his wisdom was not enough. He could no longer calculate what were the odds of blind and the resting achieving victory. His feet moved as he calculated the angle and success rate of his attack. With the execution of secrets of dragon control, the flood dragons coiled around his body and lent him their magic power. Qin Mu's aura rose dramatically, and as the flood dragons lent their power to him, his body grew taller and taller. His magic power grew more and more powerful while dragon scales were also frantically growing out of his outer body, covering his skin. Clink, clink, clink. More Nine Heavens formation markings appear. In his pupils. He had executed Nine Heavens Eyes Awakening technique to its extreme. Not only was he using superior algebra attainments to calculate, he was also using his divine eyes to observe the battle and calculate. Xing An has a flaw. His body parts aren't adapting well and are starting to reject one another. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his mental strength burst forth to contact Yu Zhaoqing with his mind. She then immediately used her brainwaves to inform Blind, Li Tianqing, and Emperor Yanfeng. At the halfway point of the mountain, Qin Mu stopped and bent his knees to squat down. The flood dragons on his body raged with magic power, causing his aura to suddenly become berserk as well. Qin Mu's palm that was holding carefree sword hilt moved, and sword light filled the heaven. The strength in his legs burst forth, and he nearly replicated Cripple's speed when he was at his peak. Wherever Qin Mu passed by, there would be hundreds and thousands of afterimages overlapping each other, moving forward continuously toward the painting. He reached at the moment when the sword light of Carefree Sword was the most scorching. His speed reached its extreme, and the sword light of Carefree Sword was like a huge drill flashing by, piercing through the painting. Xing An's chest was struck by the sword, and he got stabbed out through the painting, which was then shredded to pieces. At the same time, Blind's attack arrived. Black Dragon's spear Long Tua pierced Xing An's back and came out from his chest, avoiding his heart. Emperor Yanfeng and Li Tianqing used Nine Dragon Mountain Breaking Palm and Great Overarching Heavenly Stars Palm Force to strike at the same time against Xing An's left and right temples, causing massive destructive force to rush into his brain. At the same instant, the lights flowing through Yu Zhaoqing's body flew out to stab Xing An's legs, fixing his feet to the ground. Has it ended? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yu Zhaoqing played the most important part in this battle. With her as the central administration, Li Tianqing, Emperor Yanfeng, and Blind could work together as one. Only then were they able to suddenly unleash their most ruthless moves, killing Xing An in one strike. You guys aren't bad. Xing An, who got hit by the sword and spear, suddenly raised his face full of praise. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth and various wounds, but it was only for a moment. As if it was alive, it is suddenly rushed back in, returning to his body. You guys are all not bad. Xing An laughed loudly, and Qin Mu's face changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled out his sword, but at that moment, Xing An stretched out his hand to flick him away. Qin Mu's body trembled violently, and the flood dragons cried out mournfully as they fell off him. His strength instantly declined. Blind shook his spear and flicked Xing'an up into the air, saving Qin Mu. Xing'an stretched his hand out to smack Divine's spear Long Tua heavily, and sparks instantly flew around Blind's hands. The flesh and blood of his palms were all messed by the friction with Divine's spear Long Tua, which came smashing back at him. Once Divine's spear Long Tua saw that it was about to stab him in the chest, it changed back into a black-boned dragon to coil around him, trembling violently to shake off Xing'an's power. Divine's spear Long Tua's bones rumbled with dragon roars. Only then was it able to shake off the power. The black-boned dragon raised its head and coiled even tighter around Blind. Xing'an fell to the ground with a thump. There were 2 huge holes in his chest which were caused by Qin Mu's sword and Blind's spear. His head was nearly squashed due to Li Tianqing and Emperor Yanfeng's palm divine arts. Meanwhile, there were over a dozen holes on his legs from Yu Zhaoqing's attack. You guys are really not bad. Xing'an's face was long and narrow from being squashed, and his face was warped. However, he was still smiling with sincerity. You guys are worthy of me using my full strength. The chest he always carried with him split open, and 3 heads flew out. Xing'an raised his hands to pluck away his own that had been squashed, and the 3 new ones landed on his neck, each giving a shake. The eyeballs in the squashed head then flew out to replace the eyeballs in one of the heads. 4 more arms then flew out of the chest, and came to his sides, growing into his body. Xing'an moved them and stretched out one hand to pull out the divine heart that had been pierced, replacing it with another one. He then pulled out the ribs that had been sliced apart, and shook his head. Even if I kill all of you, I can only be said to not be making a loss. All of you aren't bad, worthy to be part of my collection. Blind's expression changed as he stretched his hands to grab the air. Long Tua flew into his hand and transformed back into a black spear. He shouted sternly, "We can't wait for him to finish changing his body." The huge spear in his hand stabbed forward. Emperor Yanfeng and Li Tianqing immediately went left and right to attack. Yu Zhaoqing also used all she could, but Xing'an remained calm and composed as before, using 2 hands to continue changing his damaged body. Emperor Yanfeng suffered numerous punches and flew backward. The tip of Blind's divine spear Long Tua was grabbed by Xing'an's other hand, which gave a forceful jolt to flick Blind high up into the sky. 2 heads opened wide to howl loudly. Their voices like thunder struck Yu Zhaoqing, who was in midair, causing blood to leak out from the corner of her mouth. She lost control of her consciousness and fell from the sky. Ling Tianqing's palm force burst forth, but what she saw next was Xing'an finishing to replace his body parts, facing her with his 3 heads and 6 arms. How am I going to fight like this? Her mind was blank. Cult Masterly, you've planted a devil in the Dao heart. Xing'an's reef faces revealed peculiar smiles. Each face looked different, having a mixture of man and woman, young and old. It's easy to break. After you die, I shall preserve this body carefully. Chapter 406, Great Educational. Li Tianqing's expression changed slightly, and Great Overarching Heavenly Star's palm force instantly changed. Her attainments in spell divine arts could be said to be number 1 in the world. The nodes of Great Overarching Heavenly Star's palm force were stars, and when they revolved, the attributes of the palm force would change, and its power would also become different. Her palm force may seem like corporeal body divine art, but at the root, it was a spell divine art. It had inner space, myriad of changes, and was close to boundless. As a matter of fact, after Li Tianqing had succeeded in cultivating Great Overarching Heavenly Star's palm force, she had lost her motivation to improve. That kind of divine art was too perfect, so perfect that all the other divine arts created after that couldn't surpass it. Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures had unity technique, and she called Great Overarching Heavenly Star's palm force her unity technique that was able to control all divine arts in Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures. Yet no matter how many times her palm force transformed, Xing'an paid no attention to it. He didn't even try to guess the transformations of her palm force or divine arts. No matter how many times her divine arts changed, Xing'an broke them apart with brute force. God's fist, God's strength, God's magic power. He was a god that disregarded all her changes and just crushed everything in his way. Blood leaked out from the corner of Li Tianqing's mouth, and she felt a terrifying force coming out from Xing'an's palm force. That power bombarded her vital qi and struck the devil seed. Village Chief and Blind couldn't do anything back in the day to save Siyu. Old Rulai also didn't manage to enlighten Li Tianqing, yet Xing'an went straight for the origin, wanting to destroy him. Emperor Yanfeng and Blind attacked. Yu Zhaoqing also picked herself up and rose to fight. 4 of Xing'an's hands dealt with Emperor Yanfeng and Blind's attacks, while vital qi rose from the top of his head to transform into a divine bridge. His primordial spirit stood on it and fought with Yu Zhaoqing, blocking the moves of the 3 people and even severely injuring them. Too terrifying. Emperor Yanfeng couldn't get through the 3 heads and 6 arms. Blind had the ability to break through Xing An's defense, but the other's power was just too strong. His magic power far surpassed that of Blind, which made his attacks have not lethality. The battle between Yu Zhaoqing and Xing An on the Divine Bridge was filled with danger. Xing An's primordial spirit was extremely weird and terrifying. It was changing nonstop, sometimes becoming Green Dragon God, sometimes White Tiger God, and at others Black Tortoise or Vermily. On Bird. He had even seized the primordial spirits of experts who had cultivated them to the god realm. Invulnerable, invulnerable. Blood kept flowing out from Li Tianqing's mouth, and the devil seed was gradually shaken. Yet before that happened, the corporeal body might not be able to handle it. After all, the body belonged to the disciple, Ciyu. Li Tianqing had changed her primordial spirit into a heart devil, planting the devil in her Dao heart. She then had borrowed Ciyu's body to continuously nourish herself and become stronger. Only recently did she try to fuse and take over the body. Because of that, Ciyu's cultivation had risen drastically, breaking through life and death a year ago, and the Divine Bridge just recently. Yet Ciyu's primordial spirit couldn't withstand Xing An's attacks. Before Li Tianqing's devil seed was killed, Ciyu would probably die in Xing An's hands. Once Yu is dead, this body will belong to me. I can escape. Xing An can't hold me back. Li Tianqing was overjoyed. She had always fought over the flawless body with Ciyu, yet there was always Blind, village chief, and also old Rulai who got in the way, and now she would finally get her wish. What she loved wasn't Ciyu as a person, but her body. How good was it to be a woman with a beauty that even the gods would envy? So beautiful that one looks out of this world? With such a body, Li Tianqing would attract the eyes of everyone no matter where she walked. Countless men would fall head over heels for her and go into a frenzy for her. Everyone would love her. She could have everything. Since she was the previous Heavenly Devil Cult Master, her abilities weren't just for great battle prowess. If she wanted to escape, not many people in the world could be able to stop her. The cult followers of Heavenly Devil Cult were skilled in all kinds of escape skills, and she was even a great master in this field. Now, she just needed to wait for Xing and to get rid of Ciyu's primordial spirit, and she would be able to escape to live a happy and blessed life. Yet Li Tianqing's heart suddenly became flustered for no reason. He thought of a bright and beautiful morning 100 years ago, when the young patriarch had brought a little girl of Ci family to find him. This is Ciyu, the heavenly saint cult saintess of this generation, but I can't teach her. Compared to me, you are still young and robust, so you can handle the torment. The young patriarch had thrown the little girl over and turned to leave. He escaped, as though the little girl was an extremely dangerous beast. Back then, when Li Tianqing saw Ciyu's face, he had still been a man. At that time, Ciyu was only 13 years old, and he could still remember their first meeting. He'd felt a blow to his heart as though he was struck by the greatest happiness. It was like his heart was held by her warm hands, like the whole world was only left with that young girl in front of him. Yet he knew he was her master, and he couldn't have any evil thoughts toward his disciple. For a long time, he always abided by a master's responsibility, teaching Ciyu with all his heart, imparting all he had learned to her. Yet evil thoughts still kept climbing out from time to time, disrupting his thoughts and Dao heart. Ciyu was very mischievous and basically, all the people in Heavenly Saint cult had been tormented by her, which resulted in a lot of trouble. Li Tianqing was always busy cleaning up the mess left by his young disciple, settling all the troubles caused by her. However, that time was also when he'd been the happiest. Even though he was always busy cleaning up after her, he also got to enjoy spoiling her. In front of him, Ciyu was obedient and understanding. She improved very fast and was much to his liking. There were no dumb women in Ci family. Back then, they had a very strong relationship as master and disciple, and he had gotten used to hiding the evil thoughts deep inside him. When did he start to change? Ciyu had grown up. Her mischievous and puerile character gradually vanished, and what replaced it was an astonishing charm. Every action, every word radiated with charm, to the point that he could only have eyes for her. At that time, he had known that he was the master and shouldn't have evil thoughts toward his disciple, but he couldn't resist it any longer. He peeked on Ciyu bathing, collected clothes she had worn. He was infatuated with her to the extreme. However, he was detected by Ciyu, and she started to slowly drift away. It should have been around then that his infatuation had become twisted, changed into greed. The more he couldn't get it, the more he wanted to get it, and the more the thought, the more his heart became twisted. He felt that what he loved wasn't his disciple, but that most beautiful body. He felt his own change, and he couldn't help being frightened. The collapse, distortion, and deformation of his Dao heart terrified him. To save it, he had come up with a solution. Since there was a rule which forbade master and disciple relationships, which limited the feelings between him and his disciple, he could become Si Yuyu and live with that beautiful body. He decided to use his power and prestige to settle all of it. All those who opposed him in the cult were exiled, or killed, or imprisoned. Finally, he had his wish and divorced his first wife to marry his disciple. That night, Si Yuyu fought vigorously to kill him, but that was within his expectations. He became a heart devil which lay low in her Dao heart, waiting for the day he could become her. Li Tianqing recalled all of that, and his eyes grew blank. I've lost. Since that bright and beautiful morning when I saw her for the first time, my Dao heart has been defeated. Li Tianqing coughed up blood from Xing An's heavy attacks and moved back continuously. That morning, when the young patriarch had sent Si Yuyu over, at that first look, he had already fallen in love with his disciple. What had crumbled his Dao heart wasn't Si Yuyu, but him himself. Because of the infatuation and the forbidden relationship between master and disciple, his Dao heart was twisted continuously, until it finally became what it was today, a joke in the eyes of others. He didn't really want to attain her body, but had loved the person from the beginning to the end. It wasn't her body. It was only his twisted Dao heart which made him think that he had wanted to become Si Yuyu. When I first met her, I was defeated. Patriarch, you harmed me. Li Tianqing roused his spirit and remembered what else the young patriarch had said during the morning he had sent Si Yuyu over. Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures contains the two words Great Educational, and they mean education, inheritance. As the sacred cult master, don't fail to live up to those two words. At that time, there had been only the girl in his eyes, and that sentence had passed by his ears. However, it had become abnormally clear now. The two words, Great Educational, I have never followed them before. Li Tianqing hissed fiercely, and a terrifying devil light burst forth from Si Yuyu's body, shooting out from her heart and stabbing Xing An's heart. That black light was like a bridge for Li Tianqing's primordial spirit to rush at Xing An. My good disciple, go. He entered Xing An's Dao heart, and he actually felt at peace, like he had never felt before. Granny Si woke up and was stumped for words. Yu Zhaoqing fell from the sky while coughing blood. Blind's divine spear-long Toa was bent, and his arm was broken. Emperor Yanfeng was raised up high by Xing and before being thrown head-first into the ground. Empress Dowager and the rest were currently standing up with shaky legs. Cripple tried to crawl up with his hands. Blood flowed out from the corner of Death's mouth while he held his brush with trembling hands, unable to control it at all. Qin Mu was refining spirit pills frantically, treating the injuries of the injured flood dragons. Everyone had lost. They had suffered a crushing defeat. Xing An's palm came at Granny Si, wanting to destroy her primordial spirit. Suddenly, that palm stopped in front of her face and became somewhat gentle as it smoothed out her beautiful hair that was messed up at her temples. One head of Xing An lowered to look at her with a gentle gaze as though it was the morning 100 years ago. Yuyu, be a beautiful woman and live your life happily. Quickly go, Li Tianqing's voice said from Xing An's head. He then shouted sternly, Xing An, follow me to death. Heavenly Devil Disintegration. Cult Masterly, you are too presumptuous. Just a mere devil seed, and you want to take over my corporeal body. Fierce shouts came from the other two heads of Xing An. There was a rumble, and a violent explosion came from Xian Ji An's body. It trembled, the limbs going out of control. Cripple forcibly pushed himself to fly out of the hall, his hands coming for Xing An's eyes. Yu Zhaoqing exploded with the last of her strength, and multicolored rays held Xing An's body in place. Blind raised his spear with one arm and used all his strength to stab into Xing An's heart. Emperor Yanfeng snarled and soared into the air while being upside down. He lured over bolts of lightning that were as thick as dragons to strike his opponent frantically. A bunch of trash. Xing An's body suddenly broke down, and heads, arms, a chest, a heart, and legs came flying out from his chest. All of the heads were fuming with anger. You are all a bunch of trash, so what if you used Heavenly Devil Disintegration? What can you do to me? Everyone flew off in all directions and coughed up blood, without stopping. Qin Mu jumped up and flew over while the flood dragons chased after him frantically to coil around his body, raising his aura drastically. He raised his sword to stab at Xing An, who was reassembling his body. Get lost. Xing An's arms fell off his body and tapped over a dozen times in a split second, severely injuring the flood dragons once more. They collapsed to the ground, unable to get up anymore. Xing An pulled back his arms and continued to reattach new ones to his body. He flicked Qin Mu away with a finger and said coldly, if it wasn't because you are still of use to me, I could blow you to death with just a breath. The arm he had just connected suddenly fell off his armpit and dropped to the ground. Xing An was stunned. He looked down at that arm, and one of his eyes suddenly dropped out from its eye socket, rolling 2 rounds on the ground. What's happening? He couldn't help being stumped. An ear slid off then, but just as he was about to catch it, his arm also suddenly fell off his body. He raised his head to look at Qin Mu in a hurry, but that head came tumbling down. He shouted over from the ground, "You poisoned me?" Qin Mu climbed up and wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth while saying ruthlessly, "I just refined a supplement for you. And it worked perfectly." Chapter 407. Xing An's Chest. Supplement. Xing An was slightly stunned. His chest suddenly exploded open as ribs came out from his flesh and blood. The latter seemed to be rejecting his ribs, and it looked extremely scary. The divine blood in his body was also flowing outwards. After that, a leg suddenly left the body, without his control. "What you gave me was really supplement, not poison." Xing An's face finally became flustered when another head fell off. The eyeballs, ears, and nose all slid off. The scattered eyeballs, nose, and tongue bounced around, trying to stick themselves back on the head, but once they managed that, they would fall off again. They couldn't join one another. Emperor Yanfeng, blind, and the rest saw a ray of hope and immediately attacked. Xing An Rai set his hand to grab Divine's spear Long Tua that blind stabbed toward him. Just as he took hold of it, his whole arm went flying with the spear. He blocked the fist of Emperor Yanfeng, and his backbone suddenly slid out from his body. It wasn't his as well, but had come from a divine skeleton. "It cannot be a supplement. It cannot be a supplement." Xing An was flustered. Granny C suddenly smacked him in the chest with her palm, and what she used was Li Tianqing's great, overarching Heavenly Star's palm force, which penetrated his chest. His heart jumped out and landed on the ground, bouncing twice. How can it be a supplement? Xing An was still not yet dead. He used all his strength to defend against the attacks of everyone, growing more and more terrified. Supplements could only make him even stronger, so why would it make his body split up? Bang, bang, bang. His body suddenly exploded, and blood spilled out in all directions. It had come from another expert, and wasn't from the same body as his heart and body, so it was rejecting all parts of the body. "What poison did you give me?" Xing An's head, which had landed on the ground, flew up again, and pounced over. Qin Mu wasn't in time to dodge it, but at that moment, Cripple's hand moved at lightning-fast speed, and he sprinted over. He suddenly leaped up and grabbed the head while shouting, "Return my legs." That head roared loudly, blowing Cripple away. However, he came flying back and fought with the head again. A leg sprinted on the ground, rushing toward Qin Mu. Def tossed out the brush in his hand with force, and it swept past Qin Mu, taking that leg into a painting. Def collapsed on his back and gasped for breath. He had used up all his strength to draw a painting, Fierce Tiger painting. Within it, a fierce tiger was holding that leg in its mouth and running away. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. What he gave Xing An was indeed a supplement, a true medicine. Wanting to use poison against Xing An was nearly impossible. It was hard to say if even Apothecary had the ability to do it. It was clear then that it was impossible for Qin Mu to refine such a wonderful poison. Xing An had beat up Blind, Deaf, Cripple, Li Tianqing, and Emperor Yanfeng. All these unmatched existences, to the point they had no means of retaliation. Empress Dowager and the rest of the experts hadn't even lasted a round before falling. Xing An was definitely numerous times stronger than Dragon-Rearing Sovereign. Qin Mu had used his 3-break powder to poison Dragon-Rearing Sovereign, yet that had only troubled him without posing any threat to his life, so poisoning Xing An wasn't the best thing to do. Besides that, Xing An was also skilled in medicine. His attainments in the art of healing could be matched by few in this world, so it would be easy for him to see through it if Qin Mu used poison. To a divine physician that pursues a certain goal, poisoning an opponent was a kind of art. One that did not any see. Necessarily require the use of poison. Xing An was unbelievably strong, but his flaws were also easy to see. His body parts were all taken from other strong practitioners and weren't one with his original body, thus they would easily reject one another. Apothecary had once taught Qin Mu that the human body had a self-defense system, immune system. When transplanting organs, it was easy for the original body to recognize foreign ones as invaders that needed to be eradicated. This was the reason why Xing An's body parts started to reject one another. Apothecary had also taught Qin Mu that most diseases came from the deterioration of the self-defense system. For example, a flu epidemic could be eradicated by strengthening one's constitution and self-defense system. With these 2 points, Qin Mu came up with a method to deal with Xing An, and it was by refining a great supplement. It would strengthen the sense of rejection between all his body parts, raising it to its maximum. As the only youth in Disabled Elderly Village, Qin Mu had gone through the strictest teachings ever since he was young, and had been devastated by the 9 elders of Disabled Elderly Village. The so-called strict family had made him deeply ingrain all their teachings and good traditions in his heart, which then became his personal standard of conduct. Apothecary had noble character and unquestionable integrity. He felt that being an apothecary was an art. There was no fixed boundary between supplement and poison. A poison could be used as a medicine to save lives, while supplement could also be a lethal poison. When Qin Mu had refined pills to cure the flood dragons, what he refined was that great supplement. With the dragon Qilin's saliva as a base ingredient, its potency was increased by all kinds of medicine for the flood dragons to consume. After they ate the spirit pills, their wounds recovered rapidly, and their muscles regenerated. Their broken bones and snapped tendons also grew back quickly. Qin Mu used secrets of dragon control to bring the flood dragons to attack, and when Xing An's arms attacked came for them, the incomparably strong supplement took the chance to enter Xing An's arms. It then went into his heart, and from there into all other parts of his body. Qin Mu had created the strongest dose which could even recover the body of injured flood dragons. When the supplement entered Xing An's body, the medicinal energy came into effect and amplified the rejection of his immune system countless times. Poisoning him wouldn't be a lethal attack, but supplementing him could make him break up into pieces. This was then the art of healing that Apothecary had imparted to Qin Mu. Yu Zhaoqing, Empress Dowager, and the rest suppressed their injuries to come to fight once more. Since Xing An's body had been split into pieces, the heads on the ground flew up and shouted, "Trying to kill me like this? You guys are too naive." His scattered body suddenly landed fatal blows on everyone, but because there was no support of the corporeal body, his magic power was way inferior to what he possessed before. His divine treasures were also seized by others, and even his divine treasures had separated from his body, causing his magic power to be scattered. Any attack he made didn't have the power it had previously. Even so, his abilities were still extremely strong. Furthermore, the heads, legs, arms, and eyeballs floating around made everyone's hair stand on end. Suddenly, a few legs sprinted over and attached themselves to the bottom of Xing An's chest. They legs exerted strength and raised him into the sky. He's trying to escape. Cripple used his hands as feet to sprint over at a flying speed, shouting as he grabbed onto the two legs, "Return me my legs." The chest opened up, and other heads and eyes flew over to attack Cripple. Emperor Yanfeng shouted fiercely and spat out a blood arrow from his mouth. That blood arrow transformed into a blood dragon which soared into the sky. Emperor Yanfeng jumped onto its back and went straight for the chest in the sky. Blind pushed himself up with his huge spear and leaped into the sky. Divine Spear Long Tua shook its body to drag him along the air as it rushed toward that chest above. Granny C, Yu Zhaoqing, Empress Dowager, and the rest all executed their moves to rush into the sky, intercepting the chest.
Bang!
Emperor Yanfeng fell down and crashed heavily onto the ground, coughing out blood continuously. Cripple also fell right after, but he kept hugging the two legs tightly, not giving them up. Qin Mu sprinted over and stretched out his arms to catch, but his injuries all opened at that moment, and he stumbled. Cripple fell from his arms and crashed into the ground. "Muir, you are unfilial." Cripple bounced once before landing down again. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. However, he still hugged the two legs tightly, his grip not loosening in the slightest. Qin Mu scratched his head and thought to himself, if I had used secrets of dragon control to control those flood dragons, my speed could have been slightly faster. He immediately executed secrets of dragon control and numerous flood dragons slithered to him while suppressing their injuries. Bang, bang, bang. Experts continuously fell from the sky while Emperor Yanfeng struggled to get up. When he saw Empress Dowager falling down as well, he struggled to run over and catch her. Blood spewed out from his mouth as he was crushed again. When Qin Mu finally borrowed the power of the flood dragons, Yu Zhaoqing fell from the sky. He wanted to catch her, but saw her clothes transforming into scaled wings that flapped nonstop, stopping the momentum of her fall. Qin Mu stopped, but then Yu Zhaoqing suddenly lost her strength, and her scaled wings fell limp. She crashed into the ground, since it was already too late for Qin Mu to go and catch her. There was only Granny C and Blind left out of those who were still attacking the chest. Qin Mu then immediately rose into the sky. The flood dragons that were on his body were heavily injured and couldn't last long before they would have to leave his body, so he needed to end the battle fast. The battle in the sky was extremely strange. Granny C and Blind were covered in heavy injuries while standing on top of a chest and defending against attacks that came from all directions. What was attacking them were the body parts of Xing An. His divine eyes shot out divine lights. The top of his skulls flew up like on bowls. His fists, legs, and even his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, as well as skin, were all attacking them. Such a bizarre method of attacking had never been heard of before. Blind's black dragon coiled and spun frantically to defend, so Granny C had instead become the one with the strongest battle power. She used great overarching heavenly stars palm force to strike back the divine body parts that came for them. Qin Mu sprinted straight for the battlefield in the sky, his speed extremely fast as he passed by an eye. That eye disappeared, and a flood dragon left Qin Mu's body, moving away from the chest as fast as possible with the eye in its claw. The further it was, the weaker would Xing An's control become, and the harder it would be for him to collect back that body part. Qin Mu turned back, and his heaven-pilfering divine hands grabbed another eyeball that was shooting out divine light while flying in the sky. Another flood dragon then brought that second eyeball away. As Qin Mu sprinted frantically through the sky, he stole the various body parts that were surrounding the chest and had the flood dragons around him to bring them away. There were fewer and fewer flood dragons, and his speed gradually slowed down. Suddenly, strands of hair filled the sky like a black rainstorm and came for him. Mu or watch out. Granny C and Blind rushed over to his side to block that attack. Granny C's palms faced the black rainstorm and pushed it back, causing countless black hair to fly back like black needles. Blind's spear stabbed out and pierced the chest with a loud bang. Energy came bounding over from the inside, forcing Divine's spear long Tua back, and the body parts immediately swarmed back into the chest through the hole. The chest then broke away and escaped. Blind took a step to give chase, but he suddenly grunted. His wounds erupted, and he almost fell from the sky. The speed of the chest was extremely fast, moving 1,000 miles in an instant. At that moment, a resounding voice rang out. Every cloud has a horizontal and a vertical knife light shone in the sky before returning back into darkness, a silver lining. Chapter 408. The Two Great and Scrupulous Businesswomen. Qin Mu executed 9 Heaven's Eyes awakening skill to look at the 2 vertical and horizontal knife lights. The chest was sliced into 2, and it was hard to say how many limbs came falling out, scattering in all directions. Some flew into the sky, some went into the forest, and some escaped into the earth. Heaven Knife. Xing An's voice came from all directions. You will all become part of my collection sooner or later. A majestic figure rushed over and raised his hands with which the knives fell, mincing all the broken limbs that didn't escape in time. Grandpa Butcher, don't let go of Xing An, Qin Mu shouted. However, his cultivation wasn't strong enough for his voice to travel that far, so Granny C immediately transmitted her voice, and Butcher exploded with a shout. A pig slaughter knife fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Knife Chi slashed in all directions underground, trying to force out Xing An's body parts that were escaping below. At the same time, another knife flew up and sliced through the air. After a moment, 2 knives flew back, and Butcher grabbed hold of them while jumping away as though he was flying. On his way, he said, he was struck by my knife Chi and won't be able to escape from my sense. I'll come back in a bit. Village Chief and the rest still haven't come back? They're still guests at Old Ma's place. I was worried about here, so I came back earlier. Qin Mu relaxed, but at that moment Blind, who was at his side, suddenly swayed and fell from the sky. Qin Mu immediately grabbed him, and his body suddenly became incomparably heavy. Blind's divine spear Long Tuo had lost its consciousness as well, since it had suffered severe damage just like its master. It was just that the spear was from a black dragon's bones. It was a divine dragon, one who was both psychic and intelligent, as well as truly heavy, and it pressed down on Qin Mu with immense weight. Granny C stretched her hand out to grab him and was dragged down from the sky too. Only when they were about to hit the ground did they halt in the air. The 3 people landed safely, and the final flood dragon on Qin Mu's body slid down and lay on the ground like a dead snake, gasping for breath. Bloody foam kept flowing out from its mouth. Qin Mu forced himself to stand straight, even if his hands and legs were trembling uncontrollably. His injuries were also extremely heavy, barely not resulting in his death. If it wasn't for Blind, Cripple, and Deaf who had saved him in time, he would have been captured or killed by Xing An. Even when he had borrowed the Flood Dragon's power to join the battle, he had shown a severe lack of battle power and experience. In a life-and-death fight with an existence like Xing An, he could only exhaust all his strength in turning the tables with some clever tricks. Luckily, he still succeeded in that this time. However, when he looked around and saw that the manor was covered with experts that were all heavily injured, he couldn't help being aghast. Not to mention existences like Blind, Deaf, Cripple, Emperor Yanfeng, and Li Tianxing. Even his flood dragons were all much stronger and terrifying to Han some existences of cult master level in the martial world. Many strong practitioners like Empress Dowager and various female heroes as well as existences such as Yu Zhaoqing were actually all defeated. If it wasn't for that dose of supplement, everyone would have probably been killed by Xing An. Strong, he is really fucking strong.
Ow, ow.
Just as Qin Mu started speaking, his ears began to hurt as Granny C pulled on his earlobes. Saying vulgarities again, she said unpleasantly.
Who taught you that?
Butcher, or is it Patriarch? Or is it some shady gang of scoundrels you have friend outside?
Ow.
I will stop. Granny, let go, please. Granny C let go, and Qin Mu sighed in relief. He rubbed his ear and probed. Granny C, now that Li Tianxing is left, You don't need to continue disguising yourself in ugly skins, right? Don't be sad. Who's sad? Granny C walked forward while shaking her head. Li Tianqing is dead, so I can finally be free of my burden. I should be happy instead. Even though she said that, she didn't show any smile, but instead had a sorrowful expression. She avoided Qin Mu, for she didn't want him to see her when she was weak. She summoned the demons in the halls to carry everyone that was injured inside the buildings. Qin Mu summoned the injured flood dragons over, and they brought all of Xing An's body parts they had snatched away, throwing all of them into the true dragon's nest. The inner space within it could block any connection, but Qin Mu was still not at ease. He made the Emperor's disc transform into the true Dragon Lord and had it enter the dragon's nest. Cripple was hugging his legs when he fainted, so Qin Mu had to waste quite some effort to pull them away. He then found Def's painting and threw it in the seal of the true dragon's nest as well. After doing all of that, he let out a sigh of relief and walked into the hall to help treat everyone. However, there were some people whose injuries were too heavy, and they could die at any moment. If he cured everyone one by one, it would take too much time, and before he could reach the end, a number of people would have already died. Qin Mu could only call the dragon Qilin over. Fatty dragon, I've reared you for 1,000 days to be useful now, so go lick all of them. The dragon Qilin hesitated, whining, Cult Master, where would I have that much drool? Sho, don't say drool. Hu Linger immediately jumped on the dragon Qilin's ear and whispered, call it dragon saliva. If you call it drool, we won't be able to sell it in the future. Lick them properly, and I'll ask young master to increase your meal. The dragon Qilin was instantly motivated and headed off for work. Sister Linger, don't forget about increased meals. Qin Mu picked out the people who had the most severe injuries and diagnosed them first. He fetched some silver needles to first seal their wounds and suppress their injuries. He then refined pills to treat them, but his hands were still trembling, and 2 furnaces of medicine were spoiled. He composed himself and first treated his own injuries. Once his hands no longer trembled, he then started to diagnose others and refine pills for others. There were a lot of casualties, and all their injuries were different. Qin Mu first treated them once just to prevent their injuries from erupting, so their lives wouldn't be in danger. Only after that did he start to carefully diagnose them. His flood dragons were also injured pretty badly. They showed their wounds to the dragon Qilin for him to lick, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, making those flood dragons curse him with Maha Maha. Ling Yuxiu, Yan Jingjing, Si Yunxiang, and Hu Linger also came to help. After treating everyone for half a day, Qin Mu was completely exhausted and simply couldn't hold on any longer. The injuries on his body were not yet healed yet, so he could only go and rest first. Luckily, there were no more lethal injuries left. Most of the patients had already woken up, even if they still needed more attention to fully heal. Qin Mu slept for the whole night. When he woke up, the sky was still not light yet, and he could hear Granny C's voice. He walked out of the room to see her directing over a dozen mermaids to make breakfast. He sat down on the stone stairs in front of the hall and looked at her back, his heart at peace. It was Granny C, not Li Tianqing. The old cult master had really died. What concerned that man, Qin Mu had no liking for him. Li Tianqing wasn't qualified for the title of cult master, making Heavenly Saint Cult miss out on 40 years of development. If it wasn't for Patriarch, who acted as the stabilizing force, Heavenly Saint Cult would have long been annexed by Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Yanfeng. However, at the end, he had still managed to do what a master should do. He had understood the great educational part of great educational heavenly devil scriptures. He had comprehended it and passed it down. However, when one looked at his life, failures were still in the majority. Granny C turned back to look at him, and Qin Mu, who was on the stone step, smiled at her. The east was suffused in white as though a huge fish had flipped over on its belly. The sun rose and roasted its skin into a reddish-yellow color. After breakfast, Qin Mu treated himself first. Then, when his injuries were somewhat better, he went to treat others. The girls also came to help. After being busy for more than half a day, it was hard to say how many furnaces of pills Qin Mu had refined. He had almost exhausted himself to the brink again, and the spirit herbs in his Taotai sack were more or less used up. Those in Dragon-Rearing Sovereign's Taotai sack were also nearly exhausted. Qin Mu wanted to go bring more himself, but he truly didn't have the strength, so he could only write down the names of what he needed and let Hu Linger ride the Dragon Qilin to Relax Prefecture to bring them. The owner of the herb shop is from Heavenly Saint Cult, so Saintess Yang you shall follow and get them to prepare the herbs. If there's no one there, use a fast ship to transport them from where you can. Also, prepare 26 huge cauldrons and a steamer that could be used to cook humans. Some of these people's injuries are very complicated, so I'll have to boil and steam them. Yan Jingjing was excited. I want to go as well. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. Good sister, I promised to bring you out to play, but I didn't expect to encounter something like that. I have no time to play with you now, so it'll be good for you to go to Relax Prefecture and take a walk there. Si Yunxiang was delighted. Even if it's the property of the cult, I will still have to charge for the herbs. Mobilizing fast ships also requires quite a bit of great abundance coins. Qin Mu waved his hand. Linger has the money, don't worry. Hu Linger and Si Yunxiang looked each other in the eye, and sparks flew between the demon and the human. There was an atmosphere like a huge battle was about to break out. The two girls sat on the dragon Qilin's back and went out of the manor. Hu Linger sneered. Saint Xiang, you can scam the young master, but you can't scam me. You can forget about taking advantage of me. Si Yunxiang chuckled and said, I naturally know how good Linger is, so I said those words to cult master. Think about it, most of the people injured are not from Heavenly Saint cult. But since the cult master still wants the sacred cult to prepare the medicine, we naturally have to collect money. But from who? Not from the cult master, certainly. We will then collect it from the emperor. Sister Linger, stop haggling with me. Instead, you should raise the price as high as possible and let us ruthlessly earn money from the emperor. Hu Linger shook her head. There's morality in trading. You can't scam the emperor either. You have to charge according to the prices of the spirit herbs. Si Yunxiang argued with Hu Linger, but she didn't yield no matter what. The two girls settled on the prices, and Hu Linger thought to herself, after buying herbs from you, I shall give a false report to the emperor. That way, I will be able to earn a huge profit. If I wallow in the mire with you, I will have to split the loot with you. But if I cut you out of the equation, all of the loot will belong to me. Around 10 days were required for the medicine shop in Relax Prefecture to prepare all the herbs. In the meantime, Qin Mu finished recuperating, but there were still some hidden injuries that were yet to heal. After doing nothing for a few days and not seeing Butcher returning, Qin Mu suddenly thought of something. Wang Muron's insight is extraordinary, and he had suggested Sister Yuxiao and I to work together to found the cultivation method of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit, which would benefit the future generations. I have been really busy these few days, so I had totally forgotten about it. He found Ling Yuxiao and told her about it. Astonished, she asked, if the cultivation method of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit was really founded by us, could we be considered masters? Masters? Qin Mu burst out laughing. Is Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor considered a master? When Ling Yuxiao talked about Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, she was full of respect and said, how could Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor be just a master? The 3 basic sword forms are enough for his name to go down in history and never be forgotten by the world. Qin Mu smiled and said, the merit of his 3 basic sword forms is somewhat weaker than that of our 6 Directions Primordial Spirit. As long as we can complete the technique and cultivation method of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit, the paths, skills, and divine arts will all take a huge step ahead, benefiting billions of people. Ling Yuxiao's mind was blown. She found it hard to believe. The 6 Directions Primordial Spirit that we cultivated by accident is really that important? Then what are we waiting for? She immediately pulled Qin Mu's hand and walked out of the hall excitedly. Emperor Yanfeng, Empress Dowager, and the rest of the patient had been brought out by the dear demons to bask in the sunshine. Emperor Yanfeng was injured pretty heavily and had been talking to Yu Zhaoqing when he saw the pair of youngsters running out excitedly. Xiaoer, where are you going? To cultivate 6 Directions Primordial Spirit. Emperor Yanfeng stared at her blankly. 6 Directions Primordial Spirit? How to cultivate it? Ling Yuxiao held Qin Mu's hand as she ran into the distance, her voice coming from afar. Primordial Spirit Dual Cultivation. My brother said this is called Primordial Spirit Dual Cultivation. Chapter 409. Roaming 70,000 miles. Emperor Yanfeng instantly had a feeling that his white cabbage had been ravaged by a wild boar and that the wild boar had come back again to ravage it once more. He immediately began to struggle to get up, wanting to stop this pair of youths, but a few dear demons walked over. They pressed him down, giving him no choice but to remain in place. A female deer demon held some flowers in her hands and signaled for the emperor to not move, then placed the beautiful flowers on his head. Some mermaids walked over and presented him with red fruits that were making a fuss. A bunch of them clambered in the plate, giving him a shock. The tree demons surveyed the sick beds, and whoever was not well behaved would be whipped on the buttocks. Soon, all the famous people of the martial world, the emperor and Empress Dowager included, were much quieter. After the demons finished their patrol, the emperor wanted to hurry over to catch up to the youths, but Empress Dowager said lazily, Emperor, save yourself the trouble. The younger generations will do all right on their own.
If you worry so much, one.
Xiaoer be unable to marry in the future? Mother might not know, but the danger concealed in primordial spirit dual cultivation is extremely huge. It should not be done if the two people aren't husband and wife. If Xiaoer cultivated primordial spirit dual cultivation with him, their primordial spirits would resonate with each other, and they would ascend to bliss together. If after that she married someone in the future, she wouldn't be able to resonate with my son-in-law in the future. And without resonance, there won't be any feeling. If the pleasure of their primordial spirit resonating together is not present, she will divorce even if she marries. Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Take him in as your son-in-law then. What's there to be alarmed about? What's more, who dares to divorce a princess of the royal family?" Emperor Yanfeng was silent for a moment. "Mother, he's heavenly devil cult master and also human emperor. I'm not too at ease." Empress Dowager also fell silent as she knew what he meant. Heavenly devil cult master had an overpowering influence. The emperor was the person with the highest influence in the imperial court, while heavenly devil cult master was the person with the highest influence in the martial world. The influence of heavenly devil cult had spread throughout it, and even to every corner of the imperial court. It was especially so when Qin Mu had become the heavenly devil cult master. Heavenly devil cult prospered more and more, surpassing their peak period in history. No matter if it was Dao sect or Great Thunderclap Monastery, they were all crippled by Qin Mu, and even the imperial court could no longer contend against it. After all, the imperial court was reforming, and it needed the help of heavenly devil cult for many. So many experts from the cult had entered the imperial court. Eternal Peace Empire, from the bottom to the top, was filled with the influence of heavenly devil cult. Besides that, Qin Mu was much more open-minded than Dao Master and Rulai. He had reformed heavenly devil cult and set up school halls, learning from imperial preceptors' actions and grooming an endless supply of talents for heavenly devil cult. In just 2 years after Qin Mu had become the cult master, he had invoked a huge transformation, and this worried Emperor and Empress Dowager. What was even more worrying was that Qin Mu had many experts around him, and even the identity of the human emperor. If he took out his human emperor's seal, even Dao sect, Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Little Jade Capital would have to listen to his commands. That would be terrifying. Looking from this point, Qin Mu was definitely not the best candidate for the emperor's son-in-law. If he took up that role, it would be easy for him to seize power from him. That was what Emperor Yanfeng was worried about. While he was still alive, Qin Mu wouldn't be able to seize his power, but once he was gone, the change of ownership could happen. With a snap of his fingers. Without anyone's notice, the simple and honest child that had come to Eternal Peace Empire 2 years ago had grown into a fierce tiger that could fight with dragons. It was truly terrifying. Even if Qin Mu didn't have the thought to seize power, what about the next heavenly devil cult master? Who could be certain that the next heavenly devil cult master who inherited the power left behind by Qin Mu would not stir at the thought of being an emperor? As the emperor, you indeed shouldn't entrust your power to the pity of others. You have done what was right, Empress Dowager said. However, why do I still see hesitation in you? You are on guard against cult master Qin, yet you still indulge him. This isn't the way you do things. In order to carry out the reform with Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, you even allowed him to poison me, making me lie on the sickbed for so many years, unable to dabble in any political affairs. Such a ruthless man is the emperor of our Ling family. Emperor Yanfeng was full of guilt. Fu Yuanqing poisoning mother was indeed silently allowed by me. If I didn't do that, mother's influence in the imperial court would have simply been too huge, and it would have been very hard for imperial preceptor and I to control everything. I'm unfilial, but I could only let mother be quiet for a period of time. Even if there was no Minister Qin, I would still have had Fu Yuanqing remove the poison in mother's body after I took full control of the court. Empress Dowager sighed and said, "You have done well. You are really my son. Your ruthlessness surpasses even mine own back then. So, why aren't you laying your hands on cult master Qin?" Emperor Yanfeng was silent before saying tartly, I'm afraid, Imperial Preceptor, and I will fail, and once we fail, we will die miserably. The fate of the Empire, the lives of the people can't be all pinned down on me, and neither can they be pinned on our Ling family. I need a successor to continue the reform after Imperial Preceptor, and I fail. There's no one like this in Ling family, but Heavenly Devil Cult Master is such a person. Empress Dowager looked at his face carefully and sighed. I never thought that my son would be such a person. I have looked at you superficially. Emperor, let Xiaoer go with Minister Qin. If you think he can succeed you, let Xiaoer be with him. Our Ling family won't be wiped out even if Imperial Preceptor and you fail. Emperor Yanfeng's heart stirred slightly, and he carefully thought about the meaning of her words before nodding slowly. You are a good emperor, and Imperial Preceptor is also a good Imperial Preceptor. Empress Dowager looked at the mountains covered in fog with a peaceful face and said in a gentle voice, I won't go against the both of you anymore. Feel free to change this world as you like, carry out the reform to your heart's content. I shall live in seclusion in this forest, to fight with these little Ussies over my lover. Emperor Yanfeng's face turned black again, and he muttered, Mother, the face of the royal family. Empress Dowager basked under the sun and said with a smile that was not a smile, You're a filial son, so why won't you think about the happiness of your old mother? I have laid on the sickbed for so many years, and I clearly know it's Imperial Preceptor and you're doing, but have I ever grumbled at you? I only have this wish right now, so let me go. Let me fight with these little hussies to enjoy myself for the last bit. Emperor Yanfeng was solemn when he nodded. Does mother need my help to eliminate her competitors? I had climbed to the current position after countless hardships in the chambers of concubines, and you think I still need your help? You're underestimating me. At the lake beside the manor, Qinmu took out a stick of incense and stabbed it on the shore ground, lighting it up. Ling Yuxiu sniffed the abnormal fragrance and asked curiously, "What's this incense for?" "This is Soul Guide incense," Qinmu said with a smile. "I imprinted the runes of Soul Guide into this incense and added over 100 perfumes into it. Even though there's no divine art of Soul Guide, it can still guide the way. If our primordial spirits get lost, when this incense finishes burning, the power of the runes will burst forth. When our corporeal bodies smell the fragrance, it will guide our primordial spirits back to our corporeal bodies. This way, there's no need for others to protect us." Ling Yuxiu already held Qinmu's right hand, so he raised his left one for her to take as well. The two of them held hands, their eyes locked on each other. They smiled, and their primordial spirit instantly left their bodies. Qinmu and Ling Yuxiu both had the experience of their primordial spirit leaving their bodies to roam the void. After that, the two of them tried to cultivate them on their own, but the effect wasn't great. They were trying to cultivate what they had comprehended, but it was the act of changing coincidence into certainty, so it was naturally difficult. Back then, Qinmu had met Su Xinghua. He thought that the other was another overlord body, and his mind grew agitated. That had then led him to experience his primordial spirit leaving his body to roam the void with Ling Yuxiu by coincidence. Once their primordial spirits left their bodies, the two of them realized what they had done. Their luck was out of the ordinary, but it was just a random occurrence. How to change that coincidence into certainty was of utmost importance to them. At that moment, their primordial spirits had left their bodies and roamed together, trying to find the law of behavior in themselves. They noticed that their primordial spirits were tangled with each other and were resonating. It was different from primordial spirit dual cultivation they had experienced by accident the previous time. Primordial spirit was formed by the spirit embryo and soul. When it left the body, the souls resonated with each other, and the primordial spirits were also resonating with each other. There was a numbing throb that spread to all corners. Such a feeling was lasting and unforgettable. As the two youths roamed in the void, they saw flowers as big as woven mats. They didn't know their names. There was also grass like sharp swords which they hadn't seen before. There were jellyfish in the sky, creating a magnificent scenery, which was very different from that of eternal peace. The youths lingered around. Is this what we are really seeing, or is it just a shared hallucination? The two of them enjoyed themselves and forgot to go back. But at that moment, they suddenly smelled a strong, abnormal fragrance and instantly felt that they were being guided back by an invisible force. Ling Yuxiu immediately grabbed a small fish while saying, "Whether it's real or a hallucination, we will know when we return back to our corporeal bodies." The boundless scenery in front of their eyes changed, and the visions suddenly vanished. They returned back to their corporeal bodies where they stood with their hands together and eyes locked onto each other. Ling Yuxiu let go of Qinmu's palm and saw a small fish flipping around in her palm. "It's real. How marvelous." She bent over and placed the little fish in her hands into the water. It swam and struggled, then flipped over and almost drowned. Ling Yuxiu immediately ran over and fished it out. She saw the little fish coughing with all its might, spitting out the water in its stomach before flapping its unproportionate fins to fly into the sky. While Ling Yuxiu stared at it in astonishment, the small fish flew back and spat a jet of water out of its mouth, spraying her face. Ling Yuxiu was furious and stretched her hand out to grab the fish, but it flapped its fins to fly away. Stupid fish. Ling Yuxiu washed her face and turned back to ask curiously, "The one who herds cows. Where did we go?" Qinmu pondered it for a moment before saying, "It should be the East Sea region in Great Ruins. That place has a huge sea which later became a basin. The seawater has vanished, but the life forms there survived. Many fish learned how to fly, as did the flowers. The East Sea in Great Ruins? How far away is it?" "Over 70,000 miles. Ling Yuxiu jumped in shock, crying out, "We went over 70,000 miles in the time it takes to burn an incense stick and returned?" Qinmu nodded and stared blankly into the distance. Traveling 70,000 miles in such a short time is indeed unbelievable. Why can't the corporeal body be that fast? If the corporeal body had the speed of the primordial spirit, how good would it be? Ling Yuxiu burst out laughing. "You are too childish. Primordial spirit has no weight, so it can naturally run faster. The corporeal body has weight, so it's naturally slower. Do you have more soul guide incense? We only focused on playing and didn't think about the technique to cultivate primordial spirit. We need to try again. Qin Mu reminisced about the marvel of their primordial spirits resonating together and got slightly greedy. He immediately nodded again. We need to try again. We can't just focus on playing though, since this is an important matter. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the primordial spirits returned to the bodies again, and Qin Mu scratched his head. Do you want to go another time? Ling Yuxiu nodded gravely. This time, we'll definitely not play. Chapter 410. Primordial Spirit Guide. Young people know how to play. In front of the hall, Blind was basking in the sun and talking to Deaf. Look at their sparkling youthfulness. They are brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, being so diligent with dual cultivating. Deaf, have you ever thought of finding a partner? Deaf ignored him and pointed at his ear holes, showing that he couldn't hear what he was talking about. Playing deaf. Blind sneered and propped himself on his cane to stand up. He hobbled over to Emperor Yanfeng's side and said, "In-law, your daughter is currently dual cultivating with my Mu'er." Why are you puking blood? You are still scolding me. How can an emperor be scolding people? Where's the law? You still dare to hit me? You think I'm scared of you? Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu tried over and over again. When they had played enough, they finally agreed that they weren't going to finish the cultivation method of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit if they continued like that. The two of them then became honest and started to analyze the cultivation method of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit. I feel we can start from the resonation of souls and the primordial spirits. Ling Yuxiu said seriously. If the souls and primordial spirits of 2 people were to resonate together, they could lend each other strength to make their primordial spirits leave their body. Qin Mu nodded and pondered it for a moment. However, that's when the primordial spirit is already cultivated. What if it isn't? Before the resonation of primordial spirits, the main thing is to fuse the spirit embryo and the soul. Ling Yuxiu was excited. In that case, we shall start from the resonation of souls. Resonation of souls, using it to guide the spirit embryo, then fusing the soul and the spirit embryo to form the primordial spirit. Qin Mu's eyes lit up and he said, the technique will need 2 people to cultivate together. I will use my soul to guide your spirit embryo, and you will use your soul to guide my spirit embryo. At the instant when the souls mix, we will both leave our bodies. Our souls will then swap, and the primordial spirits will naturally be formed. The two of them looked at each other with extreme excitement. The theory had been voiced by them. Qin Mu's soul would guide Ling Yuxiu's soul and vice versa. The next step would then be the most important one. Their souls and spirit embryos would fly out of their bodies, and by borrowing the resonation to call out to each other, the souls would fuse with the other's spirit embryo. The resonation of primordial spirit would then assure that it wouldn't separate back into spirit embryo and soul. That way, primordial spirit would be cultivated in 6 Directions realm. Ling Yu suddenly became worried. The trouble here will be how to make this theory into technique to guide one another's soul and spirit embryo. Qin Mu muttered to himself irresolutely and walked 2 rounds. This kind of technique needs one to mobilize their primordial spirit, soul, and spirit embryo at the same time. The most crucial thing is that both of them can't be on guard against each other, but must be the closest of kin, so close that they can't have any selfishness. Only then can they hand their own spirit and soul to each other without any reservation. Ling Yuxiu nodded and felt a sweetness in her heart. When Qin Mu said it like that, didn't it mean that she was his closest kin, and he trusted her without any reserve? Don't ask how others can cultivate. Let's create the technique first. Qin Mu roused his spirit, and he made a few more soul guide incense sticks. The two of them then used their souls to guide each other's spirit embryos, comprehending their own vital qi circulation method before recording it. After trying it out a few times, they were slightly tired and could only stop to rest. They had played too many times earlier, which resulted in their vitality being somewhat lacking. After 6 days, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu tidied up the general idea of the technique and finally decided on the general principles. For everything else, they would have to make detailed corrections on the basis of the general principles. Butcher had yet to return from chasing Xing'an, which made Qin Mu, Granny C, and the rest slightly worried. Xing'an was too strong after all. If he solved the problem of the supplement and his corporeal body returned back to normal, Butcher might not be his opponent. Xing'an's medical expertise was remarkable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to swap his body parts however he liked, so solving the problem with the supplement shouldn't have been too difficult for him. Xi Yinxiang, Yan Jingjing, and Hu Ling'er sat on a fast ship which sailed over from Relax Prefecture, bringing various herbs, cauldrons, and steamers. Qin Mu placed the matter of Butcher chasing Xing'an aside and immediately became busy again. He raised the cauldrons and worked hard to brew the medicinal concoctions, cooking and steaming all the patients. Mu'er, those with low cultivation can't be steamed, they will get cooked, Granny C immediately said. I understand. Qin Mu arranged everything properly and had the deer demons pay attention to the heat control while he went to the true dragon's nest. He took out 5 legs and asked Cripple, "Grandpa Cripple, look at these legs, which 2 F them are yours?" Cripple differentiated them and chose 2 legs. "These 2. Mooer, why do you have so many legs here? What are they for?" Qin Mu smiled and said, "For spares. If Grandpa Cripple's legs go missing again, the other 3 legs can be used for replacement." Papa. Children's words carry no harm. Go knock on wood, knock on wood. Cripple spat twice, and Qin Mu immediately attended to him. He boiled a cauldron of medicinal concoction and prepared his carefree sword, ointment, and dragon saliva to reattach Cripple's legs. It was a walk in the park for him. After all, he had reattached Cripple and Butcher's body parts before, so attaching the 2 legs again was not difficult for him. It was even relaxing. Mooer's craft is getting better and better. Cripple praised. On the side, Def raised his eyebrows and said, "That's because you got sliced apart by others too many times and he had many chances to train." Cripple was furious, but Qin Mu was carrying him to soak in the medicinal concoction. Pa, old man's words carry no harm. Go knock on wood, knock on wood. While the 2 of them squabbled, Qin Mu carried a jade dragon bowl to find Blind. "Grandpa Blind, which of these divine eyes are yours?" There were over 10 eyeballs in the bowl, and every one of them was a divine eye collected by Xing'an. If they weren't activated, he couldn't see which 2 of them had 9 heavens hidden inside of them. The eyeballs were all similar from the outside. Blind stretched his hand out to touch and picked out 2 eyeballs. He frowned and said, "It's been a long time since my eyes have been dug out, and the wounds have already healed completely. Is there still hope to reattach my eyes?" Qin Mu threw the other eyes back into the true dragon's nest with the jade dragon bowl before examining Blind's eyes in detail. He looked at them seriously. Blind's expression was calm as he smiled. "It's okay if you can't reattach them. I'm already used to being like this. I can reattach them, but some of the nerves in the eyes have already withered. I need to nurse the eyes for a few days first, then I might just be able to use medicine to revive the activity of those nerves." Qin Mu raised his head and smiled. "Grandpa Blind, don't worry. Even though my medical expertise isn't as good as that of Grandpa Apothecary, I'm still number 2 in the world after all." He pondered over the matter for a moment, then prepared herbs to refine medicine for Blind. The structure of the nerves in the eyes was even more complicated than in the heart. On top of that, the degree of delicateness was equivalent to the brain, so Qin Mu had no choice but to be careful in carrying things out. He made sure that all the herbs were pure and there wouldn't be any side effects. He used all he knew to ensure that the medicinal energy would be gentle, yet able to activate the nerves. It was one of the greatest tests for him. Qin Mu prepared numerous methods to increase the activity of the nerves in the eyes. Other than what could be consumed orally and applied externally, he even made a small machine which contained a medicinal concoction. It was able to automatically heat up the medicine into steam to nourish Blind's eye sockets. Other than that, a medicinal concoction which was refined over and over again was injected into the half-dead muscles of Blind's eyes using a hollow silver needle. This could be said to be applying all the methods together. After several days of nursing, Blind felt his eye sockets burning, and there seemed to be many fine tentacles growing out in them. Only then did Qin Mu made his move to reconnect the nerves of the eyes for him. He used ribbons to wrap some crushed spirit pills around his head, covering his eyes. "Grandpa Blind, after the muscles and nerves are completely healed, you can take off the ribbon," Qin Mu instructed, then summoned a tree demon over, reminding him to change medicine for Blind on time. That tree demon nodded repeatedly and just rooted himself in front of Blind to wait for the time to change medicine. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and checked on the dragon's nest. He thought to himself, "If I put all of the body parts from Xing'an together, I can also piece a body of a god. It's a pity I don't know what weird technique Xing'an has cultivated. He had definitely kept some body part of his own, or his primordial spirit, otherwise, he wouldn't still be alive. Strange, which part of his body has he kept?" When he was fighting with Xing'an, he had changed his head, so his brain had naturally been changed as well. His divine blood, heart, and legs had all changed as well. What was even more terrifying was that he had different primordial spirits, and he could change them. When he was fighting with Yu Xiaoqing, he used his primordial spirits, using different ones to attack and injure her severely. Yet there had to be a part of his original body remaining, something which wasn't changed. All the other parts could be given up, but not that one. It was the gate to his vitality. Only by eradicating it could he be killed. All his body parts were replaced, but his soul definitely can't be replaced. Qin Mu's eyes it up, and he found Granny C to talk about it, since her study on souls was much more profound than his. Soul is separated into souls and spirits. The souls are the heaven soul at the heart of the brows, the earth soul at the tailbone, and the life soul at the navel. The seven spirits are the canine corpse at the top of the head, the concealed sparrow at the ajna, the Eve sparrow at the laryngeal prominence, the seizing thief at the heart, the not toxic at the navel, the remove filth at the perineum, and the smelly lung at the lungs. According to logic, changing these parts would mean that his soul wouldn't be complete, yet he clearly had a complete soul. Qin Mu racked his brains. According to Granny C's deduction, Xing An's head, dandy, and backbone, neck, lungs, heart, and intestines had to be preserved, or he would need his soul to live in the body he had seized. However, when Blind and the rest destroyed Xing An's heart, squashed his head, and even made his backbone slid out of his body, Xing An's soul didn't receive any heavy injuries and could still repair his body. This means that the head, dantian, backbone, neck, lungs, heart, and intestines of Xing An's original body are still around. His soul is still in his original body and would only live in the body he had seized when necessary. In that case, his original body part should be hidden in. He and Granny C looked each other in the eyes and blinked. Xing An's chest. The original body should be hidden in the chest. Butcher had split it open, but the original body might have escaped the damage. He still has a weakness. Qin Mu composed himself. Even if Grandpa Butcher can't kill him, as long as he still carries a chest the next time he appears, it will confirm my guess. Granny C nodded. As long as he shows up with the chest, it means his original body is hidden inside, and he isn't invincible. Killing him, then, will be much easier. Chapter 411. Success. In the manor, cauldrons were raised and each one had a deer demon guarding it and adding wood to the fire continuously. Within them, experts were being cooked, and a medicinal smell wafted out. Besides the cauldrons, there were also huge steamers in which experts were put to be steamed. Qin Mu patrolled around them and checked on the medicinal concoctions, changing the herbs a few times and applying needles to the experts whose divine treasures had been damaged. The hollow silver needles directed steam into their bodies. Emperor Yanfeng's body was covered in silver needles while he looked at Qin Mu with a black face. He was pressed down into the steamer by the youth, but then sat upright again to continue glaring. Qin Mu smiled and said, "Does your majesty have anything to say?" Emperor Yanfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a pleasant face, "Minister Qin has worked hard, and his merits are high. Do you want a promotion?" Qin Mu was puzzled as Emperor Yanfeng's expression became even more pleasant. "You are still on the 5th rank now, but you have contributed so much, improved our flying ships, crafted true origin cannon and sunshot divine cannon, followed the crown prince to open irrigation works and transportation, and even saved me numerous times from danger. This time, you even brought heavenly feather clansmen over. Your contributions are just too great, to the point I don't even know how to reward you. Tell me, what do you want?" Qin Mu scratched his head, racking his brain. "Your Majesty, the amount of money required for all the herbs which are needed to heal everyone is quite high. I also spent quite a sum to buy cauldrons, steamers, and silver needles. All that money was paid in advance by me, so can your Majesty." "Emperor, why?" Anfeng's face instantly turned black. "This is not considered a reward. Ministry of Finance has the money for it. The reward I want to give you is something Ministry of Finance can't give. What do you want?" Qin Mu thought about it for a moment. Money? He never lacked money. Official position? He didn't really have an interest in that. Fame? Heavenly Devil Cult Master was known throughout the land, so what fame did he need? Treasure? He had seized many treasures and even plundered dragon-rearing sovereigns' pouches. Hulinga even got him 100 treasures from Roland's golden palace. He also had Carefree Sword and his sword pellet, so he didn't lack treasures as well. Precious herbs and materials, spirit pills, or miraculous medicines. He didn't need that as well, because he was a divine physician himself. Qin Mu shook his head and finally understood how Imperial Preceptor felt. The things that the Emperor could reward him with didn't catch his eyes, so he didn't want any reward. Think again. Emperor Yanfeng slowly guided him. There's definitely something you want that I possess. It doesn't have to be an item or an official position, but can also be a person. Qin Mu came to realization and smiled with understanding. So your Majesty is thinking of granting me some palace maids. I wander around most of the year, so I don't need any palace maids to serve me. However, Granny stays here, and there are just demons and monster, who are all ugly around here. If your Majesty can grant me some palace maids to tidy up the manor, I will definitely not reject. 2 girls like Jian Qi and Qin Qi beside Empress Dowager would be just fine. They aren't bad-looking and are also gentle and understanding. Emperor Yanfeng was furious and lay down in the steamer. Scram. As you command. Qin Mu closed the steamer while muttering under his breath, acting all generous, saying he wants to reward me, and then he can't even bear to spare some palace maids. What miser? What did you say? Say it once more. Emperor Yanfeng, who was in the steamer, was furious. Off with your head. Emperor Yanfeng then heard Qin Mu complaining outside. Yushio, you came the right time. Your father said he wanted to reward me, then he didn't want to reward me, and now he even wants my head. Why are you paying attention to him? He has been quite agitated these few years, wanting to off with his head and that head all the time. It's all from the stress of politics. In the end, even though he had said to off many heads, he actually didn't really kill many people. Ignore him, and he will calm down after creating a ruckus. Did you find me for dual cultivation? That's right. Our technique is almost complete, but delayed it to come and treat everyone's injuries. We need to hurry and beat the metal while it's hot. Otherwise, once father's injuries are healed and he decides to bring me back to the capital, I don't know when the technique will be completed. The two of Th.M. walked away, and Emperor Yanfeng, who was in the steamer, was disappointed as he thought to himself. Xiaoer, father can only help you this much. That brat is too dense, so you can only rely on yourself. After a couple of days working on it, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu finished tidying up the complete technique of 6 Directions Primordial Spirit. They were slightly anxious as they didn't know if that technique would really allow others to cultivate their primordial spirit on 6 Directions realm. Let me try. I'm on 6 Directions realm, Si Yunxiang said excitedly. Qin Mu shook his head. This technique is actually 2 techniques used as a set. It's separated into male and female, which have some slight differences. Because of that, 2 people must cultivate it together, and they can't be on guard against each other. They also can't have crooked thoughts, or they won't be able to cultivate their primordial spirits. But once it succeeds, both of them will succeed together. Cult Master, train with me, Si Yunxiang said in a hurry. Qin Mu's voice became more serious. Saintess, we need to be so intimate that nothing can come between us. We need to share mutual trust and have no crooked thoughts. Si Yunxiang giggled and said, You're the cult master. How can I harbor any crooked thoughts about you? Qin Mu rolled his eyes. No crooked thoughts? That little woman saw Granny C as an example, always thinking of how to replace the cult master without learning any of Granny C's good points. However, Si Yunxiang still had a side that was similar to that of Granny C, and that was whenever they met danger, she was always the first one to jump in and save people without hesitation. This showed that her nature wasn't bad, she just lacked a good upbringing. If she'd had such an excellent upbringing as I did, she wouldn't have ended up walking a crooked path. Qin Mu sighed ruefully. Si Yunxiang might have crooked thoughts, but he needed to confirm the technique that he and the princess had created worked. He nodded and said, I can't do anything if you have crooked thoughts. I will believe you once, but only once. If it doesn't work, you can find another person you can trust. Si Yunxiang rushed excitedly to Ling Yuxiu and asked for the technique for women. Ling Yuxiu taught her without holding back. Yan Jingjing also came over, and Ling Yuxiu smiled. Sister Jing, do you want to cultivate your primordial spirit with the one who herds cows? Yan Jingjing shook her head. I had cultivated my primordial spirit long ago. You too can cultivate. I will just look. Primordial spirit dual cultivation is very comfortable, Ling Yuxiu said seriously. Yan Jingjing's heart was moved, but she was also slightly embarrassed. Si Yunxiang then asked curiously, Jingjing, what's your cultivation now? How did you cultivate primordial spirit this early? It should be divine bridge realm, Yan Jingjing said in a soft voice with some embarrassment. I did not cult. I've ate it, however. It's from Sunship. I'm a body of pure yang, and because I had control of Sunship and borrowed its energy for many years, I used it to open all my divine treasures. When I parted from Sunship before, my divine treasures would close back, but after using it many times, the divine treasures no longer closed. Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu were stunned. Qin Mu also stared with eyes wide open, hardly able to believe it. Yan Jingjing's age was similar to theirs, but she was already an expert of the cult master level. They still couldn't see it earlier that Yan Jingjing was then the strongest among them. Qin Mu had also once driven Sunship and Moonship, but his divine treasures would close and seal up after he separated from the ships. Never would he have thought that after driving one numerous times, the divine treasures would remain open. In this case, does it mean that we can use Sunship to create a bunch of existences of the cult master level with Sunship? Si Yunxiang suddenly suggested. Ling Yuxiu shook her head. Impossible. One needs to be the body of pure yang to become the Sun Guardian. Sun Herder tribe can't even find a second body of pure yang, so what is there to talk about other places? Cult Master can. Si Yunxiang immediately looked at Qin Mu. Cult Master can control Sunship and can most likely borrow the power of Sunship to open all his divine treasures in one go. Qin Mu's heart was pretty moved, but Yan Jingjing immediately said, by borrowing Sunship to open divine treasures, it's easy for the realms to become unstable. Grandpa said this was an opportune shortcut, but it's not as solid as cultivating step by step. My trip this time is also to take a look at how you guys cultivate and see if there's any remedy. Qin Mu could only give up on that idea. Cultivating step by step indeed contained more fun and surprises. If he hadn't done that, he would have never discovered the god transformations of 5 elements realm or 6 directions primordial spirit. Yan Jingjing, who had opened up all her divine treasures with Sunship, might still have to cultivate from the beginning again, comprehending the meaning of every realm in detail to comprehend the marvel within them. Yet when the height one stood it was too high, it was hard to clearly see the bottom. Si Yunxiang comprehended the female version of the technique, then asked Ling Yuxiu for guidance to make sure there were no problems with her cultivation of it. Only then did she start to cultivate her primordial spirit with Qin Mu. Far away, Blind said to Emperor Yanfeng with his eyes blindfolded, "Emperor, your daughter is pretty generous, giving your son-in-law away for La Xixiang to enjoy." Emperor Yanfeng snorted coldly. Xiaowu clearly doesn't understand the meaning of primordial spirit dual cultivation. She has no concept of that. If she knew primordial spirit dual cultivation could only be done between husband and wife, she wouldn't be that generous. "You're going to tell her?" Blind asked with interest. "There's no need." Emperor Yanfeng shook his head. Only one couple can do primordial spirit dual cultivation. After their primordial spirits resonate with each other, there can't be a third person's primordial spirit resonating together. Minister Qin has already resonated with Xiaoer's primordial spirit, so even if Saintess Xiang cultivates with him, they won't be able to achieve resonation of primordial spirits, and she won't be able to cultivate her primordial spirit. They're all just kids, so they don't know the real stuff.
He sighed.
Since ancient times, the Emperor's chamber of imperial concubines has had 3,000 beauties, but no one knows that the Emperor also has imperial troubles. Only the Empress can resonate her primordial spirit with the Emperor, so even if the Emperor goes to love his other concubines, they can't resonate together, and it's hard to ascend to extreme happiness. This is why there are not many people in the royal family. Blind smiled. When together with the other concubines, the pleasure isn't as great, so the younger generation of the royal family is lacking in numbers. Emperor Yanfeng nodded. "That's why I'm not worried about Xiaoer at all. She has already taken the opportunity, so even if Minister Qin has other women, he will still return to her side. That is because he cannot resonate with other Wa. My primordial spirit was cultivated." Si Yunxiang's cheers suddenly rang out, and Emperor Yanfeng's eyes went blank as he listened to Si Yunxiang frolicking around in joy. Ling Yuxiu was also overjoyed and celebrating with her, and so was Qin Mu. Emperor Yanfeng didn't come back to his senses, even after a long while. "You forgot that Mu'er is the overlord body. Primordial spirit of ordinary spirit body cannot resonate with others once they have a partner, but an overlord body can." Blind propped himself on his cane and said calmly, "Emperor, I admire your expression very much, but I'm not a painter. Otherwise, I would draw it and admire it whenever I'm free." "I have painted it," Deaf said from nearby. The two old men chuckled, sounding very pleased with himself. "Cult Master, Princess Xiao, what's the name of this technique that you two have founded?" Si Yunxiang asked. "This kind of primordial spirit dual cultivation technique, let's call it Primordial Spirit Guide," Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu said in unison. Chapter 412. A Storm is Brewing. Primordial Spirit Guide was devised by Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu by combining the theory of the most basic technique of Overlord Body, 3 Elixir Body. Its basis rested in Daoyin technique, who was used to guide the vital qi. Meanwhile, Primordial Spirit Guide guided one's spirit embryo to mix with another person's soul before flying out of their bodies. The soul and spirit would then swap back, taking the chance to merge into primordial spirit. Therefore, the technique needed to have a gu-ide word in its name. The reason why Qin Mu's primordial spirit could resonate with Si Yunxiang's primordial spirit was because of his spirit embryo. It had no attributes, which was unlike the spirit bodies of Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu, who had their own attributes. The resonance between spirit embryos came from primordial spirits fusing and producing a fixed frequency. Because everyone's attributes were different, there would be greater or lesser differences in everyone's primordial spirits, and the frequency would be different. A couple dual cultivating their primordial spirits would resonate together and coordinate to be on the same frequency, forming a unique one for themselves. When they dual cultivated with other people's primordial spirits, they wouldn't be able to achieve resonation of the primordial spirits because they wouldn't be on the same frequency. Qin Mu's primordial spirit and spirit embryo coincidentally had no attributes of any spirit body, so it was like a white sheet of paper. When it dual cultivated with Ling Yuxiu, the frequency was Ling Yuxiu's frequency, and when he dual cultivated with Si Yunxiang, it was Si Yunxiang's frequency. Emperor Yanfeng had never experienced how weird Qin Mu's overlord body was, so he hadn't paid any mind to it, and thus didn't tell Ling Yuxiu about the taboo of the resonation of primordial spirits. Now he was full of regrets. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu finished up the male and female techniques of Primordial Spirit Guide, writing down the cultivation method and the method of replacing souls in detail. They were both very happy. Suddenly, they came to an indescribable comprehension. It not only concerned the Tao, but also their Tao heart. By experiencing the process of founding the technique together, their Tao heart took a leap, a one-time qualitative leap. It could be said to be sudden, but it actually wasn't sudden at all. Creation was the hardest. They had created a technique out of nothing and changed the cultivation system of Six Directions realm, and after, pulling primordial spirit to Six Directions realm. This change far surpassed the three basic sword forms that Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had founded. It could even be said that if Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu could develop the marvel of Six Directions primordial spirit to the extreme, it was possible that this change could make people arrive at Celestial Being realm much earlier, fusing it with Seven Stars realm and changing the two realms into one. Furthermore, this change would affect all the divine arts practitioners of the future generations. Spirit Embryo Realm and Five Elements Realm were the realms of martial arts practitioners, the people who had yet to step into the door of divine arts. People on Six Directions realm could be called divine arts practitioners and be considered to have officially stepped through the door of divine arts. After Six Directions realm, there were Seven Stars, Celestial Being, Life, and Divine Bridge. All of them were realms that divine arts practitioners had to stride forward step by step to the realm of gods in the legends. The four realms were 4 steps, but each one was much harder than the previous, so taking each step took an extremely long time. What Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu had founded could possibly change 4 steps into 3 steps, allowing divine arts practitioners to reach the god realm in an even shorter time. This was a huge achievement, and a great virtue to take part in creating such a technique. The world had no roads, so where many people walked, there would show up a road. The change in the cultivation system could cause the paths, skills, and divine arts to change. The great Tao of heaven and earth would also change according to it. The huge change Primordial Spirit Guide would bring was something the two youths did not expect. Founding a technique was difficult, so they had to comprehend a lot of matters. Their Tao heart topped those of great masters, and both of them sunk into their own comprehensions. The moment Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor founded the 3 basic sword forms was also the moment he became a great master. His frame of mind had also risen from technique to the realm of skill. What Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu were experiencing was the same kind of change. They could be considered to have completed Primordial Spirit Guide, but how to strengthen their primordial spirits on Six Directions realm was still a blank area to be explored. Strengthening their primordial spirit by cultivating was actually a matter of Seven Stars realm. No technique on Six Directions realm had a method to strengthen the primordial spirit, which meant that as the founders, they could be a step ahead of others in comprehending cultivation techniques of Six Directions realm, creating even more things. Emperor Blind suddenly kicked Emperor Yanfeng's thigh, not looking like he was joking. He said with a solemn face, "Do you feel a change in the heaven and earth?" Emperor Yanfeng wanted to blow up, but was too stunned by the words. He said in astonishment, "There's indeed an indiscernible change. So strange. Deaf, cripple, wake up, carefully sense the great Tao of heaven and earth." Blind summoned Deaf and Cripple over, and the 2 old men also felt an indiscernible motion, as though the spring rain was joining with the wind into the night. The action was mild and slow. What happened? Deaf asked in astonishment. When Muir and Princess Xiao founded Primordial Spirit Guide, this change happened. How bizarre, Blind said. Sense carefully. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to be undergoing a marvelous change somewhere. This throbbing is very faint, but it can't escape my Tao heart. No matter if it was Cripple, Deaf, or even Emperor Yanfeng, they were all great masters. Cripple had comprehended the marvel of divine legs by himself to push his speed to the realm of God. What he used was the technique he had founded, so his Tao heart was also extremely strong. Deaf had pushed his painting path to the extreme, transcending to the level of God and saint. Emperor Yanfeng, in the meantime, relied on the not-so-outstanding 9 Dragons Monarch technique to develop it to the highest level in one go, making it become on par with the ultimate arts of the 3 big sacred grounds. Furthermore, 9 Dragons Monarch technique he had relied on was merely a few primitive dragon writings on the Emperor's disc. The other people in the manor, even if it were experts like Granny C, Yu Zhaoqing, and Empress Dowager, hadn't reached that frame of mind of a great master, thus they naturally couldn't sense the throbbing and indescribable change in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, your daughter's accomplishments in the future are going to surpass yours by far, Deaf suddenly said. Have you ever thought of making her the crown prince? Emperor Yanfeng was slightly stunned as he looked at Ling Yuxiu, who had sunk into an ineffable realm. Making Princess Xiao the crown prince? He did have that kind of thought at that moment. Have Yuxiu head to the border army to train for a period of time. There is still some rebel army left in the snow plains in the north which haven't yet been eradicated. Let her and Yuxiu lead an army each. Emperor Yanfeng's heart calmed down. It wasn't that there had never been a crown princess before, but just that their numbers weren't as high as those of princes. After all, there were plenty of female divine arts practitioners, and some of the sects even had women as sect leaders. With that, it was easy to see that there could be empresses, it was just that they were in the minority. If Xiaoer could do better than Yushu. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu woke up from their comprehensions. During them, they had comprehended numerous marvels about the primordial spirit, and it resulted in cultivation methods for it on 6 directions realm. Some could be written down for others to learn, while some could only be comprehended by oneself. They could be understood, but not taught with words. Xiaoer, my injuries are almost healed, so follow me back to the capital city, Emperor Yanfeng said. Ling Yuxiu acknowledged him as her gaze landed on Qin Mu's body. The one who herds cows. Are you going back to the capital with me? We can continue to dual cultivate there. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. You go ahead first. I need to wait here for Grandpa Butcher to come back. I still have some stuff I need to ask him. He handed a complete version of the male technique of Primordial Spirit Guide to Ling Yuxiu and said, hand it to Imperial Preceptor, so he will promote it. Ling Yuxiu nodded, then hesitated for a moment. 9 Dragons Monarch technique that you improved, can I teach it to my father? It was your Ling family's to begin with, so just teach, Qin Mu said with a smile. Ling Yuxiu suddenly moved forward to give a peck on his cheek and ran away like an alarmed sparrow. Emperor Yanfeng shook his head and brought her to bid farewell to Empress Dowager. I didn't let the officials who followed me to come over, but had them stay at Overlord Prefecture. It's best for them to not know about all that happened in this manner. Mother, take care of yourself. Empress Dowager sighed and said solemnly, you have to take care of yourself as well. What you and Imperial Preceptor want to do won't end with simple death, so you have to be careful. Even though you have already grown up, I'm still worried about you. Emperor Yanfeng turned around to leave, and Ling Yuxiu followed after him. Father, the one who herds cows taught me 9 Dragons Monarch technique, which is different from what you taught me. I would like to teach it to Father. Does Father want to learn? Emperor Yanfeng laughed out loud and shook his head. Even though your little lover is overflowing with talent and has extraordinary abilities, having accomplished an astonishing feat with you this time, which made even me feel ashamed for being inferior, it's not enough. When it comes to 9 Dragons Monarch technique, your little lover is way inferior. The technique he learned was still taught by me. Are you learning or not? Ling Yuxiu asked with anger in her voice. Okay, tell me about it. Ling Yuxiu told him about the 9 Dragons Monarch technique that Qin Mu had taught her, and Emperor Yanfeng's expression became more and more solemn. When she finished, his face was black as he asked coldly, he taught it to you? Ling Yuxiu could feel his overflowing murderous intent and couldn't help shuddering. Father. Emperor's disc is on him. Emperor Yanfeng's face was filled with fury as he laughed from extreme anger. This is a technique comprehended from the Emperor's disc. The treasure of our Ling family was on your little lover all along. I shall now. He was about to fight his way back when he suddenly stopped in his footsteps and gazed at the snowy, white manor. He stared blankly at it for a moment before shaking his head and saying to the flustered Ling Yuxiu, return to the capital. Emperor's disc is with him, so I'll go ask him for it. Father, don't be angry. Emperor Yanfeng shook his head. I have examined that piece of Emperor's disc for thousands of times, yet I never comprehend anything out of it. The ancestors of Ling family have also examined it countless times, yet never found the marvel within it. The throne doesn't belong to Ling family, due to that Emperor's disc. There's no need to completely fall out with Heavenly Saint cult. Ling Yuxiu sneaked a look at his face. Emperor Yanfeng looked calm, like water without any ripple. His true intentions were unknown. Xiaoer, never mention that Primordial Spirit Guide was founded by you and Minister Qin. This matter cannot be told to anyone, Emperor Yanfeng said solemnly. If you say it, I won't be able to protect you. Stunned, Ling Yuxiu still nodded silently. In the manor, Qin Mu went to check Blind's eyes. The injuries on Blind's legs had already healed, but his eyes were still wrapped with ribbons which had to be removed from time to change medicine. Muir, regarding that matter of founding Primordial Spirit Guide, don't say you've done it, Blind suddenly said. Everyone who saw it must keep their lips sealed, so no word would get out. Understood? Qin Mu was puzzled. Why? The ribbon was undone, and Blind gradually opened his eyes. They had no spirit, but slowly, their black pupils filled with divine light. Layers and layers of formation markings swirled in them, and incomparably deep 9 heavens took shape. Blind's voice was abnormally calm when he spoke next. The law has changed, the path has changed, and the heaven has also changed. The change of heaven will result in death. All the great masters in the world will sense emotion that's out of ordinary. A storm is brewing. Chapter 413, Astonishment at the State of the World. In the capital, Elder Fu went into Imperial Preceptor's manor in a fluster to report, Old Master, His Majesty is here to visit. Imperial Preceptor rose to welcome the guest, and the two heroes of Eternal Peace Empire met. Ling Yuxiu came after Emperor Yanfeng, who gave his friend a deep look. Understanding his meaning, Imperial Preceptor waved his hand for Elder Fu to fall back. Your Majesty came to find me before even going to the palace, so something big must have happened. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked with inquiry at Ling Yuxiu. There's only 3 of us here, so your Majesty can speak. Did Imperial Preceptor felt it? Emperor Yanfeng asked. 5 days ago, the fluctuation of heaven and earth. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor nodded. It was a very marvelous fluctuation. The law changed and the path changed, and there was an abnormal change in the great Tao of heaven and earth as well. Someone created a reform, and it touched me greatly. Emperor Yanfeng took out the 2 version of the technique of Primordial Spirit Guide and handed it to him. Imperial Preceptor, take a look. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor flipped through the pages in detail, his expression growing more and more solemn. After some time, he closed Primordial Spirit Guide and said, "It's Princess and Cult Master Qin's handwriting. 6 directions as reform change 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, and divine bridge, so no wonder there was such a huge motion. Princess Xiao is not bad, her achievements in the future won't be inferior to yours and mine." He was extraordinarily wise and didn't need Emperor Yanfeng to give him a hint to know that it was made by Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu. On top of that, he also guessed what consequences their work would bring. Emperor Yanfeng nodded. The source of the reform comes from these 2 scrolls. I came to find you without stopping for rest, because the situation is grave. The effect is still very mild, so those who aren't great masters who had reached the level of skill won't be able to detect it. But for existences who had reached the level of the path, the effect is blatant. You said it touched you greatly, so looks like you entered the path a step earlier than I. I reached the path not long ago, so it isn't clear yet. However, that fluctuation flooded in like waves from all direction, and I was standing among them, experiencing that fine change of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Emperor Yanfeng listened carefully to his words and praised. The realm of the path is truly marvelous. You've been affected this much, so how would the gods feel? Even worse. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's eyes shone with hazy rays as he said, Your Majesty wasn't in the capital these few days, so you don't know that memorials have been flying in like a flurry of snowballs. Your Majesty, please take a look. He took out dozens of memorials which were from various country magistrates all over the empire. Emperor Yanfeng opened one which was by the county magistrate of Initiate Peace County. It said that an earthquake had happened at Grandma Chiyu Temple. Other places had no tremors, except for Grandma Temple which had collapsed, crushing over a dozen believers. When Initiate Peace County magistrate brought a group of people to clean up the debris, they saw that the mountain on which the temple had been built had split apart. In the huge crack, there was a god statue of a giant's upper body. It was the color of flesh, and the light of runes flowed across its body. Emperor Yanfeng frowned slightly, as he thought for a moment. He passed that memorial to Yuxiu and picked another one for himself. It had been sent by the magistrate of Bent Prefecture and spoke about strange incidents happening at Great Bent Lake. When it was midnight, abnormal lights would burst into the sky from the lake, covering its whole surface. There was a huge life form rising from the lake with eyes like lanterns. It was said that it was Bent Lake's sovereign which wanted the people at the shore to offer virgin men and women as tribute. The magistrate sent his bailiff to investigate, and numerous divine arts practitioners had already died. Emperor Yanfeng's brows tensed up as he flipped through the other memorials. Some were about shrines splitting apart, with extremely ancient god statues appearing and shattering the god statues that the people were worshipping. Some spoke of earth shakes and god statues rising in riverbeds. Some of those statues didn't move, but others demanded tribute from people living in their region. There were also numerous places that burst forth with strange lights or had strange creatures appear in their territory. However, no one could take them away. There's no such gods in our Eternal Peace Empire. Ling Yuxiu looked through the memorials, then placed them down. She pondered over what she'd read before asking, where did those god statues come from? They definitely couldn't have just popped out from the ground. Also, the treasures mentioned in the memorials don't seem to have been left by someone, for they are treasures of gods. Not from underground, Emperor Yanfeng said. If they had existed underground, they would have been found long ago. Those stone statues and treasures should have come from another world. It should not be just one world, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. Great ruins have similar stone statues, and rumor says that they are gods who had petrified their bodies. They are in slumber, waiting for something, but they can transform back into their real bodies anytime. If these stone statues came from another world, the timing they chose is very peculiar. Princess and Cult Master Qin created Primordial Spirit Guide, changing the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the next moment, numerous stone statues and strange treasures appeared all around the world, There's definitely a connection between them, Emperor Yanfeng said. Imperial Preceptor, the origin and aim of those stone statues have to be investigated. This reminds me of the incident 2 years ago, when Du Tian's Devil King descended. Back then, he relied on cult Master Qin's sacrifice and a sacrificial altar to be summoned into our world. Furthermore, only his consciousness and part of his power had come to eternal peace, since his body required even more deaths and live sacrifices. Emperor Yanfeng and Ling Yuxiu listened quietly without interfering. What Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor wanted to say was extremely important, so they couldn't be careless. This means that traveling through different worlds requires an immense amount of energy. The stronger the existence that is traveling to another world, the greater the energy required. Since the great Tao of heaven and earth changed, the stone statues of those gods descended. Yet they should have only been able to send their stone statues over, while their power is unable to transfer for the time being. They need countless sacrifices of flesh and blood to call over their true bodies. Emperor Yanfeng and Ling Yuxiu's hearts stirred as a terrifying thought suddenly formed in their heads. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor helped them by saying it out loud. They need to create a large-scale natural disaster for many people to die, for only then could their true bodies come to eternal peace. Emperor Yanfeng and Ling Yuxiu's blood ran cold. The previous natural disaster had already caused countless people to lose their lives, and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had yet to recover from his encounter with the god. If another natural disaster was to happen, the empire was definitely going to fall into ruin, and countless living beings would fall into utter misery. According to my guess, the gods of high heavens will soon receive an order to send disaster for our eternal peace, Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. This natural disaster will definitely not be inferior to the snow disaster before. It can be an earthquake, eruption of volcanoes, tornadoes, floods, or even snow disaster or drought. As long as it's a disaster that can kill billions of people, anything is possible. Emperor Yanfeng croaked out in a hoarse voice. What you mean is, eradicate high heavens, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said indifferently. We need to eradicate the gods of high heavens, since if I didn't guess wrong, the ones in charge of sending disaster to this world is none other than high heavens. If we get rid of it, all the stone statues around the world won't be able to transform into gods or devils, and the people will then be spared from death. We need to make a move first, eradicating all the gods of high heavens. Emperor Yanfeng felt a splitting headache. He raised his hands to hold his head and gritted his teeth. High heavens is in West Earth, and we don't know how many gods and devils they have, so how would we gain the ability to eradicate high heavens? If we could wait a few more years, allowing more experts to patch their divine bridge and cultivate to the god realm. Your Majesty, they won't give you the time. If what I guessed is correct, the treasures mentioned in those memorials are meteorological weapons. Meteorological weapon was an idea suggested by Qin Mu. By keeping meteorological phenomenons, for example, snowstorm, hails, tornadoes, floods, volcano eruptions, and earthquakes, in bottle gourds, they could adjust the weather during normal times. If they were to attack enemy countries, they could also use the meteorological weapons to kill the enemy troops. The time Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had attacked the prairie, Pangong Tso had made the great shamans poison all the water sources. To get rid of the shaman poison and save the herdsmen of the prairie, Imperial Preceptor had then used bottled storms to make it rain for 10 days, which cleansed the land and washed away all of the poison. However, quite a number of herdsmen had drowned in the flood. Because of that, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had been accused of misconduct by the Contrarians, which caused him some trouble. If he wasn't wrong and those treasures of gods and devils were all meteorological weapons, the gods of high heavens just needed to come over, and they would be able to activate them, releasing all kinds of meteorological phenomenon to cause grave casualties in Eternal Peace Empire. With that many people dead, the stone statues would receive enough flesh and blood sacrifices for the power of those gods and devils to flow in like a long river. Once the stone statues regained their true forms, a massacre would begin, and they would wipe out the whole world. I shall immediately send orders and command people to guard the stone statues and treasures. I can't let those things fall into the hands of high heavens. Cold sweat started rolling down Emperor Yanfeng's forehead, and he started walking to and fro. We definitely can't let them find them. Why are they doing this? Can't they just let the people of this world live better lives? I don't understand. The reform touches the benefits of the gods and devils. It changes the Tao, and the gods and devils won't be tolerated by it if they can't change accordingly, said Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. There is definitely an even deeper reason for it, but we are lacking too much information to deduce the truth. Your Majesty, I need Human Emperor to come personally. Emperor Yanfeng looked at him. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked into the distance and muttered, only when Human Emperor calls for it would all the sacred grounds and strong practitioners listen and join hands to wipe out high heavens. Only the human emperor that all the sects revere can make them follow him wholeheartedly. Ling Yuxiu was stupefied. Wasn't the current human emperor Qin Mu? Wasn't human emperor's seal in Qin Mu's hands? Based on that logic, didn't it mean that Qin Mu also had to attack high heavens? I'll go speak with human emperor. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor rose and left. Qin Mu was cultivating his primordial spirit with Si Yunxiang at that moment, the two of them roaming around. When they came to a spot, a majestic mountain there suddenly split, and a huge stone statue rose from the depths of the crack. What's happening? Is this great ruins? The two of them were astonished. They suddenly smelled a fragrance, and their hearts couldn't help shaking. We had just lighted soul guide incense to come to play around, and it couldn't have finished that fast. Someone had to have blown the incense all the way to the bottom. Their primordial spirits were summoned back into their corporeal bodies. Qin Mu opened his eyes and saw village chief, butcher, mute, and even old Ma. Chapter 414, Stone Statues. Qin Mu was astonished. Since Butcher had come back, village chief and the rest should know that Xing'an had attacked and got severely injured. With the danger of Xing'an solved, it was a surprise that old Ma didn't remain in Great Thunderclap Monastery, but instead came with village chief and the rest. Village chief, Xing'an? Village chief shook his head. Xing'an's matter is insignificant. I've called you back because there's something important. Are you able to contact Heavenly Devil Patriarch? Qin Mu's heart stirred as he said, did something big happen? Patriarch and Elder of Discipline left to roam the world and said that Elder of Discipline would bring his ashes back after he died. Village chief, what exactly is going on? Saintess Xiang and I discovered something weird when roaming just now. A mountain split apart and a stone statue rose up. Are you here because of that? Si Yunxiang nodded repeatedly as she added, that stone statue was very terrifying and seemed to be growing out from the mountain, rising upward quickly. There's not only one stone statue. Old Ma gave others a feeling that his wisdom was smooth and round like a pearl. Stone statues have appeared all around the world, and there is about 100 of them. There are numerous strange treasures as well. These objects have all appeared suddenly, and are things that are not from our world. Some stone statues had burst from under Mount Meru, hitting it, but they didn't split it. Instead, they were suppressed. Qin Mu had a weird expression. Mute's expression was grim as his fingers jumped rapidly to make weird gestures. This kind of stone statue is a sign that the gods and devils are descending. Def looked at his hands and said, the gods and devils from the other world can't cross the world barrier easily, so they chose to petrify themselves into stone statues that have no energy to send themselves over. With this, their primordial spirit and magic power would remain in their respective worlds. If they wanted to regain their body of flesh and blood, they would need blood sacrifices to summon their primordial spirit from another world. We saw a few of the treasures on the way, and they are meteorological weapons used to draw great calamities for massacring the populace. Don't look at me. That's what Mute is saying. Everyone looked at Mute, and village chief couldn't resist asking, how do you know so much? You understand all of it even better than I do. Mute grinned, signaling with his hands. Def then said, this guy is acting mute and deaf again. I didn't understand what he signaled. This matter is too terrifying. From what I see, there's no need to find Patriarch or anyone else. Let's return to Great Ruins immediately. Granny C said. So many stone statues had appeared in eternal peace, and once they revive, who can defend against them? Old Ma, don't be a Rolai anymore. Let whoever wants to take over. I also don't want this manor anymore, so let's just all return to Great Ruins immediately. Butcher shook his head and said, Granny, it isn't good to just leave like this, right? Aren't we going to be cowards if we hide in Great Ruins? A man should have an indomitable spirit and fight a vigorous battle. Granny C gave him a look and said coldly, if you aren't leaving, do you want to die? Do you want to return to before, living miserably with your upper body alone? Butcher's face flushed red from anger. I won't stoop myself to your level. Village chief coughed and said, Granny, human emperor needs to take on the responsibility. Take on the responsibility. Granny C smiled with extreme anger. Can you take on the responsibility? You couldn't, yet you still pushed Muir into the pit. If you have the capability, take on the responsibility yourself. Look at you now, hiding in Great Ruins like a rod and acting dead, yet you still have the face to talk about responsibility. Village chief was too angry to even form words. You what you? Granny C asked ruthlessly. There are over 100 Ed stone statues. If you have the ability, go cut down all of them. Otherwise, you shall also go back obediently to Great Ruins and act dead like me. Def coughed and said, Granny, you're going overboard. How is it related to you? I brought Qin Mu up, cleaning his pee and poop. All you did every day was hit his palm with a black face. If it was not because you could write well and taught Muir to read, I would have beaten you to death long ago. Def stuttered from his fury. One can learn without a beating. You unreasonable woman. Only a lowly person would quarrel. Granny C put a cowskin over his head, and Deaf instantly became a mooing bull. Granny, I think, Apothecary started to say, but was cut off as well. Scram. Granny C said coldly. Go back and serve those women of yours. All right, Apothecary replied frankly, and turned to leave. Mute knocked on his tobacco pipe and signaled. Shut up, you bad egg, always full of mischievous ideas. Mute lowered his head, feeling extremely wronged. He stopped talking. Cripple opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Granny C turned around to stare at him. Cripple then shuddered and laughed dryly. Why are you so fierce? We can discuss this peacefully, huh? Everything is good. Old Ma, say something. I listen to your words the most, so if you say to return to the village, I will return. Old Ma says go, and I will go. Granny C glanced at Old Ma. If you don't return to Great Ruins, I will go to your Great Thunderclap Monastery, and you can see how many monks will be left in your monastery. Old Ma didn't say a word. Blind, say something. Village chief looked at Blind. If Mua wants to stay, then we shall stay. If Mua wants to return to Great Ruins, we shall also return. Granny C looked at him coldly, and Blind closed his eyes. Granny, if you want to take Mua away, they can't stop you, but I can. I brought Mua away once, so I know his resolve. We are all old, and if village chief won't manage to patch his divine bridge, he probably won't make it past next spring, so why do we have to strain our relationships? Just listen to what Muir has to say. Granny C's heart softened, and she looked at Qin Mu. In a gentle voice, she said, Muir, you are already a grown-up. The baddies of the village taught you to be like that, but you shouldn't learn bad from them. Follow Granny back. You shall marry any girl you like, and Granny will wait to carry her grandson. Qin Mu looked around in a daze before lowering his head. Si Yunxiang looked around her surroundings, also slightly at a loss. She didn't know what was happening. Aunt is pretty awe-inspiring, scolding all these godlike existence into obedience. When can I become this impressive as well? After a moment, Qin Mu raised his head. These stone statues are like the stone statues of great ruins, gods and devils who had petrified themselves, but they had suddenly appeared because Yushio and I founded Primordial Spirit Guide. Those stone statues have came to wipe out eternal peace, right? In that case, the trouble is caused by me, isn't it? They are here to kill me. It might not have been caused by you, but Emperor Yanfeng killing Jade Sovereign of High Heavens with a cannon. Based on the timing, High Heavens should have reported that event to their masters. Besides, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Yanfeng's reform would have brought this sooner or later, just probably several years later, Village Chief explained. This change doesn't rest solely on your shoulders, but also the reform. First, Emperor Yanfeng's cannon raised the attention of the masters of High Heavens. Then Princess Xiao and you founded Primordial Spirit Guide, which brought about some changes to the Great Tao. In that case, part of the reason is still me. Qin Mu pondered it for a moment, then said to Granny C, Granny, I'm not going back. I still have many friends here, like Wei Yong, Chen Wanyan, Mu Qingdai, and Yu Qinghong. I don't want to hear news of their deaths a few years later. Didn't you guys say it before? I should clean up after myself. Granny C was slightly stunned. Butcher taught you to be loyal, so you are really going to be loyal? What's loyalty going to do? Can it save your life? Qin Mu shook his head. It won't, but it will put my heart at ease. Granny C was first stunned, then she sighed. At ease? I don't know if you'll still be able to feel at ease when Eternal Peace Empire is wiped out by the fire of war. But you have grown up and have your own ideas. Fine then, I won't force you. Invite Patriarch back. Qin Mu blinked and asked with curiosity, why do I have to invite Patriarch? We old bones discussed and felt that High Heavens would come to activate the treasures which broke out from the earth and release various natural disasters, using the resulting deaths as sacrifices to bring over the gods whose stone statues have risen in eternal peace. To stop that, we discussed a plan to attack the High Heavens to prevent their actions. Since those statues are the bodies of gods and devils, why don't we just smash them? Qin Mu asked in bewilderment. Once the gods and devils petrify themselves, they become incomparably tough, too hard to shatter, Blind said. Have you ever seen shattered stone statues in Great Ruins? Qin Mu pondered over it, realizing that it was indeed the case. He had roamed around in Great Ruins numerous times, but rarely seen shattered stone statues. However, he had seen numerous Dragon King statues whose heads had been severed in the East Sea. That time, it should have been the Heavenly King of Heavenly King Temple. He'd ridden the Dragon Shilin to quell the rebellion in the East Sea, using Green Dragon Crescent Blade to sever the heads of Dragon King's stone statues. Can we move the stone statues to Great Ruins?
Qin Mu asked.
If we move them to Great Ruins and place them near the stone statues there, we wouldn't have to worry about them reviving and created a ruckus. Cripple smiled and said, Carrying a stone statue is like carrying a god. Who can carry a god and walk tens of thousands of miles to great ruins? Besides, it's not just one or two, but over 100. Qin Mu frowned. The god statues were indeed terrifyingly heavy. An existence like Old Ma would have to rest after walking just 1,000 yards. On top of that, Old Ma was a person who had a strong corporeal body. Saint Xiang, what method does the sacred cult have to contact patriarch or elder of discipline? Qin Mu turned his head to ask the girl. My C family has 2 heart inspection mirrors which act as a pair. By mumbling the other person's name and imagining their voice and appearance, one is able to contact another person, seeing them and hearing their voice. Patriarch and Elder of Discipline have one such inspection mirror, so it's simple to contact them. I shall go inform Elder Lady and get her to contact Patriarch. There's still a toy like heart inspection mirror in the sacred cult. Qin Mu said in astonishment. Si Yunxiang rolled her eyes at him. You became the sacred cult master 2 years ago, and how many times have you gone to Saint Arrival Mountain? The sacred cult Si family, you family, sure family, have you visited them? If you weren't a decent cult master, I would have long rebelled against you. Qin Mu smiled. You don't have the ability. Si Yunxiang was driven mad, but could only contact the great-grandmother of Si family. She wanted to be as awe-inspiring as Granny Si, but the brat didn't give her face, giving her no chance to become impressive. Grandpa Butcher, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, the Milky Way, and the constellations are all fake. Qin Mu came to Butcher's side and said, Grandpa Butcher should know numerous secrets, right? Butcher pulled out his pig-slaughtering knives and grinded the blades against each other. When talking about this, I cannot talk about the martial art I founded. Every cloud has a silver lining. Back then, I was a great master of the battle techniques, and all I wanted to do was to create an ultimate art that had no comparison. Back then, I was overflowing with confidence and felt that I was invincible in this world, that any divine art could be destroyed with one knife strike. However, I had never fought with heaven before, so I wanted to split the sky and jump out to fight with heaven. Chapter 415, talented in both literature and painting. Back then, Butcher was a maniac. He was overbearing, invincible, lonely, and full of ambition, instead of being rough like right now. Not only was his knife skills superb, he was also knowledgeable, and the poems he wrote were bold and unrestrained. He was also a gifted scholar that was renowned at that time. His knife skills were called Heaven Knife, and he was also named after them. His every move was filled with poetic qual. Ity, speaking his mind and emotionally unrestrained. If Disabled Elderly Village was ranked according to their literary talent, the first would be Deaf, but the second would be Butcher. Even though he'd grown crazy and spewed vulgarities, he was a famous literary giant back in the day. At that time, he had challenged nearly all of the experts, including even Pangong Tso. The Grandmaster of Roland's Golden Palace could only hide, not daring to face him. Butcher was enormously proud of his success, and besides an annoying disciple, his life was already complete. Of course, his disciple was also very remarkable. He was called Ba Shan and known as Hegemon Knife. For over 4 or 5 decades, wind and rain clouded the sky. As transient as a fleeting cloud, every cloud had a silver lining. One should not think about boasting, for after the crisis comes hope. When looking at the sky and sea, a journey taken seems but a smoke. Butcher created Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, and the Battle Technique School was pushed to a height at which it had never been. At that time, many people learned the way of the knife in the martial world, and the Battle Technique School became mainstream, suppressing spell divine arts and sword technique divine arts. It was at that moment that Butcher finally couldn't resist attacking the sky. He wasn't a person like Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor with his reform, but a person who wanted to fight to his heart's content. After I founded that move, I immediately tested it, and the knife sliced the sky apart. Butcher swung his knife, and the knife skill he executed was none other than Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. He didn't unleash any power with this move, but only executed it once. He then pulled back his knife, his expression weird. He composed himself, seeming to be reminiscing about the period when he had become deranged. I saw a strange sight. The sky split open, but there were no stars behind it. I was very careful and didn't go up to check. Instead, I found a few like-minded friends who were all proficient in algebra. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Butcher actually knew how to be careful? He was the one with the worst temper, the one who would go straight into things, slashing down as he swung his knives. This kind of personality should be a facade purposely created by Grandpa Butcher. Those who believe he is a boorish fellow should have all died, Qin Mu thought to himself. Then, I slashed toward the sky with my knife again. My algebra friends should have calculated the thickness and height of the sky, but there was a problem that time. Butcher fell silent. After a moment, he said sorrowfully, My friends died. In the tear that I had slashed open, an eye appeared. A huge eye. a weird eye. When it looked at us, I felt my soul throbbing as though it was going to be pulled out of my body. However, my corporeal body was extremely strong, and my heart suppressed the throbbing along with my primordial spirit. However, my good friends didn't manage to do that. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he fell silent again. I didn't go up to the sky to find the owner of that eye immediately. Instead, I brought the corpses of my good friends back to their homes, letting their families arrange for their funerals and bury them. Butcher fell into a daze as he spoke. I knelt down and begged for forgiveness, especially from the family of my sworn elder brother. Elder sister was a very nice person, but she gave me a slap. She then told me to get out and leave for as far as possible instead of taking revenge. I knew the meaning of her words. If I went and take revenge, I would definitely die. But I still went. He revealed a smile and said to Qin Mu, "My friends, my elder brother, all of them had died without knowing how it happened, and it happened because of me. So how could I not take revenge?" A man 8 feet tall, full of muscle, with heroism in his chest and big knives in his hands, how could he not take revenge? Not do what his heart said? Elder sister cherished me and didn't want me to die, but my knives and my heart were upright and plain-spoken, so I had to take revenge. That was why I carried my knives up to the sky. Many people said I was a lunatic, right? Qin Mu nodded silently. Too many people had said Heaven Knife, who had raised his knives against the heaven, was a lunatic, that he had fought with the gods of heaven in the dark sky filled with clouds and lightning strikes. It was said that in that battle, Heaven Knife, the strongest practitioner of the battle technique school, had fallen to a devil's influence, which made him challenge the heaven. His actions then became a legend carried down through the generations. Heaven Knife was severed in half at the waist, and his blood sprayed on the mortal world. The battle technique school lost their strongest practitioner, but it was still prospering. It was so until the rise of Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor who, because the battle technique school was fierce and liked to kill people frequently, challenged it in its entirety, killing numerous famous people. From then on, battle technique school went down the slope. I fought against the sky, but it was only this thick. Butcher made a pinching motion with thumb and index finger, leaving a space of 3 inches between them at most. Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sky was 10,000 miles high and its thickness was 1,000 yards, which was calculated by Su Xinghua, Wang Miran, and Lin Xian. But Butcher frequently talked drivel, wrote poems, and exaggerated, so 3 inches was only his metaphor. I fought my way up to the sky and saw numerous weird formations. Butcher looked at the sky in a daze. The sky was only the thickness of a line, but there were numerous complicated formations that operated automatically, presenting the shapes of the sun, moon, stars, Milky Way, and constellations. I was furious at that time. The bullshit heaven was all fake, yet the stubborn mules of Dao sect were still calculating heavenly cycles and constellations. Commoners even worshipped the sun and moon every day, paying their respects to those toys. I wanted to chop them up, to shatter them, and see how they would then continue to fool people. But then Heaven Knife met gods, the gods that were protecting the fake astronomical phenomenon. Heaven Knife and the gods fought, and he was severed at the waist, which resulted in him falling down. His lower body was snatched by Grand Shaman, who had also snatched the severed hand of a god which was later stolen by Qin Mu. It was still with Butcher. I never met the owner of that eye, and didn't manage to take revenge for my good friends. I was disabled, crippled. A crazed look appeared in Butcher's eyes, but his mind was still stable. I had no face to return to the families of those friends, to meet my elder sister, or to die. Those friends are still looking at me. With a cry that wasn't really a cry, and a smile that wasn't really a smile, he said, "I can't let them raise the crippled me, and I can't let Bashan see the crippled me." This world had Heaven Knife who died in battle, not Heaven Knife who struggled for years at death's door. At that time, I crawled and crawled through the rain and snow. I crawled until I reached Great Ruins, where cold mud covered the ground. It was Blind who picked me and brought me to the village. That damned Blind keeps using this against me. Butcher's face became sorrowful soon, however. When I left Great Ruins with Blind last year, I couldn't resist going to visit elder sister. She has grown old, her eyes becoming blurry and her head not being as good as before. She couldn't recognize me anymore. Her grandchildren follow her, for she can no longer walk, just lay in the recliner. Her grandchildren said that the sentence she says the most is, "I shouldn't have let second brother go back then." Butcher wept manly tears, but his voice still remained calm. When I spent the last moments of her life with her, she was still harping on about me, not knowing that I was right beside her. She said that she had harmed me. Qin Mu stayed silent. Butcher raised his spirits and said, "Even though I didn't spend much time in the sky, I saw a lot of stuff. The sun, moon, and stars are actually formations created in a small space. It seemed like. He looked at Death who had been turned into a bull and said, "It seemed like a painting. However, those sun, moon, and stars weren't things that were drawn. They truly existed and operated automatically, hidden in the painting. I had seen Def's paintings before, and they're extraordinary, but not to that extent. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. There are formations in the picture which show us the magnificent sight of the sun, moon, and stars? Moo. A big black cow mooed angrily beside Qin Mu. Next to it were a ku. Female deer demons that were trying to pick it up. Butcher chased the deer demons away and placed his pig-slaughtering knife on top of the bull's head. He swung it up and down, making the black bull shiver in fear. Butcher stabbed the knife into the bull's neck and carefully peeled off the cowskin while the deer demons fled in a panic. Def tumbled out from the cowskin and grumbled, "Butcher, you almost hurt me. The sky is like a painting, but it wasn't completely a painting. There were a sun, moon, and stars inside. They were all forged treasured. The painting instead covered the true sky and maintained the formations of the sun, moon, and stars for tens of thousands of years. You couldn't do that. Your cultivation is too shallow." Butcher pushed Pig's slaughtering knife back into its sheath and said, "Those gods in the sky should be the dogs guarding the astronomical phenomenon picture and not the real gods. They're very strong and no weaker than those guys in high heavens. However, I didn't see the owner of that divine eye. He shouldn't be from this world. When I was investigating the astronomical phenomenon, he detected me and only then looked over. There was a picture that covered the whole world. The sun, moon, stars, constellations, and Milky Way were all formations that could operate by themselves. The thickness of the picture material was only 1,000 yards while its height was 10,000 miles. Qin Mu had a headache. Was this something that humans could create? Back then, I didn't manage to see past the sky." Butcher's face became sorrowful again as he said, "My knife had only sliced apart the astronomical picture, but I didn't slice open what's behind it. Back then, my corporeal body was terrifyingly strong, so I didn't die. However, I went mad." As a matter of fact, Butcher would still flare up from time to time, scolding the heaven, full of cynicism. The people of Disabled Elderly Village were all people who didn't have a complete body from various setbacks while their hearts and corporeal bodies had suffered from psychological shock. They were more or less embittered. "I could draw what I saw in the sky," Butcher said. "However, my drawing isn't as good as that of Def. Muir, give me a few days. I will draw down all the formations for you to take a look." Qin Mu was astonished. Butcher was rough and boorish, courageous and strong to the point he was like the reincarnation of a bull demon. On top of that, the stubble on his face was also incomparably robust, able to give off sparks when he shaved it with pig-slaughtering knife. Such a boorish man was actually talented in both literature and painting. And he was even honored as Heaven Knife. Def, on the other hand, wasn't astonished. "In our village, the one most lacking in culture is blind. Butcher's literary works and paintings are all first-rated. It's just that he didn't put all his heart into them, or else he would have left his name in history as we." LL. Qin Mu looked at Blind, only to see him staring at Def with shining eyes. The next couple of days, Butcher cooped himself up in his room and painted continuously. Qin Mu didn't go and disturb him. Si Yinxiang in the meantime managed to contact the young patriarch and came to report to him. Patriarch had gone to West Earth, but he's on his way back. Qin Mu was astonished. Patriarch went to West Earth? Could he be looking for his old lover? At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice. "Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor seeks an audience with Human Emperor." Qin Mu turned around and looked toward the source of the voice while laughing loudly. "Why is Heavenly King so polite? Just saying that you are here to meet the cult master will do. Calling me the Human Emperor is too formal." Si Yunxiang was full of admiration. Cult master's level of thick skin is something I can never reach. Chapter 416. With Human Emperor's seal out. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor walked into the manor and looked around in astonishment. He praised, "When I finally retire after the success of the reform, I would also like to find a pleasant scenery like this to enjoy domestic bliss with my wife and children." Qin Mu welcomed him with a smile. "What has Heavenly King come here for?" "I'm not here as Heavenly Saint Heavenly King to meet Cult Master, but as Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor to meet Human Emperor. May Human Emperor assist us." Qin Mu's expression instantly became solemn. "Imperial Preceptor, please speak." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked around before saying, "Where's old Human Emperor? Can I invite him over for a talk to?" Village Chief is basking in the sun and drinking tea. The two of them found Village Chief drinking tea with Apothecary. Numerous women surrounded them, holding the teacups to their lips, so the two didn't even need to stretch out their hands. The corners of Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's eyes twitched. Empress Dowager was among those girls. He immediately covered his face and pretended not to see her. He had always been at loggerheads with Empress Dowager, who had gone against him time and time again. On top of that, little Poison King Fu Yuanqing poisoning her was also his idea. However, He was still a subject of the empire, so when he saw Empress Dowager serving a man like that, he naturally had to avoid it. Empress Dowager saw him and sneered, but didn't avoid him. Apothecary saw the situation and smiled. There are too many mortal affairs here, so let us go elsewhere. I know a place with an extremely beautiful scenery. Bring your musical instruments so we can go there and play. The women danced and sang in delight as they left with him. Only then did Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor move his sleeves away from his eyes and greet Village Chief. After Qin Mu sat down, he also followed. Abnormal events have been happening in Eternal Peace Empire one after another. Numerous treasures and 100 stone statues had appeared, but this shouldn't have escaped from both of your ears, right? I'm sure I don't have to explain the danger of it to the two human emperors. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor went straight to the main point and said, "My visit here is to ask Human Emperor to take out Human Emperor's seal to command all the heroes of the world to wage war against High Heavens to prevent the people from suffering again." Village Chief looked at him peculiarly and asked, "Has Imperial Preceptor ever been to High Heavens?" Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor shook his head. "If you knew the true power of High Heavens, you wouldn't think this way. Back in the day, I took all the heroes under my command and planned a life and death struggle with High Heavens at West Earth, but it resulted in only me losing my arms and legs. High Heavens don't only have the 4 sovereigns of High Heavens, but other fake gods as well. The 4 sovereigns are nothing to be feared, but you will meet a real god, a true god." His old face was filled with wrinkles that were very deep. There seemed to be an old farmer who had his back toward the sun in them, the wrinkles themselves being the land he plowed. "A true god who is God realm in every aspect," Village Chief said calmly. "My sword skill lost his sword skill, and he severed my legs and arms. Human Emperor? Che." That was what he said before throwing me away like garbage. He looked at Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. "At that time, you hadn't been born for long, so you wouldn't know about this. The strong practitioners who had followed me either died, escaped, or disbanded. I, this Human Emperor, had failed completely. I suffered an utter defeat. Your attainments in sword skill have already surpassed mine, even if your attainments in sword path are still slightly inferior to mine. However, if you go to High Heavens, your end will be the same as mine." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor frowned. "In that case, what should we do?" "Don't go to High Heavens, but intercept them," Village Chief said. "Whoever comes down has to be killed. One comes down, we kill one. All come down, we kill all. Don't worry about that true god. He needs a lot of flesh and blood sacrifices to come down. Back then, he managed to come only because a god of High Heavens was used as a sacrifice." In that case, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked at Qin Mu and asked solemnly, "May I ask for Human Emperor's seal?" Qin Mu took out the black lump which was a seal. It was not eye-catching at all, but it was made from all the best treasures in all the clans and sections. They were forged into one and represented the authority of the Human Emperor. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and took out the seal. This action would mean that he, the Human Emperor, would be walking from the backstage to the front, bringing a lot of danger to himself. Like Village Chief back then, he had become the Human Emperor and had no choice but to deal with the life and death situation of the human race. There were many hidden arrows coming for it. According to the teachings of the people in the village, things like Human Emperor's seal had to be thrown as far away as possible, but the people in the village had also taught him to be responsible. All the 9 elders in the village taught him different things, which sometimes conflicted among themselves, so he had to choose and follow his heart. Qin Mu took in a deep breath and asked, "Village Chief, how do I use this seal?" "Pour your vital chi into it, then let us help you." Qin Mu pushed his vital chi inside, and it poured into Human Emperor's seal. The black lump seemed to have a kind of consciousness which activated and flowed out back to the owner. Qin Mu instantly felt an explosion in his head as though unyielding strong practitioners and their unyielding spirits had been hidden inside and were now rushing out at him. Dazzled, he thought he saw a bunch of people wearing ragged clothes walking toward him. Behind them were countless commoners of different races who belonged to every clan and sect of Eternal Peace Empire. They were the ancestors of the people of this land. Their faces had an emaciated look and held traces of hardship and the fire of war along with knowledge of many casualties. Their gazes were filled with sorrow and fear. They carried a history which would make people despair as disaster went through the land. The gods and devils had spread havoc, and it had been Human Emperor who had brought them out of despair, bringing them to this new land. Each of them had taken out their treasures and imprinted their consciousness inside them. The treasures were then smelted and forged into a huge seal before respectfully offered to that person. The one who wields this seal will be the Human Emperor. Their consciousness transformed into voices which exploded in Qin Mu's mind. With Human Emperor's seal out, none will disobey. Qin Mu's heart trembled. At that moment, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Village Chief released their vital chi to help activate the human Emperor's seal. With a hum, it floated high up into the sky and gave off a radiant glow. The unyielding consciousness transformed into physical substance, and the apparitions of the patriarchs and emperors who founded sects and countries shone, imprinting their majestic figures on the heaven and earth. Terrifying consciousness rushed out in all directions, bringing to their successors of the same bloodline the summons, calling them to come forward. That was their promise, the undying pledge they made to the human emperor for his deeds. With human emperor's seal out, none will disobey. The promise the ancestors had made 20,000 years ago had to obey even after that much time had passed. After a moment, Village Chief and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor pulled back their magic power. Qin Mu dispersed his vital chi with his mind was surging. That was hum. An Emperor's seal, the treasure that all clans and sects had offered to human emperor together. It clearly had no power in itself, but it had an immense ability to rally supporters. Let us wait here for a few days. What will come, Village Chief said indifferently. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor agreed. May I ask how many experts will come? Strong practitioners of ordinary Divine Bridge realm won't be too useful. They will only be able to give up their lives even if they come. Village Chief smiled. Those that dare and can come will naturally be experts. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor still wasn't at ease. The experts of this world were usually in the sacred grounds, and those that could be on par with them were only Old Rulai, Old Dao Master, and the experts of Little Jade Capital. However, it stood aloof from worldly affairs while Old Rulai and Old Dao Master had retired. Those who could come were not that many in number. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. When I saw the apparitions just now, not all of them were humans. Some of them clearly belonged to others' races. I also saw numerous strange races, Imperial Preceptor said as well. Back then, the clans that Human Emperor rescued didn't consist of only humans. Some of them gave up this land of eternal peace to find other homes, in other territories. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor expression filled with astonishment. They went overseas? In East Sea, a huge island was moving slowly in the ocean. Within it lived a strange race. The men had horns on their heads and fished for a living while the women had no horns. When the men jumped into the sea, their bodies would shake and transform into those of huge whales. Their head would still, however, retain the sharp drill-like horns which they used to travel through in the water as though they were flying. The monsters in the sea were simply not their opponents. Every time there was a catch, the whales would jump back onto the islands, transforming back into men when they landed on the ground. They would then carry their catch to the village. Suddenly, all the people on the island could sense an ineffable call from their bloodline. They all looked toward a faraway land. The summon of Human Emperor's seal. In the shrine that was at the center of the islands, the heart of the elders in white throbbed as they shouted out, "Quickly, wake old ancestor up." Ong. Melodious cries of a whale came from the bottom of the sea, and the island trembled, for at the back of a whale. When it was awoken, it spewed out a water pillar that was hundreds of yards tall. Far away, there were a few more islands floating around, also belonging to the huge whales. The people and palaces on one sea island flew up and left, coming to the other islands. That huge whale then gradually sunk to the bottom of the sea, and after a moment, a topless, long-haired, and sturdy man walked out from the sea and stepped onto the island. In the hall of Sea King, numerous elders in white were waiting. When they saw the sturdy man, they all bowed. King Kun, the ancestor of Kun race, made a promise 20,000 years ago, and it still flows in our blood today. It is still within us. King Kun surveyed the surroundings and said, "Human Emperor's seal is summoning me, so I need to go personally. Call the sacred artifact." Numerous elders in white split into two rows before a sacrificial altar in their hall of Sea King. Within it was a long, spiral-shaped, golden horn which looked like a golden lance. King Kun paid his respect and pulled out the long horn. Instantly, huge waves splashed into the sky around the island, and the elders in white sent him off respectfully. King Kun held the golden lance as he sprinted over the sea, transforming back into a huge longhorn whale that surfed toward eternal peace. Just as King Kun leaped from the waves, a huge bird flew past him, its spread out wings covering an area of a few hectares. When that huge bird saw him, its body did a sudden spin and flew over like an arrow. Countless feathers fluttered in the wind as it transformed into a woman who landed in front of King Kun. Her legs were talons, while on her head there was a victory headdress made from plumes. King Kun smiled and said, "Kingy, you have also came? Human Emperor has summoned us again, and we need to come and fulfill the promise our ancestors made. How can I not come?" Suddenly, the sea churned and a pitch-black tortoiseshell ship broke out from the bottom, leaping off the sea surface before smashing back down again. It swayed for a moment before steadying itself. "Raise the flags," a voice called out on the ship.
Whoosh.
A huge drenched flag rose, revealing a tortoise and a serpent painted on it. In little jade capital, old R'lyeh frowned slightly and sighed. "I thought we could have some peace. Yet here we are and need to leave the mountains so soon." Old Dao Master smiled and said, "If we don't leave the mountain, our successors will have to, and won't they be just seeking death? Let's go." Old R'lyeh nodded and sighed, rising to follow him out of little jade capital. Chapter 417. Great Terror. The sea was foggy in the early morning in Eternal Peace River Prefecture. What happened next, the guard stationed at that time wouldn't be able to forget even after many years. Grayish fog spread across the surface of the sea, while a huge narwhal leaped out. Its body flew above them as though it was a cloud, covering the docks of River Prefecture. The whale then became smaller and smaller as it fell into the city. Before the soldiers could even come back to their senses, they saw another huge shadow sailing in from the fog on the sea. It was a tortoiseshell ship, with all kinds of shells crawling over its body. A black tortoise flag fluttered in the sea breeze. The huge ship sailed straight toward the dock, and just as it looked like it was going to crash into the dock, it suddenly lifted dozens of yards off the ground with 4 legs. The ship then walked in the air above the ships and rumbled into the city. Within it, the soldiers looked at the ship that was walking in front of them in a daze. They saw that it carried a flying serpent which had coiled around it and flapped its wings on the mast. If that wasn't enough, the soldiers on the ship also looked strange. They had a tortoise's shell on their backs as well as flying serpents coiling around them, forming a strange kind of symbiosis. Pond Prefecture also encountered a strange incident. That area was known for its 1,000 deep ponds whose bottoms could not be seen. On that day, the 1,000 ponds suddenly dried up, and the water and fish within them vanished all at once. Numerous people looked into the deepest one and saw that at its bottom there was actually a bronze door. Pond Prefecture Magistrate ordered people to head down to check on the pond, and they reported, "The bronze doors at the bottom of the pond are locked with seals. They can't be opened." While the magistrate was baffled, the bronze door suddenly opened, and a man covered in scales walked out. He turned around to lock the door, then shouted out, I know. Annoying woman. Human Emperor has summoned me, so I'm only helping to fulfill our ancestors' promise. I won't be fierce and pick fights. You know that my temper is the best among us Earth travelers."
See what see?
"See me shatter your knee with one punch." "I wasn't talking about you. I'm saying those country bumpkin giants above. I know to lock the door. You're being naggier than my mother." Pond Prefecture Magistrate and the rest stood beside the pond while looking at a 5-foot-tall dwarf with a face full of beard carefully locking the bronze door before coming ashore. Pond Prefecture Magistrate went forward and asked curiously, "This senior brother?" The dwarf covered in scales looked at him in alert. "Country bumpkin giant, don't lay your eyes on us Earth travelers. We've made an agreement before that the surface belonged to you country bumpkins, and the underground is ours." The magistrate of Pond Prefecture was flabbergasted when he heard the dwarf shouting into the pond right after. "Woman, release the water. Prevent these giants from stealing our underground world." Water started to pour into the ponds, and soon, all the deep ponds were filled. The bluish jade ripples in the ponds were like scales, and there were many fishes in the water once more. Just as Pond Prefecture Magistrate was about to ask about it, the dwarf suddenly tunneled into the ground and disappeared. Pond Prefecture Magistrate and the rest were all stupefied. There are people living underground? How are they surviving there? Meanwhile, in Willow Prefecture in the south, which worshipped a lot of willow immortals, witnessed a willow tree transforming into a green dragon and flying away. Numerous weird incidents happened all around the world, causing a discussion among the commoners. "Moor, these are the formations I saw that day in the sky. I didn't get to examine them in detail, so I can only remember this much." In the manner, Butcher passed all the sun, moon, and stars he had drawn during the 2 days to Chinmu. The youth's scalp crawled when he saw what filled the hall. He picked up one picture Butcher had drawn which represented a star, and saw that its structure was extremely complicated and looked rather mired in minor details. The star was Chief Star, and the picture of the formation faintly showed the black face and tusks of a ghost god which held a brush in one hand and a golden seal in the other. Under his feet was a fish dragon's sacrificial altar. Chinmu then picked up another star picture, and it was Greedy Wolf Star. The formation showed the picture of a dragon turtle and with a sacrificial altar below its feet. He frowned and scanned the other pictures as well. Most of them had sacrificial altars formed by formations, while the inside of the stars had the shape of gods and devils. What exactly are these god and devil formations and sacrificial altars used for? Is it to operate the astronomical phenomenon or something else? Uneasiness filled his heart. If it was just to maintain the operation of the fake astronomical phenomenon in the sky, there was no need for them to be so complicated. The formations just needed to glow, and that was all. Since it could be so simple, why were they so complicated? The sacrificial altar and the white bone sacrificial altar that I used to summon Dutian Devil King are slightly similar to these. It's just that the formation structure is different. Qin Mu felt his blood run cold. There were countless stars floating in the sky, and there were countless sacrificial altars hidden in them, ready to summon gods and devils. If there was a great blood sacrifice one day, and those gods and devils descended, how terrifying would it be when tens of thousands of gods and devils came to the mortal realm? Not to mention eternal peace. Even founding Emperor era back in the day would have been destroyed, right? Eternal Peace Empire is absolutely not worth the effort to guard and supervise. So what exactly is this fake astronomical phenomenon guarding against? Qin Mu had numerous questions that he couldn't answer. The formations in the star pictures Butcher had drawn were all incomplete. He didn't have time to study the fake astronomical phenomenon before he suffered an attack by the gods guarding them. However, he had still managed to draw a rough layout. Qin Mu suppressed the astonishment in his heart and continued to examine the structure of the formations. His eyebrows scrunched up tighter and tighter, and he suddenly asked, "Grandpa Butcher, how are your attainments in formation?" "SOSO, I'm inferior to Blind," Butcher said honestly. "I shall go and invite Grandpa Blind to take a look." Qin Mu went to find Blind and asked him to look. "Okay, through the pictures. These formations are very weird, and I have never seen them before. Grandpa Blind, have you seen something similar before?" Blind looked through the pictures one by one with his face becoming more and more solemn. He shook his head. "I've never seen formation structure like this before. Weird, this is truly weird. The formations in these star pictures are used to construct the bodies of gods and devils, but they can also give off rays like the sun, moon, and stars. This kind of formation structure isn't simple. It's a pity that none of these formations are complete. The time was too short, I could only remember this much." Blind examined them in detail, again, and calculated. These formations construct the bodies of gods and devils, but they also break down the bodies of gods and devils. "Butcher, do you understand what this means?" Butcher pondered over it before saying, "What you mean is that if we have divine arts practitioners line up according to the structure of the formation, we can possess the power of gods and devils." Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Making the Qi cultivators line up according to the formation structure and activating the formation would be equivalent to gaining the power of a god or devil. If such a formation was activated, how astonishing would its power be? It's a pity the formations aren't complete. Blind shook his head and said, "You have drawn so much, but none of them are complete. Other than that, there's another possibility." Astonishing rays burst forth from his eyes, and he walked out from the hall. He raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "These formation structures may very well be the vital Qi circulation of those gods and devils. The formation inside every star might be their complete technique. A huge treasure vault is up there in the sky, but it's a pity that I can't go there to take a look." Qin Mu's heart pounded heavily. A star represented a technique of gods and devils? How many stars and constellations were there in the sky? Didn't this mean that there were tens of thousands of techniques of gods and devils hidden in the sky picture? The ultimate arts of the three big sacred grounds, Dao Sect, Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Heavenly Saint Cult, were all revered as techniques that could turn one into a god, Buddha, or a devil. For them to stand until now and not fall, their effects were extraordinary. Yet in the sky, there were tens of thousands of techniques that were no inferior to the three ultimate arts. Just thinking about it made him excited. Yet after the excitement, what Qin Mu felt was fear and terror. Great fear and great terror. Hope the sky will never be dyed red by blood. Or else, his bones started shivering. When the sky of eternal peace was dyed red by blood, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky would transform into terrifying gods and devils to descend on the world. This would be the vision of doomsday, literally. Suddenly. Why? Qin Mu sensed something and looked toward the east. He saw a huge tortoiseshell ship walking among the mountains. It flapped its serpent wings while its huge flag fluttered in the wind. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor also sensed some motion and looked toward the east. He saw a flood moving over like a huge wave upon which stood a topless, sturdy man holding a golden lance. There was also a woman in the sky with wings on her back. When they moved, wind and lightning surged, accompanied by the sound of thunder. They actually came. Village chief floated up and revealed an excited expression. "I'm old, but they have not aged. They are still alive." The tortoiseshell ship came next to the manor and suddenly stopped. A person with a tortoise shell on his back flew down. He belonged to the race of black tortoises. A flying serpent danced around on the huge ship, whose bow trembled as a dragon had popped out. Flames and thick smoke spewed out from its nose and mouth while its eyes rotated around. It shouted loudly, "Black Tortoise Xian Shengwu is here to meet Human Emperor." The sturdy man controlling the huge wave lowered its speed and landed in front of the manor with a whoosh. The wave behind him then vanished. "King Kuan of Kun's is here to meet Human Emperor." The woman in the sky stilled her wings, and the wind and lightning all hid under her feathers. She then landed on the ground. King Yi of Wings is here, on invitation. Qin Mu immediately took out Human Emperor's seal and held it in his hand when he went forward to welcome them. Fellow lords have come from afar, and I can't appreciate it enough. Please come into the manor to chat. King Kun, King Shi, and Xian Xinwu were astonished. The black tortoiseshell ship suddenly trembled and became smaller and smaller, transforming into a majestic man with a tortoise's shell on his back and a serpent coiling around him. Human Emperor is becoming younger and younger. He was a middle-aged man in the past, he said in a soft voice. Brother Xingu, the Human Emperor you mentioned is most likely dead. Humans are not like us. They can't live that long, King Kun said. Xian Xingu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. That fellow looked for trouble for no reason. He was always embittered and called us to do this and that. What an annoyance. Village Chief had wanted to meet his old friends, but he couldn't help freezing when he heard what they said. He seethed with anger. Suddenly, a voice came from underground. Earth Traveler Chief Tuxing. Aya. The ground trembled, and a Messi had popped out in front of the manor. There was a huge bump on it, and its owner roared in anger. Which asshole refined the rock to be so hard? Chapter 418. Earthquake Cauldron. The head was very huge, and the bump that had swelled wasn't small either. However, the person wasn't high when he tunneled out from underground. He was only 5 foot, and his face was covered with a scraggly beard that grew in all directions. Chief of Earth Travelers, this manor was constructed by the 4 sovereigns of high heavens. They put much of their capital into its construction, Qin Mu explained right away. Those wretches again. The dwarf jumped out and landed on the floor with a thump. Even though his body was short, he was astonishingly heavy. He raised his head and said, Country Giant, are you the Human Emperor? Did that haughty Human Emperor die already? He didn't wait for Qin Mu to reply, unable to contain his joy. That's good. Did he die miserably? He must have died miserably, right? Ha ha ha, I knew that guy would die miserably being so haughty every day, calling us frequently to counterattack. It would have been fine if it was just once or twice, but if one stands frequently beside the river, how can the shoes not get wet? The more he played, the sooner he should have lost. But now he's already dead, right? Qin Mu turned his head back around, but he didn't see Village Chief. Village Chief was here moments ago. So where did he run to now? I'm Tuxing Feng of Earth Travelers, the current chief. My ancestor was Earth Lord from founding Emperor era, and our whole family was this short. You should have seen the Earth Shrine in Great Ruins before, right? What they worship is the ancestor of our family. The dwarf was entertaining in conversation, and he also talked fast. Our race is very good at giving birth, thus there were Earth Lords everywhere during founding Emperor era, and so were Earth Shrines. Every mountain had the gods of our Earth Travelers. However, among our people, the smaller you are the better. Ever since founding Emperor era ended, our bloodline has gotten mud, and we've been growing taller and taller. At my height, I can be considered a giant among Earth Travelers, and I would be despised by my ancestors. That reminds me, I have 28 brothers, but I'm the eldest. My second brother is called. Qin Mu coughed and said, Everyone, please head inside. Suddenly, a demon wind swept over. 5 men and women with strange appearances stood on the pitch-black devil wind. Chiefs of the demon race, 5 immortal elders, are here on Human Emperor's invitation. Qin Mu was astonished. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor went to stand beside him and said, These 5 people are all of the demon race, and their abilities are extremely strong. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. 5 immortals, fox, yellow, white, willow, and rat, was a saying of the mortal world. Fox Immortal was a fox, Yellow Immortal was a weasel, White Immortal was a hedgehog, Willow Immortal was a snake, and Rat Immortal was a rat. The 5 of them were the chiefs of the demon race, and represented the 5 elite races among the demons. The first-generation Human Emperor had even saved the demons when he was saving the people of the world back in the day, so even the chiefs of the demons offered their treasure. When forging the Human Emperor's seal together. 5 guests, please. Qin Mu invited everyone into the manor and entered the main hall to take a seat. Village Chief also came, but as everyone looked at the old man who resembled a rod, they didn't recognize him at first. Other than Village Chief, Butcher, Mute, Blind, Old Ma, Cripple, Deaf, Apothecary, and Granny C also sat down in their respective seats. Tuxing Feng looked at Village Chief repeatedly, finding him quite familiar, making Village Chief slightly awkward. After a moment, Hermit Qingyu brought he and Yu over and greeted Qin Mu before greeting Village Chief with a smile. We are late. Little Qingzi, Little Yuzi, and Little Yuzi. Tuxing Feng couldn't contain his joy and jumped up to shout, You guys are still alive? I thought you guys were dead. Little Qingzi, your relationship with the previous Human Emperor was quite good. Has that scoundrel died? Hermit Qing, you looked slightly awkward when he pointed to Village Chief. Isn't old human emperor still around? Village Chief was ashamed, wishing to hide somewhere. Tuxing Feng and the rest laughed out loud and went forward to greet him. We long recognized you, but we just wanted to tease you. Even though you frequently called us over, we missed that time we spent with you. To be able to fight with you during our years was our greatest honor. Village Chief was suddenly full of tears and choked on his words. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, was deeply moved. The previous generation sword god had so many close friends, which was something he could not hope to reach. Old Rolai and Old Dao Master arrived as well, and everyone was lively again. Humans are still prospering, as expected of the race that's able to rule the land. King Kun saw more and more human experts arriving, and saw that the other races could only make claims as an equal when added together. This made him sigh ruefully in his heart. Willow Immortal looked at Qin Mu. Human Emperor took out Human Emperor's seal, so what mission do we have this time? Willow Immortal was a woman, and from her name, it would seem like she was a willow tree that had turned into a demon, but as a matter of fact, she was a green snake who had the bloodline of the green dragon turned demon. It wasn't known how long she had lived, but even though she said herself to be old, she didn't look it. Humans had at most the lifespan of 800 years, but the lifespan of other races surpassed that limit. Qin Mu could not guess how long Willow Immortal had lived. However, since most of the strong practitioners had fought along with Village Chief before, they couldn't be too young. The other immortals, White, Yellow, and Rat were all men, with Fox being the only other woman. Intercept high heavens. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings and said, Fellow senior brothers and senior sisters, I guess you have already seen the stone statues and treasures in Eder. NAL peace, right? The gods of high heavens will come forth to release natural disasters in the treasure and activate the astronomical phenomenon. Earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and tempests will all rush through the land. It is certain that all of your clansmen will find it hard to survive through that as well. Everyone scrunched their eyebrows. On their way, they had indeed noticed numerous stone statues, and if it truly was as Qin Mu said, when the disaster burst forth, their people would be unable to avoid being wiped out as well. Before I came, I brought over a treasure that had appeared from underground. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor said. He took out a Taotai sack and carefully opened it while circulating his magic power to lift up a red circular cauldron before carefully placing it on the ground. Everyone surrounded and examined it in detail. The cauldron was vermilion red in color, and there were flames spilling out from inside it. Time and time again, balls of flame would burst forth and float around the cauldron. It had an area of 6 areas, and in the center, there was an opening which was sealed tightly by a huge cover. Sealing runes were all around it. There seemed to be boundless terrifying power inside the cauldron that was continuously trembling. The hall was also trembling continuously, while the glazed roof tiles on the roof were rattlings in a regular pattern. The entire manor was trembling while the trees were shaking gently around it. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, was extremely careful as though he was scared of activating the violent energy in the cauldron. This is Earthquake Cauldron. Tuxing Feng stood by the huge cauldron, then walked 2 rounds about it. His voice was like thunder when he said, Earthquake Cauldron contains the power of an earthquake, and if it's unleashed, tens of thousands mountains in Eternal Peace Empire will be razed to the ground. My ancestor had once forged this kind of treasure on the Emperor's order and used it to collect the energy of earthquakes everywhere. He took out a sharp horn-shaped hammer. The front of the hammer's head was flat while the back was a sharp horn. He hit Earthquake Cauldron with a loud clink. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The manor was fine, but the mountains in a radius of 300 yards from it trembled violently and shook as though they were dancing. The mountain ranges shivered while the earth churned. Mountain rocks shattered and countless trees collapsed in an instant. Hermit Qin Yu was furious and snatched the hammer away. He almost got squashed to the ground by its weight, so he immediately let go while shouting furiously, 3-inch nail, are you crazy? Tuxing Feng picked up his huge hammer and held it as though it was very light. I'm extremely familiar with this kind of item, and it's fine giving it a knock. The area nearby is desolate and there's nobody. There's nobody nearby, right? Qin Mu shook his head. There's no one living nearby. However, it's best if Chief Tuxing isn't so reckless. Let me try. Black Tortoise Chief Xian Xingu went forward and said solemnly, 3-inch nail, knock the earthquake cauldron. I want to see if I can suppress the shockwaves. Tuxing Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled. Black Tortoise Shield is known as the strongest defense, so you might just be able to suppress this earthquake cauldron.
All right.
Let us try. Qin Mu was about to stop them when Granny C stretched her hand out to stop him and shook her head gently. She said in a low voice, Muir, what they respect is human emperor's seal and not you, so they won't listen to you. Let them try. If they don't suffer, they won't fight high heavens with you. Qin Mu immediately stopped wanting to dissuade them. Imperial Preceptor, bring this cauldron out and let them try. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's magic power flooded out, and he carefully brought Earthquake Cauldron out of the hall. Everyone went after it, and Su Shenwu with a flying serpent coiled around him stepped forward. He gave a shout, and layers of tortoiseshell runes flew out to seal the area around Earthquake Cauldron, all of them locked together. This formed a system of seals with nearly 100 layers shining with flowing light and overflowing color. Tuxing Feng raised his sharp-horned hammer and knocked heavily on Earthquake Cauldron, which resulted in a world-shaking boom as the energy inside instantly exploded out. The destructive shockwave broke through all 100 layers of Su Shenwu's defense, and his face changed instantly. The black tortoise and the flying serpent shouted in unison as the man revealed his true body, transforming into a huge black tortoise to suppress the shockwave with all his strength. It caused him to cough up blood while his huge body was blown into the sky. Everyone's expression changed, and they each executed their strongest defensive methods to seal the rampant energy with all their strength. In a split second, numerous rumbles rang out as everyone's divine treasures were opened one after another. Their primordial spirits rose as the broken divine bridges stretched across the sky with them on top, and magic power burst forth at the same time, suppressing Earthquake Cauldron together. The energy shockwave calmed down for a moment before erupting once more, blowing all the humongous figures in all directions, smashing them into the surroundings of the manor. Everyone's face went pale white, and they stood up to look at the vermilion cauldron with disbelief. Even though the terrifying energy had been blocked by them, it had injured all of them as well. 3-inch nail, how much power of this Earthquake Cauldron did your hammer activate? Su Shenwu asked loudly as he wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and returned to his human form. Tuxing Feng shou okayed his head and said, "It's not even 1% of Earthquake Cauldron's power." Everyone's heart sunk. The strongest people of this world were all gathered here, and they couldn't block even 1% of Earthquake Cauldron's power. If the gods of high heavens came down and activated the full power of such treasures, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor feared that Tuxing Feng would want to fool around once again and quickly put away his Earthquake Cauldron. There are still 17 treasures that are similar to this. They are hard to move, and any carelessness would activate the power within them. One of them is enough to destroy Eternal Peace Empire, so 18 is sure extravagant. King Kuin's gaze flickered as he spoke. This is no longer the matter of humans alone, but a common threat against all races that are living in this world. If the power of the 18 treasures was to burst forth, my people in the sea would also find it hard to escape. All Earth travelers underground would probably die from the tremors, Tuxing Feng said. When the tempest fills the sky, it'll be hard for my people to escape unscathed as well, King Yi echoed him. In that case, Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings and said solemnly, "Let us set off now and intercept high heavens." Chapter 419. Old Things. Muir, intercepting high heavens is no simple thing, so please don't go, Granny C said in a low voice. Qin Mu was refining spirit pills in a hurry to feed the flood dragons. Since he was leaving for a long trip, he needed to prepare some extra spirit pills. When he heard what Granny C said, he was stunned for a moment before smiling up at her. "Granny, I'm the one who invited them, so how can I not go?" Granny C shook her head and said, "You are only on Six Directions realm. If you don't go, they won't say anything. For this battle, High Heavens will probably mobilize their full force. There's not only the 4 sovereigns of High Heavens, but also other gods. If we are defeated, return to Great Ruins and never come out again." Qin Mu's face dimmed, but when he was about to say something, Village Chief's voice came from the distance. "Old Woman C, don't worry about him. Let him follow." Granny saw Village Chief laughing with the old men and women and couldn't help becoming furious. Muir's cultivation is still low, so he'll be useless even if he goes. How is he useless? Village Chief turned back to her with a smile. There must always be someone to retrieve the corpses. Ain't I right, Granny? Granny C was slightly stunned, her words drying out. Someone had to retrieve the corpses, no matter if it was the enemy or their own people. Laughter came from far away as a bunch of old men and women laughed loudly. Village Chief and his old friends had a wonderful chat. Tuxing Feng spoke about their embarrassing deeds back then, which made everyone burst out into loud laughter again and again, making their faces glow heartily. There were why things to be said between them, about how they fought through life and death situations together, becoming comrades in arms. There was also a past to be reminiscent. After all, ever since Village Chief was crippled, his magnificent aspirations had died, turning him into an old cripple that would just lay in disabled elderly village under the rain and lightning. The traces of the human emperor faded away, and the willpower of all his comrades was also ground away. They no longer appeared in the world, and no longer met one another. Now, village chief was back, and they had also reconvened because of an invitation. Even if a lot of time had passed, the reunion seemed to return them back to the time when their passion had blazed furiously. Qingmu looked at them and saw how different all of them were. Some of them were not cheerful people, like Hermit Qingyu, who had a face like everyone owed him money all the time. Yet even he was full of smiles now. The positions of everyone here were incomparably high. One was a chief of an underground race. Some were immortals that stood high up in the world. Some were great demons worshipped by their people, and another carried their people to roam freely in the sea. People of completely different personalities had all gathered together because of Human Emperor's seal. Let the blood in our hearts burn again, to relive our past and turn it upside down, village chief said to everyone in high spirits. Hermit Qingyu teared up from laughter. Burn your ass. Ain't your lifespan ending next year? Can you still burn? How can the immortals of Little Jade Capital say uncouth words? Say that in Little Jade Capital, if you have the ability to. Qingyu, you don't have many years left to burn as well, so you'll be a goner like me. The old folk laughed loud and stamped their feet. Willow Immortal's eyes narrowed into slits as she gasped for breath while saying, "Do you still remember? When we talked about fighting, little Qingzi would run the fastest, but not to fight, to hide. You weren't any better than me. You always rolled up into a ball." The old people laughed more, poking fun at each other. Little Qingzi even liked Fairy Shueqi, giving his all to chase after her. That's right, I remember it. This guy's face is super thick. Pa. When Fairy Shueqi died in battle that day, little Qingzi cried like a man made out of tears. No one laughed at those words, and suddenly, Hermit Qingyu began to bawl loudly. Tuxing Feng, who had made the atmosphere incomparably awkward, scratched his messy hair. He then sighed and said, "I remember Daoist Lu Feng. We had a close relationship, and he died for me, blocking a sure kill attack for me." Everyone fell silent. After a moment, they began laughing and chatting again, making the awkwardness earlier vanish. Qingmu shook his head and executed secrets of dragon control. The flood dragons transformed into behemoths that were several miles long, and everyone boarded them. The manor was left empty. They rode the dragons toward great ruins. On the dragon's back, Butcher threw jars of wine, and the strong practitioners from the past generations hugged them to drink to their heart's content. Laughter rang from time to time, and Butcher raised his wine jar up high while laughing loudly. "Drink 300 cupfuls of wine in glee." On another dragon's back, Cripple cried messily, "I ain't a hero like all of you, just a small-time thief, so why am I acting a hero with you guys?" Old Rulai looked at Old Ma and said in a low voice, "Great Thunderclap Monastery still needs you, so go back. I'll be enough. You are Rulai, and I'm also Rulai. You know my thoughts," Old Ma said indifferently. Old Rulai was slightly stunned. "If you and I don't come back, what's going to happen to Great Thunderclap Monastery? What's going to happen to Buddhism?" Old Ma put his palms together, and his face held 20 kinds of enlightenment. "Live up to Buddhism, and it will never let you down." Old Rulai understood his intentions immediately. "Excellent. No matter if there is a Rulai or not, the Dharma is always there. It doesn't exist because of Rulai, and it won't die because of Rulai. If they will comprehend, they will become Rulai, and if they don't, they are fake monks." Qingmu was on the back of another dragon with village chief, at whom he couldn't stop looking. In the end, he was unable to hold back. "Village chief, has your divine bridge been repaired?" Village chief's wrinkle-filled face revealed a smile, and he said, "How can it be that easy? There are 3 steps in repairing a divine bridge, and each step is harder than the last one. The first step is Secrets of Magpie Bridge, the second step is Secrets of Mysterious Guide, and the third step is Secrets of Divine Crossing. I have cultivated to Secrets of Mysterious Guide, and that's already considered very fast. Qingyu, has your divine bridge been repaired?" Hermit Qingyu shook his head. "I'm still on Secrets of Mysterious Guide." Village chief smiled with exultation as he made fun of him. "You might die trying to intercept high heavens this time. Old bastard, you only know how to curse me." Hermit Qingyu scolded him. Village chief laughed loudly. "Heavenly Devil Patriarch, this old youngster, is still hurrying here." Everyone laughed again, and the atmosphere was very joyous. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually turned dark. In high heavens, cryptic and awkward-sounding voice came from the sky above a sacrificial altar. It was the god language, and the modulation didn't seem to be something a human was able to produce. Star Sovereign Xiao, Flower Sovereign, and Star Sovereign Yen listened respectfully. When the god's speech was over, the 3 sovereigns moved back a few steps and said respectfully in unison, "As you command." Everything was calm on the sacrificial altar. The 3 sovereigns under the altar had solemn end faces. After a moment, Star Sovereign Yen couldn't resist saying, "Are we really doing this? If we do it, not many people are going to survive in the entire Eternal Peace Empire. We have no choice but to do this. Star Sovereign Xiao said solemnly. Eternal Peace Empire is developing, and Emperor Yanfeng has already forged a divine weapon that could kill Jade Sovereign. The change of the human emperor, the change of the law, and the change of the path have angered those above. If we don't do this, we won't be able to save ourselves. Compared to those lowly life forms in the mortal world, our lives are more important. But those are countless lives, Flower Sovereign said. No need to speak further. Star Sovereign Xiao raised his hand and spoke in an inflectionless voice. We just need to do our responsibility and not question whether it's right or wrong. Wake up the gods of high heavens. There will be a battle. Star Sovereign Yen and Flower Sovereign's expressions were grim. Star Sovereign Yen came to the bugle horn beside the sacrificial altar and blew it. Instantly, a heavy and drawn-out sound from spread across high heavens.
Voodoo.
In high heavens, the mountains were majestic, and numerous strange beasts wandered around them. However, the most eye-catching things were still the majestic sculptures. They portrayed gods that appeared as fantastic oddities of every shape and form. At the sound of the bugle horn, the surface of the statues suddenly cracked, and the stone rapidly changed. Some of it transformed into dead skin that fell off while some turned into flesh and blood. Suddenly, a stone statue that was half bent over and half kneeling smashed its fists on the floor while standing up. What followed was all the stone statues reviving among the mountains. They opened their eyes, and the divine light within them burst into the horizon. Star Sovereign Xiao's gaze was like lightning as he swept the surroundings before shouting, "Receiving official, lay the bridge." In the sky above high heavens, a dazzling golden bridge appeared, and the receiving god official stood upright there, turning a golden-colored compass in front of him which grew brighter and brighter. Instantly, a beam of light shot out, transforming into a golden bridge which penetrated through the barrier between high heavens and the lower world. The corners of Star Sovereign Xiao's eyes twitched, and he suddenly gritted his teeth. All gods listen to my command. Descend to the world of mortals. The gods rose and transformed into beams of light, following the bridge of light out of high heavens. Instantly, above West Earth, radiant stars streaked across the sky. It was nighttime, and there were 18 shooting stars that dragged their long trails as they broke through the sky and headed toward the east. At night in great ruins, heavy snow was falling from the sky as the young patriarch and elder of discipline sat in a ruin around a bonfire which lit up their surroundings. It's snowing. Elder of Discipline raised his head and saw snowflakes floating down from the darkness. The winter this year seems to be especially long. The young patriarch used a stick to poke at the firewood, making the fire burn more furiously. As the bonfire crackled, sparks floated up along with the smoke. It's still considered all right. New Year's should already be over, right? The young patriarch smiled. After it, the weather slowly becomes warmer. At that moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded out. Make the fire bigger. I would also like to warm myself. The two looked back and saw a man wearing a conical bamboo hat walking out from the darkness. He only had 9 fingers, and vapor condensed into mist as he breathed out. Dao friend Ling Jing. The young patriarch immediately got up to greet him. Daoist Ling Jing returned his greeting and took off his bamboo hat before stretching his hands to the fire to keep warm. His gaze flickered. Heavenly Devil Dao friend is also answering the call of human emperor and going forward to meet him? The young patriarch shook his head. I'm not meeting with them. I already know what happened, so I'm just waiting here. Even if they don't arrive in time, I can intercept the gods of high heavens first. Dao friend Ling Jing, what about you? Daoist Ling Jing smiled. I hesitated for a long time, since I'm not on good terms with many people, like Old Sword God. Look at this finger, it was chopped off by him. But after I thought through it, it all comes down to the promise the ancestor of the human race made. If I don't uphold it, I would fail as a human, so I decided to go and meet them. In that case, there's no need for you to go, the young patriarch said with a smile. You can just wait here. If they don't arrive on time, we can drag it out together. Daoist Ling Jing nodded, and the 3 of them didn't speak again. When midnight came, the snow stopped, and trails of magnificent starlight appeared in the sky, heading east from the west. The young patriarch smiled at Elder of Discipline. Bring Dao friend Ling Jing and my ashes back, if you can still find our corpses. Elder of Discipline bowed. Farewell to the both of you. When he raised his head, the young patriarch and Daoist Ling Jing had vanished, and in the sky, there were 2 more trails of light. They were rising diagonally to intercept the 18 shooting stars. Chapter 420, Vanishing Sounds in the Darkness. The darkness in great ruins was silent, yet bustling. The former was for people who had no abilities, hiding in the villages and ruins. If one was powerful enough, the night in great ruins was extraordinary bustling. Walking at that time, one could see all kinds of strange sights and encounter countless supernatural incidents. If there was fate, they could even enter marvelous worlds. Of course, it was another matter regarding if they could come back alive. The night in Great Ruins was exceptionally charming. Since a snowstorm had just ended, lumps of snow hung on the branches which shone when light landed on them. It was as though the surroundings were adorned with silver clothing. The sky suddenly became incomparably bright, and numerous life forms raised their heads in Great Ruins. The darkness was suddenly filled with numerous bright colors. But they weren't formed from natural phenomenon. Instead, they were originated from the explosions of magnificent divine arts that burst out into balls of light, lighting up the world. The darkness seemed to be a substance, however. It might get forced back by the lights, but it would flood back every time, filling up the void. The rays of light changed, growing weirder and weirder. The life forms in Great Ruins saw the stars moving quickly, tussling and battling against one another. The movement of the stars in the sky was very weird. There were 18 at the front and 2 stars behind them. The stars at the front were rushing ahead while the other 2 were chasing and harassing them. Every time the 18 stars stopped and prepared to encircle their pursuers, the 2 stars would run to the west. The 18 stars would chase, and the 2 stars would then catch up to harass them again. When the 18 stars gave chase once more, the 2 stars would escape with all they had. This happened over and over again, halting the progress of the 18 stars, making it hard for them to unleash their full speed. Beside the bonfire in a ruin, Elder of Discipline looked at that sight, and a slither of hope renewed in his heart. Heavenly Devil Patriarch and Taoist Ling Jing's motive was to delay the gods of high heavens and not clash with them head-on. If they continued with that, there might still be hope of surviving. Suddenly, the stars in the sky dimmed and disappeared. Elder of Discipline's heart sunk. The gods of high heavens had decided to hide their traces, baiting Heavenly Devil Patriarch and Taoist Ling Jing to go search for them. As long as they came forward, they would be encircled. Don't go. Elder of Discipline grew nervous, and he grabbed his collar as though he was grabbing his heart. He stared relentlessly at the 2 stars that were moving in the sky. Don't go close, don't go close. Quickly run. The 2 stars moved about in what seemed like hesitation. Suddenly, they also dimmed and could no longer be seen. The sky turned dark once again. Once everyone hid their traces. The corners of Elder of Discipline's eyes twitched, and his heart pounded heavily, each beat being more violent than the last one. He was extremely nervous. Everyone had hidden their traces, and they had to fumble and seek each other in the dark. This period of time was the most dangerous. Heavenly Devil Patriarch and Taoist Ling Jing's options were much more limited than those of their opponents, who could wait or just leave. Heavenly Devil Patriarch and Taoist Ling Jing couldn't wait too long, since they had to ensure that the other party did not leave. Finally, a star lit up. One star gave off light. The next instant, the sky flared up when all kinds of strange divine arts burst forth, drowning out the star. There were dragons and phoenixes, clocks, buildings, cauldrons, and pagodas of all kinds of strange shapes, all of which were dazzling to the eyes. The power of those divine arts erupted, and the dark sky was once again lit up with different colors, driving away all the darkness at once. 18 majestic gods and devils could be faintly seen flying above, their faces either solemn or malicious. Their limbs were sturdy, and as the rays of the divine arts fell on their bodies, runes of all colors floated up. The one who was encircled by their attacks was Taoist Ling Jing. Heavenly Devil Patriarch was not with him. Taoist Ling Jing is the bait. Elder of Discipline's heart trembled violently. As the bait, Taoist Ling Jing would surely die. No one could survive after being surrounded by the attacks of 18 gods and devils. Taoist Ling Jing's aim was to use himself as a sacrifice to lure out the 18 gods of high heavens. That would give Heavenly Devil Patriarch a chance to land a sneak attack. Taoist Ling Jing's abilities were extremely powerful. He was also one of the strongest people back in the day, even daring to fight with Village Chief for the title of #1 in the world. However, he was defeated and lost a finger. Yet when it came to launching a sneak attack, he couldn't do much with that. Heavenly Devil Cult's teleportation clothes and teleportation flag were the best methods to go about something like that. If someone lured out the 18 gods out, Heavenly Devil Patriarch could easily launch a sneak attack, which would be their only chance to severely injure them. Ling Jing 8 methods. An inspiring shout came from the sky and shook the hearts of the people. Cease to exist from now on. Elder of Discipline raised his head to look at the final sight of Taoist Ling Jing. Even though his Ling Jing 8 methods were not inferior to Village Chief's sword picture, they were useless against the attacks of 18 gods. He was simply going to unleash his ultimate art of which he was the proudest. He was like an artist splashing ink as much as he liked to exhibit his talent, like a scholar using all he could to write an essay. He wanted to leave his mark in the world, his shadow. At that moment, a huge flag swept open, and Heavenly Devil Patriarch appeared behind the devil gods, landing lethal attacks on them. The flag swept over him, and his figure seemed to appear beside all the gods at the same time, attacking all of them at the same time. In just an instant, he injured over 10 gods and devils. Thunder rumbled in the sky. When the sounds of the explosion from the divine arts traveled outward, many new attacks had been made. The shock waves of the divine arts caused the air to be sometimes warm and sometimes freezing cold. Hurricanes swept down from the sky, and the snow melted before coming back just as quick. Heavenly Devil Patriarch's teleportation flag was shredded. It was destroyed in the terrifying shockwave of divine arts, but he still had his teleportation clothing. Elder of Discipline raised his head to look and saw blood raining down from above. It started with a drizzle before becoming heavier and heavier. One of the 20 stars moving in the sky dimmed and wavered. Suddenly, it went out in a fierce collision, falling from the sky. Taoist Ling Jing was dead. Elder of Discipline's face dimmed. Only Heavenly Devil Patriarch was left. And he was still battling. Even if he was skilled in the 7 writings of creations in great educational Heavenly Devil scriptures, it would be hard for him to change the outcome of the battle. In the ruin, Elder of Discipline didn't raise his head to look at the battle in the sky anymore. Instead, he stared at the flames of the bonfire, subconsciously adding more firewood to it. The flames grew taller and taller, and the intensity of the heat also grew, yet he couldn't feel anything at all. Why is this winter so cold? He shivered from the cold and added more firewood. What's wrong with this fire? No matter how fierce it is, it's still so cold. How is it still so cold when I added so much firewood? Another star dimmed in the sky before bursting forth with light again. It was exceptionally gorgeous, lighting up the sky. A marvel of creation, the light and shade it dominates. A shout tore through the darkness, inspiring and shocking.
Dong.
The melodious sound of a bell came from the sky, rushing in all directions. It faded away soon after, and the marvel of creation ceased to exist. The lights in the sky gradually dispersed, and the darkness slowly came back after the explosion. A star had fallen. Elder of Discipline buried his head in his hands and didn't say anything. He was waiting for daybreak to retrieve the corpses of the 2 old men. In the sky, the 18 stars paused for a moment before continuing to head east. Great ruins, God-broken mountains were sharp as a blade. Their peaks were covered in snow. In the sky, flood dragons were rushing toward them. The wind was strong and blew their whiskers and mane backward. Beside Qin Mu, Si Yunxiang was trying to use Heart Inspection Mirror to contact the young patriarch. Moments after, she fell into a daze. Patriarch said that he won't be coming back. He said that you guys don't need to miss him. Qin Mu was stunned, and Granny Si turned her face around to secretly wipe away her tears. That old guy actually left earlier than us. Village Chief was stumped for words and could only sigh. He's as impatient as ever. They came closer and closer to God-broken mountain range, and their eyes went past, looking into great ruins that were shrouded in darkness. Over there, they could see stars moving in the sky. Russ. Hing in their direction. Moor, stop on the mountain, Village Chief suddenly ordered. Qin Mu gave a command, and the flood dragons lowered their speed. They stretched their bodies while their blade-like claws clasped onto the mountain peaks to stop themselves. With their fluttering whiskers and strong bodies, they crushed numerous mysterious pearl crossbows. The snow was white while the mountains were black. The flood dragons, however, were of all colors like white, black, red, and even sapphire blue. Their bodies shone with light which came from the natural rune markings of their race. They shone upon the snow, giving it a colorful hue. Let's have the battle here. Village Chief looked around and asked, what do you guys think about this place? King Kuan examined his surroundings and said, very good, it's just a little cold. Tuxing Feng jumped down from a dragon's back and pulled his clothes tighter around himself. He muttered, this damned place is still so cold. Being warm underground is still the best. Human Emperor Qin, if you go to the underground world of our Earth travelers, your horizons will definitely expand. The whole underground world is covered in jade glass and thick crystals hanging from the ceiling. There are those with 6 and 8 edges, all clustered together like brightly colored decorations. With the light from the magma reflecting off them, they are so pretty. There are also numerous plants that grow in the magma and taste amazing. They burn your throat like fine wine, but the taste lingers on. Stop speaking. The serpent on Su Shengwu's shoulder gulped down its saliva. I'm getting hungry just from your descriptions. Tuxing Feng raised his head to look at the stars that were closing in, and he grabbed his sharp horn-shaped hammer while muttering, I wonder if I'll have the chance to return underground for another bite. Our underground world still has flaming fruit, which is born from the magnetic element force. That taste. Village Chief looked at Qin Mu and said, Muer, bring the dragons and your little wives down the mountain. You are not needed here anymore. Just remember to collect the corpses tomorrow. Qin Mu nodded and called the dragons over. He then brought Si Yunxiang, Hu Linger, and Yan Jingjing down the mountain. In the sky, the stars were getting closer and closer. Are we just going to look at them fighting for eternal peace? Si Yunxiang was not willing to just leave like that. What can we do? Can we really not do anything? We can go to great ruins. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. We can find sun ship and moon ship. But this darkness is blocking our path. However, we have a powerful bodyguard. Where's Surging River Dragon King? Dragon King is here. Under God Broken Mountain Range, river water churned as a huge dragon rose from the darkness. Coiling himself, he lowered his huge head. What's your majesty's command? Chapter 421. Attacking High Heavens. Dragon Rearing Sovereign Car. Read them through Surging River and leaped past Secret Waters Pass, swimming into great ruins. He swam close to Border Dragon City, and behind them, the water churned as a flood dragon broke out through its surface. Your Majesty, I'm binded by the oath, so I can't leave Surging River. The Pact of Earth Count ties me down, so I would die if I leave. You guys want to go to Star Sea, but I can't go there. Dragon Rearing Sovereign fell back into Surging River. However, I can have Divine Flood Dragon King bring you guys there. That flood dragon who had showed up was almost the same color as the river water, and it was none other than Divine Flood Dragon King. Its abilities were extremely powerful and no inferior to those of Dragon Rearing Sovereign. With him carrying Qin Mu and the rest into great ruins, the darkness would be repelled. Qin Mu brought Si Yunxiang and Yan Jingjing onto the back of the Divine Flood Dragon King. Meanwhile, Hu Linger came to his shoulders. The flood dragons called out Maha Maha and climbed onto the Divine Flood Dragon King's body, acting very intimate. The Dragon Qilin also jumped over, acting very respectful. The Divine Flood Dragon King soared into the sky and went straight for Star Sea. Qin Mu turned back to look, but could no longer see everyone on God Broken Mountain Range. Meanwhile, in the sky, the stars were closing in rapidly. Suddenly, it looked like someone had lit fire beacons on the mountains of God Broken Mountain Range, and they were extremely gorgeous. They linked up into a line, creating a very beautiful sight, decorating the monotonous night of great ruins with picturesque charm. Divine Flood Dragon King carried the group into the abyss of Star Sea, where God Broken Mountain Range could no longer be seen. Why hasn't Patriarch arrived yet? The Dragon Qilin asked in bewilderment. He should be arriving soon, right? Si Yunxiang opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Qin Mu said, the night of great ruins is very dangerous, so he might be a little late. Let's go to Sunwell first. The Dragon Qilin nodded, then asked, why did Saintis say he wouldn't be coming? The sky is dark, so he naturally can't come. Fatty Dragon, stop asking. On the peaks of God Broken Mountain Range, the furnace behind Mute was blazing furiously. Blind's eyes were like two stars, while Butcher's clothes flapped in the wind as he held his knives in his hands. Village Chief floated in the air, his vital chi giving him a visible form, as if he'd grown back his hands and legs. All of them stood upright on mountain peaks. Cripple and Old Ma stood together. Granny C, Deaf, and Apothecary shared one peak as well. Old Dao Master, Old Rulai, Hermit Qingyu, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, and Yu Zhaoqing, who each took a mountain peak. Tuxing Feng, Xian Shunwu, King Yi, King Kun, and the 5 immortals of the demon race had extraordinary abilities, so they stood by themselves as well. Everyone's primordialus. Pirate took shape, almost materializing into a physical form. They were like gods and devils, standing behind them and waiting quietly for the battle to arrive. The sky was shrouded by the darkness, yet 18 stars were growing larger and larger as they closed in at a quick speed. Village Chief's aura burst forth, and a trail of sword chi burst into the sky from the peak like a precipice that stretched from the heaven to earth, blocking the path of those stars. Sun, on east, see thousand layers wave. Butcher shook his knives, and knife lights rose like a huge sun. At that moment, sound waves went out, and their momentum was like the sea. The waves reflected the knife lights shot out from the sun and shone in the dark sky. Truly the #1 knife skills. Heaven Knife lives up to his name. Old Ma's body grew larger, while a vertical eye grew out at the heart of his brows. He was like a giant with a green dragon coiling around his body. Behind his head, a huge sun formed up, accompanied by the rumbling of the wind and thunder. Qua Fu chasing the sun. ABA. Mute placed his wooden chest down and raised his thumb at Old Ma. The chest opened, and silver pellets flowed and changed repeatedly. Venomous substances flowed out from Apothecary's herb basket and spread out in all directions around him like a flood. Suddenly, spiders jumped out and began to weave a web between the mountains. They moved in the air, working tirelessly. The star image of great overarching heavenly stars suddenly appeared behind Granny C, before growing smaller and smaller. It rapidly shrunk and landed into her palm. The cripple, on the other hand, was nervous and looked around as though he was going to run away at any moment. Burn. Underground fire. Tuxing Foam laughed loudly, and the god-broken mountain range below his feet suddenly erupted like a volcano. When he hit it with his hammer, the volcano became taller, growing spontaneously. King Kuan laughed and said, 3-inch nail is still full of heroic spirit. Look at my water breaking the starry sky. Behind him, a giant wave rose into the sky and erected itself between heaven and earth like a sea. King Kuan, lend me your strength. Xian Xinwu laughed loudly and revealed his true form. He leaped into the sea and became a tortoiseshell ship sailing on the surface that was perpendicular to the land. King Ni stretched out an arm and suddenly trembled. Feathers grew out of her arm and formed a wing. It clanked as the feathers rubbed against one another to make the shape of a goose wing knife. The 5 immortals of the demon race brought out their weapons as well. Willow Immortal wielded a whip, White Immortal carried a ball of thread, Fox Immortal hugged her pipa, while Rat Immortal and Yellow Immortal carried a gray and yellow sack respectively. They're here. Butcher shouted loudly. They plan to barge through by force. Be decisive. We have to stop them at any cost, preventing them from crossing Godbro. Ken Mountain Range. The trails of Starling came closer and closer until they formed a straight line. They were like 18 comets which aimed for the sea erected by King Kuan, expecting to pierce it in one go. Butcher's knife lights shifted and shone on the sea surface. In an instant, they reflected back to slash toward the stars. Clink, clink, clink. There was a loud clang when Butcher blocked the first star. The second star came straight after and destroyed Sun on East Sea Thousand Layers wave, and Butcher couldn't help but run at it. He was blown into the deep sea, where he borrowed King Kuan's power to disperse the attack. Just as the second star crashed into the sea, it was tangled up by the webs shooting out from the butts of the spider sprinting over. The star crashed into the sea surface with the spider webs and got dragged back by them, unable to continue forward. The third and fourth stars rushed over and smashed into the sea. Yet its surface suddenly split apart and revealed a sea of blood behind. Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood. It was too late for the 2 stars to stop their momentum, so they could only brace themselves for the incoming attack and try to break the move. Boom, boom. 2 violent collisions rang out, and a bloodied god and devil brought their broken bodies out of the sea of blood, shrieking miserably. However, they were incomparably powerful. Even though they had lost their momentum, they were still a god and a devil. They thus worked together to break Village Chief's move. However, what welcomed them right after was still a sea of blood. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor trembled his sword, and what he executed was also Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood. It was the same move as what Village Chief had used. Yet the moves were slightly different, and their concept was worlds apart. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had comprehended the move from Death's painting of the sword god's back. It could be said that it was the inspiration for his sword skills. The god and devil were terrified, but they had no way to retreat. They could only rush into the sword lights that were like the sea of blood. Chi, 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 chi. There was a screeching noise, and divine blood poured out along with a few divine bones rolling out. Other star rushed over and collided with sword picture. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor coughed out blood as it was destroyed. Seeing that the other stars were about to cross God-broken mountain range, Rat Immortal opened up his sack and shook it in the wind. The sack expanded and turned into something like a huge cave, absorbing the stars inside it. Rat Immortal hurriedly tightened the sack, about to land lethal blows on the gods and devils inside when the sack exploded, blowing Rat Immortal back. Willow Immortal hurriedly shook her arm, which seemed to be boneless, as it swept Rat Immortal back. Just as she caught him, she felt the terrifying power of the gods and devils coming fro. Rat Immortal's body. Her face twisted, and her arm distorted like twisted dough. Willow Immortal flipped and tumbled, rolling frantically to shake off the terrifying energy. White Immortal saw the bad situation and immediately flew forward. The needles in his plate stabbed into Willow Immortal and Rat Immortal one after another, directing the terrifying energy out from their bodies. Only then were their lives preserved. Buck, buck, buck. Huge waves rose on the sea surface, and majestic figures stood on them, pouring seawater in all directions. Star Sovereign Xiao, Flower Sovereign, and Star Sovereign Yen were in the lead, forming a triangular formation. The other 13 gods and devils, in the meantime, were moving by themselves. The 16 gods and devils pressed down on King Kuan until his arms were trembling, unable to hold the sea. He grunted repeatedly, then his arms suddenly cracked and broke. The 16 gods and devils were still pressing downwards, and King Kuan couldn't help vomiting out blood. He immediately lowered the sea flat. Mountain peaks broke through the sea surface, revealing everyone who stood on them while a sea churned around them. The sea wasn't deep, only 300 yards or so. The tortoiseshell ship, which was Xian Xingu, sailed upside beneath the surface. The eyes of the flying serpent and black tortoise flashed as they looked at the inverted image of the gods and devils, waiting for the chance to strike. Village chief looked at Star Sovereign Xiao, Flower Sovereign, and Star Sovereign Yan. Star Sovereign, everyone, you should know the consequences of opening those treasures. Must you wipe out all the people in Eternal Peace Empire? Star Sovereign Xiao was expressionless when he said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you angered high heavens and those above, you can't blame us. Old Human Emperor, we are simply acting on orders. No room for discussion? Star Sovereign Xiao shook his head. Even though I hate everyone here to the core, I don't hate the commoners of this world. I also don't want to do this, but when Emperor Yanfeng blew Jade Sovereign up with a cannon, the time for discussion was lost. There was even a change in the law and the path which Su Shengwu used that time to come beneath Star Sovereign Xiao. With swiftness, the flying serpent pierced through the sea to bind its target. The black tortoise's attack then followed right after, attempting to kill him in one strike. Broke off all hopes of discussion. Star Sovereign Xiao allowed the flying serpent to coil around his body, so the black tortoise attack. When he came out, he was suddenly faced with Flower Sovereign and Star Sovereign Yan stabbing a flower and a flute into his temples, crushing the brain. The flying serpent hissed and wanted to save him, but Star Sovereign Xiao's divine sword slashed at him, slicing him into chunks. Only after wiping out Al, the commoners of this generation will the higher-ups be at ease. Xian Xingwu. King Kun shouted out, and the golden horned lance in his hand shone with brilliant rays as he stabbed towards Star Sovereign Xiao. Tuxing Feng gritted his teeth and swung his sharp horn-shaped hammer to attack, while the gods behind Star Sovereign Xiao moved to welcome them. With their movement, blind, mute, the five immortals and King Yi had no choice but to move as well. God-broken mountain range suddenly trembled and became a lot shorter when it got pressed down by everyone's divine arts. In the meantime, Star Sea became brighter and brighter as chains rattled within it. A sun slowly rose from the abyss of Star Sea, repelling the surrounding darkness. Chapter 422. Yudu Fengdu. The sun rose in the west. Sunlight and fire spread at a great speed from the long chains to the whole of Sun Ship, which repelled the darkness of great ruins, lighting up the surroundings. Numerous monsters in the darkness sizzled when they got hit by the sunlight, resulting in trails of black smoke. In a village nearby, the abandoned people of great ruins were rudely awakened. They stared in a daze at the mountain-like Sun Ship, which was striding with its 12 pillar-like legs. Sun Ship passed by the village, but there was no discomfort when the radiant sunlight shone on the villagers' bodies. Instead, they felt really warm, yet the monsters in the darkness were all fleeing for their lives. Ever since founding Emperor era had ended, it was extremely rare to see this kind of sight. At its end, the darkness had descended, and there were dozens of sun ships walking towards the west in great ruins, repelling the darkness and bringing light to people. Yet after founding Emperor era, the last sun ship grew tattered, and the sun was extinguished. Only Sun Guardian and the Sun Herders were left dragging a black sun, continuously protecting great ruins in secret. The former glory of the ship could no longer be seen. Yet Sun Ship had revived and brought an intense blazing sun to pierce through the darkness. Wherever it passed, there was light. On Sun Ship, there were giants bathed in the golden light. With the constant trembling of the huge ship, they were moving closer to God-broken mountain range. Sun Guardian. Something seems to be moving ahead. On Sun Ship, Sun Herd Chief was extremely nervous when he sensed something humongous coming in their direction. He immediately reported it to Yan Jingjing, who was controlling Sun Ship. Yan Jingjing was majestic, like a heavenly god at that point, and she looked into the darkness when she heard his words. She could sense a terrifying creature getting close. The newcomer was coming from behind Sun Ship, and its speed was much faster. The girl's gaze was like two incomparably thick light pillars which tore the darkness apart, showing her the truth hidden by it. The fog parted, and towering mountains and precipitous ridges showed up. Yan Jing was slightly stunned. The incomparably tall mountains were formed by countless white bones, and when they were shined on by the divine light from her eyes, they squirmed and shrieked, trying to hide as though they were afraid of her gaze. In the meantime, the fog behind the white bone mountain became even thicker. There was a sea of it with a continuous chain of mountains, two of which were like gates, leading to a hidden world. They were gates of hell, leading to Fengdu. The speed of Fengdu sweeping over was extremely fast, and it soon caught up to Sun Ship. The fog swept past the surroundings of Sun Ship, and everyone on the ship realized that the law of heaven and earth had changed. The blood and flesh on their bodies disappeared, turning them into skeletons. The white bones mountains in the fog passed through the people along with the ground and rivers. Even the sun of Sun Ship that was in the sky had also become dim, turning green and hazy. Yan Jingjing stretched out her hand, and the law of Fengdu did not change her body. She was too powerful and no longer under the control of Fengdu. She saw that Fengdu world didn't seem to have substance. It was in a different plane from theirs, and she couldn't touch anything from there. Then, she saw Fengdu, the majestic ghost city. The indomitable hell gods were standing on the city walls and towers as though they were going to face a strong enemy. Meanwhile, in the center of Fengdu, the cape of a devil god formed by darkness hung down and spread out in all directions. Its owner was even taller and more imposing than Sun Ship. It passed through their bodies, but Yan Jingjing didn't manage to see the person's face. She only saw two fire-red eyes in the darkness of the cape. Fengdu world flashed past, the fog continuing to surge forward, vanishing into the darkness. The sun gradually regained its brightness, and the people on the ship looked down at their bodies to see that their flesh and blood had returned. They didn't know what had happened. The fog of Fengdu world is heading towards God-Broken Mountain Range. Yan Jingjing raised her head to look at God-Broken Mountain Range. It was where village chief and the rest had stayed to intercept the gods of high heavens, and their battle was quite intense now. The mountains of God-Broken Mountain Range sometimes grew high and sometimes sank down into the ground. Sword lights and knife lights would slice the sky from time to time, shocking people. All kinds of voices rang out like the bellows of devils and the whispers of gods. Brother who herds cows rode Divine Flood Dragon King to borrow Moon Ship, but he said that it is very far away from here, and he needs to bring the ship from Moonwell to Star Sea, so he wants me to defend his elders for a moment for him. I wonder if he can come back in time. What's that? Yan Jingjing hurried with all her might, stunned. From God-Broken Mountain Range to Great Ruins, balls of will-o'-the-wisp surge.
D4th.
She had no idea from where they had come. Pleiades Sun Star Hoops. Layers of fire changed into star hoops, and she looked toward the will-o'-the-wisps. Paper boats were actually floating within them from the endless darkness. On the bows of the ghostly boats hung lanterns which shone in the darkness. There were also numerous paper men riding paper horses and sprinting frantically into the fog. On the paper boats, elders wearing tattered black robes sat under the lanterns, sailing the boats into the fog. Imposing shapes that looked like gods and devils could be faintly seen in the fog, fighting with those elders in the boats. Ghostly light would shine in the two worlds from time to time, but what was peculiar was that the shockwaves from the two worlds had never reached this world. The shockwaves didn't affect Great Ruins and didn't have any impact on reality. Those are messengers of death from the legends. Yan Jingjing was astonished. Yuda's messengers of death started to fight with Fengdu? What was going on? She couldn't bother to think much more. Sun Ship continued forward with rumbles, rushing towards God-Broken Mountain Range. It got closer and closer to the battle of Fengdu and Yudu. Meanwhile, the battlefield above was one of Village Chief, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, and the gods of high heavens. It was also extremely intense, but it was still much inferior when compared to the battle of Fengdu and Yudu. Everyone in the battle above the mountains was extremely powerful, and they were all equivalent to gods and devils, possessing remarkable abilities. Yet none of them had any idea that another battle was happening right beneath their feet, which was of an even larger scale and much more shocking. Sun Ship sailed to the bottom of God-Broken Mountain Range, but it was yet to get close when Yan Jingjing suddenly felt an ineffable palpitation. Balls of will-o'-the-wisp floated over from the darkness, and paper boats swarmed toward Fengdu World. Within them, all of the messengers of death seemed to look exactly the same. They were cold, silent, and examining them in detail with unseen faces. They were covered by a layer of fog which hid their true appearances. When looking at them, a person would only have a feeling that they had the most ordinary faces. Countless paper boats shuttled forth like sharp arrows, while behind them Yan Jingjing saw an extremely terrifying sight. It was a pair of flaming bull's horns slowly rising from the darkness. They were so huge that what formed them were pieces of land from destroyed worlds. Countless souls shrieked miserably and struggled, continuously falling off from the nine-bend bull horns. Earth Count. Yan Jingjing was extremely nervous. She clearly knew that the battle between the two worlds would be extremely dangerous, but the crucial point had been reached, so she had no choice but to brace herself and push Sun Ship to rush toward God-Broken Mountain Range.
Ba. Tu. Sibatu.
Rumblings came from the darkness, and the sound seemed to be locked in the area. The strong practitioners that were fighting fiercely on the mountain didn't hear or detect any abnormalities. They could only see Sun Ship closing in. Meanwhile, Sun Ship and Fengdu World brushed past each other. Yan Jingjing on the ship heard the cryptic Yuda language, but she didn't understand the meaning of the words. In Fengdu, the clothes of King Yama, who was under the cape of darkness, fluttered. It swept around Fengdu City, and the gods of all sizes looked tiny standing under it. In the sea of fog, the paper men and paper horses were fighting with the gods and devils. The elders stood up and raised their lanterns. The light shone, and the skeletons that came rushing at them fell in waves, turning into black smoke. King Yama raised his hand, and the whole of Fengdu seemed to stop. Everything seemed to become fixed in place, including time. King Yama raised his hand, and a divine sword appeared, slashing towards the bull's horn of the other world. Wherever the black sword swept past, space was compressed into substance, causing layers of space to crumble. Yen Jingjing's scalp crawled, but she couldn't care much more. She used all the power of Sunship to rush towards God-Broken Mountain Range. Half of Sunship's body had already entered Fengdu and Yudu, making it extremely difficult for her to advance. But suddenly, she broke free of the restraint from the two worlds and escaped. Yen Jingjing let out a sigh of relief and turned back to take a look once more. She then saw that Fengdu and Yudu, the two peculiar worlds, had disappeared. She could no longer see the sight of them fighting. Truly weird. On God-Broken Mountain Range, Village Chief and the rest were fighting with the gods of high heavens. The imposing gods all had 4 heads and 8 arms, or 3 heads and 6 arms, their whole bodies seeming to have been forged from gold. All kinds of treasures burst forth with boundless power, crumbling the heaven and rending the earth. Everyone sank into a fierce battle, which was extremely exhausting for the old sword god who was covered in injuries. Everyone's chi and blood were vigorous and surged into the sky with blood light, dyeing half of the sky red. A huge figure came crashing down from the air and landed in front of Sunship. It was Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor's primordial spirit, which had been sent down. Even if he was the saint that was said to appear only once every 500 years, he was still in a severely disadvantageous situation against absolute power. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor rose into the sky, and his sword light filled the heaven. His sword skill transformed unpredictably as he slashed toward a god with only one eye. That god opened his eye and boundless divine light burst forth, flooding Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor. The sound of swords hitting each other rang out continuously as Eternal P. C. Imperial Preceptor's sword light swirled and broke through the divine light of the eye, stabbing it and coming out on the other side of the head. However, the next instant, the one-eyed god's fist landed on Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor's body. It squashed him and smashed him against a mountain peak, leveling it to the ground. The head of the one-eyed god split open, and a huge eye tunneled out. Another fist then rose and smashed ruthlessly against Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor. So sinister. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor coughed up blood and raised his head to look at the fist coming for him. The head of the one-eyed god actually twisted around, and he looked at him scornfully. However, I'm not bad as well. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor smiled. First chapter of Sword World, Boundary. That one-eyed god was slightly stunned. The sword light hidden in his head suddenly exploded. Chapter 4:23. Lava Forest. Sword World was the sword skill founded by Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor after he had entered the realm of Sword Path with Village Chief's guidance. It was different from his previous sword skills. For in the past, he had only come to the gate of Sword Path. He hadn't yet entered the Sword Path. Even if his sword skills had been strong then, and he was known as Sword God who had founded the 3 basic sword forms, without entering the Sword Path, he could never be on par with Village Chief. But after he entered the Sword Path, his battle power rose by a lot. He had unmatched talent, and his abilities had no shortcomings. The Sword Path he had comprehended was different from that of the person he admired. Village Chief commemorated the martyrs and founded Sword Picture, which cherished the memories of the path. Imperial Preceptor, on the other hand, was opening up new horizons and pushing ahead with his reform, possessing a great spirit and broad mind. That latter one determined his achievements. Village Chief's generation was already gone while he was just starting with his. His sword world had just been founded, so only the first chapter was finished, and it was Boundary. It set the boundaries for the mountains and rivers, for the Empire, quelled the chaos in the 4 seas, swept the disasters in the 6 directions and 8 wildernesses, starting a world of peace and prosperity. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor's will and ambition were hidden within his sword, and it was the most supreme sword skill he could found at that moment in time. When the one-eyed god was stabbed in the eye by his sword, Boundary was actually hidden inside his head. The one-eyed god had been scheming, for he didn't only have one eye. He had 2, but since his techniques were special, he had extraordinary attainments on the path of creation. With the mysterious creation, he shifted one of his eyes to the center of his brows. In the meantime, the other eye was shifted to the back of his head. It was usually covered by his hair, so people would think he only had one eye. No one knew he could see things in front and behind. He knew Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor was a formidable opponent and was also the main person in charge of Eternal Peace Empire's reform. Thus, even if he had to sacrifice an eye, he wanted to send him on his way. Even though he was a sly old fox and sacrificed an eye, Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor was a level higher than him in mind games. boundary, which was hidden in the wound, exploded, and cracks appeared on the head of the one-eyed god. Lines of snow-white sword light spilled out from those cracks. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose suddenly became snow-white in color, then sword lights came pouring out of his facial orifices. More and more cracks spread through his head, and more sword lights came shining out from within them. In a split second, the snow-white rays lighted up the snowy mountains as though it was daytime. The fist of the one-eyed god landed heavily onto Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's body, and the ground instantly fissured. Cracks stretched in all directions, their distance too great to be counted. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor vomited blood as he heard the sound of his bones snapping. Everything from the one-eyed god's neck upwards had completely vanished. His corpse swayed before collapsing onto the floor. In the pit below, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor couldn't move at all. With his lingering breath, he pleaded, "Jade Face Poison King, save me." At that moment, Cripple was sprinting with Apothecary on his back, escaping frantically from the rings of battle. Apothecary was refining medicine without stop, at a speed that was much faster than that of Qin Mu. He constantly threw poison at the gods of high heavens and medicines at Village Chief and the rest of his cohort. Cripple, faster, faster. Go faster. Didn't you brag that your speed is the first in this world? If I didn't carry you, I would be the first in the world. Cripple was flustered and exasperated. If you have the ability, why don't you try getting your legs chopped off and reattached? Twice. My legs got chopped off twice. They were just reattached again, so I'm afraid if I run any faster, they will leave my upper body, abandoning me to run away by themselves. It's fine. Muir's craft is very good. They won't break so easily. Run faster. The god behind us is almost catching up, Apothecary said in consolation. Behind them, a three-headed god was running in a frenzy. Apothecary had long released the little babies he had raised, and numerous venomous creatures pounced frantically toward the god like a flood. The venomous creatures had been raised by Apothecary using spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and all kinds of poisons for many years. All of their abilities were strong, and they transformed as they ran. In just a few moments, their bodies expanded, causing their muscles and bones to bulge outward, turning them into fiendish behemoths that cowl. They swallow clouds and spit fog along with fire, water, and poison. Even so, they could only slow the three-headed god. He was extremely terrifying, smashing the venomous creatures into smithereens, turning them into lumps of colorful bug juice as their broken limbs flew in all directions. They were blown away by his roar before they could even get close. Even if he got poisoned, one of the three heads would blaze furiously, alighting in flames. The god would burn from inside out, using divine fire to temper his body. The divine fire would flow through his body over and over again, incinerating the venom. His other head, in the meantime, would turn sapphire blue. The rays of light from it would cleanse his body over and over again, discharging the toxin from his body instantly. Apothecary's poison could be said to have met its nemesis. Furthermore, without the venomous creatures, Apothecary's personal abilities could be said to be the weakest in the village. He was merely on Celestial Being Realm as all his time was spent on poison and his venomous creatures. If one took his poison and venomous creatures into consideration, his battle power was impossible to judge. He could poison a god to death, but would also die from a slap. When Cripple had to carry someone, his speed was inferior to that of his peak. He also had to avoid the possible sneak attacks from the other gods, so their situation was made even worse. Even with Cripple's unmatched speed, it was extremely dangerous to travel through all the world-shaking divine arts. Any carelessness would result in both of their deaths. Imperial Preceptor has lost his power to fight. We need to save him first. Cripple carried Apothecary to where Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had fallen. Yet at that moment, the three-headed god suddenly shook his body, and two heads flew across the sky, sweeping toward them with fire and water. Cripple hurriedly avoided the attacks, but the land in front of him suddenly became incomparably hot, turning into boiling lava instantly. The entire snow mountain sank continuously while a god stood on it with a clear mirror in his hand. The mirror floated up and hung in the sky, shining toward the lava with its wide surface. The underground seemed to become a clear lake that could hide nothing. That god had a goat's head with a pair of curved goat horns. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the underground. Suddenly, the mirror light shone onto Tuxing Foam. He was running through the ground, but when he was caught by the mirror's light, his body instantly slowed. He had been traveling freely underground, but the mirror light could actually restrain him, limiting his speed. The goat-headed god sneered, and the horns on his head left it to rush into the lava, aiming straight for Tuxing Foam. At that moment, the lava suddenly rose up to form a huge face. It opened its mouth to swallow the goat-headed god. I'll drag you down even if I die. Cripple and Apothec. Eri looked underground and saw Tuxing Feng fixed in place by the shine of the clear mirror. The two horns had stabbed into him from the front and the back. Tuxing Feng's divine art sank the goat-headed god into the ground, bringing him to the depths of the earth. Cripple, steal that mirror. Apothecary shouted in a hurry. Cripple sprinted over and executed heaven-pilfering sun-switching hands. The clear mirror vanished without a trace, hidden away by him. Tuxing Feng, who was underground, immediately could move and attacked the goat-headed god with all his strength. Yet without the mirror's light, Cripple and Apothecary couldn't see the situation underground. Lava boiled and emanated with heat waves. Suddenly, it rose into the air and formed a huge palm which rapidly solidified. What followed after it was palms, fists, hammers, and legs bursting out from the lava. They were all fixed in the sky, shaken to the core. Cripple hid behind Apothecary to avoid damage, while shouting into the ground. 3-inch nail, stop fighting and come out quickly. Let Apothecary treat your injuries. Apothecary gently patted his shoulders and said in a low voice, no need to call him out. Let him fight to his heart's content. When he was fixed in place earlier, the goat horns had nailed his primordial spirit. He's only left with his last breath now. Once it finishes, he will... He didn't continue. The cripple was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and sprinted to where Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had fallen without looking back. The sea of lava was still trembling nonstop, and all kinds of weird rocks rose from the ground. The desperate battle below was beyond what one could imagine.
But suddenly, it calmed down.
What was left was the strange rocks from the sea, and the shapes of all kinds of palms and fists. The lava split into two, and the goat-headed god slowly walked out, his body growing taller and taller. He walked out of the sea of lava, and it flowed down his body, turning into pitch-black rock when it landed on the ground. His eyes were blank, and he looked extremely miserable. However, he was still full of astonishing fighting spirit. Cripple and Apothecary were shocked. Yet at that moment, the goat-headed god collapsed onto the ground, a sharp-horned hammer lodged in the back of his head. Tuxing Feng's short body fell while holding onto his hammer, the two goats' horns still stuck in his body. The scarlet fire in the eyes of the chief of Earth travelers was slowly dimming. The taste of flaming fruit of the underground is just like that of strong wine. When it flows down your mouth, your throat allows you to relive your life again. The scarlet fire in his eyes gradually went out as he muttered, I feel that taste again, so I guess my life is coming to an end. I shouldn't have answered the summons of Human Emperor Seal, but our ancestor made an oath, and Earth travelers will never defy the oath of their ancestor. He closed his EYS and sank into the lava with the goat-headed god. They were both slowly swallowed by it. Cripple carried Apothecary to Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's side. Apothecary was doing emergency treatment when incomparably bright light burst forth from the darkness. They raised their heads and saw Sun ship sailing in. A heavenly godlike figure was standing on the ship with her hands holding onto chains, guiding a sun over. It's the girl that Mu'er had brought over. She's Sun Guardian. Apothecary immediately recognized Yan Jingjing and couldn't help being astonished. Sun Guardian, come and help, quickly. Yan Jingjing shifted her gaze down, and her arms pulled on the chains. The sun high up in the sky was immediately affected by the brute force, coming down from the sky. On Sun ship, the expressions of the tens of thousands of Sun herders changed drastically. All of them shouted in unison, Sun Guardian no. Little ancestor, you can't learn from His Highness, Sun herd chief shouted out. The sun faltered halfway, freezing in place. From below it, rays of extremely sharp golden light shot toward the gods of high heavens. Chapter 424, Shariputra. The battlefield stretched for several hundred miles and was separated into a few areas. However, all of them were along the line of God-broken mountain range. The 5 immortals of the demon race, King Kuan, Queen Yi, Blind, Old Ma, Butcher, Mute, Deaf, Imperial Preceptor, Village Chief, Granny C, Old Dao Master, Old Rulai, and Hermit Qingyi were all engaged in their own battles. Since they were the strongest of their respective races, it was rare for them to meet a worthy match. However, when compared to the gods of high heavens, they were still a level lower. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Tuxing Feng were already top-notch practitioners. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had struggled with all he had to kill the one-eyed god, yet he still suffered heavy injuries, while Tuxing Feng's battle ended in mutual destruction. This showed the gap between their abilities. The abilities of the 5 immortals and Granny C were slightly inferior, but they had many tricks, so they relied on wandering around and fighting with divine arts. The opponent's abilities were too strong, however, tiring them out. Yan Jingjing had come at just the right time. When the Son of Sun ship landed, Yellow Immortal opened up the sack on his back. Yellow smoke which stank spewed out from inside, sickening his opponent until his liver and guts felt like they'd been cut to pieces, making him vomit badly. Yellow Immortal went forward to suck his souls and spirits, but he was pushed down by his opponent. Elsewhere, Willow Immortal showed her true form of a huge green snake, which was like a green dragon coiled around the top of a snowy mountain. Her opponent then also revealed his true form. He was the height of a mountain, covered in white fur, and with a gaze like sparks in the darkness. Willow Immortal vomited blood from the beating she received after, the blood flowing nonstop from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. White Immortal, Rat Immortal, and Fox Immortal suffered from injuries as well. Granny C was the only one who could still hold on with teleportation flag and great overarching heavenly star palm force, avoiding the attacks from her opponent. The 5 Immortals would usually choose to work together to fight against one enemy, but due to a lack of manpower, they had to drag 2 gods back, and it was very exhausting for them. With Granny C, the pressure was lessened a bit, but it still wasn't enough for them to contend with 2 gods. On the other side, Old Dao Master's Dao sword had already executed to the 14th writing. He had only cultivated half a move of the 14th writing which he used to contend against his opponents, splitting the mountains and cracking the earth. However, the flaw in his move was soon caught by his opponent. A trail of divine light shot through the layers of sword lights, nailing Old Dao Master to the cliff. Dao's sword is only SOSO. The god's huge palm smashed toward Dao Master, who was on the cliff. Old Rulai executed all 20 heavens in his Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, and his body became like a huge Buddha. 10,000 Buddhas surrounded him, and he clashed with his opponent with brute force. However, he also landed in a disadvantageous situation, and his 20 heavens went to ruin. The 3-headed and 6-armed god that he was fighting was next to him, trading fist for fist. Soon, Old Rulai was covered in bloody splotches which dyed his white eyebrows red. He was already old, and his chi and blood weren't as vigorous as they had been before. His constitution wasn't as good either. If it was in the past, with the power of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, he could have continued fighting without tiring out. His vigorous chi and blood could increase the power of his divine arts by leaps and bounds. But he was less capable now, ending up suppressed by his opponent. From nearby, Old Ma had wanted to come forth and rescue him several times, but he was always hindered by his opponent, which prevented him from giving aid. His situation was almost the same, since he had also cultivated to the last realm of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, the Brahma realm. Gods and Buddhas surrounded him with 20 layers of precious images. Old Ma was strength-lay in his youth, his body was strong and sturdy, while Old Rulai's chi and blood had withered so he couldn't last for a long time. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness, emptiness does not differ from form. Chantings came from Old Rulai's mouth, and his chi and blood suddenly became vigorous. The power of his moves became more and more terrifying, surpassing those of his opponent. Old Ma's heart trembled, and he shouted, "Master." Old Rulai turned back to look at him and smiled. "Buddhism is left to you. Pass it down for me." The same is true of feelings, perceptions, impulses, consciousness. The Buddha light shone brightly, drowning out Old Rulai and his opponent. Unlike them, Blind flew around between all the battlefields, using his divine mind eyes to break through the enemy's flaws and land sneak attacks. However, he could only make the gods defend and save the lives of his people, not land any critical hits. Butcher and his opponent, Star Sovereign, could be said to be crazy. They were fighting with all they had. Once they drew their knives, there was no one else for them. One person, one knife. No matter how heavy their injuries were, no matter how strong the opponent's attacks became, they just wielded their knives to slash forward. The great furnace on Mute's back overflowed with divine flames, and the silver pellets in the chest flowed out, changing without end, evolving into all kinds of divine weapons. There seemed to be a great furnace with boundless energy in his dantian, and with the two furnaces blazing, he possessed unmatched strength. Death painted with ink, and it dyed the heaven and earth. He painted on the snow mountains and land, allowing his paintings to overlap with reality. They were hidden in the mountains and rivers which overlapped with his paintings, presenting a strange and elegant world. He brought his opponent to travel between reality and his painting, yet he didn't fight with him. He was definitely not his match in a head-on collision. Right at that moment, his brush painted 100 miles of mountains and rivers. There was a painting in a painting, a world in a world. It confused his opponent, stealing away their sense of direction and making them unable to find their way out. Death jumped out of the painting into the world, thinking of destroying the mountains and rivers along with the world in the painting. But suddenly, a sword light flew out from the painting and pierced his chest. Death was blown backward and used all his might to execute his brush. With a strong stroke, all the mountains in the area of 100 miles crumbled one after another, disappearing inwards and exploding with extremely terrifying energy. A mere mortal shouldn't possess the power of gods and devils. Angry roars came from the explosion of the crumbling world, and a bloodied palm stretched out, grabbing for Def, who was flying backward. Queen Yi and King Kuan had revealed their true forms and were traveling back and forth through the sea and sky. They were like two indomitable beast gods whose roars were deafening to the ears. Huge beasts and gods waged a battle against each other, splitting the heaven and rending the earth. Dark clouds concealed the moon, but they were split from time to time. Only then would moonlight shine down. King Kuan and Queen Yi were covered in injuries, but their fighting spirits were still overflowing. Queen Yi was in the form of a huge bird, flapping her wings to travel over the sea. Wherever she passed, the sea would be churned up, and whenever she spun rapidly, she would unleash her knife, splitting the air with it and slashing at the gods suppressing King Kuan. Her knife sliced open the sky, but fell down wasn't moonlight. Instead, a sun fell out from the slit she had sliced open. Queen Yi didn't know what had happened. However, since her knife was already out, it was difficult to pull it back. She could only use all her might to slash at the gods suppressing King Kuan. At that moment, the dark clouds split apart again, and another god popped out with a malicious face. His hand rose in Queen Yi's direction, and his 5 fingers were like mountains as they came for her. The god hidden in the cloud then noticed the falling sun and was slightly stunned. It puzzled him. What's this divine art? At that moment, the sun burst forth, and from under it, rays of extremely sharp golden light rained on him. Not only him, the other gods of high heavens also suffered from the attack. The golden rays were incomparably sharp and pierced straight through the bodies of all the gods. Yan Jingjing wasn't violent like Qin Mu. He had raised the Son of Sunship to use it to smash the opponent with astonishing destructive power, but it was a method which would easily damage the sun. The main reason why he did it though was because he didn't know how to control it, how to unleash its power, but as the Sun Guardian, Yan Jingjing had controlled Sunship many times in battle in the darkness, so she knew everything about the usage of Sunship and the sun, so she could control them freely. Under her hand, Sunship could unleash the greatest power with the most minimal damage to the sun. At that instant, thousands of miles around God-Broken Mountain Range were lighted up. King Kuan in the sea used his golden horn to pierce the lower body of a god that was stepping on him, nailing him to the sea surface. That god didn't have the time to avoid and shattered under the sunlight. The hand that grabbed towards Def broke under the shine, and the palm which was about to slap old Dao Master was also pierced by the rays. Under the sunlight, the face of the god was lit up. Buddha rays were intense, but even they were driven away by the sunlight, revealing 2 figures that were standing straight within them. Old Rulai had taken the god down with him. The rays continued to shine from the sun, lighting up the majestic snowy mountains. The one on which Willow Immortal stood was dyed red. The huge snake that was like a green dragon fell from the mountain while Yellow Immortal's sack was pierced with holes. Its owner, who was under the god's leg, was crushed into pulp while that god was covered with white immortal silver needles, looking like a huge porcupine. The sunlight continued to shine into the distance, lighting up all the battlefield. Butcher and Star Sovereign Yan's body were lighted up in midair, while Humichin Yu and Flower Sovereign's bodies were stretched out as they fell down. The rays of the sun shone into an even further distance, and the 9th move of sword picture could be seen. Star Sovereign Xiao, and another god, was being drowned out by it. Below Sunship, the 2 heads of the 3-headed god had just heavily injured Cripple and Apothecary. The 2 of them were blown high up. At that moment, a heavenly silkworm flew out from Apothecary's body, spitting silk with all its might to wrap Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor up, preventing him from dying from his injuries. Sunship trembled violently, and the 3-headed god recalled his 2 heads before landing on the ship. He rushed toward Yan Jingjing, who was in the center of the 4 pillars. The face of Sun Herd Chief and the rest changed drastically as they tried to stop him. Countless Sun Herders were blasted into smithereens, yet they still couldn't even slow him down. The appearance of Sunship had a huge impact on the battlefield, so if Yan Jingjing was left to continue her attacks, the gods of high heavens might just suffer an utter defeat. Yan Jingjing controlled the ancient divine weapon called Sunship, whose power was fierce, strong enough to threaten everyone. However, because she was controlling it, her movement was limited, and it brought great danger to her. If anyone closed it on her, it was extremely unfavorable for her. When Sunship came out, the 3-headed god had been chasing after Cripple and Apothecary, who were in the surroundings. He was the closest to Sunship, but no one had expected him to just jump to the ship, abandoning his original targets. Sun Herder Chief raised a sun bell and rang it loud, but he still found it difficult to block the opponent's attack. By then, the god had already come near the divine pillars. 2 heads from flew out once again and passed by Sun Herder Chief to attack the god's real target. On head spewed out a jet of water, while the other blazing fire toward Yan Jingjing. She vomited blood as she stretched out her hand to defend. The power of the sun was then instantly decreased. Meanwhile, on the other side, the power of the ninth move of Sword Picture was completely unleashed. The dazzling sword lights lit up the world, overshadowing the rays of the sun. But they dimmed soon. Where they had originated, Star Sovereign stood straight. He stared coldly at the other side where stood his old foe, the human emperor. "You're old." Star Sovereign Xiao looked at him with scorn as a crack spread on the heart of his brows. "If you were during your peak, I would have definitely died from this move. But now, your chi and blood are almost exhausted. This move actually couldn't take my life, it's just—" His body swayed, while blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "You still destroyed my life force, though. But I ain't bad as well, at least I can drag you down with me." The god fighting by his side against the old sword god suddenly split into pieces, turning into chunks of flesh that fell to the ground. Chapter 425. God of War, Never Say Die. Star Sovereign knelt down and propped himself on his divine sword with a laugh while looking at the old foe that was walking toward him. "Old human emperor, you and I are just puppets on a string, toys of the true gods. So what if you struggle to block us here? There are two groups from high heavens, and we are here just to hold your attention. The ones who are truly here to activate the meteorological divine weapons is the other group. Eternal peace is bound to be destroyed." In front of him, the primordial spirit behind Village Chief was blazing fiercely, as though he was a god burning with flames of light. However, this god was worn out at that moment, finding it hard to keep itself up. It gradually dimmed and almost went out before blazing vigorously again. This repeated over and over again, making it evident that the old sword god wanted to maintain his peak strength even at the cost of exhausting the last of his chi and blood. "Star Sovereign Xiao, where's the other group?" Village Chief walked over, ignoring everyone else in the battlefield. His gaze stared intensely at him. "You and I are old foes, so now that we're both about to die, show kindness with your words. Do you really want to see countless lives in Eternal Peace Empire be wiped out?" A crumbling noise came from inside of Star Sovereign Xiao's body. This handsome god was the color of death, as he chuckled. "What do the lives of those lowly life forms have to do with me?" He raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "The star that belongs to me is finally going to fall." A soft crack came from his sword, and another soft crack followed right after, before becoming concentrated. The cracking became faster and faster, until the crumbling of his body became all that could be heard. The primordial spirit behind Village Chief's back dimmed once more, and he roused his chi and blood again, wanting to recover his primordial spirit back to its peak, but he couldn't do it no matter what. The him now was like a tattered bellow which was leaking air everywhere. He wanted to reignite his life force, but his body was too broken. He had been crippled, lost all 4 of his limbs. This affected his corporeal body, and also his battle power. However, the most crucial point was that he was old. He was so old that his lifespan was coming to an end. He originally still had a year or more left, so if he had lived out his life peacefully and cultivated diligently, he might have been able to patch his divine bridge before he died, entering another realm and becoming a god. However, this battle had made him exhaust the last of his chi and blood. There was no longer any way for him to reignite his life force. "Tell me, where did the other group go?" Village Chief shouted. "Star Sovereign Xiao, where are you from? Were you not like these people in the past, a lowly life form as you put it?" Star Sovereign Xiao had already closed his eyes to await his death, but Hai's body suddenly shook, and he opened his eyes which were blank without any life in them. Sword wounds were opening one after another on his body. They continued to grow deeper as though there was an invisible sword that was slowly slicing open his corporeal body. Village Chief's last move had cut off his life force, and his divine treasures were crumbling apart. His corporeal body was also torn apart, so he was destined to die there. What's the use? Star Sovereign Xiao lowered his head and scorned him. Do you still have the ability to stop them? You are also going to die, old friend, so know your place and sit down. Follow me to the other side. We can accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs. Tell me, which way did they go? Village Chief said solemnly. Star Sovereign Xiao raised his head to look at him before his blank eyes turned to look at the darkness of great ruins. His breath suddenly became urgent. They should be almost there. Cough cough. If you still have the ability, then go and stop them. His face changed drastically, and he suddenly grabbed Village Chief's clothes while shouting himself hoarse. I see the fires of hell, the fires of the countless dead people from Eternal Peace, demanding their lives from me. Stop them. Don't let the deaths of those people become my sin. Don't come over. Don't come over. It's not my fault. I was just following orders. For every grievance there is someone responsible. For every debt there is a debtor. I'm not the one that wanted all of you to die. Village Chief struggled to break free from his grasp, then rushed off to leave. Star Sovereign Xiao's pupils shrank more and more, as though he was seeing something abnormally frightening as he shouted crazily, "It's not my fault. I'm also helpless. Don't demand your lives from me. I see countless paper boats, so many paper boats sailing from eternal peace into the darkness. My God, what's that? The horns of earth count. Hell. This is hell. Save me. True gods. Where are the true gods overseeing me? Come and save me. You guys promise me to not let Earth Count take me away to judge me. Save me." After a moment, Star Sovereign Xiao stopped breathing with a look of endless terror frozen on his face.
Pack.
The divine sword in his hand suddenly turned into dust, which scattered on the floor. The lifeless body of Star Sovereign Xiao collapsed forward, and his sword wounds erupted altogether, tearing apart his corpse. Village Chief rushed into the darkness of great ruins at top speed. His primordial spirit was sometimes bright and sometimes dim. He was doing his best to rouse the last of his blood to prevent his corporeal body from dying, to prevent his determination from fading away. He could feel the call of death, and it was becoming harder and harder for his corporeal body to hold his soul. Death was closing in on him. He felt something chasing him, but truth be told, he'd frequently had this feeling in the recent years. It had to be the call from the Yudu world. It was the law of heaven and earth in Yudu that was restricting him, wanting to take away his soul. With the gradual death of his corporeal body, this kind of restraint was becoming stronger and stronger. The calling from the world of darkness was thus becoming stronger and stronger as well. It was the pact of Earth Count. The moment anyone was born, they would sign this kind of pact. The moment their corporeal body died, their soul would belong to Earth Count, living in silence in Yudu thereafter. Keeping the corporeal body alive was the crux in jumping out of the pact. Gods cultivated their corporeal body to the god realm, and in the last divine treasure, a divine bridge was hidden. Their primordial spirits would cross it to become gods, and at that time, when their corporeal bodies became godlike, their primordial spirits would no longer be restrained by the pact of Earth Count. Village Chief had also had this possibility, but Star Sovereign Xiao had cut off that path before he had died. Village Chief could only hope that he could find the other group of gods and devils from high heavens that had gone forward to send the disaster. Yet even if he found them, he didn't know if he still had the strength to continue fighting. "I'm really old." Village Chief felt his chi and blood fluctuating, and he could barely restrain his primordial spirit. It suddenly shook violently, wanting to leave his body, but he didn't stop to rest. It was likely that when stopped, he would collapse forever. He continued forward frantically in the company of countless monsters that stirred in the darkness. They followed him along the foothills, waiting for the moment he died. When he collapsed, they would swarm him and tear him to pieces. He ran slower and slower, feeling his limbless body growing heavier and heavier. Sorrow suddenly welled up within him as he let out a bitter laugh, wishing to stop. "I guess I'm really dying." At that moment, he saw a huge bird flapping its wings through the darkness. It flew ahead of him and landed on a peak. After folding its wings, it transformed into a god with a bird's head and a human body. He used his beak to carefully prune his feathers. "Time's up." A human voice came from its beak. Village Chief continued to walk forward, his speed becoming slower and slower. "Give me a moment more." He heard his voice as though it was coming from tens of thousands of miles away, distant and hazy. "Give me a moment more. I still have unfinished business." The bird-headed god gave him a weird glance before repeating his words. "Time's up. Please wait." Village Chief heard a sob in his voice when he said, "Please wait a moment more. I don't want eternal peace to become hell. I can still fight. I'm the human emperor of this land. After all, I still have the responsibility and burden." Mocking came from the darkness, as though the bird-headed god was laughing, and Village Chief seat. Head with anger. "You dare to laugh at me? Even though I'm old, my magnificent aspirations have never changed." The bird-headed god flapped his wings to fly up, chasing away the monsters in the darkness. He circled around, then suddenly landed on a branch nearby. "I'm laughing at a warrior in his decline, wallowing in pointless sorrow with persistence, for he has no more strength." Village Chief ignored him and continued to stumble forward. After a moment, he saw the bird-headed god stop in front of him and call out, "Time to go. If you don't go, the messenger of death will come. There's still an old friend waiting for you in Fengdu. I can still fight." Village Chief saw that his face had already turned black and the aura of death had already spread to his head, moving his brain toward death. His divine treasures started to crumble, yet his primordial spirit still continued to stand on Magpie Bridge. Below it was boundless darkness without any bottom. It was his divine bridge, divine treasure, so there shouldn't be anything else from the outside world there, but something invading it from the darkness. It was another world, the world of Yudu. His corporeal body had already entered the state of death, so Yudu world was entering him through his divine treasure. From the boundless darkness inside, a paper boat floated over into his divine treasure, closing in on his primordial spirit. He should go, for if he didn't, Earth Count would take away his primordial spirit. It looked towards the opposite shore of Magpie Bridge, which was Mysterious Guide Bridge. However, there was still a distance between the two bridges, and he needed to cultivate secrets of divine crossing to be able to cross and enter the realm of legends. Yet his chi and blood had completely withered, and his vital chi could no longer flow through his dead body. It was completely impossible for him to execute secrets of divine crossing. As human emperor, I want to fight again. He let out an angry roar, but he could no longer even hear his own voice. At that moment, he saw a ship sailing through the darkness. That ship was like a three-legged toad formed from mountains and rays of moonlight. On it, a giant was swinging half a broken moon to smash against a god, nearly crippling him with one strike. Stunned, village chief stopped. It was Moonship. He had seen this ship once. When he went to find Carefree Village, Qin Mu had once driven it through the darkness to look for him. Never had he expected to encounter it again. What was currently fighting with the ship was a god from high heavens. Compared to Yan Jingjing, Qin Mu was simply too violent. He swung the moon and just smashed it against his enemy, completely ignoring the consequences. Other than him, the dragon Qilan was on the ship too, and on its back were the little fox and Si Yunxiang. There was also a sapphire-blue divine flood dragon king flying around to fight with another god of high heavens. Moor.
T.
Ears flowed down village chief's eyes, and his heart was suddenly at ease. It gradually stopped beating. The bird-headed god turned to look at him and said, "Now you can be at ease? Follow me. King Yama is waiting for you." Village chief's heart beat for the last time, and he smiled. "I refuse to give in to old age." His primordial spirit leaped up from Magpie Bridge as it rushed towards celestial heavens on the other shore. "I was born as the god of war. I will never accept death." His primordial spirit laughed loudly, and his sword chi spread out unhindered, rushing towards celestial heavens that were shining radiantly. That moment seemed to last an eternity. However, his white-haired corporeal body fell. Qin Mu looked toward the sound and saw village chief gradually solidifying into a stone statue as he fell from the sky. Chapter 426. On the Bridge of Helplessness. Village chief's stone statue landed in front of Moonship. It was missing its four limbs. It was a sculpture of an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have been sculpted by hardships and formed by the erosion of time. The stone statue was looking in Qin Mu's direction with a relieved smile. At the sight of it, Qin Mu couldn't help remembering the tender and loving smile of the elder who lay in his recliner while looking at him. Village chief. Qin Mu stared blankly at the stone statue as an indescribable sorrow suddenly poured out from his heart. The darkness was around him, and the ghostly glow given off from the stone statue didn't cover a wide range, but it reminded him of the slightly stubborn elder who wanted to stubbornly protect him even after he was gone. Grandpa Village Chief. Droplets of tears that were like moonlight fell from Qin Mu's eyes. They floated in the sky, glistening in the moonlight. Suddenly, Divine Flood Dragon King's miserable cries rang out, and Qin Mu shut his eyes to squeeze the moonlight within them out. He had entered deep into great ruins with the protection of Divine Flood Dragon King, barging into the place he had once mistaken for Carefree Village, the place where was the huge land ship constructed by Ministry of Heavenly Works. He then took Moonship to return. He was trying to enter Moonwell when he met the other group of gods who were hurrying over from high heavens. There weren't many of them, just 3. Those 3 gods were not acting ostentatiously like Star Sovereign Xiao and the rest, transforming into starlight to hurry on their way. They were traveling on land with their dazzling divine light concealed, giving off only a faint glow to force back the monsters in the darkness. When Qin Mu encountered them, one of the gods thought he was a peculiarity of the darkness and immediately said in the god language, "High heavens is handling affairs. Monsters be gone." After that, he immediately suffered a destructive strike from Qin Mu. He was caught completely off guard and hit by the broken moon up that came smashing toward him and shattered all of his bones. Only then did the other 2 gods realize that they had met a strong foe. Qin Mu was different from Yan Jingjing. She had to be careful not to damage the sun, but he had nothing to worry about and no consequences to take into account. He fought the 2 gods for several thousand miles until he managed to cripple the second god with brute force alone. The reason why he had needed such a long time for it was mainly because Moonship's moon was broken and inferior to Sunship's sun. Sunship possessed a complete sun while the moon of Moonship had already extinguished and was even cracked. After battling for so long, Moonship was in a rather bad condition while the 2 chains holding onto the moon simply broke off. However, at the instant Qin Mu saw Village Chief, he still fell into a daze. The sight of his elder turning into a stone statue and falling from the sky stirred up his emotions, causing a kind of indescribable sorrow to pour out. The battle power of Divine Flood Dragon King was similar to that of Dragon-Rearing Sovereign, whose abilities were inferior to the other gods of high heavens. The instant Qin Mu lost focus, he was severely injured. Qin Mu opened his eyes and raised his hand to loosen his grip on the divine pillars, wanting to touch that limbless stone statue that was smiling at him. His huge palm streaked past the front of the stone statue, but it didn't land on it. His palm grabbed a chain that was hanging down, and his hair fluttered with his anger. The chain whooshed through the darkness to bind the god of high heavens who had severely injured the Divine Flood Dragon King, coiling around him tightly. Qin Mu's other arms pulled the broken moon over and smashed it right on the god. The Divine Flood Dragon King cried out in astonishment. He was right next to them, so if he was hit as well, he would either die or end up really close to that state. He rolled and tumbled away in a hurry to avoid the strike, but the half-moon still brushed past his body, scraping off a huge dragon scale. The Divine Flood Dragon King gritted his teeth from the searing pain while tears rolled down his cheeks.
Kaboom!
The broken moon smashed onto the body of the god of high heavens, and the mountains shook. The monsters in the surrounding darkness cried out in astonishment and fled in all directions. Qin Mu didn't say a word and swung the broken moon up to smash it down again, and again, and again, and again. Chunks of rocks that were the size of a mountain broke off from the moon before being crushed to powder. The god, who had just been crippled by Qin Mu, looked over with fear. He hurriedly ignored his pain and quickly hobbled away. His heart was flustered, and he could only hear the hammering coming behind him, knocking heavily on his heart. It made his scalp crawl. This brat is crazy. He must be crazy. It isn't worth it to pit my life against his. I'm just here to complete the mission assigned by the higher-ups. I don't have to fight to the death. He hurried off into the distance when a loud crack suddenly came from behind him. The moon shattered from Qin Mu's smashing, and chunks of rocks filled the sky. Without the moon, Qin Mu instantly felt all his strength fading away as he returned to being a divine arts practitioner of Six Directions realm. If the crippled god turned back to look, he could easily kill the weak him with the raising of a hand, but that god was frightened out of his wits and never turned back. Qin Mu sat on the worn-out moon ship and gasped heavily for breath. The dragon Shilin looked at him in fear while the other flood dragons were shivering as they hid behind him. All their gazes were filled with terror as they looked at Qin Mu. Thick chains hung from the ship, but Moon's ship no longer had the terrifying aura from before. The rings of flowing moonlight had also vanished without a trace. Darkness poured forth and soon drowned them out, but the monsters stayed far away, not daring to come near. Qin Mu looked at the smiling stone statue in front of Moon's ship. It was a satisfied smile. You are still alive. You must be still alive. Divine Flood Dragon King. Qin Mu struggled to get up and shouted, "Go lift that stone statue." The Divine Flood Dragon King was covered in injuries, and it was a struggle for him to fly over. He exerted himself and lifted the stone statue. Qin Mu was extremely nervous and shouted, "Is it heavy?" The Divine Flood Dragon King quickly placed the stone statue down and replied truthfully, "Extremely. Carrying a stone statue is equivalent to carrying a god. Grandpa Blind wouldn't have lied to me. You are really still alive. You are living in some place. It's just not this world. You are like the other stone statues in great ruins and will sometimes wake up in the darkness." Qin Mu laughed loudly, but as he did so, he suddenly began to wipe tears from his eyes. "I have seen a stone statue come back to life and ride the dragon Shilin to quell the rebellion, so you must be able to do it as well, right?" Si Yunxiang looked at the young sacred cult master and suddenly felt that the heart of the incomparably crafty big boy that was acclaimed as the great devil king was actually pure. Not only that, it was also fragile. Or it could be said that underneath his firm and persistent cover hid a soft heart. Qin Mu wiped his tears dry and shouted loudly, "You'll come back, won't you? If I cry, you will laugh at me. You will say I'm still a wimpy kid." He called the Divine Flood Dragon King over and climbed on his back with the others. All the sorrow and joy on his face had vanished, leaving only an emptiness behind. "Let's go. Go after that god who escaped. We definitely cannot let him enter eternal peace alive." The Divine Flood Dragon King answered him and chased after the traces left behind by the crippled god. Qin Mu turned back to look and village chief's stone statue gradually disappearing into the darkness. He recorded the place in his memories. "No matter where your soul goes, I will go and find you. You are my family, my kin." He raised his head to look at the boundless darkness. "Even if you land in the hands of Earth Count, I will fight my way there and ask for it back. Your Majesty, my injuries are very heavy right now, so even if we catch up to that god, we might not be his opponent," the Divine Flood Dragon King said carefully. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes wrinkled, and he said, "I will refine pills to heal your injuries, so you can be at ease. Besides, there are so many flood dragons around, he won't be able to escape from my grasp." The Divine Flood Dragon King was still slightly worried. Hopefully, This god will pass by surging river. In Fengdu, the living realm of the dead, the bird-headed god brought village chief past the stone tablet, and the old man lowered his head to see his body slowly recovering. His heart grew, followed by his head, body, and even his limbs. Over there, he felt that he was still alive. The living realm of the dead, truly a wonderful world. He looked at the bird-headed god and asked, "If I leave here, will I be dead or alive?" The bird-headed god shook his head and said, "Of course you will be dead. But your luck isn't bad, since you actually managed to leave a breath behind before your corporeal body died. But stop thinking about your old body. If you go past this boundary stone, your flesh and bones will melt. You no longer belong to the real world. Let's go. There's an old friend waiting for you." Village chief followed him with his sleeves fluttering. He suddenly stopped again and said with a bitter smile, "I'm not used to having my arms and legs, too used to being crippled." He passed through Fengdu's gates of hell and came to the first big city. It was one of many in Fengdu. The place they entered seemed to have just undergone a huge battle, as there were traces of war everywhere. "Your old friend is waiting on the bridge of helplessness right in front." The bird-headed god stopped and raised his talon while pushing his beak forward in a motioning gesture. "You still hate me?" Village chief asked with a smile. "I hate the smell of a living person." The bird-headed god flapped his wings to leave. "You still have a breath left in your corporeal body which makes your smell vile for me." Village chief walked forward, and after a moment, he saw the bridge of helplessness. A tall and sturdy person was standing on it with his back facing him. Under the bridge, everything was hazy, lacking clarity. Village chief was slightly stunned, feeling that the back was somewhat familiar. He suddenly became excited and quickly walked to the bridge of helplessness. His footsteps became faster and faster as he hurried toward the person. "You," the tall and sturdy figure turned around and smiled. "You finally came. I've waited a long time for you. It's been hard on you these years." Village chief kicked the tall and sturdy man off the bridge while scolding him furiously. "You old bastard, tricked me to become the human emperor, to carry a burden I couldn't carry at all while you hid here, living a free and happy life. Stop acting dead and climb up the bridge so I can beat you to death." "Master, master? Are you still alive?" The fog churned under the bridge, and there was a monster which tried to grab the tall and sturdy man to drag him down. Shocked, village chief wanted to save him, but then stopped mid-action. After waiting for a moment, the man fought back the monster and climbed back onto the bridge of helplessness while panting heavily. Village chief raised his leg, wanting to kick him back in again, but the man immediately raised his hands. "Stop, stop. I'm really dead, or else I wouldn't have passed the human emperor's seal to you. My corpse and bones have already decomposed into mud, having been buried outside Hall of Human Emperors. If you don't believe me, you can go and dig them up." Village chief's scalp crawled as he asked suspiciously, "You aren't lying to me again?" "What for? Those that come here are all basically dead," the man said while smiling. "Let me bring you to meet your grandmaster. He died some time before me." Chapter 427. Of a Common Origin. Village chief followed that man and saw traces of battle in Fengdu City. Some gods and devils could still be seen encircling paper men and paper horses, which bewildered him. "Fengdu just went through a huge battle. King Yama had personally led us to fight against Yudu," the man said. "This isn't the first time though. We've fought quite a lot of times in the past. This time it was because of Yudu's invasion. Yudu is always observing the world outside Great Ruins, and they felt that eternal peace calamity was about to erupt, so they got ready to collect their souls, but they were forced back by us." Village chief was dumbstruck. War between Fengdu world and Yudu world? He had no idea that such a thing had actually happened in Great Ruins, which were shrouded in darkness. There had been a war between two worlds, yet Great Ruins was still calm and peaceful. No traces of anything happening could be detected, which was simply inconceivable. As for eternal peace calamity and collecting the souls that his master had mentioned, it was even more terrifying. He shuddered not from the cold. Just the couple words from his master contained enough information for him to lose himself in deep thought. If that wasn't enough, he learned that Fengdu had fought with Yudu numerous times in the past, which meant that were numerous other secrets about which people didn't know. They came to a mansion, and the man knocked on the door, smiling at the elder who opened it. "Old fart, I've brought your disciple's disciple to see you. Good disciple, come and greet your grandmaster." Village chief aimed a kick at his butt and balls before saying angrily, "How could you speak like that to my grandmaster? My grandmaster is still your master, yet you show no etiquette at all." His master grew furious. "He tricked me to take up this role, and can you imagine how much hardship I suffered for it? A family wrenched apart, friends dying one by one, so calling him old fart is already letting him off lightly. Besides, I'm your master, so where's your etiquette? Your temper has grown, you need a beating. Stop quarreling." The elder was also furious. We are all human emperors, so how can we quarrel every time we meet? I'll bring you to meet my master. That old scumbag will definitely be happy seeing you guys dead as well. Village Chief and the tall and sturdy old man were both slightly unhappy. Village Chief said, Grandmaster, even though he's your master, he's also my great-grandmaster. So isn't it slightly disrespectful to call him old scumbag? The elder sneered at him. That old scumbag tricked me to become the human emperor and made my life hard, taking away all the fun from it. If he wasn't already dead, I wouldn't want anything more than to beat him to death. Let's go. I will bring you guys to meet him. Village Chief and the tall and sturdy man looked at each other in dismay. The master dusted off his clothes and asked in a low voice, Good disciple, have you passed down the position of the human emperor? Village Chief nodded. The tall and sturdy man let out a shaky breath and said, After your disciple dies, he will definitely find this place to scold and beat you, saying that you have ruined his life. Village Chief became nervous and shook his head. Muir is a good child and wouldn't do this. Muir is the most filial. The tall and sturdy man sneered at him. I thought you would hug me with a face full of tears after you died, yet you ended up giving me a kick. If you are like this, then what could be said about your disciple? Just wait for him to beat you up after he dies. That's right. Have you lied to him before? Village Chief's face instantly blackened as he muttered. I lied to him, saying that he's an overlord body, and he ended up pretty hardworking. What overlord body? The elder turned his head back, looking rather curious. Village Chief told them the whole story, and the two devils were dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time and could only raise their thumbs up at Village Chief. You are definitely dead, the two of them said over and over again. Your lie is the most ruthless. You're definitely going to die. Even though we also lied to our disciples, we didn't lie this horribly. You are good, making him live his whole life in a huge lie. After he dies, he won't just stop at kicking you and calling you an old fart. Village Chief's face grew black as charcoal. He consoled himself. Muir won't do that, he won't do that. Muir is the most filial. You were also very filial back then. You were the most filial to but didn't you kick me down the bridge the moment you saw me? Shut up, old bastard. The divine flood dragon king chased after the traces of the injured god, all the way to God-broken mountain range. Qin Mu suppressed his feebleness and refined spirit pills to heal the divine flood dragon king's injuries. Driving Moonship had exhausted him greatly. The moon was a treasure forged by God Ziqing, but it was already extinguished, so it wasn't able to supply the humongous energy that Moonship required. To drive it then, Qin Mu had to sacrifice his life force. When he had fished out a new sun for the sun herders, he had exhausted a huge amount of life force and could only barely recover by soaking in the pond of pure yang. Controlling Moonship had also exhausted him greatly. It was a pity that the degree of damage to Moonship was much more severe than that to Sunship, and the pond of pure yin had also dried up, so he was unable to replenish his life force. He could only rely on himself to slowly recover. However, since he had to chase after the injured gods so he wouldn't be able to reach eternal peace, Qin Mu had no time to treat himself. This god of high heavens didn't go by Surging River. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes wrinkled, and his heart sank. If the god of high heavens had taken the path of Surging River, he could use Dragon King to block him. With his battle power added to that of the Divine Flood Dragon King, they should have been able to take him down. But since he didn't walk by Surging River, even if the Divine Flood Dragon King caught up, it was unknown if he was strong enough to take down that god. If I use Secrets of Dragon Control by Dragon Rearing Sovereign to borrow the power of the Flood Dragons, I might be able to fight. Qin Mu turned back to have a look at the Flood Dragons beside the Dragon Qilin. He was slightly reluctant, since a life and death battle would mean that the Flood Dragons would either end up dead or injured. Once that happened, he would be powerless to defend even himself. God-broken mountain range at the border of Great Ruins was 3,000 to 4,000 miles away from them, but they could already see the fierce battle there. Qin Mu could feel terrifying shockwaves pulsing from time to time, formed by the clashing weapons and divine arts. He could even faintly see Butcher's knife lights. Mute's great furnace was burning the sky, giving it a scarlet red color. Without Village Chief powerful existence, Butcher, King Yi, and Mute, how many of them could still survive? Village Chief. Qin Mu felt a sharp pain in his heart and immediately discarded his distracting thoughts, refocusing on refining spirit pills to heal the Divine Flood Dragon King's injuries. The sky was white in front of them, then the sun rose in the horizon, its first rays shining on the battlefield. Qin Mu's heart sank. The god had already stepped into the territory of Eternal Peace Empire. The meteorological weapons WER. All over Eternal Peace Empire, and if the god managed to find even one of them, he could cause catastrophic damage. The casualties would be in hundreds of millions. The Divine Flood Dragon King's injuries got much better, and their speed gradually increased. As he checked on the footprints of the god, The Dragon King suddenly said in delight, "Your Majesty, the god's injuries has erupted and his speed is gradually slowing down. We will be able to catch up to him in no time." Qin Mu relaxed. Just be at ease and give chase boldly. His injuries are extremely heavy, otherwise, he would have left without leaving a trace. The Divine Flood Dragon King felt much better. Even though his abilities were extremely powerful, his guts were inferior to even those of the Dragon Qilin. He did things with constant fear and nervousness. As they covered 3,000 miles of Eternal Peace Empire, they saw the speed of the god growing slower and slower. They got closer with the sight of the blood left behind in the god's footsteps, forcing the grass and flowers in the surroundings to grow crazily. It was evident that his injuries had erupted and he couldn't control the divine blood in his body anymore. But suddenly, the divine blood vanished along with any other traces. He detected that we are chasing him, so he hid his trail. The Divine Flood Dragon King sniffed the surroundings, but didn't discover any traces of the god. His body suddenly trembled, and he spread out like flood, changing into water flood dragons which flew off in all directions. Si Yunxiang flew into midair and looked around. She could see a city in front of them, so she said, "Cult Master, it should be Purple Chase City to the south of us." Would the god have gone there? Qin Mu wanted to get up from the back of the dragon, but his legs wobbled, and he almost knelt down. He gasped for breath before saying, "Purple Chase City? Does our sacred cult have any power there?"
Yes.
The border area situated at Purple Chase City, which faces great ruins, is warm like spring for all 4 seasons. It is suitable to feed strange beasts, so the Hall Master of 10,000 Beasts Hall is there. It's a huge industry, and the mountains in the surroundings are all used for feeding strange beasts. After being raised, they're sold to the imperial court for the military. Si Yunxiang was in the Si family, which controlled all the money of Heavenly Saint cult, so she was rather knowledgeable about it. 10,000 Beasts Hall is a very important source of wealth for our sacred cult. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Let's go to Purple Chase City then, and call 10,000 Beasts Hall Master to meet me." The god entered our eternal peace, which means he entered the territory of our sacred cult. Even if he wants to hide, how can he hide from my eyes and ears? Si Yunxiang rode the Dragon Qilin to rush to Purple Chase City. Qin Mu, in the meantime, had the dragons search everywhere, so he as slightly slower. Yet he still couldn't find any traces of the god. After some time, they came to the outskirts of Purple Chase City, and before Qin Mu could even enter the city, he saw a burly man following Si Yunxiang in a hurry. He bowed in greeting, and Qin Mu waved his hand. "Does Hall Master have any method to find the location of an injured god? Does Cult Master have any of his clothes?" 10,000 Beasts Hall Master asked. "Nope. However, I did get hold of some of his divine blood." Qin Mu took out a small bottle of divine blood and asked, "Can this be used?" 10,000 Beasts Hall Master let out a sigh of relief and whistled. Suddenly, a bunch of big black dogs sprinted over. They had slim waists, necks, and legs, which resulted in their speed being extremely fast. These are hybrids between Great Ruin's Heavenly Dog and a native dog. They are the best at tracking. 10,000 Beasts Hall Master received the jade bottle and let the big black dogs take a sniff. A bunch of them leaped up as though they were flying, then rushed away. After a moment, the ground trembled and a few behemoths dug out. They were big rats that looked like porcupines, but they were much bigger than wild boars. 10,000 Beasts Hall Master let them take a sniff of the divine blood, and they tunneled back underground to start their search. Lonely cries of eagles came from the sky, and a few huge birds came diving down. Before they even landed on the ground, dust rose into the sky. The next moment, a bunch of golden eagles with the wingspan of several yards landed. 10,000 Beasts Hall Master let them sniff the divine blood, and they flapped their wings to leave. "Cult Master, I still have to let the blood dragon eels in the river take a whiff." 10,000 Beasts Hall Master said. "They're skilled in tracking in water." "Hall Master sure is attentive," Qin Mu praised. They walked into Purple Chase City and Qin Mu asked, "Were there any abnormal sights in the surroundings recently? For example, stone statues popping out from underground or some treasure?" "It's right in the city. Over 10 days ago, the most famous fragrance, suddenly stopped producing water. The land trembled, and a huge gourd came from inside. It's 15 yards tall and is plated with gold. There are many runes on it, but I didn't understand them at all," 10,000 Beasts Hall Master explained. The magistrate ordered to lock the area around Fragrance Well, forbidding anyone from getting close. He said it was the Emperor's order. Qin Mu's heart picked up in speed, and he said, "Let's go over." As they walked quickly to Fragrance Well, 10,000 Beasts Hall Master smiled and asked, "In front is Fragrance Well?" The golden eagles circled in the sky above them while big black dogs sprinted through the land, heading straight for Fragrance Well. Trembles even came from underground, big rats popping out from time to time to look around. Qin Mu's hard eye. instantly jumped into his throat. The god of high heavens was right in the city and was near Fragrance Well. Have everyone leave Purple Chase City immediately. Chapter 428. Making Threats and Promises. 10,000 Beasts Hall Master's heart tightened, and he went to inform the magistrate. Qin Mu stopped him as he tilted his head. Wait a moment, there's no need to have everyone leave. 10,000 Beasts Hall Master was slightly stunned, but Hu Ling'e and Si Yunxiang instantly understood what Qin Mu meant. There's no point in them leaving. If the meteorological weapon gets activated, no one will be able to run away. Even if they run to the capital, they still won't be able to avoid the explosion. This kind of weapon can travel thousands of miles in an instant. If its power was completely unleashed, it could probably shroud the entire Eternal Peace Empire. A chill ran down the back of 10,000 Beasts Hall Master. They were tens of thousands of miles away from the capital, but they couldn't escape even after running all that distance? What kind of weapon was that huge bottle gourd in Fragrance Well? Qin Mu straightened his shirt and walked toward Fragrance Well with unhurried steps. He'd been in a rush earlier, but now he was quite relaxed. Don't let the people in the city leave. Si Yunxiang was slightly stunned. The people in the city are the god's hostages. If we let them go, he will have no hostages and will immediately activate the bottle gourd, starting the natural disaster. Qin Mu whispered. Si Yunxiang couldn't help shuddering as she looked at him. The power of the meteorological weapons was too strong. They had tested it in Granny C's manor and knew it full well. Not even 1% of Earthquake Cauldron's power had been unleashed, yet it had injured Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, Village Chief, and the rest of the experts with its tremors. The residue power had even traveled several hundred miles and shaken the mountains. If the people in the city stayed, they'd be located at the center of the explosion. This way, if they died, they would feel much less pain. Cough, cough. The god coughed twice, but it wasn't an act. His body was truly weak. His coughing came from near Fragrance Well, as did the sneering voice right after. Little thing, you chased me all the way here, but aren't you afraid I will activate this 5 Thunder Pot? 5 Thunder Pot. Qin Mu walked toward Fragrance Well, going up the steps. He had the Divine Flood Dragon King follow beside him as he smiled. This treasure is called 5 Thunder Pot? May I ask which 5 thunders are within it? The Divine Flood Dragon King looked at the courtyard in front and frowned slightly. He shook his body, and it instantly became smaller, taking the form of a youth wearing a sapphire blue robe. He looked somewhat fierce, but wasn't bad-looking. The dragon Qielin also shook his body and sucked in his tummy, but it popped out again with a boing.
Huel.
Inger immediately covered her face and said with embarrassment, Fatty dragon, don't call me Sister Linger anymore. This is so embarrassing. Other flood dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws while shouting Maha Maha. They shook the bodies as well, but none of them transformed into humans. Instead, they all sucked their tummy in before releasing them with a boing. These guys have all gotten pretty fat after following young master. Their little tummies are all bulging out. Hu Ling'e surveyed the dragons with a serious face and thought to herself, I should tell young master to take note of their diet from now on. The flood dragons had not learned the art of morphing before since Dragon-Rearing Sovereign had only raised them for battle. He had never treated them as his disciples, so he didn't teach them the human language either. Qin Mu brought everyone to ascend up the steps. The courtyard before them showed up to be huge, like that of a large manor. In the center of it was the famous Fragrance Well of Purple Chase City. It was a famous historical site. Rumor said that the land had once been barren, so when a bunch of escapees running from soldiers came to it, they had no water to drink and died from thirst. The survivors then prayed to the heaven, and a miracle happened. The ground swirled and cracked up, revealing a deep well whose water had a lovely fragrance. Because of that, it was named Fragrance Well. Around it was a courtyard built of bricks. It had a tight guard, plenty of which were divine arts practitioners. There were 3 layers of defense inside, and 3 layers outside. But at that moment, all of those divine arts practitioners were sleeping on the ground, without a single one being awake. It was obvious that it was the doing of the god. 5 thunder are actually classified with directions, north, south, east, west, and middle, and they form 5 great thunderclouds. Qin Mu walked into the courtyard and saw that Fragrance Well was gone. It had cracked from being burst apart from inside by a huge treasure. It didn't really look like it was a bottle gourd, but like it was made out of green jade in that shape. It was roughly 15 yards tall, and the runes that appeared on it looked like clouds yet not clouds, like dragon yet not dragons, like lightning yet not lightning. Under the bottle gourd sat a man with a horn who looked rather miserable. He was covered in injuries, and there were even a few broken bones sticking out from his skin.
They looked quite horrifying.
His leg was also broken, resulting in a bloody mess. His bones there were shattered, and much of his soul had already rotted. Qin Mu couldn't help feeling sorrowful and asked in concern, How are brother's injuries? You are the one who smashed it, so what do you think? The one-horned man took a glance at him, his voice lacking politeness. His injuries had been caused by Qin Mu smashing him with a broken moon, which crippled him. If that wasn't enough, he even chased him all the way to the city, and then dared to act courteously by asking him how were his injuries. Qin Mu blushed with shame and revealed an apologetic smile. A doctor treats a patient like the parents a child. Truth be told, this little brother has learned the art of healing, and is known as a divine physician with sacred hands. I'm the most merciful, frequently treating people and saving them. I can't bear to see people injured thus. When I saw brother's injuries, my compassion couldn't help stirring. If brother can believe me, I can't. The one-horned god sneered at him. No need to say more. This 5 Thunderpot contains 5 Thunderclaws which aren't very big, so they can at most cover the territory of Eternal Peace Empire. There are Firebell divine weapons in the clouds, so with a single ring, the entire empire will be buried by lightning. You chased me this far, but aren't you scared I will activate 5 Thunderpot? Qin Mu went forward and supported himself on the 5 Thunderpot. He said with a smile, "How can I not be scared? But if I don't chase after you, won't you still activate 5 Thunderpot? Not only will you activate it, you will even activate all the other meteorological weapons. Just 5 Thunderpot alone isn't enough to kill all of Eternal Peace's people, but if you activate all the other meteorological weapons as well, that would then be a fatal disaster." Wait, how should I address Senior Brother? The one-horned god looked at the youth, who was the divine flood dragon king who opened his mouth to speak. Your Majesty, he's God Bai Shi of High Heavens. Senior Brother Bai Shi, Qin Mu said solemnly. The fact that you didn't activate 5 Thunderpot immediately means that there's room for discussion. In that case, why don't we discuss? The eyes of God Bai Shi were slightly farther apart than normal, but even though they were small, they were round. What do you suggest? You go to Great Ruins and turn into a stone statue, and you will live, Qin Mu said with a smile. God Bai Shi laughed loudly, his voice sounding like a huge bell. He sneered and said, "Just a brat like you expects me to turn myself into a stone statue willingly? I'm a god of high heavens. If I came to this kind of agreement with you, wouldn't I become a laughingstock to all the people in the world?" Qin Mu refined a furnace of spirit pills to treat himself and replenish his life force. What does Senior Brother suggests? I'll activate 5 Thunderpot, and you'll let me off, then I won't touch the rest of the meteorological weapons. Qin Mu consumed the spirit pills and said weakly, "No can do." God Bai Shi's tiny eye shrank. Don't force me into the path of no return. If I can't complete this mission given to me by the high gods, I won't be able to live. Either you let me activate 5 Thunderpot and let me go, or I'll activate it and fight you to the death. Even if I die, I'll pull you guys too. WN as well. Qin Mu shook his head. You can't pull any of us down. Bai Shi laughed loudly, while Qin Mu took out the true dragon's nest to fetch out the god's limbs, which he had stolen from Xing'an. He then pieced these limbs into the shape of a 4-headed and many-armed devil god. Senior Brother Bai Shi, I have ways to protect myself. I'm skilled in the art of teleportation, and also know the art of summoning. This body is prepared for an old friend of mine. If you don't come to an agreement with me, I will summon him from Dutian World, and there won't even be a need to mention protecting me, since killing you will be a breeze for him. God Bai Shi's gaze landed on the 4-headed and many-armed body, and his eyes became even smaller. You're trying to scare me? How could you know any devil god? Qin Mu smiled and took out a white bone altar, as well as a wooden sculpture of a devil god. He executed Ghost Transferring God Dispatching Runes command and cast a spell on the altar. After a moment, evil wind blew in waves while devil chi churned. All kinds of runes began lighting up on the wooden devil god sculpture. God Bai Shi's face changed slightly and he immediately said, "Stop. You can stop summoning. I believe you." Qin Mu immediately stopped and secretly sighed in relief. If he continued to summon, even if he managed to contact Dutian Devil King, the other might not pay any attention to him. Dutian Devil King carried a heavy burden and his guts were small. Ever since he had left back then, he had never contacted Qin Mu again. He had also said that he would definitely not come back to his world again. If Dutian Devil King knew that 100 god statues had appeared in Eternal Peace Empire along with meteorological weapons of immeasurable power, he definitely wouldn't dare to show himself. Qin Mu took away the wooden sculpture and placed the body he had pieced together on the altar with a smile. Now can we talk? God Bai Shi's face flickered between clarity and grimness. After calculating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. I have young and old in high heavens, and if I can't complete this mission, my whole race is going to be exterminated. I need to return to high heavens to bring them out. Your Majesty, don't believe him, the divine flood dragon king said in a low voice. He indeed has a race in high heavens, but high heavens aren't a place in which he can just come and go as he pleases. There's a receiving official in high heavens, and without his permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Mu smiled. God Baishi's expression changed drastically, and he sneered. How did dragon-rearing sovereign raise a traitor like you? The divine flood dragon king sneered back at him. If dragon sovereign wasn't subdued by his majesty, why would have I turned traitor? Dumbfounded, God Baishi he cried out. Dragon-rearing sovereign was subdued by him? Similar to you, dragon-rearing sovereign was severely injured by me and had no choice. But to submit to me in the end, Qin said with a warm smile. My terms to him were extremely generous, to become the Dragon King of Surging River. Every year, the people who commit suicide in the river and those that drown in shipwrecks are all his rations, so his meals are definitely good. On top of that, there are over 100 Dragon King temples of all sizes beside the river, and they all worship him. Dragon-rearing sovereign enjoys his incenses and offerings, living his days out in unmatched comfort. God Baishi smiled from anger. Yet you want me to turn myself into a stone statue. I dare not accept it. Could it be that I'm inferior to that scumbag who raises dragons? Senior brother Baishi, what requests do you have? Just name them, and if I can satisfy you, I will definitely not be stingy. It's just that the matter of activating 5 Thunderpot is too delicate. If you activate the treasure, either you or I will have to die. Qin said with utter sincerity. God Baishi muttered irresolutely, unable to make up his mind. Qin gaze flickered, and he took a glance at 5 Thunderpot. He was truly afraid of the huge bottle gourd, so he probed, how about this, can you wait a few days? If the gods of your high heavens achieve victory and activate the other meteorological weapons, I will turn around and leave, allowing you to activate this 5 Thunderpot. I will return to great ruins and not dabble in the worldly affairs anymore, allowing the true gods to descend and erase the world. If you don't receive any news of the gods of high heavens activating other meteorological weapons, you and I will talk again. What do you think? God Baishi gritted his teeth and said firmly, all right. Qin laughed loudly, then coughed a few times while gasping for breath. Senior brother, little brother's body isn't in a good condition, so I'll take my leave now. Astonished, God Baishi thought to himself, this brat sure is naive, leaving me here. If the senior brothers of high heavens are able to activate the other meteorological weapons, it wouldn't matter if I activate 5 Thunderpot or not. But if they don't activate them, it would mean that they had all died and there would be nothing wrong with me submitting. As Qin walked out of the courtyard, his face turned dark, scaring Si Yunxiang and the rest. His expression had changed way too fast. Saintess Yang, inform the Emperor to have Sunshot Divine Cannon brought over here. Qin said ruthlessly. Also, I will write down a prescription, for which, Saintess, you'll have to help me grab the herbs. I want to refine a poison. Next, have all the experts who are skilled in 5 demons transferring technique to come over, so we can send 5 Thunderpot as far away as possible. Si Yunxiang hesitated for a moment, then probed. Cult Master, it isn't good to do this, is it? We need to be prepared, just in case. If things go sour, we can move 5 Thunderpot away and kill him.
CH.
After 429, Doctor treats a patient like the parents. Qin raised his brush and wrote down the spirit herbs and poisonous herbs he needed. The magistrate of Purple Chase City came to visit him, but was held off by Hulinger. Young master is not seeing any visitors for the next couple days. The magistrate was helpless and could only leave. Si Yunxiang hurriedly contracted Si family, asking it to inform the brothers of the cult to report to the emperor as soon as possible. She also had the elders in the cult to strictly choose the best experts of 5 demons transferring technique and send them over as soon as possible. When Qin handed over the prescription, Si Yunxiang realized that there were over 100 types of herbs in it, and she had never seen or heard about many of them. These spirit herbs will probably be very difficult to find, so you will need to flip through all the medicine shops in the cities all over the empire in order to find them. It's going to take quite some time. Qin let out a shaky breath and smiled. I gave God Baishi those couple days for us to find the herbs, and also to wait for the experts of the cult and the emperor to come. Otherwise, why would I have let him consider it for so long? Si Yunxiang sighed. As your enemy, they have to be careful not to choke on even rice when eating. I've already informed the sacred cult. Besides a few elders that who's skilled in 5 demons transferring technique, the rest will come from Lightfinger's Hall. Lightfinger's Hall? Qin stared blankly at her with a look of inquiry. Lightfingers mean that they are thieves. Si Yunxiang smiled and said, these hold the majority in Lightfinger's Hall. They usually steal from the rich, taking away the riches from the wealthy families over to us. However, they're usually working on small-scale things. Lately, though, the emperor recruited them into the army to grab the enemy's rations, and many of them achieved meritorious services, so their official positions aren't shabby. I see. Qin suddenly understood it and praised them. In every trade, a master will always appear. Even a thief can be promoted and gain wealth. I must tell this to Grandpa Cripple. Yet he was also worried. He didn't know what the situation was like on God-broken mountain range, where Cripple and the rest had intercepted the gods of high heavens. With Grandpa Apothecary there, they should be fine. Even though he thought so, he still couldn't help worrying. Even though Apothecary could save the injured, it was still a battlefield of gods and devils. If they got killed, even Apothecary wouldn't be able to save them. Si Yunxiang ordered the disciples of the cult to prepare the herbs while Qin Mu wrote down prescriptions to treat his own injuries. Hu Linger grabbed the herbs from the medicine shops in the city so his body could be nursed properly. After all, the life force exhausted by using Moonship was no small matter. If there was a way to replenish it, he would do all he could to do so. After 2-3 days, Qin Mu felt much better. He then brought the Divine Flood Dragon King and the bunch of flood dragons into the courtyard of Fragrance Well to ask, "Senior brother Bai Shi, would you like me to treat your injuries?" "No need," God Bai Shi said with alertness. "A person who's skilled in medicine is naturally skilled in poison. If I consumed your medicine, I'm worried I wouldn't even know how I died." Qin Mu took a glance at his wounds and saw that they were no longer bleeding. However, there were many broken bones that made his appearance pretty miserable. If your leg is not treated soon, it will go lame, and you will only be able to use one leg to walk. After 2 more days, the lame one will have to be sawed off. On top of that, the rot from your injury will slowly spread through the rest of your body, which is fine for now. You will start to rot alive. God Bai Shi sneered at him. "You are trying to scare me? I am a god, so how will my flesh and blood spoil? You used a moon to strike me and not a divine art. My flesh and blood won't spoil from an attack of brute strength." Qin Mu sighed. That moon is a treasure forged by a god during founding emperor era, so how could it not have any divine art? That moon is also the supreme Yin, whose qi is the best at spoiling a person's corporeal body. Hiding a sickness for fear of treatment, never did I expect a magnificent god to be like this as well. After he said that, he shook his sleeves and left. God Bai Shi sneered over and over again. Qin Mu walked out of the courtyard of Fragrance Well where Si Yunxiang had already prepared a portion of the spirit herbs. There are still some spirit herbs that haven't been found yet, but I have told the brothers of the cult to locate them as soon as possible. Once they are found, they will send them over on a fast ship. Qin Mu examined the spirit herbs and said, "The herbs now still can't take his life. Only one leg at most." Si Yunxiang jumped in shock and immediately asked in a whisper, "What are you going to do with his leg?" Qin Mu smiled and instructed her, "Have everyone if the surroundings who has even the slightest external injury, even if it's just a prick from a needle, to leave. They have to get at least 1 mile away from Fragrance Well." What if someone who got pricked by a needle doesn't leave? That would be bad. Qin Mu chose his herbs, his eyes focused solely on them. The place where they got pricked will first become a small hole, which will slowly expand. In just 4 to 6 hours, the rot will spread throughout their whole body, and their bones will suffer from necrosis. Si Yunxiang felt a chill run down her spine, and hurried away. Fragrance Well was a historical site, so there weren't many people living around it. Si Yunxiang instructed the magistrate to just move all them away. Qin Mu refined and brewed a medicine that was colorless and odorless, so it was extremely difficult to notice. After 2 days, God Bai Shi instructed someone to invite him over. Qin Mu sealed and put away the medicine he had refined into his Taotai sack as backup. He returned to the courtyard of Fragrance Well and saw God Bai Shi sitting on the floor. The wound on his leg had already started to rot, and it was spreading upwards to the flesh which had been fine before. "You laid your hands on me?" God Bai Shi stared intensely at him with his bright eyes and croaked, "It must be something you did in the dark that my leg is spoiling so fast." Qin Mu went over to carefully examine it and shook his head. "I said you were hiding a sickness for fear of treatment, yet you didn't believe me. How could the moon of that moonship be ordinary? You were injured by it, and if you had let me treat you earlier, you could have kept your leg, but now it's gone. The flesh and blood have already rotted, and the bone marrow is also dead. I can only saw this leg off to prevent it from continuing to spread the rot." The corners of God Bai Shi's eyes twitched as he stared at him ruthlessly. Yet when he saw his expression wasn't faked, he said dejectedly, "If I saw it off, I will only be left with one leg. I will lose a lot of my bargaining power. My medical expertise is astounding and I can attach another person's leg to you. I have 3 legs here, and you can choose the one that you like. After cutting off your leg, you'll have to nurse yourself for 2 days before I will be able to replace it for you," Qin Mu said seriously. God Bai Shi's face flickered between dark and clear as he hesitated in making up his mind. "Do you know why I'm called Bai Shi?" he suddenly asked. "When a white steed flits past a crack, it lasts but an instant," God Bai Shi said with an indifferent tone. "This is talking about my speed. It is the #1 in the world, and you can't even see my silhouette before I'm already 1,000 miles away. With my leg injured, how will I be able to exhibit my speed?" Qin Mu nodded. When he had met the 3 gods of high heavens, he had caught one off guard and got rid of him while God Bai Shi was the most difficult to deal with. His speed was extremely fast and he moved to and fro like lightning. Even when Qin Mu had opened Nine Heaven's Eyes awakening skill to the ninth layer, he still could only catch his silhouette. This was why their fight covered several thousand miles before the other's leg got injured, crippling him. You can also run very fast with one leg, Qin Mu consoled him. Grandpa Cripple of my village also had one leg, but his speed was still unmatched in this world. Look at your spoiled leg. Should I saw it off for you? God Baishi's body trembled, and he asked in a hoarse voice, Aren't you a divine physician? Don't you have any methods to treat it? Qin Mu expression dimmed. If it was 2 days ago. If I saw it off now, you will still have one leg left, but if you continue to delay, I'll be forced to cut off everything from the waist down. But don't you worry, Grandpa Butcher of my village was also like that when I grew up, yet he also lived pretty well. He could run very fast with his arms, and it was pretty convenient not having to pee. The muscles on God Baishi's face twitched randomly before he gritted his teeth. In that case, cut it off. Qin Mu took out Carefree sword and passed it to him while saying apologetically, You are a god, so I don't have the ability to cut off your leg. It's best you do it yourself. God Baishi gripped the hilt of the sword and wanted to make his move, but tears began to flow down from his eyes. Qin Mu couldn't bear to see it and was about to say something when God Baishi gave a loud shout and slashed down, severing his leg just below the chip. Qin Mu was stunned. He immediately went forward to help him stop bleeding. He put away Carefree sword and took out 3 legs before saying with utter sincerity, You can choose one leg. I'm sincere in wanting to save this world from disaster, so I will definitely do all I can to attach your leg back, for you to continue to be able to flit past a crack in but an instant. Don't worry. These 3 legs are all from Xing En's collection, so they are legs of the highest quality and won't be any inferior to your original leg. You know who Xing En is, right? A madman who loves collecting. He won't collect any body parts that are not on the god level. God Baishi endured the pain as beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. His gaze fell on the 3 legs and he said in a hoarse voice, How do I know if you had done anything to them? A person who is skilled in healing is also skilled in poison. If you've tampered with them, won't I be tricked? Qin Mu looked at him with a sincere gaze. When God Baishi saw it and expression, he felt slightly ashamed in his heart, but he still didn't dare to believe. His gaze flickered before he pointed at a slightly shorter leg. I choose that one. Qin Mu smiled and handed him that leg while putting away the other 2. Don't worry, you can keep this leg. When your complexion is better 2 days later, I'll come and help attack it. If I leave this leg with you, you won't worry about me doing anything to it, right? God Baishi nodded and sighed. I shouldn't have doubted you. I now trust that you are a doctor who treats his patient like the parents treat their children. But I don't need you to prescribe me any medicine to recuperate. I'll do it myself. Qin Mu sneered at him. You still don't trust me. Oh well, if you need any spirit herbs, just instruct the divine arts practitioners outside the courtyard to fetch them. I won't interfere. When he was finished, he turned around to leave. God Baishi summoned a divine arts practitioners over and wrote down a prescription for the medicine he wanted. Outside the courtyard, Si Yunxiang's gaze flickered and she asked in a low voice, Cult Master, do you want to do something to his herbs? No need. Are all the spirit herbs I need here? There are still a few left. Qin Mu went over to check and after calculating for a moment said, These are about enough. He took out the other 2 divine legs and prepared to refine poison for them. Cult Master you, Si Yunxiang cried out. Even if I let him keep that divine leg, he definitely won't use it. After a few days, he will definitely make me take out these 2 divine legs and choose one of them. Qin Mu refined his poison seriously, planning to hide it in the legs. His serious expression was actually pretty terrifying. I don't know which leg he will use, so I need to prepare both of them. The poison that's left, I plan to. He executed his vital qi and his hand techniques changed, without end. Find a chance to return it to Xing En. What do you think of this idea? Si Yunxiang shuddered, her face ashen. Cult Master, I don't dare to covet after the position of Cult Master anymore, she said in a trembling voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Mu turned his head back and smiled at her. His smile of a big boy was very radiant, like sunshine, and brimming with youth. Si Yunxiang felt her blood run cold. Chapter 430. North Deity's Divine Weapon. Qin Mu used a lot of time and effort to refine the poison. It was multi-composite, requiring him to refine it numerous times. He had no first make hundreds of basic poison pills, then use them to feed venomous creatures, for example, venomous worms, toads, and various insects. Once they were ready, he used them as fertilizer for poisonous mushrooms and grass. He did it numerous times, until he managed to refine a couple poisonous eggs which he planted into the bone marrow of the 2 legs. Those poisonous eggs would not dissolve on their own, but when bone marrow began producing blood again, their shells would break, and the poison inside would flow into all parts of the body through the bloodstream, spoiling the person's divine treasures, breaking his primordial spirit, and wiping out his soul. Qin Mu had just finished refining the strange poison and saving some poisonous eggs for backup when Si Yunxiang brought him news. The elders and experts skilled in 5 demons transferring technique have arrived. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "Please invite them." Si Yunxiang invited the people of Heavenly Devil Cult over, and Qin Mu surveyed them. He saw that numerous people of Heavenly Devil Cult were indeed generals in the army, for they had rushed to him without even wasting time to take off their armor. 5 demons transferring technique wasn't an extremely powerful spell, and it wasn't mainstream. It was a spell of the lowest professions, but in reality, even the weakest spells contained unimaginable power. There were no good and bad spells. The crucial point lay in only how one used them. If Qin Mu wanted to fight his way into the courtyard of fragrance, well, then even if his people had learned the most powerful spell divine arts, even if they were on Divine Bridge Realm and ready to make sacrifices, they might not be able to stop God Bai Shi from activating 5 Thunderpot. Yet the lowest 5 demons transferring technique could move 5 Thunderpot away without anyone having to die. "Gentlemen," Qin Mu bowed and greeted them. "We can only succeed this time. No failure is allowed. Otherwise, once the lightning covers eternal peace, I don't know how many people will die miserably. Whether or not we succeed, we will have to see everyone's abilities." The cult member hurried to return the greeting. "All part of our duty. We don't dare to accept cult master's greeting." Qin Mu straightened his back and said solemnly, "North, south, east, west, and middle, 5 great thunderclouds are in 5 Thunderpot, and there are fire bell divine weapons in the thunderclouds. Even if it's just simply moving this divine treasure, we have to be extremely careful not to activate the power within it. Does anyone have any understanding of the 5 great thunderclouds?" Everyone looked at one another in dismay. An elder stepped out of the ranks and said, "Cult Master, I have some understanding in regards to the 5 great thunderclouds and the fire bell divine weapons. I have wandered around in my early years and come across a strange book in the Black Tortoise Temple of Great Ruins. On it was recorded some anecdotes about North Deity." Qin Mu's expression changed slightly. "Great Ruins again. The 5 great thunderclouds and fire bell divine weapons are treasures forged by North Deity." The elder who spoke was Elder Si Gong of Heavenly Devil Cult. North Deity is also known as Black Tortoise Great Deity and is skilled in Thunderspell divine arts. The 5 great thunderclouds and firebell divine weapons are his masterpieces and possess extreme power. In Black Tortoise Temple of Great Ruins, that strange book was carved on the back of a black turtle. Its whole body was made out of foundry iron, and it was extremely difficult to flip through it. I had managed to open 2 pages and read some records. Founding Emperor had once held a banquet and invited North Deity, who called thunderclouds to run through all the worlds, and Founding Emperor couldn't help exclaiming endlessly about it. As for what that strange book means, I don't know. Qin Mu was astonished. North Deity and Founding Emperor? There was a connection between them? North Deity had once been invited by Founding Emperor as a guest. In the book, some of the marvels of North Deity's 5 great thunderclouds were mentioned, and I had researched some thunder spells after that. Elder Si Gong took a breath and then continued. Great Thundercloud spell has been long lost, but there's Little Thundercloud spell in great educational Heavenly Devil scriptures, and it is what I cultivate. Even though I only saw 2 pages of that strange book, it allowed the cultivation of my little Thundercloud spell to improve greatly, so I reaped quite the benefit. If Cult Master can believe me, let me be in charge of this 5 demons transfer." Qin Mu nodded and said, "The power of Little Thundercloud spell is not insignificant, and since Elder Si Gong cultivates this spell, why don't you exchange some pointers with me? Tell me about your understanding in regards to Little Thundercloud spell." Elder Si Gong told him about the art which he had comprehended in front of everyone, and Qin Mu listened to it carefully, corroborating it with his own great educational Heavenly Devil scriptures. When Elder Si Gong finished talking about that, did he talk about his understanding regarding it? Ever since he was young, Qin Mu had received pointers from the 9 elders of Disabled Elderly Village. The height of his horizons had long ago reached a height that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. On top of that, he'd had other opportunities, like woodcutters imparting scriptures, the grooming of Qin Hanjin on the treasure ship, comprehension in Great Thunderclap Monastery, comprehension of Dao Sword on the stone tablet, comprehension in Little Jade Capital, and peeking into Imperial Preceptor comprehending Dao in Qingmen Pass. Even though his horizons couldn't be said to be #1 in the world, there were not many who could surpass him. Little Thundercloud spell was one of the spells in great educational Heavenly Devil scriptures, and the rock on which Woodcutter had imparted his teachings already had a deep explanation of this spell. With the pointers of Death, this great scholar, and his own understanding, that of someone who was the great master who founded 6 Directions Primordial Spirit, giving pointers to Elder Si Gong on thunder spells was no problem for him. Qin Mu lectured, and everyone looked as though they were intoxicated. They gained their own comprehension. After Elder Si Gong heard everything, He couldn't help admiring Qin Mu. He was completely won over and praised. Cult Master is a genius, a natural-born sacred cult master. Even though Qin Mu was young, had just hit 16 years old, and his cultivation was still on Six Directions realm, his knowledge was great, and the depth of his understanding could already win over a Divine Bridge practitioner like him. Comprehend in detail. We will have to move 5 Thunderpot in a few days. Turning around then, Qin Mu asked Si Yunxiang, "Where is the Emperor now?" "He just reached Serene Prefecture, which is still over 10 days of journey from here," Si Yunxiang said. "His Majesty's plan is for Cult Master to delay for 10 days. If you can't do that, you need to at least get him 8 days. At that time, he will fire the cannon from 5,000 miles away and kill Bai Shi." Qin Mu shook his head. "Bai Shi won't give us 8 days. He will make a decision in 3 to 5 days' time. How's the battle in God-Broken Mountain Range?" Si Yunxiang frowned. "That place is already destroyed, and the aftermath of the divine arts can be seen everywhere. Even so, experts of Celestial Being Realm still can't go inside. The Emperor has ordered the soldiers at Eternal Border and Secret Waters to retreat, abandoning Secret Waters Pass to prevent them from being dragged into the fray. As for the outcome of the battle," she shook her head. "The Emperor has ordered the generals of the 2 passes to go forward and investigate, but there is still no news. No one has walked out as of now." Qin Mu's heart squeezed, and he let out a shaky breath. His gaze became sharp. "In that case, after solving this matter with God Bai Shi, I will go over there personally. I want to see them if they are alive or their bodies if they are dead. Elder Si Gong, I'll give you guys 2 days. Prepare as soon as possible. We won't wait for the Emperor anymore." Elder Si Gong and the rest were awed. They immediately went to practice how to cast the spell with 100 people. To make 100 people cooperate seamlessly and execute the same technique without messing up and activating the power of 5 Thunderpot in 2 days was very difficult. However, time was running out, so they had no choice but to practice more. Suddenly, the divine arts practitioner guarding the courtyard of fragrance came to report. "Cult Master Qin, the god has invited you." Qin Mu's spirit moved slightly, and he rose to head over to the courtyard of fragrance God Bai Shi's complexion was much better. It was evident that he had refined pills to treat his own injuries, so they were much lighter. His cultivation had also become a lot healthier. However, he had chopped off one of his legs, so it was impossible for him to escape. Because of that, Qin Mu was afraid he would fall into depression and active 5 Thunderpot, beside which he spent all of his time. "Little friend, there have been many guests recently, The horn on God Bai Shi's head glowed, and rings of light slid down from the tip of it, flowing through his whole body. Qin Mu examined the light, and his heart moved slightly. It was shaking up the god's corporeal body, forcing the spoiled blood out. It had to be a kind of body refinement technique, which could make the body recover quicker. Before that, God Bai Shi had been beaten up quite miserably, so he didn't even have the possibility to escape for his life. But now that some of his cultivation had started to recover, he was trying to recover the strength of his corporeal body as well. "Those that came are all just small figures and can't threaten a god like you. Is that true?" Qin Mu said with a smile. "I can see that your abilities are recovering quite fast, and it makes me worried. I'm afraid that you will go back on your promise. I've already waited for some 7 days, and I don't think there's a point to wait for much more. It'd be best if we signed the Pact of Earth Count, and there's no better time than now, so why don't we do it today?" "What Promise? Did I have a promise with you? Ha ha ha." God Bai Shi laughed, and his voice was like thunder, ringing throughout the entire city. "I'm joking. Look at your pale face. It's completely white. Since you have already waited for some 7 days, why don't you wait some more? Didn't you say you wanted to attach a divine leg for me? I haven't connected it yet, so when I have both legs again, we shall sign the Pact of Earth Count." Qin Mu's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Your abilities have already recovered so much, so if I attach your leg and you activate 5 Thunderpot and run, won't I have to bear the sin of having allowed you to wipe out countless people in eternal peace? Your leg can wait. Let's do it after we sign the Pact of Earth Count." God Bai Shi placed his palm on 5 Thunderpot and beamed at him. "You are called Qin Mu, right?" asked the divine arts practitioners around here, Heavenly Devil Cult Master Qin Mu. "But you are also human emperor, someone truly powerful to have broken one of my legs. Su Shenghua went to find you, but he never returned, so you should have gotten rid of him. This is no wonder though. How could he fight against you? Come over, attach my leg, and we can talk then. Otherwise, I will activate this 5 Thunderpot immediately." Qin Mu's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Divine Flood Dragon King." Watery light pulsed behind him, and the Divine Flood Dragon King appeared with a bow. "Divine Flood Dragon King is right here. What do you command, Your Majesty?" God Bai Shi sneered. "Don't fool around, Cult Master Qin. My hand is still on 5 Thunderpot." The corners of Qin Mu's eyes crinkled, then like spring wind and rain, The stern expression on his face vanished, and he laughed loudly. Senior brother Bai Shi is indeed powerful. I'll help you attach your leg back. Divine Flood Dragon King, there's no need to be nervous. Come man, bring up the medicine I refined. Senior brother Bai Shi, where's the leg you have chosen? Take it out. God Bai Shi threw the shorter leg over and said with a smile, the length of this leg is not suitable. Take out the other 2 legs and I'll choose again. The smile of Qin Mu's face froze, frowning a little. God Bai Shi stood on one leg with a smile on his face as he said leisurely, does Cult Master Qin have any opinion? Qin Mu took in a long, deep breath, then took out the other 2 divine legs while gritting his teeth tightly. No, I don't. Senior brother Bai Shi, please choose. God Bai Shi took a look at him and laughed when he saw that Qin Mu's face was black. Young man still can't remain calm. His magic power poured out, and he swept up the 2 divine legs. He examined them in detail, but didn't discover Qin Mu doing anything to them. I'll choose this one. Divine Physician Qin, help me attach it. May senior brother lie down, Qin Mu said with barely held back anger. God Bai Shi lay down with his palms still on 5 Thunderpot. He said leisurely, don't try to play any tricks. If my hand just makes a slight move, 5 Thunderpot will explode, and it'll be even easier for the Thunderclouds to destroy the world. The treasure of North Deity could turn even founding Emperor's empire into great ruins, so what chance does eternal peace stand, hee. Chapter 431. Cooked Duck. God Bai Shi kept staring at Qin Mu, who cautious and conscientious, attaching the other's leg seriously without any complaint. He sutured the root of the leg, with the leg chosen by the god. Senior brother Bai Shi is not a human, right? Qin Mu examined the nerves and activated the nerve system of the broken section, nursing it with medicine. I see the structure of your body is different that of humans. What is your race? Light poured out from the heart of God Bai Shi's brows, and a primordial spirit soared out. It was a dragon horse, which had wings on its back and a long horn on its head. Its mane fluttered in the wind as its body shone from its snow-white color. The dragon horse was lively and full of enthusiasm, truly having the vitality attributed to its name-bearers. Qin Mu raised his head to take a look before praising. You are a divine steed. This kind of primordial spirit is rare. Using the term divine steed to describe me is also according to the times. God Bai Shi's primordial spirit stared at his actions. However, I rarely show my true form. During founding Emperor, cough, cough. In the past, of course, before you were born, divine steeds like me could only deliver letters to people and be their mounts. It was truly a waste of our talents. Qin Mai's expression changed slightly, and he asked, in that case, how did senior brother Bai Shi go to high heavens?
Look outside.
The heaven changed, the earth changed, even lowly gods like my kind received our day to shine. Not long after the calamity, I surrendered. After that, great ruins appeared. Back then, many of those who had surrendered with me shone brighter and were all better at currying favor than me, so they left this world to enjoy their lives, leaving only a few of us behind. Those fellows were all good at bootlicking, but I was not. It was fine anyway though, better be a chicken's beak than a cow's rump. He smiled. Even though those fellows knew how to bootlick, the moment they reached the upper realm, they became the lowest of the low there. Because of that, they are worse off than us who stay at the lower realm, riding roughshod over people and staying high up at the top, enjoying people's worship and sacrifices. Yet, you are still no more than a runner until now, Qin Mu said with a smile. God Bai Shi was furious, and his god's aura burst forth. What did you say? Qin Mu smiled. Don't get agitated and make me connect the wrong nerve, or you'll be limping even after I attach your leg back. God Bai Shi sighed. You are right, I'm indeed a runner. I had run to deliver letters in the past, and I'm now running to bring disaster to this land. All the dirty works are thrown at me, and I'm even dirtier than I was in the past. But it can't be helped. If I don't do what they ask, it will be hard for me to escape death. How strong are the 4 sovereigns of high heavens? Their abilities are greater than mine, but they can still only be runners. Not only that, we also have to risk our lives. Who can say how many of us will make it through this? His eyes narrowed from worry. Up till then, the other meteorological weapons had not been activated. It meant that Star Sovereign Xiao and the rest were most likely dead. If you were to surrender to me, I could make you a mountain god, and you enjoy your sacrifices. Why don't you be a mountain god beside Surging River, so you can accompany Dragon-rearing Sovereign? All the people who hang themselves on the mountain and jump off the cliffs would be your food. I have a good place. There's a mountain beside Deer County called 100 Years Mountain. Its scenery is beautiful, and the mountain is over 300,000 feet tall. If you became a mountain god there, it wouldn't be an insult to you.
Bah.
God Bai Shi smiled at him. I'm not a shameless person like Dragon-rearing Sovereign. I've already surrendered once, so how can I surrender again? Do I still want my face? What's more, I'm a vegetarian, I don't eat humans. I had wanted to be a mountain god in the past, but it was a pity I was too fast, so I had to deliver letters as a runner. If I had run slightly slower, I might have just landed myself an official position. Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is your abilities being detrimental to you. God Baishi smiled. You are quite a good person and also kind. I admire you very much. After you attach my leg, we can sit down for a talk. Even if Eternal Peace Empire is wiped out, you can follow me to high heavens. I can't promise anything, but I can at least protect you and your whole family. Qin Mu gave his thanks. It's good to leave a way out for myself too. I've long wanted to go to high heavens, but I don't have divine incense, so I can't contact them. This is easy, I have some. God Baishi's gaze flickered as he said, as long as you treat my injuries and let me successfully call on this disaster, I'll bring you to high heavens. Qin Mu scattered some powder on the broken section of the leg and saw nerves growing rapidly, waving their tentacles like earthworms. I had planned to sign the Pact of Earth Count with you to prevent you from bringing the disaster, yet you advised me to surrender. Senior brother, after your leg is attached, let us sign the Pact of Earth Count immediately. You can't go back on your word this time. God Baishi looked at his hand techniques and saw his fingers moving up and down quickly. The speed of his fingers was too much for the eyes to take in, yet they moved exquisitely, as though he was threading a needle and also manipulating the needle for the art of healing. You've learned sewing before. Your hands move like those of a tailor, the god said in bewilderment. Somewhat. Qin Mu's vital qi transformed into thread and connected the nerves. I have learned it for a few years. God Baishi was curious. What else have you learned? Qin Mu's fingers moved faster and faster as he spoke. Formation skills, fist skills, pupil skills, knife skills, body techniques, forging, painting and calligraphy, carpentry, poems and songs. I know a little about all of them. The nerves in God Baishi's broken leg connected with the divine leg, and he could instantly feel it, which filled him with delighted surprise. He took a glance at Qin Mu and thought to himself, this brat's abilities ain't bad, and his heart isn't bad as well. I really don't want to kill him just like this. What a pity. Qin Mu went to connect his blood vessels and used the dragon Qilin's dragon saliva to grow the flesh and blood. The bone marrow has still not fused. This part is the most difficult. Senior brother, bone marrow is used for creating blood, and its impact is extremely large. I need to first cultivate it with medicine, then nourish it so it would be able to produce blood. Now, after your bone marrow starts working, you and I shall sign the Pact of Earth Count. You won't call upon the disaster, and I will let you return to high heavens. God Baishi examined all the herbs, ensuring the youth didn't play any tricks, then smiled. Not a problem. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and ordered people to bring in a huge pot. After soaking the herbs in the water, he had people to light a fire and said, in about 2 days, the bone marrow will be able to start producing blood again. Move the huge pot closer. My hand can't leave 5 thunder pot, God Baishi immediately said. Qin Mu smiled at him. Senior brother, Baishi sure does things seamlessly. Are you still scared I will do anything? The pot is right here, and you know I can't move it. If your hand is always on 5 thunder pot, I'm scared you may accidentally activate it. God Baishi looked at him, and their gazes locked onto each other. Qin Mu didn't back down. God Baishi felt refreshed and full of vigor. He laughed loudly and said, fine as you wish. Qin Mu sat down nearby and waited quietly. The divine flood dragon king guarded him by the side. God Baishi's primordial spirit guarded the sky, prepared to activate 5 thunder pot anytime while he soaked in the pot, slowly feeling the medicinal energy seeping into his wounded leg, nourishing his flesh. The medicinal energy gradually reached his bones, bringing life to his bone marrow. Comfortable. God Baishi was utterly bored, so he asked for fun. Is Cult Master Qin married? I'm married. Qin Mu fetched a sundial and observed the time. The sundial had many marked scales and was very detailed. I married twice. What a pity. I planned to introduce a few beauties of my race when you came to high heavens. God Baishi chuckled. Your kids would have been half human and half horse. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Qin Mu didn't reply to him and continued to look at the sundial. God Baishi seemed to be in a good mood and kept talking nonsense, laughing from time to time. He seemed to be very pleased with himself. Without his notice, a day and a half passed while God Baishi's laughter grew louder and louder. His gaze towards Qin Mu was also becoming more and more unpleasant. Cult Master Qin, let me tell you a joke. In the past, there was a person who decided to cook a duck. When it was cooked and he was about to eat it, the duck flew away. Ha 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 ha. Why aren't you laughing? Let me tell you another joke. That cooked duck flew back later on and ate that idiot. Ha ha ha. Qin Mu remained motionless and continued to stare at the sundial. God Baishi looked at him fiercely and sneered. You don't laugh and you don't talk. Are you discriminating against me? You are discriminating against me. I'm going to kill you. Qin Mu raised his head and smiled. Time's out, action. As he said that, there was a sudden tremor as 5 demons with green faces and tusks appeared around Fragrance Well. They whirled around 5 Thunderpot, and it vanished into thin air. God Baishi's primordial spirit stretched out to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. He only managed to grab one of the demons while roaring in anger. Thunder rumbled, and the entire Purple Chase city shook violently. Behind Qin Mu, the Divine Flood Dragon King roared and revealed his true form, coiling around the courtyard of Fragrance Well. He stared at the primordial spirit of his enemy. God Baishi crushed the huge demon and immediately summoned his primordial spirit back. The moment it entered his body, he instantly felt evil chi pouring out from his wounded leg, invading all parts of his body, wandering between his primordial spirit and divine treasures. His blood couldn't help running cold as he hurried to execute his magic power to suppress it. Crap. After all that guarding, I still didn't manage to protect myself. The Divine Flood Dragon King took the chance to pounce on him, and his body locked God Baishi tightly, making him unable to move. The grip was so tight that veins were bursting out on his forehead. Qin Mu stood up and pulled out Carefree's sword to throw it on the ground. Smiling, he said, "Senior brother Baishi, the ducks I cook can never fly away. Take the sword, you can cut off the poison parts yourself. Divine Flood Dragon King, let him go. When I cook ducks, I like them to cut themselves in pieces without my help. Now that you've been poisoned by me, Senior brother Baishi, you can only sever yourself from the neck down. Nothing below it can be kept." The Divine Flood Dragon King hesitated for a moment, but still let go. God Baishi roared loudly, and his god's aura rolled out in waves, exploding the pot of medicinal liquid. He walked toward Qin Mu with his murderous intent overflowing into the sky. The Divine Flood Dragon King was extremely nervous. He was about to make a move when God Baishi suddenly dispersed his god's aura and knelt down on one knee with a sigh. "I've already surrendered once in the past, so what if I surrender again? I'm willing to submit." Qin Mu smiled at him. "Don't worry. The scenery at 100 Years Mountain is very nice, and you are very suitable to stay there. Make an oath to Earth count. Once you do it, I'll let you be the mountain god of 100 Years Mountain, and you'll be able to enjoy your sacrifices." After half a day, God Baishi's face was very dark. He had ridden the wind and clouds to hurry to Deer County, which was beside Surging River, with a frown. All around Deer County were barren hills of 3,000 feet and wild rivers. Where was the 300,000 feet mountain, with beautiful scenery? God Baishi descended to the ground and asked a farmer, "Where's 100 Years Mountain?" "That's the one." God Baishi followed the direction of his finger and saw that 100 Years Mountain was actually a small hill which was saturated with the atmosphere of death. At the sight of it, he couldn't help shouting angrily, "That place is clearly a burial mound, a place to bury corpses. Why is it called 100 Years Mountain?" The farmer smiled at him. "What happens to an ordinary person after 100 years? Of course, it's death. Therefore it's named 100 Years Mountain. Everyone is buried there after reached 100 years. God Baishi was stunned, not understanding. "Isn't 100 Years Mountain supposed to be 300,000 feet high?" "You fool with the horn." The farmer couldn't resist himself as he scolded him. When a dead person lies down, they are merely a few inches high. So, to a dead person, isn't 100 Years Mountain 300,000 feet high? God Baishi was furious and flew to 100 Years Mountain angrily. "Damn you, Qin brat." Suddenly, Surging River split apart, and a huge head popped out from the center of the river, sizing him up curiously while laughing. "I was thinking who had such an aura of a god, and I see it's Dao friend Baishi. Why are you here as well? You were just cursing Qin brats, so what happened?" "So, it's Dragon Rearing Sovereign." God Baishi hurriedly greeted him while standing on the mountain peak. "I came to bring disaster to eternal peace, but I met Heavenly Devil Cult Master." "There's no need for you to explain anymore, I get it." The huge dragon in the center of the river shook his body and changed into the human-shaped Dragon Rearing Sovereign. He said with a solemn face, "He has a very honest face and looks easy to bully, right?" "How did you know?" God Baishi asked him with a strange look. Dragon Rearing Sovereign stamped his feet. "Because of his honest-looking face, I became Surging River Dragon King." Chapter 432, Invasion of the Strange. One god stood on the river and the other stood on 100 Years Mountain, looking speechless. Why at each other in dismay? The river breeze whistled and the mountain wind howled. In early spring, both of them were bone-chilling. After a moment, Dragon Rearing Sovereign gradually sunk into the water as he said, "Tidy your 100 Years Mountain first, then build a mountain god temple. I will hold a banquet later to welcome you. Your mountain is too quiet. People will only go there during Pure Brightness Festival or Ghost Festival. The incense is very little. If you can't survive on it, I'll share some with you." God Baishi felt desolate. Dragon-rearing sovereign ate meat, so what he would share with him would also be people who had committed suicide in the river. Yet he was a vegetarian who had no fruit or trees on his mountain. There were quite a number of corpses though. I think I should first construct a temple. Once it is done, there might be believers who will bring me some fruits when they come to offer incense. As long as they are not spoiled, I can eat them. In Purple Chase City, Qin looked at the 15 yards tall 5 thunder pot in front of him, and his head started to ache slightly. Such a huge bottle gourd contained energy to wipe out the world. If the 5 great thunderclouds were accidentally released, it would be a huge disaster which would wipe the world. Cult Master, what about this 5 thunder pot? Should we hide it? Everyone in Heavenly Devil Cult surrounded this bottle gourd and examined it, their hearts filled with terror. Qin shook his head. This bottle gourd isn't safe anywhere. Any carelessness, and the power inside will be activated. The heavenly lightning will strike, killing I don't know how many people. He circled around the bottle gourd, finding it a thorny problem. The worst part was that Eternal Peace Empire didn't simply have a 5 thunder pot. There were over a dozen more meteorological weapons like it which could destroy Eternal Peace Empire 10 times over. Qin suddenly flicked a finger against 5 thunder pot, and everyone felt their hair stand on ends. In an instant, heavenly thunderclouds gathered over an area of dozens of yards, and 5 directions divine lightning struck down. After the wave of lightning, everyone was charred on the outside, and their faces were black like charcoal. The courtyard in which they had been standing was destroyed by lightning in its entirety. In an instant, 1,000 bolts of lightning had struck down, and the buildings collapsed, and even the land had melted. Qin spewed out a mouthful of black smoke while pondering over it. This thing is not bad for tempering the corporeal body. Borrowing the power of the 5 great thunderclouds to cultivate can allow one to quickly cultivate the corporeal body. Let us carry it back home, back to the sacred cult. Cult Master. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Elder Sigong nearly cried out. If we carried it back to the sacred cult, it would be finished if the gourd accidentally exploded.
Q.
Inmu was troubled. If this treasure can't be used by the sacred cult, won't it be wasted? Not at all, not at all. Elder Sigong immediately said. Qin frowned and sighed ruefully. This thing has many uses, yet you guys don't know how good it is. Oh well, I'll just keep it. You guys can transfer it into my true dragon's nest. I have a use for it. Everyone looked at one another in dismay. 5 Thunderpot was clearly an extremely dangerous thing, so how is it useful? It was clearly a ticking time bomb that could take one's life anytime. If he put it in the dragon's nest, lightning would be unable to discharge in such a huge space, so if the power of 5 Thunderpot burst forth, even gods would be struck to death by the 5 great thunderclouds. Other than using 5 Thunderpot to refine the body, it can also be used to wipe out a sect. If I meet anyone I can't defeat, I can just give it a slap and drag them down with me. Qin thought to himself. Everyone worked together to execute 5 demons transfer technique, sending 5 Thunderpot into the true dragon's nest. As they did, not one of them considered that their cult master might have such a dangerous idea. Qin thanked everyone and summoned the divine flood dragon king and the dragon Qilin. They were about to hurry to God Broken Mountain Range to check on the situation when Si Yunxiang said, Cult Master, the Emperor is currently on his way here and will reach Purple Chase City in 7 days. Aren't you going to wait for him? Qin stared at her with his eyes wide open. He cried out, You didn't tell him not to come? Si Yunxiang shook her head. You only said there's no need to wait for him and didn't say to tell him to turn back. The Emperor is driving Sunshot Divine Cannon over, and the exhaustion of medicinal stones is staggering as they hurry over with desperation. Qin scalp crawled, and he could almost see Emperor Yanfeng sharpening his knife in preparation to chop off his head. Quickly inform him that he doesn't have to come anymore. Qin turned and jumped on the back of the Divine Flood Dragon King. The Emperor won't execute you, but he will definitely dare to execute me. Si Yunxiang immediately complained. Don't you know how to praise a bad thing? Qin rode the dragon into the distance, and his voice came from afar. Change the way to break the news to him, and he will even reward you. Praise a bad thing? Si Yunxiang was first stunned, then came to a realization. She immediately asked Elder Sigong to bring her to find Emperor Yanfeng, who was on the cannon battery with the civil and military officials following him. They were surrounded by imperial guards that had an awe-inspiring presence. The 56 furnaces on the huge cannon burned nonstop, using up countless medicinal stones. They were still hurrying to Purple Chase City. When Si Yunxiang reached them, Emperor Yanfeng was ordering his people to fetch the medicinal stones from the city in front of them. The medicinal stones on the cannon battery had long run out, so he could only replenish them from the cities on the way. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Si Yunxiang came forth to report. God by Shi of high heavens remembered Your Majesty's broad and powerful might, so he didn't dare to create a ruckus and submitted. Now, he will belong to eternal peace and be the mountain god of Deer County's 100 Years Mountain. He will guard your majesty's empire, so it would last through the ages. Emperor Yanfeng was pleased when he looked around at the civil and military officials on his left and right while laughing loudly. That rebellious god Bai Shi actually knew when to fall back. He knew that I'm coming personally and he wouldn't be a match for me, so he might as well surrender. This is truly making me punch the air. How would he dare to offend your majesty's heavenly might? He could only surrender, or else he would die a miserable death. Lord Yan immediately said. All the ministers congratulated Emperor Yanfeng, and he smiled from ear to ear. All of you have followed me, so you gain the credit as well. Everyone will be rewarded. All the ministers were delighted. After the commotion, Sunshot Divine Cannon stopped for a moment as they prepared to return to the capital. Emperor Yanfeng summoned Si Yunxiang then, his face instantly sinking. He sneered at her. Little saintess of Si family, your cult master told you to say that? Why doesn't he dare to come to meet me? Cult master used human emperor's seal to summon the heroes from all parts of the country to defend against the invasion of high heavens, holding them outside God Broken Mountain range, preventing the enemies from invading, protecting the safety of eternal peace. All right, no need to talk officiously. Emperor Yanfeng sighed. I know he put in much effort and has high achievements. It's also because of him this time that eternal peace wasn't wiped out and all of its people killed. I don't have any intention to blame him. Furthermore, he also saved my face by letting you come here. How did he subdue Bai Shi of high heavens? By making threats and promises, showing the enemy he's weak, using hundreds of different methods. Si Yunxiang told him how Qin Mu had subdued God Bai Shi, and Emperor Yanfeng was stunned. Minister Qin helped eternal peace subdue two gods at such a young age, forcing them to guard mountains and rivers. With these kinds of things, even I am inferior. I was worried about the battle at God Broken Mountain Range, so I had ordered people to head to investigate, and there is already news. Si Yunxiang's heart tightened when Emperor Yanfeng said, General of the Borders said that there are continuous earthquakes along some 20,000 miles of God Broken Mountain Range. All the mountains had sunk, and the earthquakes have raised fog and darkness, which is invading the God Broken Mountains. Ghost gods can be seen in the fog. But no traces of Imperial Preceptor and the rest could be found. I want to go over to see it personally, but the politics can't be messed up. The Empire also can't be messed up. General of the Borders said that the place has signs of becoming part of great ruins. They are currently invading eternal peace. A private worry took root in Si Yunxiang, and she looked toward the west. Cult Master is currently heading there. What exactly is happening there for great ruins to start expanding? Qin Mu rode the dragon until it was evening, and they finally came to the surroundings of God Broken Mountain Range. He raised his head to look at it, and his heart suddenly jumped. He could only see gray fog covering the place in layer after layer. When the sun set in the west, it was soon drowned out. Something is wrong. God Broken Mountain Range was very long, and the width of the mountains was also very great. The mountain range separated great ruins and eternal peace, taking up 100 miles. Now it had sunk down. What replaced it was thick gray fog. Dull tremors came from it from time to time. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor activated Earthquake Cauldron and broke this piece of mountain range, sinking the mountains down into the ground. Qin Mu could sense the tremors from the gray fog, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Since Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had used Earthquake Cauldron, it showed that he'd felt powerless to defend himself. He then didn't hesitate to take all of them down with him just to block them from crossing over God Broken Mountains. When the sun set, darkness invaded from the west, and it was like a black flood had covered the sky, swallowing everything on the way. Every place it passed by vanished without a trace. The darkness seemed to have substance, and actually came to God Broken Mountain Range, drowning it. The darkness flooded to the front of Qin Mu's face before suddenly stopping. Qin Mu raised his head, and saw that the darkness was like a straight cliff whose top couldn't be seen. It separated the night of eternal peace from that of his home. Great ruins has swallowed God Broken Mountain Range and spread toward Eternal Peace Empire. The darkness just swallowed up 100 miles. Qin Mu bent over and took out a flag to stab it where the darkness of great ruins touched the night of eternal peace. He said in a low voice, "In a few more days, we will know if the darkness is truly spreading or has stopped. If the darkness of great ruins is expanding, it would probably be a catastrophic disaster to Eternal Peace Empire. Divine Flood Dragon King, let's go in." Divine Flood Dragon King acknowledged and transformed into the youth. Divine light shone around his body, and he brought Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin into the ruins of God Broken Mountain Range. "Flood dragons, come on to me." Qin Mu gave a low shout and executed secrets of dragon control. The flood dragons flew toward him and coiled around his body. Two of them hung themselves from his ears like earrings. Instantly, The magic power of the flood dragons fused with his, causing Qin Mu's abilities to soar frantically. 9 heavens awaken. Formation markings swirled in Qin Mu's eyes, and he opened his 9 heavens eyes. Divine lights shot out from his eyes and through the darkness. Wherever his gaze passed, it was like a light hole had pierced the darkness and the gray fog. The divine flood dragon king didn't have such an ability and was pretty envious. Qin Mu let him follow close to him as they slowly went deeper into the ruins of God-broken mountains. Suddenly, Qin Mu stopped, and the divine flood dragon king also did so. What they saw in front of them were pieces of a tattered painting floating past silently. It was Death's painting, but the things within it had already shattered. Something seemed to have jumped out of it, tearing it apart. However, there was still a remnant of terrifying power within it. If they accidentally touched it, they would face great danger. Qin Mu avoided the painting and started walking again. He then suddenly stopped once more, for he saw hundreds of tattered paintings of all sizes floating silently in the gray fog. There were also chunks of large mountain rocks mixed among them. Qin Mu frowned. They should be in Death's battlefield, since he was skilled in painting. His world in painting had thousands of different sites that were grand and magnificent. Even experts like Xing and would be sealed if they weren't careful and find it difficult to break free. For Death to have so many tattered paintings at this place, one could imagine how fierce the battle had been. Your Majesty, be careful. The divine flood dragon hurriedly jumped in front of Qin Mu, defending him. Don't touch these rocks. They contain a god's aura and has their divine arts left inside. Qin Mu hurriedly pulled away, but then he saw a huge body slowly moving in the darkness and gray fog.
It was walking over to them.
They saw that the body was indomitable when it got closer to them. They could only see an incomparably thick leg obstructing their vision, but no upper body. Qin Mu raised his head and shone the divine light from his eyes upwards to gradually see a wide chest high above them. Looking upwards some more, he saw an imposing face of a god. A stone statue. Qin Mu's scalp crawled. A stone statue was walking in the darkness and the gray fog. The divine flood dragon king also felt his blood running cold. In front of them was an incomparably tall and sturdy stone statue whose size was beyond their imagination. Not only that, that stone statue was even walking in the darkness.
Ma.
The flood dragons on Qin Mu's body were frightened and pulled back their heads. Don't cry. The dragon Qilin's face was ashen as he spoke softly. If you wake him up, he will ride you to kill people. I was ridden the whole night. Suddenly, the stone statue bent down as if having heard summit. Hing. A huge face pushed through the darkness and appeared in front of Qin Mu and the rest. Hu Ling'er rolled her eyes and collapsed on the floor as though she had fainted. Her legs were held upwards stiffly, while her tail was straight. When the flood dragons and the dragon Qilin saw the situation, they immediately learned from her example and lay down on the ground to play dead. Young master, Hu Ling'er squinted her eyes and poked Qin Mu. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment before collapsing on his back and sticking out his tongue. His body was stiff, his face black, making it look like he had died very miserably. Chapter 433. Contact with Another World. When the divine flood dragon king saw Qin Mu also lying on the floor and acting dead, he was at a loss. He was a god, the divine flood dragon king, the esteemed god of the flood dragons, so how could he escape from trouble by shamelessly playing dead like Hu Ling'er and the rest? The divine flood dragon king collapsed onto the floor, his limbs distorting. His death seemed to be even more miserable than that of Qin Mu, which made it evident it wasn't his first time playing dead. The huge head came down, but its eyes seemed to be bad. The giant face literally brushed across everyone's bodies as they held their breaths and remained motionless.
Ish.
The stone statue let out a long hiss before slowly straightening up to walk into the darkness. The thumping footsteps gradually went away. This stone statue seems to be looking for something. Qin Mu jumped up and pondered over it. Where did it come from? Great ruins? Or another world? What is it looking for? Hu Ling'er and all of the flood dragons crawled up while the divine flood dragon king patted the dust off his body. Hu Ling'er praised him. Divine flood dragon king, among all of us, you're the best at playing dead. You must have practiced it many times. When you are free, you must teach me more. The divine flood dragon king's face flushed and he muttered, I did not. Don't talk nonsense. Playing dead is all about talent. Qin Mu walked away while saying, let's continue our search. Everyone be careful, since we don't know if there are other stone statues here. Divine flood dragon king, what's your opinion of the one we saw earlier? The divine flood dragon king thought for a moment before saying, that stone statue is most likely not from Great Ruins. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. Not from Great Ruins? Why do you say so? The stone statues in Great Ruins brave the wind and rain, frost and cold, so all of them are very old and worn down. But this stone statue was quite clean and fresh, as though it had just become a stone statue. But the Divine Flood Dragon King couldn't be sure. However, there are also stone statues in great ruins that are most peculiar, so it could be one which hides in some sealed space where the elements cannot reach it. Qin Mu muttered to himself irresolutely as he pondered over it. Could there have been and numerous stone statues hidden under God Broken Mountain Range? When it was destroyed, could they have risen up? It's a possibility, the Divine Flood Dragon King said. Your Majesty, Dragon-rearing Sovereign had once said that the origin of God Broken Mountain Range was very fishy. It surrounded great ruins, separating it and eternal peace. Great Ruins was in a piece of chaos, yet it was peaceful outside it, so there definitely had to be something wrong with God Broken Mountain Range. As they entered deeper into the strange place, the gray fog and the darkness grew thicker and thicker. The air was filled with a dullness that could make one go crazy, and from time to time, trembling from Earthquake Cauldron would come from afar. Qin Mu headed toward the tremors, and not long after, they encountered a second stone statue. It also seemed to be searching for something. Divine Flood Dragon King's words make sense. Qin Mu avoided the stone statue and thought to himself, these stone statues are most likely from under the God Broken Mountain Range. A mountain range being able to hold back the peculiarity of great ruins was strange by itself. On what did it rely on to block the darkness of great ruins? Since Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had used Earthquake Cauldron to shatter God Broken Mountain Range, the darkness of great ruins had expanded by 100 miles. Just from this point, it could be seen that God Broken Mountain Range had really possessed the ability to block the darkness. The mountain range should have appeared after founding Emperor Empire was wiped out and become great ruins. Qin Mu had once heard people saying that some god had created God Broken Mountain Range to separate eternal peace and great ruins and prevent people from great ruins to come in. When they created the mountains, they reached Mount Meru's area, but because there was someone on top of Great Thunderclap Monastery, they took a detour. It couldn't be said for sure, but the god who had created the mountain range might have also buried numerous stone statues underneath it. Young master, could this stone statue be one of those that popped up in Eternal Peace Empire?
Hu Ling'e asked.
As Qin Mu froze, stunned, she added, it might be the god statues from near God Broken Mountain Range. Because many gods of high heavens and other strong practitioners had died here, the stone statues could use them as sacrificial offerings to come back to life. However, because the sacrifices weren't enough, they couldn't revive completely and can only move around. There's this possibility as well, Qin Mu said with some suspicion. If that's the case, what are the stone statues looking for? Of course, it's the Earthquake Cauldron that shattered God Broken Mountain Range. Hu Ling'e said as though it was expected. Earthquake Cauldron is their weapon and they need to find it to release all of its power. Although Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor shattered God Broken Mountain Range, he definitely didn't release everything that was inside the cauldron. Ling'e is really smart, Qin Mu praised. The little fox was proud of herself. It's just that since the stone statues can move, why don't they look for other meteorological weapons? Qin Mu shook his head. Finding other weapons would be much easier. On top of that, this place is still trembling, so it's evident that Earthquake Cauldron is still releasing its power continuously. With that, it shouldn't be too difficult for the stone statues to find it from the direction of the tremors. Because of that, what you guessed should be wrong. Divine Flood Dragon King's guess is more logical. Hu Ling'e's proudness vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Qin Mu stopped and collapsed to the floor to play dead again. Incomparably heavy footsteps came from in front of them as a tall stone statue walked toward them. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and saw that the back of that stone statue was filled with flags. They had also petrified, but there was a huge eye on each and every flag, which looked very strange. Lumps of black chi poured into the flags behind the stone statue. With it, one of the eyes on a flag gradually transformed from rock into flesh and blood. The eye slowly became a true eye. It rolled around in the flag, looking very rough. It was obvious that the energy wasn't enough for it to completely break free of its petrified state. Devil Eye. The stone statue is a devil. Qin Mu's scalp crawled, and he almost jumped up. Since it was a devil, it definitely couldn't be a stone statue from under God Broken Mountain Range. What walked in great ruins in the darkness were the monsters of the devil race. They weren't afraid of the strangeness because they were the peculiarity themselves. Qin Mu once met a devil god in the darkness, and he had lured them forward, making him mistake the outskirts of Fengdu as Carefree Village. Village chief had even fought with him. That's not right. If these stone statues are devil gods, why did they become stone statues? The devil gods I saw in the past were all full of vigor. All kinds of thoughts jumped around in his head, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. The world of the stone statues wasn't the one overlapping with great ruins and eternal peace. They weren't the devil gods from great ruins, but had come from another world. Because they traversed into another world, their corporeal bodies turned into stone, and their power still remained outside. What exactly is going on in this place? Qin Mu's mind was groggy. At night in Great Ruins, there were 3 to 5 different worlds, but now that God-broken mountain range had crumbled, a new world had shown up. Is that new world going to overlap with Eternal Peace? Why did such an unimaginable thing happen? Just as he thought this far, the devil eye on the flag rolled to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, its gaze landed on Qin Mu and the rest who were playing dead on the ground, and playfulness appeared in it. Fear struck Qin Mu's heart. The flag suddenly fell off the back of the stone statue and landed right in front of them. Qin Mu abandoned his plans to play dead and immediately rose while shouting, "Divine Flood Dragon King." The Divine Flood Dragon King instantly transformed back into his original form when he heard him. Qin Mu brought Hu Linger to jump onto it, while the dragon Qilin led the other flood dragons to climb up the dragon's back. The Divine Flood Dragon then whooshed and rushed away. Behind them, the stone statue turned around, and its hand slammed down at an extremely fast speed. The Divine Flood Dragon King roared, and all his vital chi exploded, turning into a torrenting flood. It transformed into a long river which quickly coiled around the arm of the stone statue, trying to crush it. The arm of that stone statue bent and straightened, and with that, the divine art of the Divine Flood Dragon King was shattered. He felt his blood ran cold and shouted, "Your Majesty, it's a true god. It should be a true devil." Qin Mu corrected him. The stone statue raised its feet and caught up to them in a few steps. The other hand came slamming down, and the Divine Flood Dragon King avoided the strike. In the meantime, the flag soared into the sky before it landed on the ground. The devil eye on it continued to stare at the group. When the Divine Flood Dragon King escaped a certain distance away, the petrified flag would soar up once again and land close to them. It was like a hopping flag. The stone statue is relying on that eye to see. Without it, the devil god won't be able to locate us. Qin Mu instantly came to a realization and took out Sun Jade Eye from his Taotai sack. He immediately placed it eye on the dragon's back and activated it without a word. A beam of Sun Divine Ray tore apart the darkness and the fog, slicing at the eye on the flag. A black ray instantly shot out from the devil eye as well, blocking the Sun Divine Ray. Qin Mu grabbed Moon Jade Eye with his other hand and adjusted its direction. A thin light blade shot out from Moon Jade Eye, and wherever it passed by, space would literally solidify into substance. The rays from one eye and a moon instantly tore apart the black ray from the devil eye and shattered the eye. The petrified flag was left with only a broken hole. Using Moon Jade Eye and Sun Jade Eye together seems to result in an even greater power. Qin Mu suppressed the astonishment in his heart and raised his head to look at the stone statue. Its movements suddenly stopped, and it tilted its ears as though it was trying to hear something. "Don't move," Qin Mu whispered under his breath. The Divine Flood Dragon King immediately stopped, and Qin Mu said softly, "Slowly walk, don't hurry." The Divine Flood Dragon King slowly crept forward in fear of making any sound while Qin Mu stared intensely at the stone statue. It seemed to be looking around SMA. Shing here and kicking there, but it didn't notice them. Suddenly, the Divine Flood Dragon King's body paused, and he said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty." "Continue walking." Qin Mu didn't turn back his head. "Your Majesty, look ahead." The Divine Flood Dragon King croaked. Hu Linger's voice was also trembling. "Young master, look ahead." Ahead. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and turned back to look before them. As his eyes caught sight of what the others were referring to, he couldn't help staring blankly, all his sense having flown out. Behind them, the stone statue pummeled everything and shattered the whole place, slowly closing in on them. Yet Qin Mu seemed to feel nothing. After some time, he muttered, "Imperial Preceptor, what have you done?" Chapter 434, Impressive Sight of Heaven and Earth. In front of them, the sky and the land seemed to be connected together. The already strange sight was made even more shocking by a huge hole blown between them. It was difficult to describe it since the sky was empty before, so how could a hole be blown through it? The land was incomparably thick. It couldn't be penetrated even if a huge hole had been drilled through it, which presented another kind of inconceivable and impressive sight. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had to have used Earthquake Cauldron at the crucial moment, borrowing the divine art of the meteorological weapon to pierce through the land and the sky of this world and another world, creating the magnificent sight of the two coming together. Furthermore, the power of Earthquake Cauldron was extremely great, to the extent that the wound between two worlds still hadn't recovered. The barriers of the two worlds couldn't heal themselves. In front of the huge hole, Great Ruins and Eternal Peace were at night, while behind the hole, there was a sun rising, shining on a black and tall devil castle. The sky of the other world was situated under the horizon of God-broken mountain range, while the land was in the sky above God-broken mountain range. From Qin Mu's angle, he could see the land of that world, and there were all kinds of sharp buildings which looked like long knives, long swords, and spears. Those buildings were 10,000 feet tall and were built with great denseness. It was a completely different style of construction compared to that in Eternal Peace. Grand and sinister devil castles were situated up and down huge mountains extending without end into the distance. Some of them were even floating in the sky. Sunlight shone on them, casting shadows on God-broken mountain range. The trees and mountains of that world had abnormal shapes. They were twisted and terrifying. Sunlight from the other world shone over from the ground and hit the bodies of Qin Mu and the rest. Standing in front of the incomparably huge circular hole, they were miniature like ants. The sunlight from the other world lengthened their shadows, but compared to the hole, the shadows were incomparably fine. Under their feet was the sun, and the land was above their heads. It was like they were standing in front of a mirror, which reflected things upside down. On top of that, the hole was still trembling gently, making the rocks in the surroundings of God-broken mountain range rise in the air from the continuous shakes. The bodies of Qin Mu and the rest turned numb from the tremors, and their primordial spirits grew unstable. One could only imagine what terrifying energy had been unleashed when Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had used Earthquake Cauldron. The earthquakes here are coming from a hole. It is an Imperial Preceptor who's still using Earthquake Cauldron. Qin Mu's heart sank. After going into God-broken mountain range, he sensed tremors from time to time and thought that Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was still using Earthquake Cauldron. Never did he expect them to be coming from the hole that connected two worlds. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor wasn't there, and his life and death were unknown. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the land floating in the sky. A powerful devil god stood there, sending out his primordial spirit as his corporeal body petrified. There were numerous strangely shaped devils that were like hard-working ants surrounding the devil god's petrified body to construct a large sacrificial altar. Tens of thousands of slaves were led up them to be executed, creating the blood sacrifice to send the devil god's stone statue over. A wizard wearing white bones and feathers on his head was casting a spell on the large sacrificial altar. The sight of blood flowing around it was captured in the eyes of Qin Mu and the rest. It was a kind of cruel beauty. The sight was shocking, cruel, and terrifying. That world was still in a barbaric and bloody era. Their divine arts were very primitive and reeked of blood. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor can be said to have brought huge trouble. Qin Mu's scalp crawled. Earthquake Cauldron had opened a passageway to another world, and there seemed to be numerous devil gods in that world. When they saw the world of Eternal Peace Empire, they were naturally happy at seeing a new prey. Desire to conquer rose in their hearts, and they didn't hesitate to even petrify their bodies to send themselves to eternal peace. However, what was weird was that after the stone statues of the devil gods passed through, they didn't try to execute an even larger sacrifice to open up the hole created by Earthquake Cauldron. Instead, they were searching around for something. Besides, it's such a huge hole, so why can't we see any devils coming through it? Qin Mu was puzzled. The Divine Flood Dragon King seemed to have discovered something, for he said, "Your Majesty, the army of the devils is on the sacrificial altar over there." Qin Mu looked in the direction, and his heart filled with fear. The slaves of the devil world were constructing a large sacrificial altar How was numerous times larger than the one he'd seen earlier. Its body was like a huge mountain shaved flat, and tens of thousands of devil wizards were floating around, using the blood of the slaves to paint various runes. Meanwhile, at the border of the sacrificial altar, the devil army was walking with grandeur toward the center. They had to be preparing to use the opportunity presented to them to send their army into eternal peace. Could it be that they can't cross this hole and have to rely on the power of blood sacrifice for their warriors to pass? Qin Mu stared blankly. He stretched his hand out to try to cross into the other world, but he met an invisible barrier. There was clearly another world in front of him, but he couldn't enter it. The Divine Flood Dragon King and the Dragon Qilin also tried it. The stronger they were, the stronger the resistance. They couldn't enter another's time and space. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound as though a heavy object had landed on the ground. It startled Qin Mu and the rest back to their senses. A devil god's stone statue had been sent over from the world on the other side. The 300 yards tall stone statue stood quietly to their right, about 300 yards away. On its surface, runes formed by fresh blood moved continuously and changed shape, gradually sinking into the stone. The statue suddenly twitched and slowly moved its body. It was evident that the wizards in the other world had used the slaves as blood sacrifices to give it the ability to move by itself. It's just that the devil gods still couldn't transfer their massive energy over, so the stone statues couldn't change back to their corporeal bodies. Quickly go. The Divine Flood Dragon King immediately sprinted into the distance, circling the huge hole. Qin Mu stood on its back and looked behind them. He saw the stone statue bend down and crawl toward the earth. Its arms pushed into the earth like drills, and soon the whole stone statue went head first into the earth. In no time, there was no longer any sign of it having ever been there. This stone statue seems to be searching for something too. What is it exactly? Imperial Preceptor, Grandpa Blind, are they still all alive? If they are alive, where are they hiding? Qin Mu executed 9 Heaven's divine eyes and carefully searched for traces of Imperial Preceptor and the rest. As they continued to head north, he saw more signs of battle. There were marks left behind by Butcher and Blind as they fought the gods of high heavens. Divine Flood Dragon King, be careful. Qin Mu saw a black line that was staying still in the air, and the Divine Flood Dragon King stopped. He was slightly stunned as he also saw something wrong. He went around the black line. When his line of sight shifted, he saw the black line become wider. It was a knife light that had paused in the air. It had sliced apart space but then got stuck. However, the power of the divine art in the KN. Ife didn't fade away, so the space couldn't heal. What a terrifying knife skill. The Divine Flood Dragon King couldn't help shivering. Such a knife skill could be known as a divine knife. When it reached the realm of Dao, it was invulnerable and extremely terrifying. Grandpa Butcher is Heaven Knife, and this is pig slaughtering knife skills. Qin Mu couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. He had also learned pig slaughtering knife skills before, but he could never match Butcher's level. Butcher's knife was too wild. Even if other people learned his skills, it would be difficult for them to unleash their power. Only by becoming as crazy as Butcher could they unleash the power of his knife skills. Next, the group saw a sea of scorching flames smelting the mountains. Even the darkness found it difficult to consume that sea of flames. Grandpa Mute's furnace has been shattered. Qin Mu was astonished. The reason for the sea of flames was Mute's furnace. Once it shattered, the flames inside spilled out in all directions. Could Grandpa Mute have died? They crossed the sea of flames and Qin Mu suddenly saw old R'lyeh. He was sitting in a lotus position, with 20 heavens surrounding him. Gods and Buddhas of all sizes sat in his surroundings. Beside them was a god of high heavens, and the two men were facing each other. For a moment, Qin Mu was stunned, then sighed. He bowed at old R'lyeh and picked him up to bring him to the Divine Flood Dragon King's back. They then continued on their way. Hulinger turned her head back to ask curiously, "Young master, why is that old monk not moving and even need you to carry him?" Qin Mu shook his head and said, "He has already taken that god down with him." Hulinger was stunned. Not long later, Qin Mu saw old Dao Master. The old Taoist was clutching a sword technique with one hand and holding a sword with another. There was a celestial air to him as he stood with his head raised to look at the god who had pulled half of his body out from the mountain he had possessed. There was a smile on old Dao Master's face. Divine lights shot off from Qin Mu's eyes, and he saw that the heart of the god's brows had been pierced by a sword. The wound left behind was very fine and hard to notice. He looked at old Dao Master and saw that his body was tattered. There were injuries everywhere, but they were no longer bleeding. "Is the old Taoist still alive?" Huling asked. Qin Mu shook his head and walked down to bring old Dao Master up while saying softly, "His blood ran out. His last attack much have changed his primordial spirit into a sword which he stabbed into the heart of that god's brows. His primordial spirit transformed into Dao after the stab and exploded with power, destroying itself as well. Once the power of the move was exhausted, the primordial spirit also dispersed. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Even though Heavenly Devil Cult and Dao Sect's paths were different, Qin Mu was still extremely respectful to this old Dao Master. Hulinger became solemn and straightened her clothes. She then bowed respectfully to old Dao Master. A high-minded and righteous person in his old age, one with heart full of fierce passion.
Salute.
When the Flood Dragons saw this, they all stood up on their hind legs and cupped their claws together.
Ma.
They continued to walk forward until they saw a huge snake lying on the ground. It was Willow Immortal. The group saw less and less of the stone statues from the other world, but the atmosphere became more and more somber. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes wrinkled in fear of seeing the corpses of Cripple, Granny C, and the rest. He dragged Willow Immortal on the Divine Flood Dragon King's back as well. Village Chief said that there needed to be a person to collect the corpses. "Senior Sister Willow Immortal, I'm here. Follow me home." They then saw White Immortal who was covered in silver-colored spikes upon which a ball of thread was tangled. He held a plate with silver needles in his hand. There was a huge hole in his chest, a hand still sticking out from it. He had to have killed his opponent and not expected him to still manage to take his life before succumbing to death. The surroundings were completely silent, with only mountain rocks floating in the darkness and fog. Qin Mu and the rest walked over, and a magnetic force under their feet seemed to vanish. There was a strange force field there, and Qin Mu raised his head to look at the stars. Great overarching heavenly stars. Granny, his heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Above them was the starry sky formed by great overarching heavenly stars palm force, and he saw Granny C sitting motionlessly in the starry sky. The beautiful woman had her palms stretched out, as if she had just used her art. She looked magnificent. Chapter 435. Returned just like the swallows. Qin Mu suppressed the unease in his heart and shifted his gaze from Granny C's body. He then saw Butcher with his knife standing on a heavenly star. His body was tall and sturdy. The two knives were side by side, but he didn't move as well. Qin Mu then saw Hermit Qin Yu. He was wielding a horsetail whisk which at that moment was placed next to his elbow. He sat in a lotus position, and the thing upon which he was sitting was also a star. Next, Qin Mu saw Mute standing on a fire star of great, overarching heavenly stars. Qin Mu's heart shook violently, and he nearly vomited blood. He shifted his gaze with difficulty and saw Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor. The man sat on Earthquake Cauldron below, which was one of the stars of great, overarching heavenly stars. Qin Mu shifted his gaze from his body and saw Rat Immortal, Fox Immortal, and the other people. Cripple had brought Apothecary, who was still bleeding, to sit on one of the stars as well. Blind had his head lowered, while leaning on his bamboo cane. There was also a star under H's feet. Old Ma was like a Buddha. Deaf was holding onto a brush, Queen E held her wing knife, and King Kuan still possessed the horn on his head. They were also within great, overarching heavenly stars that had burst forth from Granny C's palm. Each and every one of them was standing on a star. Where's Sister Jing? Why is she not here? Qin Mu hurriedly looked around, trying to find traces of Yan Jingjing. Even if it was Sunship, it couldn't block the gods of high heavens, right? Suddenly, a beam of bright light swept past them, and Qin Mu saw a sun. It was half black, so only when it turned over were they basked in its bright rays. Sunship was extremely huge, so even if its body was blocked by a mountain peak, the sunlight could still be faintly seen coming from the other side. Yet Sunship showed no movement. Its aura could not be felt. Qin Mu's heart suddenly sank. Hu Linger at that moment said, "Young master, I don't see Yellow Immortal and Tuxing Foam." Qin Mu composed himself and continued to look around with the two divine rays shooting out from his eyes. He saw a god standing behind Granny C with his fingers put together like a sword, pointing at the back of her head. Yet that god was frozen in place and couldn't move. Next, Qin Mu saw Flower Sovereign of high heavens. She was a woman with flowers blooming under her feet, filling the sky as though they had grown from the sky. She stood upside down on one of the flowers as though she was walking on the sky to attack great, overarching heavenly star force field. Yet she also was frozen, not moving at all. Qin Mu then saw a third god, which was in the sky above Sunship. He was stretching his claws out as though to attack someone on the ship. Yet he was also frozen in the air. Qin Mu looked farther back and saw other gods of high heavens. They were in different poses, like they had been caught in the middle of battle. Not one god was still able to move. Are they dead? Qin Mu wanted to stabilize his mind, but he kept finding it hard to do so. This sight was simply too peculiar. Everyone was standing motionless, as though time had stopped. But if the time had truly stopped, how were Qin Mu and the rest not affected? Your Majesty, they should still be alive, the Divine Flood Dragon King suddenly said. I can still feel their aura. Their breaths are long and drawn out. Only a few of them don't have any breath left. What's weird is that their primordial spirits are not in their bodies. It's as if they had been pulled out from within them. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. Primordial spirits were pulled out of their bodies. The Divine Flood Dragon King nodded and said, there are no primordial spirits in these bodies. I can guess from Granny C and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's positions that it should be some sort of primordial spirit formation. When their divine arts suddenly burst forth, everyone's primordial spirits were forcefully dragged out of their bodies. If I were to continue with this guess, their injuries had to have been so severe that they could only decide to use primordial spirits to fight. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief, and his heart relaxed a little. They aren't dead, they're just fighting with their primordial spirits. Divine Flood Dragon King, you are more knowledgeable in this. Do you know where their primordial spirits go? The speed of a primordial spirit is very fast. It can travel tens of thousands of miles in a flash, moving through the boundless void. So their primordial spirits shouldn't be here. Their destination is not something I could know. Qin Mu was stumped for words. The next moment, though, he asked in an astringent voice, which of them have no more breath left? The Divine Flood Dragon King pointed at Apothecary, then Cripple, Deaf, King Kuan, and Rat Immortal. Qin Mu's heart became heavier and heavier. There are also some gods of high heavens who have no more breath left. Their primordial spirits must have lost the battle, the Divine Flood Dragon King said in a low voice. Qin Mu's face darkened, and he rose to reach Sunship. He saw that everyone on it was frozen. From that, it was obvious that when Granny C and the rest have executed the primordial spirit formation, the primordial spirits of everyone in the surroundings were brought away, no matter if they were mortals or gods. Young Master, Hu Linger saw Qin Mu's face, and her heart grew uneasy. Young Master, they won't die. Qin Mu closed his eyes before opening them up again with determination. Divine Flood Dragon King, come and lend me your power. I want to use the magic power of God to execute Soul Guide. As long as their souls aren't extinguished, I'll be able to summon them back. The Divine Flood Dragon King hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master, your corporeal body might not be able to handle my magic power. I'm different from these flood dragons. I'm a god, and they aren't. You can withstand with your Divine Bridge Divine Treasure the borrowing of their power, but if you borrow my magic power, you will only burst your Divine Bridge Divine Treasure, since the bridge itself is broken. I tell you to lend me, so just lend me, Qin Mu said firmly. The Divine Flood Dragon King was helpless and could only place the corpses of Old Dao Master, Old Rulai, and the rest down. Your Majesty, I will transform into a huge dragon which will lie on your backbone to support your corporeal body, so it won't be blown into pieces. However, I can't protect the divine treasures. If your Majesty can endure it, just give me the word, and I will take back my magic power. Do it. The form of the Divine Flood Dragon King rapidly shrunk and transformed into a 3 yards long sapphire blue flood dragon which stuck itself to Qin Mu's back. It then gradually faded out, transforming into a sapphire blue marking of a flood dragon on Qin Mu's back. It was like a tattoo. Qin Mu executed secret S of dragon control and instantly borrowed the magic power of the flood dragons. Explosions could be heard coming from his body as his 7 stars Divine Treasure, Celestial Being Divine Treasure, Life and Death Divine Treasure, and Divine Bridge Divine Treasures were all awakened. The magic power of the flood dragons was already extremely dense and filled his Divine Bridge to the brim. Next, he directed the magic power of the Divine Flood Dragon King, and instantly, his vigorous magic power broke through Divine Bridge Divine Treasure and went straight to celestial heavens. Qin Mu's primordial spirit was struck by all that magic power and crossed over to the other shore, past the Divine Bridge. He was lifted by the violent magic power toward the celestial palaces. However, the magic power of the Divine Flood Dragon King wasn't enough to bring him all the way to celestial heavens. He was forced to stop at the southern heavenly gates, which was considered just having entered the realm. Your Majesty's Divine Bridge is not broken. The Divine Flood Dragon King was ineffably shocked, but at that moment, Qin Mu roused his incomparably vigorous magic power and cryptic devil language came out from his mouth as he executed Soul Guide. It was the spell of 9 Spectres Sect, and no remarkable divine art in Eternal Peace Empire, but it was something which had once caused turmoil in the land. When Qin Mu had first entered Imperial College to learn techniques and divine arts, he didn't choose any with astonishing power. Instead, he found Soul Guide and Ghost Transferring God's Dispatching Runes command as he felt that these 2 spells were exotic and able to unleash power beyond one's imagination. Ghost Transferring God Dispatching Runes command was a spell left behind in Eternal Peace Empire by Dutian Devil King who had schemed to use it to seize land for his people's new home. The origin of Soul Guide should not rest with 9 Spectres Sect either. It was not something they could have founded. This spell seemed to have a connection with Yudu, and Qin Mu even suspected at one point that it was probably from there. It was a spell which belonged to the soul category of Yudu. It was just that his knowledge of Yudu language was still lacking and he didn't know much about the mysterious Yudu world, so he couldn't develop the spell to its extreme. Even so, his attainments in Soul Guide had already far surpassed what 9 Spectres Sect had shown back then. Gate of Heaven Influence, open. Qin Mu shouted out, and a terrifying door suddenly opened up behind him. His magic power was violent, and the Gate of Heaven Influence also became abnormally huge and tall. The 2 doors of the several hundred yards gate opened up, and Yudu world instantly appeared in the darkness. Devil Chi rolled out and invaded the darkness of great ruins, giving off an aura that made the hearts of ghost gods pound. 9 Spectres Sect's divine arts practitioners couldn't culti. Vate Gate of Heaven Influence. They could only borrow Soul Guide to form gates that connected to Yudu's gate, but Qin Mu could. The Gate of Heaven Influence that he had cultivated was authentic. After the gate opened up, the power of the spell of Soul Guide instantly burst forth, and runes emanating with faint glow rushed into Yudu. They lit up a path in the darkness, which looked like a floating bridge stretching nonstop into the depths. After a moment, the mountain rocks suddenly overturned as skeletons tunneled out from underground, dancing and gesticulating in joy. In Eternal Peace Empire and Great Ruins, the land bulged up continuously. All kinds of corpses and skeletons flooded out from the ground. Their mouths opened and closed, but no sounds came out. Qin Mu frowned. More and more souls were being guided over by him out of Yudu. But even though they belonged to various life forms which had died nearby, he didn't manage to call over the souls of Apothecary, Cripple, and the rest. They are not in Yudu? No matter who took you guys away, I will find you. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and gave an angry roar. Gate of Heaven influence suddenly expanded, and the power of Soul Guide increased drastically. Grandpa Apothecary, bring your soul back here. Fengdu is right in front. In the living realm of the dead, a bird-headed mutant was leading a group of people. He said to Apothecary, Cripple, and Deaf, your old friend is waiting for you on the bridge of helplessness. Old friend. Apothecary was at a loss. Which old friend? That bird-headed god smiled. You will know when you get there. When they came to the bridge of helplessness, Apothecary, Cripple, and the rest were stunned when they saw an able-bodied village chief standing at the center of the bridge. Everyone, we meet again on the bridge of helplessness. You guys are still. Before he could finish his sentence, black fog churned under the bridge of helplessness, and a huge whirlpool formed up. From it, an angry roar rang out. Grandpa Apothecary, bring your soul back here. Apothecary, Cripple, and the rest on the bridge suddenly felt their world start spinning as they got dragged into the whirlpool by the bizarre power. They fell into the depths without any ability to resist. An imposing shout of anger came from Fengdu. Which demon dares to create a ruckus in my Fengdu? King Yama's body gradually rose, and he looked down into the whirlpool in the depths of which he saw Qin Mu's face. King Yama was slightly stunned. Chapter 436, Scapegoats. In Fengdu City, gods and devils flew over to surround King Yama and looked down at the bridge. When they saw the whirlpool, their faces changed drastically. They were about to make a move, but King Yama raised his hand and said solemnly, no need for that, let him go. The gods and devils of Fengdu City were all rather puzzled. The divine art below the bridge is of Yudu. That place has come to our Fengdu to steal our people, so how can we tolerate them? Another god then added, if Yudu continues to create a ruckus, we will be unable to keep our Fengdu for long. King Yama, let's attack Yudu. King Yama shook his head. When he spoke, his voice was slightly strange. The person who used the divine art of Yudu is neither a god nor devil of Yudu, but a guest from Carefree Village. I've seen this face before, it's very similar to that person. There's no need to delve into this. Under the cape of darkness, his gaze was like candlelight, burning with a ghostly glow. A person of Carefree Village has shown up. I was waiting for the old swallow of the previous dynasty and old dreams to return to rebuild its nest, but what can I do when a new swallow comes instead of the old one? It's time for the return of swallows that I've met before. Old or new, it's hard to distinguish, Village Chief said. King Yama lowered his head to look at him. His cape fluttered in the sky above Fengdu City, and his figure left into the distance. Village Chief looked down the bridge and sighed. I thought I was going to have a reunion with Apothecary and the rest, but Qin Mu went and summoned them back. I wonder if their corporeal bodies are dead or not. If they are, we'll still have to reunite in Fengdu. Master, what's the river below the bridge of helplessness? Legends say that it originates in Yudu. We call it the River of Forgetfulness. The human emperor before his master came to his side and looked down the river. There are many stories here, and it'd be hard to tell you all of them in a short while. There are plenty of monsters in the river. They come from Yudu and are extremely terrifying. The strong practitioner who had executed the divine art of Yudu to snatch the people had found his way here through the River of Forgetfulness. You should be very familiar with that person, right? He looked at Village Chief's face, and his gaze flickered. You were the closest, but when you heard his voice, you didn't make a move to stop him. Village Chief nodded, and with a hint of pride in his voice, he said, he's my disciple, the current human emperor. How's that, old bastard? The disciple I've chosen is better than the disciple you chose, right?
Bah.
Isn't the disciple I've chosen you, dumbass? Old bastard die. In great overarching heavenly stars force field, Apothecary, Cripple, King Kuan and the rest suddenly opened their eyes. Crap, my corporeal body has already died. I can't protect my primordial spirit anymore. Deaf suddenly said. King Kuan and Rat Immortal also woke up, and their expressions changed drastically. Their primordial spirits had left their corporeal bodies for too long, and as a result, their bodies had started to decay. The reason why the Divine Flood Dragon King had noticed they had no breath was because of the death of their corporeal bodies. Muir, how long can you hold on for? Apothecary rose in a hurry and took out all kinds of herbs and Ilver needles. If you can hold on for a bit longer, I can extend our lives and revive our corporeal bodies, he said with nervousness on his face. Qin Mu stood in front of Gate of Heaven influence, continuing to borrow the power of the Flood Dragons and the Divine Flood Dragon King to maintain Soul Guide. Grandpa Apothecary, don't worry, I can hold on for several days and nights. No need for that long. Apothecary took out a beehive and said, I shall first use soul termites to link our corporeal bodies and primordial spirits before using poison to nourish the former. The poison will cut off the connection between our primordial spirit and Fengdu and Yudu. I will then raise life substitution insects to die in our place. He tossed the beehive up, and it began to float as it grew bigger rapidly. Inside it, there were insect eggs and strange seeds of all sizes. The insects in the milky, white eggs were all different from one another. Apothecary rapidly cultivated poison and refined medicine. He tapped on everyone's bodies with all kinds of unpredictable hand techniques, and soon the sound of hearts beating came from their bodies. Apothecary quickly used silver needles to stab them all over their bodies. Death looked at the insect egg nervously, but the next moment, his mouth was pinched open by Apothecary to stuff in the egg. Death's face turned ashen. Apothecary quickly dug up holes and planted a few seeds. After a moment, they germinated and huge buds grew out. The flowers swirled, and their petals spread outwards. Everyone, enter the flowers. Everyone did as told, and Cripple asked, Doctor of the martial world, what's this flower of yours? It's fleshy to the touch. Apothecary had a nervous expression. They're not flowers, but life substitution insects. Don't move, let them swallow you guys. Life substitution insects. Everyone was slightly stunned. The huge flowers then pulled back and their petals closed up, wrapping everyone tightly inside. Those flowers were indeed not flowers, but a kind of bizarre insect. After swallowing everyone, they started to distort and gradually grew a head, 4 limbs, and a body. Their appearances were identical to the people they had swallowed. Qin Mu was stunned. He recognized King Kuan, Apothecary, and the rest, and could find no fault. However, what was weird was that the insects actually had everyone's auras. They even imitated their souls and primordial spirits with an uncanny resemblance, so that others couldn't see any difference. What was even weirder was that Apothecary and the rest rapidly aged and grew white hair in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they aged from their middle years to their late years, before aging from their late years to their end. After a moment, Apothecary and the rest had exhausted their lifespans. They collapsed onto the ground without any breath left, covering the ground with corpses. Qin Mu dispersed Soul Guide, and peculiar auras surged from place. Unknown. From the depths of space, darkness surged out, and lamps lighted up in the darkness as paper boats floated over. Elders stood up on them and raised their lamps at the corpses of Apothecary and the rest. Their souls floated out without any obvious awareness at all. They walked onto the paper boats with stupefied expressions, following the light of the elders' lamps. The paper boats turned away, and the messengers of death hung their lamps back onto the boats. They then sailed into darkness, and the bizarre auras vanished. That's good. The messengers of death have been tricked. Apothecary's voice came from underground, and the earth suddenly bulged as fleshy insect sacs popped out. Apothecary, Cripple, and the rest made their way, covered in sticky liquid. Apothecary pulled out the needles from everyone who was still very weak. Their primordial spirits were still slightly unstable. Apothecary checked and said, half of the soul termite is in the soul, and the other half is in the corporeal body. I first need to adjust your corporeal bodies, allowing them to recover before I can fully revive you guys. But I've already exhausted all the spirit herbs I had on me. There's a pond of pure yang on Sun ship, which can recover life force rapidly. Qin Mu immediately said, that would be a great help. Apothecary let out a sigh of relief and said, let's go soak in that pond of pure yang and recuperate our bodies. Those life substitution insects won't be able to trick the messengers of death for long. Everyone hurried over to Sun ship, and since Qin Mu was familiar with the place, he quickly brought them to the pond of pure yang. Everyone went into it, and their corporeal bodies gradually recovered. However, the water in the pool also gradually lessened. When Qin Mu saw that everyone was no longer in danger, he asked, everyone, where had your primordial spirits went? Rad Immortal let out a sigh of relief and said, during the battle, Sun Guardian brought her ship to assist us, but the gods of high heavens were truly powerful. They had all kinds of divine arts and god treasures with immense power. Big sister and second brother died in battle one after another. Sun Guardian was also forced back, which left everyone on the brink of crisis. Imperial Preceptor activated Earthquake Cauldron, having chosen to bring everyone down together. He injured all the gods with the tremors, but something weird happened. Qin Mu looked at him with puzzlement, then suddenly came to realization. He cried out, Earthquake Cauldron pierced the barrier between another world and eternal peace? No, Cripple shook his head and said, the power of Earthquake Cauldron was absorbed by God-broken mountain range. Qin Mu was stunned. When I saw Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, that scoundrel taking out Earthquake Cauldron, I immediately knew something was wrong, so I brought Apothecary to run for our lives. That's why we were slightly farther away.
Death.
You were much closer, so you tell him. Def plucked out his 2 iron ears and washed them in the pond of pure yang before stabbing them back into his ear holes. When the power of Earthquake Cauldron exploded, I also knew it was bad and planned to hide in the world in the painting to escape unscathed. But never did I expect that the power of Earthquake Cauldron would simply be too terrifying. I didn't manage to escape in time, and the world in the painting was eradicated. At that moment, an unimaginable power suddenly came from God-Broken Mountain Range to absorb the power of Earthquake Cauldron. Next, a huge hole formed in the heaven and earth, and on its other side was another world. Back then, they had been in a fierce battle, and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor hadn't cared about the consequences and frightened everyone out of their wits. Yet the huge change in God-Broken Mountain Range had allowed everyone to escape unscathed. They didn't have time to check on the situation of the other world before entering into a fierce battle again. The abilities of Flower Sovereign and Star Sovereign Xiao were simply too strong. No one could match them, so Flower Sovereign went to attack Sunship, planning to kill Yan Jingjing, and the situation grew grim. Granny C saw that it was bad and gathered everyone to lay down great, overarching Heavenly Stars formation, executing it by force and pulling everyone's primordial spirit out of their bodies. She planned to launch a big battle with primordial spirits. Then, we entered a strange world. Def was slightly in a daze as he said, "Under God-Broken Mountain Range, there is a strange world. It should be. King Kuan had more experience, so he explained, the inner world of a god's treasure. Def nodded. At that place, we were trapped and had to kill nonstop. In the end, we were killed, and after we died, we noticed a strange energy invading that world. Then we saw a bird-headed god flying over. He led us to Fengdu, saying that we'll meet an old friend there. But just as we saw Village Chief, we got dragged back by Yumuer." "Village Chief is in Fengdu?" Qin Mu was astonished, then felt a pain in his heart. He gripped his fist tightly. "Village Chief, I will definitely save you from Fengdu." But what was truly astonishing was that there had been an unknown energy blocking the power of Earthquake Cauldron under God-Broken Mountain Range. It had even pulled everyone's primordial spirits into it. What was that treasure exactly? Why was it buried there? Who was the one who had forged it, and who was it that had buried it? What the stone statues of the devil gods from the other world are searching for is probably that treasure. Also, the primordial spirits of Granny C and the others should still be in that treasure. Just as Qin Mu thought that, the ground suddenly trembled, and mountain rocks rumbled down in the distance as a stone statue swirled while breaking through the earth. To rise up, the devil god from before had found them from underground. At the same time, tremors came from the darkness, and Qin Mu looked over there. In the fog were numerous stone statues, walking in their direction. They found that treasure. Qin Mu's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 437. Huge Knife. Giant stone statues came close to the witch had come out from the ground, and all of them began to dig frantically. Their arms were throwing earth upwards like whirlwinds, and huge rocks were unearthed by them. Qin Mu and the rest on Sun's ship were astonished. The devil god stone statues dug the ground at an extremely fast speed, even if they didn't look too good. Soon, they dug out a huge pit and gradually sunk into the ground. But there were still mountain rocks that were thrown out of the pit continuously. "These guys dig faster than dogs," Cripple muttered. King Kuan looked at Rat Immortal and asked, talking about digging holes, other than tuxing foam, Rat Immortal is the next person in terms of ability. Rat Immortal stood up and said, "Let me see what they are trying to do." After he said that, he shook his body and transformed into a huge gray rat. He leaped forward as though he was flying and ran down Sun's ship. In a few breaths' time, he reached the ground and tunneled into it, vanishing without a trace. Rat Immortal is skilled in finding treasures and is called Treasure Uncle Rat. He can travel underground without any obstruction, so he will definitely find something, King Kuan explained. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at luxurious flowers filling the sky above their heads. They bloomed as they shrouded Sun's ship. Meanwhile, Flower Sovereign stood in the center of one flower as if she had grown out from it. "We need to dispose of the gods of high heavens." Qin Mu looked at Apothecary and the rest. "Do you have any ideas?" Apothecary smiled. "We didn't have any ideas before, but now we have." King Kuan pulled out his golden horn and said, "Let me do it." After he said that, he rose from the pond and paid his respects to the golden horn. It was his sacred artifact which had been refined into a golden spear. After he paid his respects, the golden horn flew out with a whoosh, and piercing sounds could be heard as a golden line rushed through the air. It was the trace left behind by the artifact. The golden line pierced through the heart of Flower Sovereign's brows and came out from the back of her head. It then rushed toward another god and pierced him the same way. The golden horn changed its direction once more at an extremely fast speed. After a moment, all the gods, including Star Sovereign Yen, had been visited by it. A melodious whistling could be heard, and the golden horn landed back in King Kuen's hands. The golden line in the sky gradually dimmed and slowly vanished. Qin Mu's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the golden horn. There was not even a drop of blood on it, even if it had killed numerous gods, Li Keflower Sovereign and Star Sovereign Xiao of the four sovereigns of high heavens. It was also undamaged. One had to know that the corporeal bodies of the gods of high heavens were incomparably strong, and even cult legacy treasures couldn't harm them in the slightest. Trying to attack their corporeal bodies by force was like smashing an egg against a rock and expecting it to shatter. But the sacred artifact of East Sea's Kuen people wasn't damaged in the slightest. This showed just how powerful was the treasure. However, even though the sacred artifact was strong, one had to also look at the person using it. When King Kuen had fought with the gods of high heavens earlier, the reason he couldn't win should have been because his abilities were not strong enough. King Kuen, the three bridges method to fix the divine bridge have already been made public to everyone by me, so why don't you come ashore and learn them?
Qin Mu asked.
Astonished, King Kuen said, so those methods to fix the divine bridge were spread by human emperor? I've already obtained the technique. Truth be told, our Kuen people often come ashore to do business with Eternal Peace Empire, exchanging what we have for what we have not. Qin Mu relaxed upon hearing those words. I see. Suddenly, a huge rat sprinted onto Sun's ship. Upon nearing them, it transformed into a gray-robed elder. He came to everyone's side and gasped for breath. There's indeed something underground. I saw empty space, with a piece of temporary imperial residence, a god statue that's outrageously large, and a huge knife. Apothecary immediately brought him to soak in the pond of pure yang before saying, Your injuries have yet to heal, talk slowly. Rat Immortal took in a few more breaths. There's a passageway underground, and the stone statues have already dug until it. Heading down, there's the Earth's core, which is a piece of vast land. In the center of that space is a god statue that seems to have popped out from the underground. There are chains everywhere, and they are tethered to various palaces. I've no idea how that god statue had gotten itself into the chains, but they are even thicker than the chains pulling the sun behind Sun's ship. Astonished, everyone looked at each other. The chains that held the sun were made in founding emperor period. Such a divine artifact could no longer be forged. Yet the chains beneath God Broken Mountain Range were actually even thicker than them. Could it be then they were also remnants of founding emperor period? If the chains of Sun's ship are to tie down the sun, could the chains underground be meant to tie down that god statue? Def suddenly said. Everyone's heart trembled. Why would a god statue need to be chained down? Rat Immortal shook his head. No, you guys have guessed it wrong. The chains are connected to the palaces, passing through the underground. While following the digging stone statues, I saw the palaces floating around that god statue. Dance seemed to have been there from the start, but like it had just popped out. It was also quite similar to the god statues in Eternal Peace Empire. It should have shown up along with them, just that it was slightly unlucky and found itself at the bottom of God Broken Mountain Range. It hit the chains and became unable to push itself to the surface. There will definitely be quite a number of treasures in the palace, so let's go steal.
Bah.
Let's go pick up some treasure. Cripple suggested with excitement. You have just gotten your life back, so stop running around and be careful of losing your life again. Rat Immortal, what else did you see? Apothecary said with a frown. There's a floating bridge in the air, and it's connected to the palaces around the god statue. There's already chains, so what's the floating bridge for? What do either of them do? King Kuen asked in bewilderment. Rat Immortal's face became weird as he wanted to say something, yet did not dare. There was also a huge knife above the god statue's head. The chains were used to chain down that knife. When the god statue tunneled out from the ground, it might have knocked its head on the knife, which resulted in it being sliced. What knife? Apothecary asked in bewilderment. Huge knife, a very huge knife. Rat Immortal revealed 2 long front teeth, and his whiskers twitched. Heaven Knife's knife is already not small, but in front of that knife, it's pitifully little. That knife stretches from the north to south, and is now embedded in the head of a god statue. It's very, very long. But when I saw that knife, I noticed something weird. He composed himself and said, Granny C, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, and the gods of high heavens seemed to be in that clear knife. Its blade was like a mirror, and their primordial spirits were battling within it without finding anything wrong. Qin Mu and the rest carefully imagined that sight and couldn't help shivering even without feeling cold. Granny C and the rest had executed great overarching heavenly stars formation to pull out all the primordial spirits of the gods of high heavens, but they had all landed in the internal space of a knife. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had planned to die with the gods of high heavens, but the power of Earthquake Cauldron had been absorbed by a terrifying energy from underground. Could it be the doing of that knife as well? King Kuen looked at him with a blank face. We had landed in a strange space that was boundless and completely empty, but I would have never thought that it might be inside the blade of a knife. We had battled for so long, but we actually didn't notice anything. He was in slight disbelief. Rad Immortal then added, the stone statues had reached their step ahead of me, and a few of them seemed to be building a sacrificial altar, a very big one. I've no idea what they're going to use it for. Qin Mu's heart shook slightly and he asked, could T Immortal draw the appearance of that sacrificial altar? Rad Immortal used his vital chi as a brush to draw in the air. After a moment, a sacrificial altar showed up before him. It was similar to the one Qin Mu had seen in front of the hole to the other world, which would be used for the whole devil army to pass through the barriers of the worlds and enter eternal peace. The sacrificial altar Rad Immortal had drawn had similar runes to that sacrificial altar, but there were slight differences. Qin Mu was slightly stunned, and his curiosity was aroused. He asked, who has mirrors? Cripple smiled and said, Def loves to show off his good looks shamelessly, so others might not have, but he surely will. Def snorted and took out a mirror. Qin Mu immediately said, I need 2 mirrors, so who else has one? I have one, Apothecary muttered. Def stared at him. You don't even have a face, so why do you need a mirror? Tidy my clothes, Apothecary said with righteousness. Qin Mu took the 2 mirrors and placed them on the left side of the sacrificial altar that Rad Immortal had drawn and on the right. He then said, Rad Immortal, can you push this sacrificial altar into the mirror? Rad Immortal's heart shook slightly, but the sacrificial altar formed from vital chi flew into the mirror. Qin Mu looked at it and was enlightened. These 2 sacrificial altars mirror each other. The one those stone statues are constructing mirrors the one in the other world. They should be planning to transfer their devil army directly to the sacrificial altar underground. The sacrificial altar should be a kind of teleportation formation, but it's different from my Heavenly Saint cult's one. Their teleportation is much more primitive and requires blood sacrifices. Cripple laughed. Why are those fellows trying to send over their army? Are they planning to sacrifice it to wake up the god underground? Nobody laughed along with him, and Cripple soon couldn't continue laughing either. If a devil army came over and sacrificed themselves to awaken the god statue with blood sacrifice, who knew what would happen? That god statue is most likely not a god, but the ancestor of their devil race. The stone statues had run over to save their ancestor, Def said. After sacrificing the army, the god statue would revive. No matter how hard we fought, it will all be for naught. The sons and grandsons of the god statue will end up reviving him. Everyone was silent. Village chief was dead, old R'lyeh was dead, old Dao master was dead, and even Xian Xinwu, white immortal, yellow immortal, and the rest were lost. Yet in the end, they still couldn't stop the descent of the true gods and devils. They could no longer fight. After the true devil awakened, they were all going to die. Qin Mu continued to examine the 2 mirrors, then suddenly said, Anyone else has a mirror? Give me 2 more. Apothecary flipped through his herb basket and took out 2 more mirrors, rowing them to him. Def raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Flirty. Qin Mu placed a mirror between the 2 original ones to reflect the light. He then used the 4th one to bounce the light once again. After a number of reflections, the sacrificial altar in the last mirror was a mirror image. Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, What if the devil army couldn't be transferred? Could the stone statues wake up that god statue underground by themselves? What does little human emperor plan to do? Apothecary asked curiously. Qin Mu revealed a bashful smile. Grandpa Apothecary, don't joke with me. I just plan to forge 2 more teleportation sacrificial altars to interfere with their teleportation. After it, the devil army might not be able to come here. It's just like these 2 mirrors. If I adjusted the direction slightly in the middle mirror, the image wouldn't be able to transfer to the last mirror. Chapter 438. The Plaguing of Sins. What Qin Mu cultivated was the teleportation divine art of Heavenly Devil Cult, and it was very different from the blood sacrifices used by the devil gods of the other world. Their blood sacrifice was more primitive and ancient, while the teleportation divine art of Heavenly Devil Cult was built on space algebra. It required extremely high attainments in algebra in order to achieve it. The biggest difference in the 2 kinds of divine arts was that the teleportation divine art of Heavenly Devil Cult knew what it was and the reason why, seeking a solution and reaching it. However, blood sacrifice teleportation knew what it was but did not know the reason why. It did not seek to understand, but to be convenient. This gave Qin Mu and the rest the possibility to interfere with it. Rad Immortal, bring me and Grandpa Def underground. I need to see the rune layout on their sacrificial altar, then I will execute teleportation divine art, and Grandpa Def will paint it. Divine Flood Dragon King, follow me. I will need your magic power. Qin Mu quickly ordered. Grandpa Apothecary, you guys shall stay here and guard Granny Z and Imperial Preceptor's corporeal bodies. The plan was set, and Rad Immortal immediately brought them out of Sun Ship. Don't move, I'll bring you guys underground. After he said that, he shook and transformed into a huge rat. A lump of demon wind swept Qin Def, and the divine flood dragon king up, pulling them down into the earth. Qin only felt himself traveling quickly through the ground, and not much later, his body suddenly paused. The space in front of his eyes became incomparably vast. When he looked around, he saw the majestic sight that Rat Immortal had described. A huge god statue had risen from the ground and got trapped. Wherever the incomparably thick chains converged, there were palaces holding onto them, and below, there were even more chains wrapped around a long knife stretching from the north to the south. The long knife was incomparably bright and chain edged down by, as if someone was afraid that it would fly away. Its length was too great though, to the point that Qin couldn't imagine who could control it. When the unlucky god statue had risen, it had knocked against the blade, and its incomparably sturdy head was sliced at the heart of its brows. On the raised palm of that god statue, there were over 10 tall and sturdy stone statues hurrying to and fro to construct a huge sacrificial altar. Both they and their project were huge, but when compared to the god statue, they seemed extremely small. Of course, Qin Def, and the rest were even more insignificant. Qin executed 9 Heaven's Eyes awakening skill to carefully examine the runes on the sacrificial altar and memorize them. Rat Immortal brought him back and forth through the surroundings to observe it from all sides. After some time, he finally memorized all the runes. Rat Immortal, enough, Qin muttered irresolutely. Let's go to that palace, I will take a break there to calculate. Rat Immortal brought them to one of the palaces which was connected to a long floating bridge that connected to the cliffs in the distance. It seemed like there had been people living there in the past, looking after the underground space. Qin stepped on firm ground and looked around. He saw that the door to the vermilion red hall was tightly locked. With his divine eyes, he saw an extremely complicated seal which made it hard to enter. Right here then. Qin took out a Taodai sack and rummaged through it. He brought out all kinds of calculation tools like Wuji plate, Taiji plate, 5 elements beads, 8 trigrams plate, which made for a dazzling lineup. Even if it was the same old 8 trigrams plate, there were different structures. All the kinds of solid and broken lines could be shifted, so different structures required different tools of calculation, so he took out an extremely large number of them. He used vital qi to lift these tools of calculation up, and instantly, countless calculation tools split apart in the air and reassembled themselves. The complication of the calculation made Rat Immortal and Def dumbfounded, dazzling their eyes. After a moment, an incomparably complicated tool of calculation that took up a radius of numerous yards appeared in the air. Binary, quaternary, scenary, octal, novenary, decimal, hexadecimal, and base 64. It had countless strange components moving along with his vital qi as crunching sounds rang out non-stop. All kind of calculus beads appeared in the sky and jumped up and down continuously. There were also cubes and cube pillars. They were sometimes long and sometimes short as they constantly progressed forward. Can you understand it? Rat Immortal secretly asked Def. Def waved his hand. I can't hear you. Rat Immortal didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, Qin shook his Taotai sack, and all the tools of calculation flew back inside, vanishing without a trace.
The
calculation is done. Grandpa Def, it's up to you now. Qin roused his spirit and executed his vital qi. Suddenly, a set of teleportation divine art formation appeared in the sky, and all kinds of runes lighted up. Def raised his eyes to take a look and painted in the air. The brush moved like a dragon and snake as he quickly laid down the formation. All the rune markings were no different from Qin teleportation divine art. What he used was the technique of the painting path, and it was none other than the world in the painting technique Qin had once mentioned to him. In the past, his painting path was from inside out. When he drew wind, wind would appear, and when he drew lightning, lightning would appear. But now, his painting was outside in, having a world hidden inside it. Qin dispersed his teleportation divine art and executed his vital qi again. Another kind of teleportation formation then appeared in the air. Def painted the second teleportation formation as well. When Rat Immortal looked toward the painting, he couldn't help becoming stumped for words. Def had clearly painted on a flat surface, but looking in, he could see the space inside, and there was no difference from the teleportation divine art that Qin had executed. Because of limitations in cultivation, the area covered by the divine art wasn't huge, and the power wasn't strong. Yet even though the painting that Def drew didn't look huge, Rat Immortal was shocked when he looked inside it. The space in the painting was extremely vast, covering the area with a radius of a mile. Qin executed the teleportation divine art again, and Def drew the third painting. After he was done, Qin asked him to paste the third painting under his feet. Def was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning of it. However, he still did it. A beam shot out from Qin eyes and went for the space above the huge knife. Grandpa Def placed the first painting there. Def flicked his brush, and the first picture flew out, landing where his gaze had fallen. It then gradually vanished without a trace. Qin Mu calculated silently for a moment, and a beam of light shot out from his eyes again, landing at the abdomen of the god's statue. The second painting shall be placed there. Def gave a huge stroke, and the second painting flew out without the slightest delay. It then also vanished without a trace. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. This way, the devil army will be unable to teleport here with the help of the blood sacrifice sacrificial altar. Rat Immortal frowned slightly. It's going to be fine with just this? Qin Mu nodded, but Rat Immortal still wasn't at ease. Are you sure? If the devil army gets teleported and sacrifices themselves for this god's statue revive, it will be an unstoppable disaster. Are you sure these two kinds of teleportation divine art of yours will be able to disrupt their blood sacrifice sacrificial altar? Def also wasn't at ease. He asked with nervousness, Muir, where will these 3 paintings of yours send the devil army? Qin Mu hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't alter their teleportation, just disrupt it. Rat Immortal sighed. Since it's only disruption, doesn't it mean that that army will still be transferred? Qin Mu nodded and explained. Teleportation involves a shift in space, which requires very precise algebra calculations. I used 2 kinds of teleportation formations to disrupt the mirror images of the 2 sacrificial altars. Even though the extent of the disruption won't be big, but to an incomparably precise algebra calculation, even an inch of difference can be a difference of 1,000 miles. No mistake can be allowed there. As long as they activate the 2 sacrificial altars, they will. Human Emperor Qin, this is a no-go. Rat Immortal said resolutely. This is a huge matter regarding everyone's survival and destruction. We can't rely on just an inch of difference. I need to find Poison King to poison all the devils that are teleporting over. Follow me out of here. His demon wind swept the 3 people and was about to leave the underground space when an imposing energy crossed time and space and bombarded them from the other world. The space around them warped, and above their heads, the vast stone ceiling warped and distorted, forming a huge whirlpool. Everything in it distorted and gradually turned into a void. Incomparably bright teleportation light shone over from that whirlpool, lighting up the grand sacrificial altar that was on the god statue's palm. That light shone from the deep sky of another world, passing through Def's first painting and landing on the sacrificial altar. On that palm, stone statues stood upright. They half knelt in the surroundings of the sacrificial altar, chanting in resounding and profound devil language as if they were speaking some incantation. At that moment, the second teleportation formation lighted up, and the incomparably bright teleportation light had a slight change. It was so small that it was hard to notice. Suddenly, countless troops of the devils appeared in the teleportation light, and tens of thousands of soldiers hurried over from the other world. It's too late. Rat Immortal felt a chill in his heart. But just as he thought that, an abnormal change happened. In the teleportation light, the bodies of countless soldiers suddenly warped and broke into pieces in the flowing light. All of those people became corpses. The teleportation light pillar became blood red, and countless life forms were screaming in agony within it, but all their actions were completely useless. While Rat Immortal was astonished, Qin Mu said, Divine Flood Dragon King, join me. Rat Immortal immediately looked at Qin Mu and saw him standing in the center of the third painting. The Divine Flood Dragon King attached himself to Qin Mu's back and transformed into a dragon-shaped tattoo. Qin Mu's aura rose exponentially, and his face slightly dimmed. Gate of Heaven Influence. A majestic gate appeared behind him, and the teleportation light pillars warped in his direction. The countless soldiers of the devil race passed through the gate one after another. Suddenly, a corpse flew out from the gate and landed beside his feet. It was the corpse of a devil that had transferred over. Its limbs were twisted, and his head had become part of his chest. It had to be a mishap which happened during the space teleportation. It had reassembled his body and primordial spirit, but due to the error in calculation, they were in disorder. The corporeal body had died unnaturally, while his primordial spirit was left in Yudu. Suddenly, countless corpses poured out from Gate of Heaven Influence, and in an instant, there was a corpse mountain around Qin Mu. It piled up higher and higher, filling up the hall. Everyone, please don't blame me. Suddenly, the third painting was activated, and the huge teleportation formation burst forth. Light dazzled the eyes and swept in everything around the palace. Rat Immortal and Def were teleported out, and their bodies appeared in midair. Before they could land on the ground, numerous broken limbs appeared in the sky alongside them, and a corpse rain fell on great ruins. They raised their heads, and on the other side of the teleportation light, Gate of Heaven Influence towered aloft. The eyes of the youth in front of the door were moist as he buried tens of thousands of soldiers from another world. Chapter 439. Heart is hell. This corpse rain lasted for an hour, and nobody could tell how many corpses had fallen. It was truly a horrifying sight. When the corpse rain stopped, Rat Immortal hurriedly brought Death back underground. There, they saw the stone statues standing motionlessly around the sacrificial altar. However, the teleportation light had already extinguished. They looked toward the palace and saw a sapphire blue flood dragon coiling around the roof of it with his head raised up. His long whiskers fluttered in the wind while Qin Mu stood on his head. He was currently looking at the sacrificial altar on the god statue's palm. The two of old men hurriedly passed through a long bridge to reach the palace and ascended to the roof. Death looked down and was slightly stunned. Below, even though the stone statues around the sacrificial altar were not moving, they had all raised their heads to look over with their stone eyes. Mu'er, what happened? Death asked nervously. They're looking at me, Qin Mu said softly. Do you think they blame me for killing their clansmen? Death shook his head. In their hearts, the army was meant for sacrifice, so even if they hadn't died at your hands, they would have been sacrificed, so you don't have to trouble yourself with that. On the contrary, you stopped them from awakening the god statue, and that's a good thing. It saved the people of Eternal Peace MP. Qin Mu looked straight at him. Grandpa Death, I have never killed so many people before. Maybe many people had died because of me, but to kill so many of them personally, I'm still a little shaken. When the devil soldiers were teleported, some of them were already dead. There were some that weren't, but after entering Gate of Heaven influence, they were. I counted, and there were over 10,000 people. I have never personally killed so many people before. In Gate of Heaven influence, I saw numerous paper boats floating in the darkness. The messengers of death sat on them to guide the primordial spirits of all the people I had just killed. Death was stumped for words and didn't know how to console him. After a moment, he said, when I was still the crown prince of Heavenly Painting Country, I woke up from seclusion to see my country having been wiped out. I walked alone through the palace and saw the streets littered with corpses. Because the resistance was too intense, the invading country, Military Wolf Country, had suffered great losses. To vent his anger, their ruler ordered to massacre the city. He stared blankly ahead, as if he had yet to walk out from the shadow that event had cast. He stayed silent for a moment before continuing. I saw father and mother's heads hanging on the palace doors, saw the corpses of the concubines and elderly ladies. Some soldiers even plucked father's head down to lift it up with spears, showing it off everywhere. I ran onto the street and saw the soldiers of Military Wolf Country pillaging everywhere, beheading anyone they liked, and raping the women. I came to my Crown Prince Manor to find my wife and children dead, my daughter trampled by a war horse. He stared with eyes wide open, seeming to have come back to that dark period of time. In the depths of his eyes, the sight of Heavenly Painting Country being destroyed seemed to remain, and it was hell in the mortal world. I was drunk on calligraphy and painting, drunk on the painting path, and didn't care about the country affairs. I tore my ears off then. Since I didn't listen to the affairs of the world, what good were those ears? I used the corpses of the people as brush and the blood that filled the street as paint. I turned that place into hell. The army of Military Wolf Country was dragged into hell. Their army of million people was buried there by me. But so what? My homeland will never return. The dead will not revive. And so, I went to hide in great ruins. Death raised his head and looked at Qin Mu. He lifted a finger and tapped him on his heart. Mu'er, steal your heart and don't be like me, only becoming ruthless after your home is destroyed. By then, it's too late. This is a battlefield, and there's no right or wrong. On the battlefield, your heart is hell, your heart is Yudu. Qin Mu's head suddenly became clear, and he bowed. I've benefited from your advice. Death smiled and said, this sin that plagues you, let Earth
Count take care of those people after they die.
Our mission is to send more enemies to see him. Qin Mu laughed loudly. Send them to see Earth Count. Rat Immortal looked at the stone statue below and asked, what happened to the stone statues? I don't know, they suddenly stopped moving. Qin Mu was also somewhat puzzled. They're very strong. Because their bodies petrified, they became abnormally hard. Since their sacrifice failed, they will most likely do something again. They won't give up so easily. Suddenly, the stone statues around the sacrificial altar jumped into the abyss below. Qin Mu hurriedly looked down and saw them tunneling into the ground, disappearing from his sight. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Then Qin Mu moved his gaze to the knife above the god statue's head. It was incomparably bright and seemed like to have sliced the statue's head off without any effort, almost splitting the god statue apart. The surface of the divine knife was incomparably smooth, without any veins to be seen. It was brighter and purer than the brightest mirror in the world. The primordial spirit of Granny C, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, Mute, Butcher, and the rest seemed to be on its flat surface, fighting with the gods of high heavens, but unable to see the sight outside. Suddenly, gray fog poured over and filled the entire underground space. The group watched it become denser and denser. Mountains and rivers flooded over in the fog and drowned them out. Not only that, even the god statue which had popped out from underground and the bright long knife was drowned out as well. Only the chains were faintly discernible. After a moment, the fog stopped flowing in, and white bone mountains appeared. They were incomparably majestic, and the underground space filled with the white bones crawling all over them. It looked sinister and terrifying. The living realm of the dead. Qin Mu's heart trembled violently, and he looked into the depths of the fog. At the deepest part of the fog, there was a dock which was the only path into the living realm of the dead. It and Fengdu had come to the underground of God-broken mountain range, overlapping with the strange underground space. Who has Fengdu coins? Qin Mu asked in a hurry. Rat Immortal and Deaf had never seen this sight before, and shook their heads. The divine flood dragon king was a god of high heavens, so he naturally wouldn't have Fengdu coins, either. At this moment, a tattered ship sailed over through the sea of fog and Qin Mu raised his hand to wave while shouting, "Boatman, can you give us a lift?" The oar creaked as the boat sailed over from the Skeleton Mountains. Qin Mu was beyond excited while Rat Immortal and Deaf looked as though they were going to face a great enemy as they stared nervously at the tattered boat. After a moment, it came to the front of the palace and floated in front of the divine flood dragon king's huge head, looking to be very all. The boatman wore a woven rush raincoat and a bamboo hat which covered his face. The divine flood dragon king hung his head down, and Qin Mu was about to jump into the boat when a white bony palm stretched out from under the woven rush raincoat. A sinister voice came from under the bamboo hat. "Little friend, do you have money?" "The treasured boat doesn't ferry guests with no money," the boatman said. "I'm just doing a small business. When you have the money, it won't be late for you to enter Fengdu." Qin Mu was disappointed. Suddenly, he saw that the white bony palm only had 4 fingers. One of its fingers had been chopped off, and it was most likely a sword wound. His body trembled violently as he followed the boatman, leaving into the distance with his eyes until he vanished into the depths of the sea of fog. "When did Fengdu change their boatman?" Qin Mu asked in a shout. A sinister voice came from the sea of fog, but what was weird was it actually held a hint of happiness. "The day I died, it changed the boatman. Have you seen Heavenly Devil Patriarch? Hee, when you have the money, why don't you come over to take a look?" Qin Mu stared blankly into the distance. Rat Immortal was beyond bewildered and asked, "Human Emperor Qin, you recognize that ghost?" Qin Mu nodded. "He seems to be an old friend which only had 9 fingers. That missing one had been chopped off by village chief." "You're saying he's Ling Jing?" Rat Immortal instantly came to realization, becoming delighted and surprised. He also shouted loudly, "Senior brother Ling Jing, do you still remember me?" No reply came from the sea of fog. Rat Immortal called out a few more times, but there was no reply. It left him disappointed and frustrated. Suddenly, the fog moved once more and flowed away to the west where it quickly vanished without a trace. Qin Mu raised his head and saw that the divine blade was still on the head of the god statue. It was still incomparably bright, but there was no Granny Sea and the rest within it. Granny Sea and the rest were snatched away by Fengdu? Qin Mu was astonished, but he immediately rushed out of the earth's surface with Rat Immortal and Deaf. Suddenly, the bright light shone into their eyes, stinging them. The sun was rising in the east, and its first rays had shone onto their faces. Behind them, the darkness of great ruins was rapidly retreating. That's where the corpses of over 10,000 soldiers fell. Deaf pointed to some place in great ruins and said to Qin Mu, "You teleported them 100 miles or so." Qin Mu activated Fire Heaven's eyes to look over and saw a mountain of white bones. The 10,000 or so soldiers of the devil race only had their bones left. Both their flesh and blood were gone, having already been swallowed by the monsters of great ruins. The white bone mountain was also shined on by sunlight and looked very strange. Qin Mu turned around and walked toward Sun's ship. "My heart is hell. Who cares about the overflowing sins?" Deaf smiled and walked after him. Near Sun's ship, the sky full of stars formed by great overarching heavenly stars was starting to rapidly dim. The woman who had laid it out her eyes and fell from midair. Qin Mu immediately increased his speed, planning to catch that woman. Another person fell from the air while crying out in a weak voice, "ABA, ABA." Qin Mu hesitated for a moment, his arms going left and right. But at that moment, Blind also began falling down headfirst, so Qin Mu rushed toward him in a hurry. "Muir, are you going to see me and old Ma fall to our deaths?" Butcher asked loudly. Qin Mu looked over and saw the 2 grandpas also falling from the sky. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He really didn't know who to catch. As for Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Queen E who was falling down as well, Qin Mu didn't have any plans to catch them. Hu Linger rushed out from Sun's ship and shouted, "Maha!"
Ma, ma, ma.
A bunch of flood dragons rushed out from her side like wind and caught everyone who was falling down. Qin Mu finally let out a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. In the distance, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor crashed on the ground, and Qin Mu jumped in shock. He hurriedly looked at the flood dragon who was supposed to catch him and couldn't help becoming stunned. That flood dragon was carrying Earthquake Cauldron and crying out Maha Maha while happily running back to Sun's ship with the other flood dragons. It had absolutely no idea that it had caught the wrong thing. Chapter 440. Flower Blooming from Void. In Eternal Peace Capital City, Qin Mu was examining the True God Stone statue, which had tunneled out from underground. 3 months had passed since the crisis of High Heavens. During that time, everyone who had been injured had undergone treatment. With Apothecary taking care of them personally, everyone recovered pretty fast. Hermit Qingyu returned to Little Jade Capital, but he would come back from time to visit everyone. Rat Immortal and Fox Immortal brought Willow Immortal, Yellow Immortal, and White Immortal's ashes back to Willow Prefecture. King Kuan and Queen Yi brought Xian Shengwu's tortoiseshell to the Black Tortoise people overseas, sending him back to his clan. Elder of Discipline also brought over young Patriarch's ashes, burying them under the sacred tree. Qin Mu had personally sent Old Dao Master's corpse to Dao Sect while Old Ma welcomed Old Rilai's corporeal body back to Great Thunderclap Monastery, inviting him into 10,000 Buddhist pagoda. Tuxing Feng was also among the casualties, but he had buried himself and his opponent deep in the magma underground. Hermit Qingyu took a trip underground and saw a woman that was almost as tall as Tuxing Feng, and who was his widow. She paid her respects at where Tuxing Feng had died in battle and said to Qin Mu, "Earth travelers will never go back." On the promise made back then, "When Human Emperor summons us again, there will still be men to come and join you." After the battle, God Broken Mountain Range had vanished and the darkness had invaded Eternal Peace Empire. Qin Mu went to check on the flag he had stabbed into the ground and saw that the darkness was not spreading. That made him more or less at ease. As for the huge hole that was blown in God Broken Mountain Range by Earthquake Cauldron, it had still not vanished. The situation in the other world could still be seen. The devils in that world were busy preparing something once more. The stone statues moving around the ruins of God Broken Mountain Range would show up from time to time, and there were devils frequently popping out from somewhere. Imperial Preceptor had ordered the college scholars of all lands to go there for experience. They were to get rid of the scattered devils that popped out, which resulted in many adventurers there every day. The devils from the other world found it very hard to regain their power. Everything in Eternal Peace Empire returned back to normal, and the commotion caused by the stone statues and abnormal treasures slowly died down. However, the huge and majestic True God statues still stood upright like mountains. They didn't vanish. The stone statue in front of Qin Mu was one of them. It stood tall and upright, overlooking the capital city in front of it. The stone statue was so tall that even if it couldn't move, it still attracted many foolish people to pay respect to it and offer incense. Qin Mu raised his head to examine it. His thoughts were like the clouds in the sky, gathering and dispersing. "You know it. These stone statues will revive and destroy the world sooner or later," said Su Shenghua, and Qin Mu turned around. He saw the youth who was about his age carrying his luggage. Jing Yan followed beside him, and she also carried a tiny bag. Su Shenghua came to his side and examined the stone statue. The natural disaster did not come, and the fate of humankind will continue. There will still be war. Even if you prevented High Heavens from doing their task, there will still be numerous people dying every day, and they will be used as sacrifices by the god statues. One day, they will accumulate enough power to awaken, destroying this world. Qin Mu continued to examine the stone statue with a calm expression. "I know, Imperial Preceptor knows, and Village Chief also knew it, but we had no choice but to do that. The longer we drag this out, the stronger Eternal Peace will become. In the past, we didn't have the power to fight back, so it was easy for them to crush us, but given enough time, we can grow until the difference between us won't be so vast." Village Chief felt this way, and Imperial Preceptor felt that way too. He looked towards Su Shenghua and revealed a pure smile. "As long as we live, there's hope, isn't there?" His smile was very infectious, and Su Shenghua couldn't help smiling as well. Jing Yan felt a weird feeling rising in her heart. Su Shenghua was an abnormally serious person and rarely smiled, yet every time he met Qin Mu, he would be infected by him. Heavenly Devil Cult Master really possessed abnormal magic. Su Shenghua took out a bag of money and smiled. "I've come here to pay back the debt, and also to take my leave. This is the money I owe you. As I return it to you, I'm also saying my farewell." Qin Mu was slightly stunned. He took the money bag and said, "Brother Su earns money pretty fast, eh?" Su Shenghua smiled. "I had taken a big job. The spirit weapons I forged gained some reputation, so when the Emperor summoned all the able craftsmen in the world to restore mysterious pearl crossbows, I had gone as well. At that time, only I was able to restore it and offer a blueprint to the army. Thus the Emperor rewarded me with a big sum of money. When do you plan to go?
Qin Mu asked.
Su Shenhua tightened the strap of his luggage and walked away with Jing Yan toward the dock. I came to Eternal Peace to kill you. After that, I was supposed to return to High Heavens to continue cultivating in silence. However, after meeting you, I felt that journeying through Eternal Peace was a better training for my frame of mind. Qin Mu followed him. The dock was very far, and the two of them were starting to walk differently. They were contesting in secret again. After improving my Dao heart, I have obtained numerous comprehensions I have never thought possible before. However, my training has ended. It's time for me to leave Eternal Peace. Su Shenhua raised his head to look at the sky and said, "There are still many unsolved mysteries in my heart waiting for my attention. I need to find the answers to those mysteries. The gods of High Heavens have practically all died, so why aren't you returning to High Heavens? Now that there's no leader, you should go back to take charge of the general situation." "I'm not going back," Su Shenhua said. "High Heavens is known under such a name, but it's merely a void. The people there can't make their own decisions and can't lead their own lives. They are just the dogs of true gods. As a flower blooming from the void, I need to find my own path. Brother Qin, my training in Eternal Peace has ended, and I want to go to Great Ruins to find the answers to the secrets that still elude me. What about your training?" Qin Mu was stunned, but he suddenly smiled. "My training has just begun." They walked more and more weirdly and stumbled all the way to the dock. When they reached it, the two of them smacked their palms out, and the waves in the river suddenly overflowed into the sky. Wind rose and clouds surged as lightning crisscrossed in the surroundings. Qin Mu laughed loudly and grabbed the other's palm tightly. Their shoulders collided. The two of them let go, and Su Shenhua brought Jing Yan aboard the ship. He turned his head back and smiled. "I've lost T. Owe you the previous time, and it's going to stay with me all the time. When I return, let's see who is the Alpha and Beta Overlord bodies." Qin Mu smiled. "You are definitely the Beta and I'm the Alpha." Su Shenhua laughed loudly and waved his hand before leading Jing Yan into the hold of the ship. Qin Mu raised his head as the flying ship gradually rose, bringing them far away and vanishing into the clouds. The radiant sun was dazzling and Qin Mu looked away, his gaze returning to the stone statue that overlooked the capital. There were numerous foolish people offering incense and prayers to it, hoping that it would bless them. No one knew the deeds of the benevolent. They were nameless. Village chief, Tuxing Feng, and the rest had died to save these people, yet no one knew and no one offered them incense and prayers. On the other hand, the stone statues which had come to destroy the world were surrounded by incenses. How ironic. Su Shenhua was right. The people of Eternal Peace Empire will be born, will grow old, will get sick, and will die. They will all become sacrifices to the stone statues and allow the true gods to accumulate power until they can revive themselves. Qin Mu walked toward the capital. The fierce fight over God-broken mountain range and the lives of numerous strong practitioners were merely just to drag out the time. Sooner or later, the stone statues would awaken from the sacrifices of the foolish people and use their power to wipe out the whole mortal realm. What I need to do is to make Imperial Preceptor's reform become even more spread. The fire has to burn even more fiercely in the hot oil. We shall await the day these stone statues awaken. It was time for Imperial College to choose Imperial Scholars again. The selection was very great in scale. Tens of thousands of scholars from the whole world had hurried to the capital. The Emperor and Imperial Preceptor had personally come to Imperial College. There was also Daoist Lin Xian of Dao Sect, Rulai Ma of Great Thunderclap Monastery, Hermit Qin Yu of Little Jade Capital, and Qin Mu as Heavenly Devil Cult Master as well. Emperor Yanfeng saw that there were too many scholars flooding into Imperial College and suggested to open other academies to split the responsibility of Imperial College. He founded River Tomb Academy, Surging River Academy, Li River Academy, and Heavenly Saint Academy. The scholars from all lands could take examinations for the 4 big academies. They choose their people to learn paths, skills, and divine arts, and those who succeeded in their studies would later be able to enter the Imperial Court or become officials. Heavenly Devil Cult had taken the name Heavenly Saint Academy, and as the cult master, Qin Mu became the first Grand Chancellor, which promoted him to the 4th rank. For such a matter, Qin Mu worked hard for a time to set Heavenly Saint Academy at the manor where Granny C lived. Only when it was scorching summertime was he. Heavenly Saint Academy prepared. All kinds of educational establishments were built and talents from all over the land attracted. The disciples of Heavenly Devil Cult School Hall became the first batch of Heavenly Saint Scholars. Qin Mu also invited Xiong Shiyu and Yu Zhaoqing to come and teach. He also asked Dao Master Lin Xian, Rolai Ma, Hermit Jing Yu, and Fox Immortal to come to hold lectures from time to time, which made Heavenly Saint Academy truly extraordinary. On that day, Imperial Preceptor came to visit and asked, Grand Chancellor's Heavenly Saint Academy is pretty bustling and energetic. Qin Mu smiled. Heavenly King doesn't visit me without a cause. So, what are you here for this time? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor paused for a moment before saying, I'm preparing to wipe out High Heavens, but I need to scout the roads of West Earth first. I need a person who is familiar with West Earth. Qin Mu was slightly stunned, but he soon called Xiong Xiu. Does Palace Master want to reclaim True Heaven Palace of West Earth? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor went straight to the point. Xiong Xiu was surprised and delighted. True Heaven Palace has been seized by traitors, so does Imperial Preceptor have confidence in assisting me in snatching it back? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor nodded and said, I want to take a trip to High Heavens to prevent future troubles. High Heavens is in West Earth, so I can help you reclaim True Heaven Palace on the way. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly as he looked toward Xiong Xiu. She gritted her teeth and said, After Eternal Peace raises the snow plains and the prairie, he will launch his army on West Earth sooner or later. For there to be fewer wars, I'm willing to submit to Eternal Peace. In that case, Palace Master can go prepare. We will set off in the next few days. Does Cult Master want to go? We'll be going to West Earth not for war, but to scout the way, and Cult Master can help. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment as Xiong Shi looked at him pleadingly. He then smiled and said, It's good to go to West Earth as well. I have a promise with Poisoner Muing Xue, who had asked me to find her. However, before that, I need to summon some souls in Great Ruins. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was slightly stunned, then nodded. In that case, Palace Master and I will set off first. If you meet that person, thank him for me, and do pay half of the respect owed a master. Chapter 441, Flaming Desert. Qin Mu was the Grand Chancellor of Heavenly Saint Academy, so before he left, he handed over his duties to another person. Most of the scholars of Heavenly Saint Academy were from Heavenly Devil Cult, as well as numerous directorates. Even if Qin Mu wasn't there would be no problem, so he had no worries. He passed dragon-rearing scriptures to Si Yunxiang to find people to take care of the flood dragons. They only eat spirit pills, but different breeds want different kinds of spirit pills. Qin Mu instructed. I have written down the types and the amount needed. Saintess, don't forget, if they don't listen to you, find Linger. She can subdue these flood dragons. Si Yunxiang smiled. With dragon-rearing scriptures, how can I be inferior to the little fox? Aren't you going to bring a few flood dragons to protect yourself? Isn't the little fox following you too? Linger went to learn spells from Fox Immortal, so she won't be going with me. I'm just going to West Earth to scout the land so there won't be any danger. Qin Mu gave a few more instructions and took leave from Granny Si and the rest. Just as he was prepared to have the dragon Qilin start on the journey, he saw a 5 to 6 years old girl sitting beside it. Sister Cheer, aren't you going to West Earth with Nai Kue? Qin Mu asked with puzzlement. Xiong Cheer shook her head. Mother told me to follow you. She doesn't really trust Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, that he doesn't have a human touch. He can sacrifice everything just to achieve his goal, and has made it hard for her to trust him. Your mother sure is thoughtful. It's good to follow me as well. Imperial Preceptor and her objective this time are quite great, so it'll be much safer for you to follow me instead. Qin Mu picked Xiong Cheer up and jumped onto the Dragon Qilin's back. Fatty Dragon, set off. The Dragon Qilin immediately sprung forward and rose into the air with the fire clouds. Cult Master, I keep feeling that the taste of Scarlet Fire Spirit Pills is wrong these days. Did you change them? Qin Mu shook his head. Fatty Dragon, stop being paranoid. If I changed the spirit pills, could you not taste the difference? The Dragon Qilin was skeptical while Xiong Cheer said in astonishment, Fatty Dragon is much faster compared to last time. Your tummy isn't as big as before too. Her suspicion increased the suspicion in the Dragon Qilin's heart. Although he had peeled open the spirit pills every time he ate them to see if Qin Mu had done something, he hadn't found anything out of the ordinary. Qin Mu smiled. He had improved Scarlet Fire Spirit Pills and Fire Element Divine Vitality Pills. The taste was almost the same as that of Scarlet Fire Spirit Pills, just a little bit spicier. The Dragon Qilin could taste something wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. The Dragon Qilin's speed was much faster than it was in the past, and his endurance was much greater as well. After 2-3 days, they reached Great Ruins. Qin Mu found Moonship according to his memory, and Village Chief's stone statue was not far from it. Qin Mu couldn't help being astonished when he saw 2 families actually having built themselves homes there. The 2 families had have noticed the stone statue that could withstand the darkness and had come to live by its side. When they saw Qin Mu riding a monster that looked like a dragon but was not a dragon, a Qilin that was not a Qilin, they couldn't help beck. Oming nervous. Two young hunters took up military pitchforks and stood guard outside the door, while their young wives looked out from behind them. Qin Mu stopped and brought Xiong Qi'er off the dragon Qilin's back. He greeted the two people, and the two hunters returned it. Are you a mountain bandit or a robber? I'm just a passerby, coming to see my old friend. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Qin Mu came to stand in front of village chief's stone statue and placed a livestock offering. This is the elder of my family, and I'm here to pay my respects to him. If he saw that his broken body could still protect you guys, he would definitely be very happy. He paid his respects and executed Soul Guide. The clouds instantly turned dark and gloomy while the darkness surged. Soul Guide worked for a moment, and numerous skeletons appeared outside the village, but village chief's stone statue did not come to life. Not long later, Qin Mu's magic power was nearly exhausted. He was about to disperse Soul Guide when village chief's stone statue suddenly moved and spat out a few gold coins while speaking. Mu'er, on Ghost Festival, the night of the full moon, I'll be waiting for you at the gates of hell. When he finished talking, he returned back to stone. Qin Mu picked up the golden coins, which were 8 Fengdu coins. The villagers in the surroundings were bewildered. Qin Mu turned around to thank the people and left them some money. May everyone here help me clean the stone statue frequently, so it wouldn't get dirty. When he was done, he turned around to leave. The people looked at his back, and a young woman suddenly woke up from her daze. She suddenly cried out, "Look at the appearance of that youth. Doesn't he look like that heavenly god who drove the ship that night? He indeed looks alike. When that huge ship passed by our village that night, I saw that heavenly god on the ship, and it looked exactly like him." Another woman cried out in astonishment. "Don't talk nonsense. He's merely a youth and is even younger than us, so how could he be the heavenly god of that ship?" a hunter said. Qin Mu brought Xiong Qi'er to the dragon Qilin, and they rode to the west, resting only during night time. They passed by the basin of West Heaven Palace and observed its ruins before leaving. After 10 or so, they finally came to the most western part of Great Ruins. There was also a mountain range, its snowy white peaks cutting off Great Ruins in that direction. There's also a God-broken mountain range here? Qin Mu rode the dragon Qilin to one peak, and a thick arrow that was like a beam suddenly came from a mysterious pearl crossbow, raising the wind and snow in a split second. The dragon Qilin raised his claws and caught that arrow. At that, he couldn't help jumping in shock and crying out, "Cult Master, I've become stronger." Qin Mu looked at the surroundings and saw huge mysterious pearl crossbows operating automatically, adjusting their directio. And he then immediately shouted, "Fatty dragon, run quickly."
Twang.
The power of the mysterious pearl crossbows burst forth, and heavy snow came incessantly along with the bolts. The dragon Qilin immediately leaped as though he was flying, sprinting to the other side of the mountain. Incomparably thick bolts whisked behind them and transformed into pillars of ice while more of them came shooting over. The dragon Qilin gave a loud roar, and the flames behind him overflowed into the sky. With the dense fire clouds, the flames burned the bolts. However, there were still numerous ice bolts that had not melted and rushed straight for them. While clutching a sword technique in his hand, Qin Mu jolted, and 8,000 swords flew into the sky, slicing countless ice bolts apart. The dragon Qilin sprinted down the mountain, and bolts behind him were like the rain. Only when he rushed down the mountain did the onslaught stop. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief before heat waves assaulted him in the face. He looked forward and saw a vast desert which went as far as his eyes could see. The flames in the desert were blazing, burning the sky till Ti turned fire red. Qin Mu turned back, seeing the snowy mountains behind himself. "After crossing this flaming desert, we will reach West Earth," Xiong Qi'er said in a loud and clear voice. West Earth is right behind it. Qin Mu was puzzled. Why is there such a flaming desert between West Earth and Great Ruins? Where does the fire come from? My mother said that these flames were lit up by gods to block the abandoned people of Great Ruins from running out. Xiong Qi'er suddenly jumped into the flames, shocking Qin Mu. She ran around them with a smile. "The flames here won't hurt me, for they will only burn the abandoned people of Great Ruins. To us, the flames aren't hot at all. However, to the abandoned people of Great Ruins, the fire is extremely dangerous. I've heard my mother say that if the abandoned people of Great Ruins were to enter the desert, flame markings would appear on the heart of their brows, showing their identity as an abandoned person. The higher the status of the abandoned person, the more flames would show up." Qin Mu stretched out his hand to touch the flames, and he felt a sharp pain. He immediately pulled his hand back, but his fingertips were still burning. He hurriedly extinguished the fire and frowned. The flaming desert was indeed an incomparably dangerous place to the people of Great Ruins. If they went in, they would definitely be burned to death. "Qi'er, come up." Qin Mu's vital chi flew out and swept up the girl which was running around, throwing her onto the dragon Qilin's back. "Imperial Preceptor and Palace Master left a few days earlier than us, so we can't stay around here for long, fatty dragon. Big brother, What happened to your face? Xiong Qi'er suddenly asked. Qin Mu looked at her with bewilderment. What's wrong with my face? There are many markings on our face. Xiong Qi'er cried out in astonishment. The markings are even wiggling and more of them are coming out. Are you sick? That's right. Big Brother is an abandoned person of great ruins, but there are just too many flame markings on your face. In disbelief, Qin Mu located the mirror apothecary had given to him in a hurry. He took a look at and saw that there were indeed numerous green and red markings on his face. They were twisted but distributed evenly across his face. He ripped open his collar and saw numerous green and red markings on his chest as well. He stretched out his palm and saw that the markings were even on his wrist, slowly spreading to the back and front of his palm. Qin Mu threw open his shirt and more mirrors flew out from his taotai sack. He looked at them and saw numerous markings spreading all over him. His whole body was covered in green and red flames. Xiong Qi'er looked at him in a daze, staring at his bare torso as he stood on the back of the dragon Qilin. The flames had nearly covered his whole body. Mother said that the higher the status of the abandoned person, the more flames will appear on their body. Normal abandoned people will only receive one flame marking at the heart of their brows, but Big Brother has flame markings all over his body. The little girl was stunned. What is his status? Could this be the effect of the fire? Qin Mu pondered over it and said, I touched the flames just now, and they had entered my body to form these strange markings. Fatty dragon, retreat back to the snowy mountains. The dragon Qilin didn't understand what he meant, but he still carefully retreated out of the flaming desert. Back under the snowy mountains, Qin Mu looked at the mirrors and saw that the markings were gradually dimming. When he reached the foot of one mountain, the markings vanished completely. While keeping the mirrors at hand, he put on his shirt back. He said indifferently, Fatty dragon, continue on your way. It's fine. These markings should be just to identify abandoned people. The dragon Qilin immediately rushed into the flaming desert, and the markings on Qin Mu's body started to appear again. They grew frantically, but the youth didn't pay attention to them. The sight of the flaming desert was unique. There were flaming tornadoes everywhere, and they whooshed as they swept by the group. The dragon Qilin's nature was that of fire, so he loved to control fire the most, and often rushed happily into the tornadoes. However, Qin Mu was nearly burned to death once, and ordered for him to stop. The dragon Qilin saw his face turning black from the burns, and jumped back in shock. Only then did he obediently start to hurry to their destination. The fire had no effect on him, but it possessed lethal power against Qin Mu. Big Brother, there's an oasis in front. Xiong Qi'er said excitedly. There's water there. Astonished, Qin Mu cried out. There is water in such a place?
He then saw
the oasis in the flaming desert. Numerous olive trees were growing beside a beautiful lake, and there were also a few snow-white goatskin tents beside it. The dragon Qilin immediately ran over to the side of the lake. Qin Mu jumped down and said, Visitors have come from afar. Sorry for disturbing everyone. One of the goatskin tents opened up and a youth walked out with a smile. You're not disturbing. I'm currently cultivating unique spells and need someone as a sacrifice. It's you, brat. The expression of the youth changed drastically, and Qin Mu pulled out his sword without any explanation. 8,000 swords flew up together and drowned out the youth. Chapter 442, Roaming Dragons in the Desert. That youth's reaction was extremely fast. He moved back the instant Qin Mu executed his swords, falling back into the goatskin tent. It was cut to pieces when countless sword lights shot out into it from all directions. Suddenly, they paused and tunneled into the ground like a long dragon, for the youth had escaped into the ground after falling back into the tent. About a mile away in the flaming desert, 8,000 flying swords flew out of the underground cave, chasing after the figure of the youth. He leaped into midair and opened up his arms. 2 golden wings spread out on his back and flapped frantically, causing countless yellow golden feather swords to face Qin Mu's sword lights. With the continuous collisions and sparks in midair, flying swords flew in all directions. Qin Mu's hand grabbed forward, and the randomly flying swords suddenly paused in midair. They converged towards the center and clanked as they collided, transforming into a 3 yards metal ball that was whirling nonstop. It was none other than Qin Mu's sword pellet. It was huge and whirled nonstop in midair. The feel of metal was abundant. A fire tornado swept over and swept up the youth, swallowing him whole. Yet the next moment, he appeared above that tornado and stood there while laughing. Cult Master Qin. Human Emperor Qin. You really can't stop haunting me. Do you think I'll be afraid of your body covered whole by a tattoo? Receive one of my bow. That youth was none other than Pan Gong Tso, and he stood atop the tornado, paying his respects by bowing towards Qin Mu. When he bowed, a sinister sacrificial altar appeared behind him, and a devil god showed up on it, ready to bow and pay his respects as well. Qin Mu's 5 fingers spread open, and he pressed down with them. The ground under the fire tornado instantly warped, the sand and rocks swirling and swallowing everything above them into the ground. Pan Gongso's footing became unstable, and his bow became misshapen. When he raised his head, he saw that the sword pellet had separated at some point, and the 8,000 swords were spinning crazily. They were like a huge mouth that was covered with sword tips that came with an open mouth toward him. It was spiral sword form. Stabilizing mountain. And rivers with a finger. 4 continuous explosions rang out within Pan Gongso's body as his divine treasures opened, and his magic power rose exponentially. When his left hand pointed toward the ground, a fire lotus bloomed underground, stabilizing it. His right hand pointed toward the huge mouth that was going to swallow him, and flaming lotuses instantly appeared in it as well. Those flaming lotuses collided with the spiraling swords and blocked Qin Mu's move. Pan Gongso revealed a scornful look. Cult Master Qin, I'm already on 7 stars realm. I'm a realm higher, which might as well be a heaven higher. I can totally overwhelm you. Do you feel my magic power, making you despair? Suddenly, the fire lotuses shattered and Pan Gongso was astonished. His magic power doesn't lose out to mine at all. I'm already on 7 stars realm. How could he have polished his magic power to such a level? As an existence that had reincarnated over 10 times, Pan Gongso might not dare to say he was number 1 in polishing his magic power on the same realm, but he was certainly one of the best in the world. There were not many people who could surpass the density of his magic power in the same realm. Even when Qin Mu did it, he hadn't surpassed him by much. He had fought with Qin Mu numerous times in the past. The first time, both of their realms were the same. They were both on 6 Directions realm, and their magic power had been nearly the same. Qin Mu relied on the transformation of paths, skills, and divine arts to lead him along the way, adapting accordingly. This let him take the decisive opportunity, which was why Pan Gongso had lost. However, when they had faced off the second time, he had raised his cultivation realm faster than Qin Mu, and his magic power had also surpassed him by much. Qin Mu had then relied on his sickeningly huge sword pellet and 8,000 swords to be a match for him. Yet now, he was already a divine arts practitioner of 7 stars realm, while Qin Mu was still on 6 Directions realm. By right, Qin Mu should have been overwhelmed by his magic power, unable to even come close to breaking his divine art. Even though it was just their first face-off right then, Qin Mu's flying swords had still destroyed Pan Gongso's divine art. He might have relied on the sharpness of his flying swords, but it also meant that Qin Mu's magic power wasn't much inferior to his. When Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had attacked Roland's Golden Palace, Pan Gongso had known that it was finished when Khan Wandi surrendered. That was why it hadn't waited for Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor to attack and escaped, leaving behind all the great shamans, shaman kings, and even the Grand Shaman who didn't know he had escaped under the cover of the night. Roland's Golden Palace was wiped out and Grand Shaman was also slain by Imperial Preceptor. Pan Gongso pondered about the painful experience and knew that he could no longer stay in Prairie. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor would definitely order his subordinates to search everywhere for his trail, so he decided to hide in the flaming desert. He was a reincarnated person, so his cultivation advanced at a crazy speed. He had an advantage that no other divine arts practitioner could rival, and by hiding in the oasis, he could capture the people of Westearth at night and bring them over for cultivation. Like that, in just half a year, he broke through into 7 stars realm. He planned to recover the cultivation of his previous lives and fight his way back to Eternal Peace to take revenge. When that time came, who would be able to block his bow? Yet meeting Qin Mu made him somewhat flustered. He had raised his cultivation to 7 stars realm and should have overwhelmed him, but the other's abilities seemed to have advanced by leaps and bounds as well. He actually didn't manage to gain any advantage. Pan Gongso, you have already fallen behind times. Qin Mu suddenly rushed out of the oasis into the flaming desert, and his body moved horizontally as he crossed a mile. It looked like he was controlling the wind. The muscles on his body moved like flood dragons coiling, and his corporeal body was incomparably powerful. You've been hiding here, so you might not know. After your Roland's Golden Palace was wiped out, the paths, skills, and divine arts have advanced rapidly. We can already cultivate the primordial spirit on the 6 Directions realm, so aside from a divine treasure in 7 stars realm, there's literally no difference. In terms of cultivation realm, you aren't any higher than me. Pan Gongso's body, which was like a golden Buddha, collided with Qin Mu. Dragon roars and Buddha voices rang out endlessly, and Pan Gongso's face instantly turned snow white. His arm cracked and broke as he flew backward. This isn't 9 Dragons Monarch Technique, he shouted fiercely. 9 Dragon Monarch Technique had extremely high attainments of the corporeal body and was the ultimate art of Emperor Yanfeng. Even though Pan Gongso had not received it, he had exchanged blows with Qin Mu, who used 9 Dragons Monarch Technique. Even though it had been powerful then, there was still quite a number of divine techniques that could rival it, so Pan Gong Tso wasn't the slightest bit afraid of it. However, he suffered a huge loss at that Nine Dragons Monarch technique right then. The moves Qin Mu had executed were extremely overbearing. The strength of his corporeal body was incomparably powerful, as though he was a human-shaped true dragon. When its strength burst forth, his muscles, tendons, and bones were like brute dragons exerting their strength all at once. Facing such brute strength, Pan Gong Tso's golden Buddha body crumbled, and his arm broke. A bone shard stuck out of his elbow. Sword explosion. Qin Mu pressed his palm downwards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying swords fell from midair like rain, and soared. Lights fell forward like a tidal wave raised by an explosion, drowning out Pan Gong Tso. He endured the sharp pain, and his body sank downwards, escaping into the desert before the sword light could touch him. 8,000 swords landed, and the desert nearly boiled. Between the particles of sand, fine sword lights were shuttling to and fro. Qin Mu landed on the ground, and his clothes fluttered. He raised a huge wind to forcefully suppress the flames of the desert. The tip of his foot tapped on the ground, then he raised again. Everywhere he passed, the flames would automatically split to two sides. Several miles away, the desert was boiling. Countless sword lights rushed into the sky, and Qin Mu let out a roar while his vital qi went berserk, rushing forward while staying close to the red-colored sand and rocks. Instantly, there were trails of red sand dragons in the desert. Dozens of them were shuttling to and fro in the red sand, popping in and out. In no time, they came to where the sword light was overflowing into the sky. The power of his divine art suddenly exploded, resulting in a powerful dragon roar which reverberated through the air and sand being blasted into the air. In the sandstorm, flying swords were flashing while Pan Gong Tso's figure could be faintly discerned as well. He stood on a huge cauldron which was trembling. Its sound waves materialized and flicked the flying swords away. The huge cauldron suddenly escaped into the ground and left through the sand. Qin Mu quickly gave chase and shouted, "Ching Ching, go fetch some water and hurry over with Fatty Dragon." Bewildered, Xiong Qier said to the Dragon Qilin, "Big brother is muddle-headed. He called me Ching Ching." The Dragon Qilin shook his head. "You don't know the ability of that Pan Gong Tso. If he knows your name, he can kill you by paying his respects to you from 1,000 miles away, so Cult Master didn't call out your real name. It should be because Cult Master doesn't have absolute confidence in killing him, so he asked us to fetch some water and follow after him. Cult Master is an abandoned person, so he can't stay long in the flaming desert. There's also no water vapor in the flaming desert, so he can't use water attribute divine arts as well. Let's quickly fetch some water and hurry after him." Xiong Qier understood his words and was about to fetch the water from the lake when she cried out in astonishment. The Dragon Qilin immediately went over and saw that there were white bones all over the lake's bottom. It was hard to count how many corpses had been thrown inside it. Pan Gong Tso relied on the spirit and soul of other people to cultivate. For that, he had killed countless experts of West Earth and thrown their corpses in the lake. "Do we still fetch water?" Xiong Qier's face was pale white. The Dragon Qilin bit his tongue and spat a small mouthful of blood into the lake. Its surface instantly churned. Countless soul bugs splashed around the lake, guiding over the blood. The Dragon Qilin immediately bit onto Xiong Qier's collar to lift her up and retreated, preventing any water from touching either of them both. "This lake has been poisoned and can't be drunk." The Dragon Qilin placed the little girl down a bit farther away and said, "Climb to the tip of my tail, sit down properly and lean back." He lowered his tail, and Xiong Qier immediately climbed on. She sat down properly, not forgetting to lean back. The Dragon Qilin raised his tail and Xiong Qier slid down from the tip to his back. The little girl squealed in delight. "One more time. We can't play anymore. Grab tight onto the mane around my neck. I'm going to chase after Cult Master," the Dragon Qilin instructed. Xiong Qier climbed over to his long mane, and her tiny hands grabbed tightly onto two tufts. Suddenly, a dragon's scale rose on the side and covered her. The Dragon Qilin did it since he was afraid it would be easy for her to slip off if he ran too fast. Before, there was Qin Mu protecting Xiong Qier, so the Dragon Qilin didn't need to worry, but when Qin Mu wasn't around, he had to care for Xiong Qier himself. The Dragon Qilin also used magic power to form a barrier around Xiong Qier and gave her a warning to be careful before taking the first step to rush after Qin Mu. His speed gradually grew faster as he didn't dare to suddenly increase his speed. He ran faster and faster, soon surpassing the speed of sound. The flaming dunes passed by them like flickering lights and shadows. "Fatty Dragon, your speed is even faster than last time," Xiong Qier cried out. "Why didn't you run so fast in front of Big Brother? What does a little girl like you know? If you want a horse to run faster, you need to feed the horse well." The Dragon Qilin was pleased with himself and smiled. I purposely run slower, so Cult Master will give me better spirit pills in hopes of me getting faster from good food. If I slowly increase my speed, he will know it's the effect of the better spirit pills. In that way, he will work harder to improve the spirit pills. On top of that, he will still take care of how the pills feel in my mouth. If I suddenly raise my speed drastically, he won't improve the spirit pills and will just feed me the substandard product of Fire Element Divine Vitality pills. Don't tell Cult Master that though, or he will become lazy. Xiong Qier didn't understand what he was saying, but she still nodded repeatedly. The dragon Qielin ran for a long while, but he still didn't catch up to Qin Mu. On the way, he was aghast when he saw the sight of the exploded dunes. It was evident that Qin Mu and Pangong Tso had clashed nearby. Not long later, the dragon Qielin saw a dune in the distance transforming into a red sand giant, which punched the ground ruthlessly. That's the technique of my West Earth's true heaven palace. Xiong Qier cried out in astonishment. Is that Big Brother? The dragon Qielin shook his head, a little worried. Cult Master doesn't have magic power that is that dense. Let's take a detour. He took a roundabout way and couldn't help being stunned when he saw the sand giant. Chapter 443. Treacherous, West Earth. There was a ruin in the desert. More than half of the Earth Yellow palaces had collapsed, and only some crumbling fences and dilapidated walls were left. Flames were burning a bit more furiously over there than in other places. The space that the ruins occupied was very vast, the size of several thousand fields. Flames blazed around the sand giant, and its body was scarlet from them. The giant had no legs, but it could still travel extremely fast along the great streets and small alleys of the ruin. Below the body of the sand giant was violent sand that kept spinning upwards, thus even though it had no legs, its speed was still very fast. At that moment, the sand giant was chasing after Qin Mu and Pangong Tso. The two of them were being attacked often, and loud thumps rang out continuously. Every strike from the sand dune giant was incomparably heavy, and when they landed on the desert, sandstone would shoot out like swords. Yet the sand giant didn't damage the ruin at all. When it encountered broken fences and dilapidated walls, it would flood over. After it flowed past, the ruin would be left perfectly fine. The divine arts of West Earth was different from those of Eternal Peace, and the path they took was that of all things having soul. Even sandstone could be changed into a giant to fight, and one strike from a sand giant could split mountains. Its power was unblockable. If Qin Mu and Pangong Tso got struck, just the terrifying energy alone would be enough to heavily injure the two of them. Even so, they were still trying to kill each other while doing their best to avoid the attacks of the sand giant. Pangong Tso's broken arm impaired his movements. Qin Mu could control 8,000 swords, but no matter how intricate his sword skill was, it was still hard for him to injure the sand giant. Even if he sliced one of its arms into pieces, this giant would return back to normal in a few moments, retaining no injury. Its body technique was extraordinary, and the attacks of the sand giant were incomparably overbearing. However, since it only used its fists to attack and not spells or divine arts, it wasn't much of a threat to them. However, what was weird was that the sand giant seemed to only be attacking Qin Mu. It paid no attention to Pangong Tso. Spell of True Heaven Palace. The dragon Qielin looked around and asked, "Where is the spellcaster hiding?" "That's a guardian of the desert. It's not a divine art." Xiong Qier climbed onto his head while pulling on his mane. She took a look at the situation and said, "My mom said that there are many ancient ruins in the desert, and they are places where the gods who guarded the desert lived. When they had to go, they left behind some guardians to look after the Cert. Any person from Great Ruins will be attacked by the guardians." Suddenly, red sand churned in the ruin, and another sand giant stood up, rushing quickly at the youth. Qin Mu stretched his hands out, and numerous scarlet-red sand dragons whizzed forward, rushing at the sand giants. While chasing after Pangong Tso, his vital qi had been circulating more and more furiously, and the power of his divine art becoming stronger and stronger. At that moment, his battle power was at its strongest. The dozens of scarlet sand dragons tore apart the sand giants. Qin Mu was astonished, for he felt the magic power in his divine art being absorbed. When the sand dragons passed through the bodies of the sand giants, the magic power inside them completely vanished. Pangong Tso saw a good moment and rushed over with a huge cauldron on his head. The two sand giants behind him, who had absorbed the magic power, the divine art, as well as the dozens of sand dragons, grew drastically and attacked Qin Mu as well. Qin Mu formed fists and straightened his thumb, using a punch to fight against Pangong Tso's punch. Pangong Tso immediately felt that his attack had no power, but that there was a concaving power in the fist that was pulling him in. The straightened thumb made Pangong Tso shudder. The power in that punch of his lies in that thumb. He struggled to break free, having just realized that Qin Mu's move was not a fist skill at all. Instead, it was a sword skill in which his thumb was the sword. If Pan Gong Tso didn't break free and the thumb pressed down on him, the sword power would definitely slice him in half. How did this fellow's battle technique improve so fast and become so terrifying? It hasn't even been a year since the last time we fought, so how did his abilities improve so fast? Pan Gong Tso used all his strength to break free from Qin Mu's fist. The moment he did so, the sword light in Qin Mu's thumb increased exponentially. His vital qi transformed into a thread which was like fine swords coiling together. The sword light sliced down when Qin Mu pressed his thumb down. Pan Gong Tso suddenly changed into a black shadow which fell and stuck to the sandy ground. He then quickly left into the distance. Qin Mu raised his hand and pressed down, causing a huge handprint to appear on the ground. Pan Gong Tso let out a sigh of relief. This guy missed. Yet the next moment, the sword lights that were hiding in the sky and covering the earth hummed and shot down altogether. The area they covered was extremely vast and made it impossible for him to avoid them. Suddenly, a third sand giant stood up from beneath Qin Mu's feet, and the sword rain falling from midair grew disordered. Pan Gong Tso broke out from his shadow and transformed into a human to leap out from the desert. He flashed along the way to avoid the sword lights, escaping out of the ruin. He turned back to take a look, only to see Qin Mu being drowned out by the three sand giants. His life and death could not be determined. When this guy gets severely injured, it would be the best time for me to kill him. Just as Pan Gong Tso thought that, he saw the dragon Qilin sprinting over and sneered. Even an animal like you dares to make a move on me? He then bowed and shouted sternly, "Fatty dragon." A huge sacrificial altar appeared behind him, and the devil god on the sacrificial also bowed. The dragon Qilin ignored him, and Pan Gong Tso grew slightly flustered. He bowed once more in a hurry. Dragon Qilin. The dragon Qilin was already near him, flames spreading out from his mouth. Pan Gong Tso vomited blood. His injuries were not light, and the divine art which paid respect to the soul was extremely exhausting to his vitality. Paying his respects twice drained a lot of his vitality. Ching ching. Pan Gong Tso gritted his teeth and paid his respects once more. Xiong Qier grabbed the mane of the dragon Qilin and climbed onto the head of the fat behemoth to look curiously at the youth before them. Pan Gong Tso spat out a mouthful of blood as a beam of fire from the dragon Qilin's mouth emanated with blazing flames, sweeping at him across a dozen miles. Everywhere the beam passed, the dunes were razed to the ground. Pan Gong Tso hurriedly hid in the great cauldron and listened as the loud banging sounds went into the distance. The cauldron was then swept into the air and tumbled dozens of miles away. The dragon Qilin sprinted over where the cauldron had landed, but only saw a sand pit with bloodstains. It was obvious that Pan Gong Tso had escaped into the ground. My abilities actually couldn't stop him? Those who can live for 10,000 years are indeed all remarkable. His ability to escape is even superior to that of Cult Master. The dragon Qilin exclaimed in admiration. A loud explosion suddenly came from the ruin, and the dragon Qilin turned back to look. Over there, he saw a fourth sand giant rising from the ground. It was 100 yards tall, and comparable to Great Thunderclap Monastery's 10,000 Buddhist pagoda. It moved incomparably fast and chased relentlessly after Qin Mu. I can't let Cult Master be harmed. The dragon Qilin immediately sprinted over, and he saw Qin Mu's body suddenly vanish. The next moment, he appeared in front of him and floated in midair. His whole body was covered in strange flames and teleportation runes circulating rapidly. Qin Mu hurriedly extinguished the flames on his body, his face already black from the burns. Luckily, his clothes were tailored by Yu Zhaoqing and other strong practitioners of Heavenly Feather Race, so they weren't destroyed in the flames. Various sounds rang out behind him, and Qin Mu turned back to take a look. The sand giants actually flew out of the ruin and rushed over aggressively. Fatty dragon, fall back. Qin Mu waved his hand and stopped the dragon Qilin who was rushing over. The sand giants were extremely fast and soon rushed in front of Qi En Mu. They then swayed and separated into two groups, launching a pincer attack on him from the right and left. Just as they were about to pounce on him, the teleportation runes around Qin Mu's body lighted up and his body vanished once more. The sand dune giants collided and sand filled the air. Soon though, they took shape once more and hurried back toward the ruin in a frantic rush. Before they could return, however, they suddenly crumbled and transformed back into dunes that piled one onto another. The dragon Qilin hurriedly ran over to where Qin Mu was floating in midair. Below him was a palace that was more than half collapsed. Inside it was a shrine with a wooden god statue that was covered in strange markings. Its head was on the floor. Qin Mu raised his hand, and Carefree's sword flew into it. He looked at the head of the wooden god statue with a grim face. When he had lured the sand giants out just then, he had returned back to the ruin and surveyed it with Cinnabar Heaven's eyes. He discovered then that there were strange markings flowing continuously on the wooden god statue, so he had sliced off its head in one strike. Once he did that, the markings which were originally glowing slowly dimmed. A terrifying brainwave had rushed out from the god statue toward Qin Mu. However, it was blocked by the jade pendant hanging from his neck. How strange. Qin Mu turned his head back and asked, Cheer, are there gods in your West Earth's West Heaven Palace? Xiong Cheer shook her head and replied, I've never heard about that before. Qin Mu gripped the jade pendant and said in a low voice, There's a consciousness hidden in this god statue, and it even attacked me when I cut off its head. The owner of this god statue should still be alive. Cult Master, Pan Gong Tso escaped, the dragon Qilin said.
Qin Mu didn't mind it.
He has been escaping for 10,000 years and has long perfected the art of it, so it won't be easy to get rid of him in one go. Didn't he also escape when Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor surrounded Roland's Golden Palace? What makes my heart throb is that there might be a living god in West Earth's true Heaven Palace. He raised his head to look to the west. The wooden statue could actually gather sand to form giants. This showed that it was using the ultimate art of true Heaven Palace. It was called 10,000 Spirit Nature Technique and was suitable for women to cultivate. Even though Xiong Xiu had imparted it to Qin Mu, his gains weren't great. Imperial Preceptor went to true Heaven Palace, so he's probably going to be out of luck. Qin Mu pulled away his gaze and thought to himself, I hope that God's ability isn't too great, for otherwise. He shook his head. What worries me even more is why did this god of true Heaven Palace leave behind this ruined palace? The sand giants are clearly for killing the abandoned people of Great Ruins. How exactly did true Heaven Palace look like originally?
He jumped
Head onto the dragon Qilin's back, who rushed toward the west. Soon, they covered over 10 miles. The ruin was silent, but after a moment, a rustling could be heard, and the markings on the two pieces of wood gradually lighted up. The head suddenly flew up and landed on the neck of the wooden statue. Its markings grew brighter and brighter. The sculpture actually slowly began to change, its wooden body turning into flesh and blood. What was even more terrifying was that the statue actually twisted its head to the back of its body. Its eyes slowly opened and looked in the direction of Qin Mu. The wooden statue opened its mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. A noble of the abandoned people, A sword light broke through the air after having stayed close to the ground, piercing the head of the wooden statue that was changing into flesh and blood. The sword light then flashed, slicing the wooden god statue into countless pieces. Sometime later and 20 miles away, the sword light returned to Qin Mu's sheath. God, I've also killed some of your kind before. Qin Mu folded his arms as he stood on the dragon Qilin's head. His body rose and lowered along with its movement. Chapter 444, Bane. As the sun set in the west, the flaming desert was colored fiery red. Qin Mu rode on the dragon Qilin's head, having transformed his vital chi into vermilion bird vital chi to refine each and every one of his flying swords. He was deepening the rune markings on them. He lowered his head and saw that Xiong Cheer had already fallen asleep in the dragon Qilin's ear. There was no wind there, and the dragon Qilin also used his ear to cover its inside to protect the little girl with utmost care. Fatty Dragon is really not bad, Qin Mu praised in his heart. This fatty is actually quite meticulous. The taste of Scarlet Fire Spirit Pills and Fire Element Divine Vitality Pills is indeed not that good. I should improve it for him once we find a place to land. Cult Master, there's an oasis ahead, the dragon Qilin suddenly said. Qin Mu looked ahead of them, and he indeed saw an oasis. I wonder if there's water there. I can endure another day without water, but I'm afraid for Cheer. The flaming desert was incomparably scorching, and there was no moisture in the air. Qin Mu couldn't get any water, even when he changed to Black Tortoise Vital Chi. He had never had to worry about the problem of water supply before, but now with Xiong Cheer by his side, he couldn't ignore it anymore. After a moment, the dragon Qilin reached the oasis, and they saw a couple snow-white goatskin tents built beside the lake. People wearing West Earth's clothing were raising fire to cook their meals. The dragon Qilin looked around cautiously and said, I wonder if Pan Gong Tso escaped here. Cult Master, be careful. He's severely injured, so he couldn't have run far. Qin Mu jumped down and opened up the dragon Qilin's ear, from which he took out the sleeping Xiong Cheer with a smile. Don't worry. Since I'm here, even if he's nearby, he won't dare to come out. If he decides to show up, it will just make it more convenient for me to get rid of him. The tribesmen of West Earth wore embroidered headbands. When they saw the newcomers, their faces changed drastically, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Qin Mu looked around and saw that there were a lot more men than women in the camp, and under the daily hardships, their faces were red from the sun. There were also some two-legged yellow gazelles in the oasis, along with some commodities. The group was most likely traveling merchants. Even though the speed of the two-legged gazelles was fast and their ability to carry weight was also great, riding them was a very bumpy experience. Because of that, only merchants chose to use this kind of strange beast. Even it was bumpy riding the two-legged gazelles, they could deliver more goods. Qin Mu came to an elderly merchant and said, "Elder, my little sister is asleep. Could I borrow a tent?" The elderly merchant immediately nodded and said, "Help yourself." Qin Mu gave his thanks and sent the girl into a tent. The night in the desert was very cold, so it was lucky to get a goatskin tent to keep her warm. On top of that, there were some thick goat fur blankets inside. Qin Mu tucked in Xiong Qier, who was still in a daze. Her tiny hands grabbed onto the blanket, and she smacked her lips twice. She had to be hungry, but she didn't wake up. Qin Mu walked out of the tent to see that the sun had already set. With the crackle of the bonfire beside him, he asked, "Elder, you guys are merchants from West Earth?" Everyone looked at Qin Mu's face and didn't dare to speak. Only the elderly merchant in charge dared to open his mouth. "We are from West Earth and are going to Great Ruins to do business." "Is Big Brother from Great Ruins?" Qin Mu was speechless at first, then broke into laughter. Even though he had grown quite tall, it wasn't even close to him being worthy to be called Big Brother. The fearfulness of the merchants had to be because of the flame markings on his face. From them, they could deduce that he came from Great Ruins. "I'm indeed from Great Ruins, and I plan to go to West Earth." Qin Mu took out some fresh beef and fruit from his taodai sack and gifted it to the other party with a smile. "Elder, thank you for letting my little sister have a place to rest. If Elder doesn't mind, you can just call me Little Qin." The elder couldn't reject and had to accept. "I don't dare to be called elder. The position of us men in West Earth is slightly lower. Only senior women are deserved to be called elders. Brother Qin, you are a person of Great Ruins, so it is not really good for you to go to West Earth. This flame desert stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and there is blazing fire all along the way. Also, this fire poses numerous dangers to the people of Great Ruins, so it'd be best for you to return." Qin Mu shook his head.
I
"Vi made a promise to go to West Earth, so how can I break it? Women are the ones who call the shots in West Earth. Eternal Peace Empire also has women generals and officials. Back when Imperial Preceptor was pushing for equality between men and women, he met quite some opposition, so I would have never expected you guys to be even more open than Eternal Peace." The old merchant's face changed and he immediately said, "Shush. You can't say equality between men and women, or you will be executed. How can men and women be equal? Women can give birth, men can't give birth, so of course, the men are a class lower." The old merchant glanced around and said softly, "When you reach West Earth, don't say this kind of muddle-headed words. Of course, that's if you can survive your journey there." Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "When you reach West Earth, don't say you are from Great Ruins," the old merchant also added solemnly. "If you say you are from Great Ruins, you will soon be removed." Qin Mu frowned and asked, "Why so?" The old merchant wasn't willing to go into detail, and Qin Mu didn't force him. He continued to use his vital qi to refine his flying swords. When his cultivation got half exhausted, he would consume a few spirit pills. The flying swords became smaller and smaller from his refinement. "I'm still lacking compared to Grandpa Mute, able to refine swords into flowing water." Qin Mu grabbed a flying sword and rubbed it with his hands. It became a small sword pellet, but there were still some protrusions. He executed Carefree Sword and 8,000 swords collided, transforming into a sword pellet. Even though it was much smaller than before, it was still a square of 2 feet. Only when he refined the sword pellet to the size of a thumb could his refinement technique be considered improved. At that point, he could refine swords into flowing water. Qin Mu dispersed his sword pellet and grabbed Carefree Sword. Nearly 8,000 flying swords came swooshing over one after another, fusing with the mother sword. Carefree Sword became heavier and heavier, and when the last one fused into it, Qin Mu's hand trembled. The sword was way too heavy, but he could at least lift it. He tried to swing it, and even though it moved very slowly, crackling sounds from an explosion and humming from tremors came from the sky. It was like the descent of a huge mountain. The explosion noise came from the heaviness of the sword due to the compressed space. Qin Mu swung Carefree Sword twice, and his arms were already sore. He immediately dispersed the child's swords and no longer tormented himself with it. Those dragon language writings on Emperor's Disc and the True Dragon's Nest are really not bad. The 9 Dragons Monarch technique on them is improving my corporeal body at an extremely fast speed. I'd had no chance to lift this sword in the past. What a pity I still can't figure out many parts of the dragon language on them.
In the
last couple days, he'd been trying to fuse 9 Dragons Monarch technique with Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, and his corporeal body was improving at a godly speed. In the past, he had only cultivated the body refinement techniques in great educational heavenly devil scriptures, so just the pure power, his corporeal body alone was stronger than the divine arts of most divine arts practitioners. If he executed battle techniques like Thunderclap 8 Strikes and Pig Slaughter Knife, their power would be multiplied several times. The power of the corporeal body had an extraordinary impact on battle techniques. The merchants of West Earth went into their tents to sleep, while Qin Mu sat beside the lake. The dragon Qilin had shrunk his size and asked Qin Mu for dragon-rearing scriptures. He lay down beside him and used the flames of the desert to read. Fatty dragon, this fellow has started to put in effort like Ling. Qin Mu was glad. The dragon Qilin licked his claws and flipped open dragon-rearing scriptures to read through it carefully. He thought to himself, dragon-rearing sovereign wrote dragon-rearing scriptures, so I also want to write my own human-rearing scriptures. Not long later, Qin Mu lay down on the dragon Qilin and fell asleep. The dragon Qilin also put his head down to rest. Even though the desert was filled with flames at night, the temperature was very low. The surface of the lake had frozen up, but the dragon Qilin's body was very warm. Flames would puff out from his nostrils from time to time. Near midnight, among the flames outside the oasis, Pan Gong Tso dug out from underground. He looked at the sleeping Qin Mu and hesitated for a moment. He wondered if he should close in to kill that fellow now. Qin Mu breathed calmly, having no idea what was happening around him. Pan Gong Tso hesitated one last time before deciding to land a fatal blow when he saw dragon chi flying out from Tao Tai Sac as Qin Mu breathed. They were like fine slithering dragons around him. Pan Gong Tso saw Qin Mu's hand in the Tao Tai Sac, and his heart trembled. He suddenly changed his mind and turned around to sink back into the ground. He noticed? Qin Mu opened one eye and looked around before shutting it again. He took out the hand he had placed in his Tao Tai Sac and continued to guide the dragon in the true dragon's nest while he snored. This time, he had really fallen asleep. Traces of true dragon qi were absorbed by his body, improving his vital qi and raising his cultivation. Qin Mu had relied on the true dragon's nest and emperor's disc to cultivate the last few months, because of which his cultivation had been able to raise that fast. Even Pan Gong Tso, who had reincarnated over 10 times, couldn't get ahead of him. Of course, the most crucial point was still his frequent dual cultivation of primordial spirit with Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang. It benefited him a lot, and his cultivation didn't fall behind that of Pan Gong Tso, who entered 7 Stars realm. When day broke, Xiong Qier woke up and whined that she was starving. Qin Mu used some minced lean meat and vegetables to cook her porridge. He also made some pastries before refining a few improved spirit pills for the dragon Qilin. My human-rearing scriptures will definitely succeed. The dragon Qilin was full of confidence. Cult Master thought he succeeded in cultivating dragon-rearing scriptures, but he has no idea that he's in the grasp of my human-rearing scriptures. When the caravan was ready to set off, the old merchant bade farewell to Qin Mu and warned him again, Brother Qin must never say that you are from Great Ruins. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. Qin Mu thanked him and got on the dragon Qilin's forehead to rush towards the west. Behind him came the bells ringing on the gazelles' necks as they carried the goods toward Great Ruins in the east. The dragon Qilin's speed was fast, but they still couldn't reach West Earth even running all the way to the evening. When they passed by a huge mountain, Qin Mu took a few glances at it, but the dragon Qilin ran past it the next moment. Qin Mu then said, Fatty dragon, go back. The dragon Qilin was puzzled, but immediately did as asked. Qin Mu examined the mountain and saw that it was extremely majestic. There were no flames on it, so Qin Mu quickly went to its peak. It was vast and covered in broken fences and dilapidated walls. Qin Mu could imagine the majestic sight back when everything was still standing. There were some dried-up corpses buried in the sand, and Qin Mu examined them. They showed up to be giants that had abnormally tall and sturdy bodies. He came to a pillar and touched it. Beside it lay some thick chains. Cult Master, what's with this mountain? The dragon Qilin flew over on fire clouds. Qin Mu raised his finger to point at the desert far away. Look over there. The dragon Qilin looked in the pointed direction and saw a pitch-black ball which let the wind and sand caress it. It's Sun Ship, a dead sun ship. Qin Mu disembarked from the ship, expressionless. Let's go. The dragon Qilin looked at his face and didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he continued to carry him to the west. Soon after, they encountered a second huge ship. It was a shattered moon ship. After that, they encountered a third huge ship buried in the desert. That moon ship had suffered in an extremely fierce battle and was exceptionally ruined. Qin Mu suddenly came to realization. 10,000 Spirit Nature Technique is the bane of Sun Ship and Moon Ship. Chapter 445, Night Attack. When the meteorological phenomenon changed drastically at the end of Founding Emperor era, Sun Ship and Moon Ship crafted by the gods of Founding Emperor period were used to drive away the darkness. It allowed things to grow, and the people were able to survive. However, the two types of ships were sharp weapons in battle as well. Sun Guardian of Sun Ship and Moon Guardian of Moon Ship could mobilize the energy of the majestic ship so that their own energy would reach the level of heavenly gods. They would gain the mighty force to change heaven and earth. Qin Mu had once used Sun Ship and also borrowed Moon Ship, so he knew the powerful and extraordinary points of the two ships. With secrets of dragon control from dragon-rearing scriptures to borrow the power of the divine Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragons, he could open his divine bridge, so his primordial spirit would reach the celestial heavens. However, he could only enter the southern heavenly gates and had no way to enter the depths of celestial heavens. In comparison, borrowing the power of Sunship or Moonship would allow him to reach Jade Pavilion, which stood beside Jade Lake. Yet Sunship and Moonship had their bane, and it was 10,000 Spirit Nature technique. Sunships lent power to Sun Guardians, and Moonships lent power to Moon Guardians. That power came from the bodies of the two ships, not their wielders. The two ships possessed boundless, terrifying energy, and with the sun or moon forged by gods as an energy source, they were able to drive away the darkness. 10,000 Spirit Nature technique had the ideology of all things having spirit and all things having soul. It relied on practitioners' sense of nature to create spirits, awakening all things in heaven and earth, and calling them to fight. A god who cultivated 10,000 Spirit Nature technique could wake the spirit in Sunship and Moonship to fight for them. In that case, what awaited Sun and Moon Guardians as well as the Sun Herders and Moon Herders would only be a bloody massacre and death. Even the Guardians themselves wouldn't be able to escape. Many years ago, there must have been a terrifying battle here. Sunships and Moonships encountered a god that cultivated 10,000 Spirit Nature technique, which resulted in them being destroyed, one by one. Meanwhile Qinmu looked to the west, and his gaze was like candlelight flickering in the wind. West Earth's true Heaven Palace must have some relation with this. He always felt that West Earth's true Heaven Palace was a sacred ground like Great Thunderclap Monastery and Dao Sect, but even though Palace Master had remarkable divine arts, she was merely a strong practitioner trapped in Divine Bridge Realm. Her sacred ground was no different from the other sacred grounds. However, from the looks of it, West Earth's true Heaven Palace was probably hiding numerous secrets and even a terrifying existence. Not only that, just the name True Heaven Palace gave rise to some possible considerations. Heavenly Saint Cult got its name because of Woodcutter imparting his teachings being revered as a saint. Great Thunderclap Monastery was named that because of Mount Meru's height, its top being located at the layer of thunderclouds. When thunder and Buddha voice resonated together, it was so loud even the deaf could hear. Dao Sect was famous because of Dao Sword and Kunlun Mountain, while Little Jade Capital was a fragment of founding Emperor Era's Jade Capital. The names of the sacred grounds revealed their origin in a way. So, what was the origin of True Heaven Palace? Why did the god of True Heaven Palace destroy Sun and Moon ships? The ruin of the divine palace in the desert and the strange sand giants were probably the doing of that same god as well. The desert covered in strange flames which made flame markings appear on the abandoned people and attempted to burn them to death. Was it also related to True Heaven Palace? Why would flame markings appear on the abandoned people that stepped onto the land, though? Why would only the abandoned people of Great Ruins be burned to death, while the others felt nothing when they touched the flames? How many secrets were hidden in West Earth? The flaming desert blazed furiously, feeling extremely scorching to Qinmu. Suddenly, another ruin appeared in front of them, and before the dragon Qilin could close in, they saw violent gusts of sand gathering in there. A sand giant gradually took shape, and another was also forming next to it. Violent sand was swirling all around their feet. The dragon Qilin was about to take a detour when Qinmu said, "No need, continue on the way." The dragon Qilin could only rush toward the sand giants that were overflowing with murderous intent. Formation markings swirled in Qinmu's eyes as he surveyed the ruin from afar. The sand giants rushed over and came closer and closer. Suddenly, there was a sword hum as Carefree's sword swooshed along the desert floor. It raised a whirlwind which swept up the sand. The sand giants came to 100 miles away from the dragon Qilin before suddenly collapsing. Rolling sand surged forth, and the dragon Qilin immediately gave a loud roar, dispersing the crumbling dunes. Qinmu called back Carefree's sword while the dragon Qilin carried him into the ruin. There, he saw a god statue which was sliced into some 8 pieces lying around the shrine. The dragon Qilin floated away. "We should be able to enter West Earth by tomorrow afternoon." On a broken sun ship, Qinmu lighted a bonfire and let the dragon Qilin and Xiong Qia rest. He could still endure, but the dragon Qilin needed to rest after running for so long. It was also hard for Xiong Qia to endure the journey at a young age. Qinmu looked toward the west, and his gaze passed through the weird flames of the desert. In them, a figure appeared in the distance. Qinmu smiled and waved his hand. It startled the figure, and it hurriedly escaped. Grandmaster's guts are becoming smaller and smaller. Qinmu burst out laughing. Pangong Tso left the broken sun ship. His face was flickering between clear and dark. He had already reattached his broken arm, and the injuries he'd suffered were all basically healed. However, he still couldn't manage to sneak up on Qinmu. It was not that he had never thought of sneak attacking or even facing off with Qin Mu, just that when he realized that his chances of victory weren't high, he could only banish the thoughts. He wanted to leave, but he suddenly saw sand flowing silently in the surroundings, and his heart couldn't help throbbing slightly. He hurriedly looked at the flames. The desert at night wasn't in complete darkness. The flames lighted it up, but by a lot. In the distance, Pan Gong Tso saw a strange human figure which looked like a wooden puppet walking over. Its joints warped as it walked in a strange manner. The flowing sand in the desert moved with the puppet's footsteps, and the strange thing was that the sand actually didn't make any sound. Pan Gong Tso's heart leaped into his throat when he saw the figure of another wooden puppet followed by the third and the fourth. When they got close, he realized that the strange figures were actually wooden god statues. But their eyes were actually real and not wood. At that moment, they were closing in on the sun ship silently. As Pan Gong Tso's heart throbbed, one of the wooden god statues turned to look at him, revealing a peculiar smile. It stretched out a wooden finger and placed it by its mouth to make a shush action. Pan Gong Tso blinked, but didn't move, watching the god statues moving toward the sun ship. The flowing sand surged, carrying the wooden sculptures into the air. The sand mass beneath them became larger and larger. Pan Gong Tso grew nervous, his hands forming into fists in a certain excitement. The surroundings of Sunship were already sealed off by sand giants. They raised their huge fists high up and prepared to smash down on the Sunship in which Qin Mu rested. That Qin brat is a goner. Pan Gong Tso was so excited he nearly began shouting in joy. At that moment, a silver sword light swooshed and pierced the head of a wooden god statue. It exploded and was then followed by a second, third, and fourth one. After the explosions, the arms of the sand giants froze in midair before crumbling like flowing sand, burying half of the sun ship. Fight with me? A sneer came from the ship. Pan Gong Tso no longer hesitated and turned to leave. There's no chance to succeed when scheming against this brat. However, why is an abandoned person like him coming to West Earth? Is he seeking death? The owner of these wooden god statue, I know her, we've met once, but it wasn't something I like to recall. Hee, Qin brat, even if I want to kill you, why would I need to make my move personally? He smiled. Then again, even if I didn't borrow her power, I still have a few old friends in West Earth, so killing you is simply too easy. Rascal, you dare to oppose me? After you die, I'll make your corpse grovel before me. The next afternoon, the dragon Qilin finally walked out of the desert, and the flame markings gradually faded from Qin Mu's body. They came to the border town of West Earth where there were many men and women wearing embroidered headbands. Their clothes were gorgeous, full of gold and silver. Those with a higher status wore silver headdress that was sculpted as phoenixes and vermilion birds. The clothes on their bodies were usually red or black and looked dazzling to the eyes. There was an extremely high number of pretty girls while the men looked somewhat plain and simple. When the trio just entered the little town, Xiong Qier whined about wanting to eat sour fish, chili bones, rice flour noodles, and drink bug poop tea. She had left her hometown for more than half a year and couldn't hold back her excitement at the thought of being able to eat the delicacies of her hometown. She wanted to eat everything at once. West Earth used gold and silver to settle payment, so Qin Mu had brought some and let the girl eat to her content. Qin Mu also got a taste. The food of West Earth tended to be more spicy and sour, having a different taste. However, he didn't dare to try bug poop tea. It was made from the feces of the bug which ate tea leaves, so even though the tea was unusually fragrant, he was still slightly terrified. Grandpa Apothecary likes to drink tea, so I should bring some for him to try, Qin Mu thought to himself. He then examined his surroundings. The architecture of West Earth was quite different from that of Eternal Peace. The local conditions and customs were all different, but the strangest things were the houses. They were constructed from wood and were circular. Many buildings had an inscribed board on which hung a god statue. After inquiring about it, Qin Mu learned that those god statues were used to prevent people from using spells to awaken spirits. Because the spells of West Earth took the path of all things having spirit and all things having soul, if a divine art practitioner executed a spell and a house suddenly stood up and ran away, wouldn't the whole family be left cold and hungry? Only if a god statue was worshipped in the house would it not be summoned away by divine art practitioners. Qin Mu blinked at such an explanation. The sight of a huge cluster of houses standing up to battle was truly something fresh. However, could the god statue really prevent the houses from being taken away by divine arts practitioners? There are also numerous shrines on the mountains used to suppress the mountain spirits. There's also a divine shrine in every river to prevent divine arts practitioners from taking them away. However, those mountains and rivers all have owners, an elder explained. Qin Mu looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. When looking at the mountains stretching into the distance, he finally understood why the mountain range of West Earth hadn't yet been razed to the ground. The land still had verdant hills and limpid water, which was a pleasant scenery. Why do all the mountains and rivers here have owners?
Qin Mu asked.
Who are they? They, of course, belong to the masters of true Heaven Palace. There are also some that belong to divine arts practitioners of some place or some sect, the elder said. Not only do the mountains and rivers have owners, even flowers, grass, and trees all have owners. They can't be carelessly touched, otherwise, even selling oneself won't be enough to pay up. As he was saying that, the ground gently trembled, and the people around became flustered. They hurriedly dodged to the side, and Qin Mu looked toward the origin of the sound where he saw a tree walking over. On it stood a woman who was holding a painted scroll. She shouted loudly, "An escapee from great ruins entered our Westearth today. True Heaven Palace has ordered to capture this fugitive. Come, hang this portrait up." Chapter 446. The Maidens on the Chest. The woman wore a black top and black skirt while silver accessories adorned her head. There were also over a dozen silver bracelets with bells on her wrists. Her appearance was impressive, and soon a person walked over to take the portrait from her hands to hang it on the announcement board. The woman of True Heaven Palace looked down at them from high above and said, "This fugitive from great ruins is extremely important and will come from the flaming desert in the next few days, so you guys have to be alert. If you see him, don't make a commotion, so he won't be alerted." Xiong Qier wanted to run over to look, but Qin Mu grabbed her tiny hand to prevent her from getting lost. There was a large crowd in front of the announcement board, and it was impenetrable. However, Xiong Qier still managed to squeeze all the way forward while pulling Qin Mu behind her. He then raised his head to see himself on the painting. On top of it were written, "Great Ruins Fugitive Qin Mu." Xiong Qier was both surprised and delighted. "Fatty Dragon, you are also beside Big Brother. Only I'm missing." The surroundings had been full of noise moments ago, but everyone fell silent at that moment. They looked at Qin Mu. He seemed to not notice anything as he looked at the announcement board with a smile. "This is the work of Pan Gong Tso. He painted it personally. Xing An also had a portrait of me which was drawn by him, so I can recognize his strokes." The surroundings instantly emptied as the crowd dispersed, moving as far away from him as possible. Qin Mu paid no mind to it and continued to smile. Grandmaster still has a wide circle of friends and knows quite a lot of people. It's a pity he ran too fast and I didn't manage to kill him. "Great Ruins Fugitive, die." An angry shout came from behind him, followed by a whoosh as the tree man raised its gigantic feet to step on him. The tree man was incomparably heavy and its power was immense. Since there were a lot of trees and their prices weren't high, divine arts practitioners of Westearth would usually choose them as their main transportation and weapon in battle. The tree man that the female disciple of True Heaven Palace had chosen was of a different breed, though. Its branches, trunk, and leaves were crimson like blood, and based on its appearance, it seemed to have gone through numerous battles, gaining quite an awe-inspiring air about itself. Qin Mu stretched out his hand in a grabbing motion, and a ball of green light flew out from the tree man's body, which froze it in place. Qin Mu had taken out the soul of the tree. Xiong Xiu had imparted 10,000 spirit nature technique to him, so even though he felt that it wasn't as easy for men to cultivate as to women, he had still put in quite some effort into it. The disciple of True Heaven Palace was astonished, and the silver accessories on her head suddenly flew up, transforming into a silver phoenix that rushed at Qin Mu. The silver bracelets on her arms also flew out to encase his head. Flames blazed around Qin Mu's body, and before the silver phoenix and silver bracelets could even reach him, they turned into a puddle of molten metal. The female disciple of True Heaven Palace saw that her situation was bad and immediately turned to leave. Her clothes fluttered and brought her to soar into the sky. She didn't even have to use any flying spells. 10,000 spirit nature technique is really miraculous. Even the clothes can allow one to fly, Qin Mu exclaimed with admiration. "Seems like I have still underestimated this technique." The woman grunted and fell from the sky. Big trouble. The crowd in the surroundings fled in all directions while shouting among themselves. "A lowly man is going to kill a female master." Qin Mu looked around and saw that the street was already empty. The doors and windows of all the houses were shut, and there wasn't a soul in the surroundings. Only the Dragon Shilin and Xiong Qier were still standing beside him while the female disciple of True Heaven Palace was sprawled on the ground. The fall had stunned her. "Do you know how to reach True Heaven Palace?" Qin Mu asked with a friendly expression. That female disciple of True Heaven Palace suddenly flipped forward, and the hairpins in her head shot toward his eyes like swords. She quickly moved to a house beside the street, and she raised her hand to pluck down the god statue on the inscribed board. The house suddenly stood up and transformed into a giant. The two small rooms became the fists, which smashed down on Qin Mu. The hairpins froze in place when they got near Qin Mu's eyes. The formations in them swirled, and the hairpins melted into droplets of molten silver. Qin Mu raised his head, and the starlights shone in his eyes, sweeping toward the house giant. Through a window, he could see a family shivering inside and not daring to move. I knew these god statues had no use. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes and swept past the female disciple of True Heaven Palace. He said indifferently, "As divine arts practitioners, you care nothing about these ordinary people. I despise you." The two beams became shorter and short, returning back into his eyes. The formations that were swirling crazily vanished, and the stars gradually dimmed. The house giant landed down with a crash and transformed back into a circular house. Qin Mu turned to leave as the woman on the roof froze. She didn't dare to move. When Qin Mu picked Xiong Qier and jumped onto the dragon Qilin's back, the sound of the door opening came from below. The female disciple of True Heaven Palace revealed a look of terror and lowered her voice. "Don't open the door."
Creak.
The door slowly opened more, and the woman screamed, "Don't open the door." Her vital qi couldn't stabilize her body anymore, and bloodlines appeared on her neck and waist. Two chunks of flesh then slid off from her waist and tumbled down to the street. Her two legs fell off the roof afterward. Cult Master is really benevolent. Outside the small town, the dragon Qilin couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. That woman was so ruthless, yet Cult Master. Just as he said that, he heard the screams of the woman behind him, so he turned back to look. He was just in time to see the sight of her lower body falling off. This made him unable to resist a shiver. Qin Mu sighed ruefully. "I'm not benevolent. For divine arts practitioners to put their hands on ordinary people is already considered a taboo. We are all human, so how can we recklessly take the lives of others just because we're stronger? When I was in Eternal Peace Empire and Great Ruins, the battles between divine arts practitioners rarely involved the innocent. Even when I fought with Pangong, so we also fought outside the city. When Granny C fought with Border Dragon City Lord, she had also done so in the sky above the city instead of recklessly going at each other among the common folk in the streets." The dragon Qilin shut his mouth and didn't continue the conversation. He had originally planned on praising Qin Mu's benevolence for not taking the life of that female disciple of True Heaven Palace, but he hadn't expected she would still end up killed by him. The benevolence that Qin Mu mentioned was only targeted at the ordinary people. Ever since he was young, Qin Mu had been taught by the 9 elders of Disabled Elderly Village, learning from their words and examples. Even though he carried the title of Heavenly Devil Cult Master, he could still clearly differentiate between right and wrong. Based on that point alone, he had surpassed many of the righteous people in most of the reputable sects. Qier should know the direction of True Heaven Palace, right?
Qin Mu asked.
Xiong Qier shook her head. "My mother brought me out to avoid pursuit, so we walked through many desolate places, and I don't remember the path back." Qin Mu muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment before saying, "Fatty Dragon, let's head along the official road. We can ask for the way once we reach a big city. The people there should know the direction of True Heaven Palace." The dragon Qilin followed the official road and covered dozens of miles. Gradually, there were more and more people traveling on land. The road was very wide and flat, much better than in Eternal Peace. The river beside the road was also so clear that the bottom could be seen. There were fish, turtles, and snakes, and they were all not small. There was also divine arts practitioners and martial arts practitioners hurrying on their way over the water. The women were in the majority, but there was also quite some men. The technique that those people cultivated most likely also followed the path of all things having spirits and all things having soul. Some of the women and men would stop on the river surface and call out to it. Waves would instantly rise up high, speeding them forward. There were also passers-by on the road, and many of them were hurrying on their way on tree men. There were also vine men, but their speed was slower. There were also divine arts practitioners riding all kinds of flying beasts in the sky. Their multicolored wings reflected light, making them very eye-catching. "Seems like we are close to the city." Qin Mu let out a sigh after seeing the increasing number of people. Suddenly, clattering sounds rang out, and Qin Mu instantly saw a strange sight. Numerous maidens rushed out from a call and flipped many small mountains in a rush to the main road. What was carrying those maidens was a huge chest which was over a dozen feet large. It took wide strides and ran very quickly. Some more girls rushed out from a village nearby, but what they were riding was a wooden boat. It had also grown feet and was running on land. Qin Mu was dumbfounded. It was as though the chest and wooden boat had turned into spirits, able to sprint like the dragon Qilin. It was truly weird. There's anything and everything in the boundless world, and the spells and divine arts of other places can also be used by Eternal Peace. If this kind of spell was promoted to Eternal Peace Empire, wouldn't that be wonderful? Qin Mu blinked and thought to himself. However, it would cause some confusion, wouldn't it? I reckon those with strong magic power would probably ride mountains to show off. The girls were very curious about the dragon Qilin he was riding, and the huge chest with over a dozen legs came over. It was very big and numerous yards in length and width. There were also silk cushions that were like clouds laid out on the top. 7 girls sat on them as they examined the dragon Qilin and Qin Mu. The girl in the lead should have been their leader, and it was her who was using her magic power to control the chest, making it carry them forward. She looked very pretty when she smiled, and the huge eyes under the tassels weaved by silver pendants were like crescents. Her voice had a unique accent of West Earth, but before she even spoke, she already started giggling. "Little Bubba, your big pig runs really fast. Where did you get it?"
Qin Mu was stunned.
Ned for a moment then came to realization that Little Bubba was probably little brother. He smiled and said, "This is a dragon Qilin, a mixed breed between a dragon and a Qilin." Xiongqi popped out from the dragon Qilin's fur and revealed her small head that looked around with curiosity. The girls were surprised and found the little girl to their liking, wanting to kiss and hug her. Qin Mu was helpless and could only let the dragon Qilin move closer to them. He brought Xiongqi up and sent her onto the chest. He started chatting with the girls and found out that the reason they were surprised was because he was bringing Xiongqi along. West Earth's social customs were different from what he was familiar with. After a man and a woman went through visiting marriage, if a child was born, the son would be sent to the man's house, while the daughter would be kept by the woman. This social custom resulted in a strange situation in West Earth. The families were either all female or all male, and numerous villages were made up of solely men or women. When the girls saw Qin Mu bringing Xiongqi, they thought she was his daughter. However, looking at how Qin Mu wasn't that old and looked like a sunshine bright boy, they changed their minds. He didn't look too young to have kids, so they couldn't help becoming astonished. "Little sisters, can I ask you girls about something?" Qin Mu was puzzled by the social customs there and probed, "I've met a girl once, and she invited me to her house, but she told me not to walk through the main door, but flip through her window instead. What etiquette is this?" The girls all started to giggle, and the eyes of the girl in the lead curved into crescents again. Perhaps Little Bubba isn't silly. When a girl asks you to flip through the window, it means she wants to smooch with you, just like how the necks of the mandarin ducks coiled together, rubbing against each other. Qin Mu scratched his head in puzzlement. "What mandarin duck coiling?" The girl in the lead jumped onto the dragon Qilin's head and smiled. "Don't move." After she said that, she leaned into his chest and grabbed his hands to put on her chest. She moved her face over and her long neck went into his embrace. She rubbed her face against his, and her earlobes touched with his, giving him a smooth and intimate feeling that was indescribably soft and charming. Qin Mu's face flushed as he was left at a loss. All he could smell was the fragrance of the girl. She chuckled and returned back to her chest. The other girls looked at his intoxicated look and all laughed loudly in delight. "Big sister, was your heart moved? Why don't you take him for visiting marriage?" One girl even teased. She took a glance at Qin Mu, and her heart was pretty moved. She said hesitantly, "It's just if he is willing or not." The other girls also nudged her, and she took a fragrance pouch out, throwing it to Qin Mu with a giggle. "Little Bubba, you can climb thr. Oof my window tonight. I'll teach you how the mandarin ducks do it." The women in West Earth were daring and much more fiery than the girls in Eternal Peace Capital. Qin Mu felt that he couldn't digest all that was happening and immediately changed the topic. "Do you know how to reach True Heaven Palace?" Chapter 447. Look like talented people. Even though the girls had cultivated some spells of West Earth and knew there was a place called True Heaven Palace, they didn't know its exact place. West Earth was vast, no smaller than Eternal Peace or Great Ruins. Most of the people living in the latter knew about Dao Sect, but most of them also didn't know where it was located. The people of West Earth were the same. Qin Mu was slightly regretting killing that female disciple of True Heaven Palace. In front, a magnificent city appeared in his eyes, and the maiden said that they were there for the fair. The city was called Fragrant Bloom City and was full of fresh flowers blossoming. Green vines crept over the city walls, and huge blooms rested on the wall. The tower was also draped with fresh flowers that bloomed in beautiful purples and brilliant reds. They were very eye-catching. Upon coming closer, Qin Mu saw that those flowers were spirit-like, since beautiful maidens came out from within them. They gently sang folk songs that he didn't understand after having been awakened by spells of the people in the city. They adorned the scenery of Fragrant Bloom City. There were Syndapsis maidens wearing green dresses and Begonia maidens carrying brilliant red flowers among the tall buildings. Updated by Box and OVL.com. There were also giants formed by rocks knocking on drums and unknown flowers floating in the sky. Their spirits played flutes and pipas as they accompanied the giants. Qin Mu felt like a country bumpkin. Humongous objects were walking on the streets, and they were houses which had grown feet. Boys and girls stood at the windows, looking around and giggling loud and clear. There were also streamers fluttering in the wind, flying out from one window to another, forming bridges. Girls wearing all kinds of splendid clothes stepped on the streamers to cross the distance and meet their loved ones. "It's Flowery Mountain Festival," Xiongqi said excitedly. "My mother brought me to play here before. True Heaven Palace's Flowery Mountain Festival is even more bustling than this. Qin Mu parted ways with the maidens on the chest. The dragon Qilin carried them down the magnificent street. The flourishing sight of Westearth was unimaginable. It was worlds apart from eternal peace, but it also had an unusual appeal. They walked through the city, which was filled with numerous girls throwing fragrance pouches at Qin Mu. There was even a daring one who stepped on a streamer and came over to pull his hand to rendezvous in the building giant. Qin Mu let go of the girl's hand, and she was like a fairy when she floated back into the building, going off to look for other handsome men. The disciple of True Heaven Palace he had met in Westearth was extremely fierce, and he didn't have a good impression of the woman of Westearth, but after coming to Fragrant Bloom City, he was attracted by the local conditions and customs. Flowery Mountain Festival that happened once every year was extraordinary bustling. Qin Mu passed through the crowd, building giants and house giants until he finally reached the center of the city. It was much quieter and less lively. One of the people living here should be the landlord of Fragrant Bloom City. I should be able to get news of True Heaven Palace from him or other important personas. At that moment, a green vine grew rapidly and floated to Qin Mu's face. There was a huge flower on the tip of the vine, which suddenly bloomed. A girl in pink popped out from the flower and smiled sweetly. "Are you young Master Qin?" That woman walked out of the flower, but there was a stamen connected to her back. She smiled. "Young Master, my owner has an invitation for you. Please follow me." "There's someone here who knows me?" Astonished, Qin Mu climbed down from the dragon Qilin's back. "Lady, please lead the way." The woman also landed on the ground and led them to a huge house that was like a manor, looking pretty imposing in style. The two stone lions stood up and turned around to look at Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin before squatting back down on the stone platform. Qin Mu followed the lady in the flower into the house and saw numerous young men and women coming to and fro. It was very bustling, but they were mostly people changed from flowers, grass, trees, and jade. There were even some that were of black gold and black copper. This manor isn't in the style of Westearth, but that of eternal peace. Wait a moment, these black gold and black copper. Qin Mu was slightly stunned when his gaze fell on a walking cauldron with food inside. It jumped onto the head of a man of fire to cook the food inside itself. This huge cauldron is a spirit weapon. Even spirit weapon can transform into spirit. Qin Mu suddenly felt like everything had become clear. He couldn't help slowing down and entering into a daze. He could sense another shortcut for the reform. It was bringing the ideology of all things having spirits and all things having souls into eternal peace, which would raise another wave of reform. If the spirit weapons of Eternal Peace's divine arts practitioners could gain spirit, everyone's ability could be raised tremendously. Not only that, with the merge of the two kinds of systems, more spells and divine arts could be created and could become even more versatile. The spirit weapons of the divine arts practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire weren't truly spirit weapons, for they were merely born and nurtured in the divine treasure. But if they absorbed the ideology of Westearth, they could become spirit weapons in the truest sense. Spells of Eternal Peace place importance on attack power, and there are all kind of strange techniques and miraculous skills. The spells of Westearth are inferior in attack power, and they also lack offensive methods. However, the method of all things having spirit could allow spirit weapons to become true spirit weapons. With two kinds of systems, we could complement each other. The most difficult problem was only how to merge the spells of all things having spirit from Westearth with the techniques of Eternal Peace Empire, allowing the divine arts practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire to sense the spirits and awaken them inside the spirit weapons. "It's a man." Qin Mu was puzzled. Fragrant Bloom City was obviously an extremely flourishing city, so by right, it should have been a woman who was in charge of the household. Why was there then a situation in which a man was situated at a high position? He looked once more at a handsome young man welcoming him. The youth gave him a familiar feeling, and he felt like he'd seen him somewhere before, even if he was sure he had never met him before. The dragon Qilin suddenly became excited and said in a low voice, "Cult Master, do you think he looks slightly similar to Patriarch?" Qin Mu was stunned. He indeed felt that the two looked similar and couldn't help having a favorable impression of him. He greeted, "Heavenly Saint Cult Master Qin Mu pays his respects to the owner of this place." The youth returned his greeting, and his etiquette was that of Eternal Peace Empire. "Cult Master Qin, Goku pays his respect to you. Not long ago, Cult Master's portrait has been spread throughout the whole of Westearth, and your reputation rose and gave rise to a commotion. Many young talents are planning on meeting Cult Master Qin. Over here please, Cult Master Qin." Qin Mu's face darkened. Since he'd brought Xiong Qiu with him, he had planned to have Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Xiong Qiu to be the vanguard. Their reputations were much far spread than his, as one was the reputable Imperial Preceptor of Eternal Peace Empire, while the other one was the former Palace Master of True Heaven Palace. They would naturally catch West Earth's attention, and in that case, no one would notice him and Xiong Qier, which would make their journey much safer. His motive for coming was to familiarize himself with the social customs of West Earth. In the future, Eternal Peace Empire would definitely move their troops here and annex this place, adding it to its territory. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's goal was a top-down approach. By getting true Heaven Palace into their hands before calling war and having it surrender and pay allegiance to Eternal Peace could minimize the casualties by a lot. But Qin Mu hadn't expected that because of Pan Gongso, that scoundrel's meddling, his presence in West Earth would be known by the whole world, while his wanted posters would fill every city and town in West Earth. Brother Gekuo is courteous. Qin Mu walked with him and saw that the men and women around Gekuo were all not weak, possessing quite remarkable abilities. However, they were all throwing unpleasant looks at him, unable to wait for a fight. But with Gekuo as the landowner, they didn't make a move directly. Qin Mu looked at Gekuo and was slightly suspicious. The young man looked somewhat similar to the young patriarch, and the manner was also in the style of Eternal Peace Empire and not West Earth's circular construction. Gekuo's etiquette was also the familiar one, so could he really be the result of Patriarch going to West Earth for a visiting marriage? That's not right. He doesn't look too old, but some 16-17 years old. Even though Patriarch is slightly charismatic and flirtatious, he was still just a bunch of old bones 17 years ago, so how could he still run over to West Earth for a visiting marriage? Then again, Patriarch also looked like a youth, so Gekuo might have also cultivated the creation techniques in great educational heavenly devil scriptures and thus halted his aging. Gekuo led everyone to a tall building, and there were vehicles arriving from everywhere. The people coming had to have extraordinary status. Qin Mu saw some which rode on clouds which were tied to an ancient tree. There were all kinds of strange beasts, and even a small mountain. The people who could enter the manor could only be those who had quite a reputation. They all looked young, and were probably various important figures coming to attend Flowery Mountain Festival. After all, no one would choose an old man or old woman as their partner for Flowery Mountain Festival. Gekuo invited them to take their seats, and Qin Mu suppressed the doubt in his heart while sitting down. Gekuo clapped his hands, and a servant fetched a painting. The young host unscrolled it, and it portrayed none other the Devil Cult Master. He then said with a smile, "True Heaven Palace sent Cult Master Qin's painting over and said that you are a fugitive from great ruins. I wondered if this daring Cult Master Qin would enter my fragrant bloom city, but I never thought that he would really do it. Cult Master Qin has remarkable skills and huge guts, so come and take a look at the elites of my West Earth. The female hero here is our fragrant bloom city's Yu Jingfang with a deep family background. The reason why Sister Yu's surname is Yu is because her ancestor is from the branch of West Earth's Yu family. Why Cult Master Qin should know it, right?" Qin Mu nodded and said, "The palace master of True Heaven Palace today belongs to Yu family." Gekuo smiled and said, "Sister Yu has 10,000 grand fields, 18 mountain ranges, and is the successor of Yu family. Her cultivation is on 7 stars realm." Qin Mu nodded at Yu Jingfang with a smile. She gave a slight smile in return. Gekuo then spoke again. "There are also men who are in charge of households in West Earth. Is the young master of West Earth's Heavenly Province sect, Yu Qingshan. Heavenly Province sect is led by men, and their cultivation methods are similar to those of Eternal Peace Empire. They are quite well known in West Earth. Brother Yu Qingshan's cultivation is on 6 directions realm." Qin Mu greeted him. Yu Qingshan was rather conceited and said, "Even though I'm on 6 directions realm, the spells and divine arts of my Heavenly Province sect have ancient origins. They were imparted to us by gods." Qin Mu's interest was aroused, and he said with a smile, "I've seen a lot of techniques of gods. They are indeed not bad. Now this lady is extraordinary, but she's not from our fragrant bloom city. She's from True Heaven Palace, Senior Sister Ting Fang," Gekuo said. Qin Mu looked at that woman and saw that she was coming forward in splendid clothes. She had extraordinary good looks, and he praised, "A garden full of blossoms. Senior Sister Ting Fang has a nice name." Ting Fang smiled and said, "Cult Master Qin, the elders in the palace want to bring you to justice. It's not me who's against you, so please pardon me." Gekuo then introduced everyone else, and that had quite the backgrounds. Qin Mu smiled at every single one of them. The cultivations of those people were high, and they were considered quite impressive in the younger generation. Once the introduction was concluded, Qin Mu smiled and asked, "Brother Gekuo has introduced so many people, so why don't you introduce yourself?" Gekuo laughed and said, "I'm just the landowner of this place. Fragrant Bloom City is a property that my parents left for me and is nothing worth mentioning. Cult Master Qin, with all the elites coming forth and wanting to take you down, how will you react?" Qin Mu looked around and said sincerely, "Brothers and sisters, you all look like talented people, so why did you come to die?" Chapter 448. Patriarch's Descendant. Once Goku said that, everyone in the building sneered endlessly. Chinmu paid no attention to it and smiled. If it wasn't great ruins separating West-Earth and Eternal Peace, West-Earth would have been long ago wiped out by Eternal Peace. Truth be told, your paths, skills, and divine arts have already fallen behind times compared to those of Eternal Peace, whose spells and divine arts are slightly behind times too in my eyes, so I'm seeking change. Brothers and sisters of West-Earth, it's too dangerous to be this close to me. Not to mention those of Six Directions Realm, even the brothers and sisters of Seven Stars Realm, you and you. When you are so close to me, in my eyes. He pointed at the experts of Seven Stars Realm present and shook his head. You guys are all merely corpses that can move and talk. The only question is when you guys will become corpses. Everyone was overflowing with murderous intent. Yu Qingshan suddenly stood up and sneered. Cult Master Qin, how arrogant of you. City Lord Goku, you are the owner of this place, and I would very much like to meet this Cult Master Qin. Is it possible? Goku laughed and said, everyone here is guests attending Flowery Mountain Festival of Fragrant Bloom City, so why do we need to draw our daggers? Everyone should find a lover they admire and have a fun night. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, if everyone is insistent on fighting, I won't be able to stop you guys, will I? It was clear that he wanted to watch a show. Yu Qingshan walked out of the building while sneering. Cult Master Qin, come out, I want to profit from True Heaven Palace. Qin Mu revealed a smile and took out a 2-foot metal ball while shaking his head. No need to go down, it's pretty good here. He lifted the metal ball in his hand, and the building instantly shook slightly, gradually sinking into the ground. The building started to creak, and its first level sunk into the ground, followed by the second level, then the third level. Only then did it stop. Everyone was astonished and Goku praised. What a heavy ball. Everyone, please take a look. Qin Mu's left hand gently stirred the metal ball as he said, this is my sword pellet. Kacha. The sword pellet split open and 8,000 swords as fine as threads spilled out. Their tips were pointed at the center of the ball. To be able to forge something so exquisite, one not only needed to have extreme craftsmanship, they also needed calculation techniques of the same level. Cold lights reflected off the 8,000 swords, and the four walls of the building flowed continuously with lights. They even shone on everyone's faces. Every sword was like the most perfect work of art. Qin Mu lifted the sword pellet up, and it slowly floated up to spin slowly, allowing everyone to see its interior structure. Everyone, without improvement, paths, skills, and divine arts would fall behind times in 100 years, let alone 1,000. Your West-Earth's paths, skills, and divine arts were imparted to your ancestors 20,000 years ago to awaken the soul or spirit of all things so they could battle by themselves. However, the activation speed of your divine arts is too slow, and even experts of Celestial Being Realm require a fixed time to activate them. However, divine arts have myriad changes in an instant, so who would give you the time? Let me execute a sword skill so everyone here can give me pointers. Don't move. True Heaven Palaces, Ting Fong sneered. If we don't move, aren't we just going to let you kill us? Qin Mu smiled slightly and said, if you want to move, you'll have to pay the consequences. Sword of Founding Emperor. The sword pellet in his hand suddenly split open and swords filled the entire building. When 8,000 swords moved, almost everyone couldn't resist, standing up to defend themselves. At that moment, all of the sword lights suddenly vanished, and along with them, even the building seemed to have vanished as well. What replaced I? T was a sea of blood that covered both heaven and earth. The second move of Sword Picture, Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood. Once this move was executed, the vast and mournful feeling came sweeping over. Everyone felt like they could see countless gods and devils struggling in the sea of blood and yelling. Next, they became corpses in the sword lights and sunk into the sea of blood. Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood. Mountains and rivers exist, vast and obscure heart, looking around left and right, no more people donning the clothes of homeland. At that moment, they heard someone slamming the table and someone shouting angrily. There was also the sound of divine arts colliding and a brief period of clashing. Suddenly, the color of the sea of blood faded away like fleeting time, and they could see the back view of a man carrying a divine sword and turning his head back. Loneliness and decrepitness plucked on their heartstrings. The back view vanished, and the building appeared once again. Qin Mu's hand was still lifted up, and in his palm was a sword pellet which was swirling nonstop. All the plates and bowls, as well as the dishes in front of the guests, remained the same as earlier, untouched. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads, and they hurriedly looked around with frightened eyes. They saw Yu Jinfeng's corpse, and that Ting Fong had collapsed on her seat with a red bloodstain at the heart of her brows. There was also 2 corpses of the servants. They had slammed the table in Qin Mu's sword light and tried to contend with his sword light. The only result of that was their deaths. The other people had not moved, and so they were safe. Yu Qingshan's face was pale white, but he hadn't moved. It wasn't because he couldn't see Qin Mu's terrifying sword will. On the contrary, he had clearly felt it, which was why he didn't dare to move. Goku waved his hand, and there were people who immediately went forward to drag the corpses out. On the seats, everyone's faces were pale white, and some were even ashen. The astonishment brought by Qin Mu's move was simply too strong. The sword skill was too fast, and made them unable to react. They could only sit there, and this kind of helplessness while awaiting death was not pleasant. It was especially so for the experts of Seven Stars Realm. Even though they could let their primordial spirits leave their bodies, the battle power of the primordial spirit was too strong, and the building was too cramped up. Qin Mu's sword was extremely fast, and the sword lights had drowned them before they could even react. Qin Mu's move had an immense power, and every sword had been made using the best materials, thus everyone's lives were on the line. On top of that, their divine arts of all things having spirits and all things having souls were indeed much slower than Qin Mu's sword in activation speed. If they were to fight, they could only try to pull a distance away from him before trying to execute their arts. Because of that, in a building they didn't have any chance at all. Qin Mu put away his sword pellet and apologized. Brother Goku, I hope you'll pardon me for dirtying your building. The exquisiteness of Cult Master Qin's sword skill is unmatched, opening my horizons. Even though you struck with countless swords, you didn't damage my building at all. This is then true ability. May I ask if this move is a sword move which was founded after Eternal Peace Empire's reform? Qin Mu shook his head. This move isn't a divine art from after the reform, but was founded 400 to 500 years ago. This move has also fallen behind times, but in West Earth, I can use it to kill all 6 directions and 7 stars practitioners. No one is my match. Even though everyone here is very strong, you are all still inferior to Pan Gong Tso. He is much stronger than all of you, able to take this move of mine. At most he will only be heavily injured. Everyone snorted coldly and wanted to say something, but their throats were all hoarse. Their voices were also trembling, and they immediately coughed to cover it up. City Lord Goku, I have no face to remain here, farewell. Yu Qingshan suddenly cupped his hands and turned to leave. The moment he did so, other people also rose to bid farewell. Soon, the building was only left with Qin Mu and his host. Cult Master Qin, you didn't bring many experts with you this time. Only a dragon Qilin on Celestial Being Realm. On the other hand, my West Earth is full of experts, so aren't you afraid of dying here? Goku asked curiously. Qin Mu smiled in a way that wasn't exactly smiling. Brother Goku knows the dragon Qilin? Goku didn't reply, and Qin Mu smiled. There are many people who want to kill me, but as of yet, no one has ever succeeded. My journey this time wasn't to challenge all the elites in the world, but to tour the place and explore it. Does Brother Goku know where's True Heaven Palace? True Heaven Palace is the sacred ground of our West Earth, and everyone knows it. Goku smiled and said, if Cult Master Qin wants to go there, I can point the way for you. Qin Mu gave his thanks and smiled. True Heaven Palace is after me, yet Brother Goku treats me like a guest of honor. Aren't you afraid True Heaven Palace might cause trouble for you? Goku laughed loudly and shook his head. Even though True Heaven Palace is strong, they are not at the point of behaving unscrupulously. Even though there's only this sacred ground in the whole of West Earth, it's not True Heaven Palace that's ruling West Earth, but High Heavens. True Heaven Palace won't alarm High Heavens just for this small matter. Come, my man, gift a copy of our West Earth's geographic map to Cult Master Qin. Qin Mu grew solemn. Goku's words had revealed an important piece of information. True Heaven Palace and High Heaven seemed to have some sort of relationship. A servant came forward and offered the geographic map of West Earth to Qin Mu. As he took it, he couldn't resist asking, City Lord Goku, your manor seems to have been built in the style of eternal peace. Goku smiled. Cult Master Qin, you should go. Killing Ting Fong of True Heaven Palace and Eugene Fong of Yu family is a huge trouble by itself. Those people who left in a hurry aren't going to attend Flowery Mountain Festival, but will report and call for reinforcements. If you don't go, you won't be able to leave anymore. Qin Mu looked him deeply in the eyes and asked, how long did Patriarch stay here? Goku fell silent, then after a moment he said, not for long. He would come once a year and teach me a lot of stuff. The last time he left, he told me he might never come again. Cult Master Qin, is he gone? Qin Mu was silent for a moment, then came to a window to look at the dragon Qilin below. At this moment, the behemoth had straightened his ears and it was obvious that he was trying to eavesdrop on the conversation above. No, Qin Mu revealed a smile and said, Patriarch has probably become a god. Below, the dragon Qilin's ear lowered once again, and he just lay down on the ground with its tail spread out. Goku came to his side and looked down. He saw Xiong Qir climbing onto the tip of the dragon Qilin's tail. The big fellow then raised it to let Xiong Qi'er slide down, causing this little girl to giggle nonstop with joy. I've met the dragon Qilin when I was young, but he doesn't seem to remember me. Goku shook his head. You are bringing the little princess of True Heaven Palace, and you still plan to reach that place alive? No wonder True Heaven Palace wants you to be captured so bad. Do you really don't need my help? For me to become the lord of a city, I naturally have some abilities and tricks. Father had taught me quite a lot of stuff. Qin Mu walked out of the building while shaking his head. You have your own family, and I won't implicate you. Fatty Dragon, cheer, let's go. Goku saw them out of the manor and waved. Qin Mu seemed to notice it and turned back to wave back at him. Goku couldn't resist to asking one last question. Can I meet him again? After you become a god, you will probably see him. Qin Mu shouted back loudly. Goku smiled while seeing them off, but his expression dimmed when they were out of sight. Every time he mentions father, he says probably. Father really is gone. Chapter 449. Big Bronze Bell. The dragon Qilin, on the other hand, was very happy. He became more hardworking as he ran, while carrying Qin Mu. He was as fast as lightning, much faster than he was in the desert. Even though his thoughts were far-reaching at times, he still wasn't someone like Goku. When he heard Qin Mu saying that Patriarch had not yet died to Patriarch's son but that he had become a god, the big fatty couldn't help celebrating and deciding to work much harder. Qin Mu found it hard to lie to him. In the sea of fog in the living realm of the dead, Taoist Ling Jing was the boatman. Qin Mu thought to himself. Based on that, Patriarch should be in the living realm of the dead as well. Village chief gave me 8 Fengdu coins, so I must go there once more and find the answer for myself. He took out the geographical map that Goku had gifted him and unfolded it to look around. After a moment, he found the location of True Heaven Palace and Fragrant Bloom City. He then raised his head to determine his location and immediately told the dragon Qilin to sprint in the southwest direction. Right in front of them, a huge mountain stretched across the horizon, but it was somewhat strange. It was like a giant standing with 2 mountain peaks hanging downwards from its shoulders. But what was weird was that when the 2 mountain peaks came to the bottom, they became thick and circular, like 2 huge bells hanging above ground. While riding toward there, Qin Mu had 2 choices. He could cross between the 2 bells, or take a detour around the strange body of the huge mountain. When the dragon Qilin sprinted over, Qin Mu raised his head and saw an elegant woman in black floating up the mountain. She landed on its top, and there was a golden paper that looked like a seal near her. Qin Mu's pupil contracted, and he saw that the woman was tearing off that paper on the mountain. Not good. Fatty Dragon, rushed through. Just as he said that, the huge mountain suddenly rumbled, and it raised its feet. The incomparably heavy mountain uprooted itself from the ground. Qin Mu knew that it was bad, and Carefree's sword immediately flew out of the sheath behind him. The sword whizzed through the air and went straight for the woman on the mountain peak. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The mountain giant definitely required the magic power of a strong practitioner to sustain it. As long as the woman was killed, Qin Mu should be able to stop the transformation process. The woman turned back to take a look at him and sneered. Since you dared to kill a disciple of my Yu family, even if you are the father of the emperor, who cares? I'll send you to follow her. The mountain giant pulled out a leg and stomped on the ground, splattering mud in all directions. It then pulled out the other leg, slowly standing up. When the mountain giant stood up, the clouds were at its waist, and the 2 bell-shaped peaks were also raised. Rocks rolled down the secondary peaks, and when the huge chunks crashed down from the sky, they soon piled up on the road. The woman remained standing on the giant's head. Carefree's sword instantly spun and transformed into drill sword form to rush into the clouds. The woman from Yu family knew that her situation was also bad. She immediately shouted and flying hoops flew out. They went to bind Carefree's sword, which was rushing at her from below. Ding, 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 gee ding. Concentrated explosions rang out like rain. The flying hoops bound up Carefree's sword and rapidly shrunk. However, they were immediately shredded into pieces by the spinning sword. The woman's cultivation wasn't weak, but the techniques of Westearth didn't take the path of strengthening themselves. Instead, they borrowed all things in the heaven and earth to fight, so their own battle power was much weaker when compared to that of divine arts practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire on the same realm. When compared to Qin Mu, this heavenly devil cult master who had made his way by killing everything on the way, the woman was much inferior. Carefree's sword was a divine sword, and its sharpness was unmatched. After shredding all the hoops, its momentum didn't slow down at all. The sword pierced the woman's mandible and came out from the other side of her head. A trail of blood appeared on the mountain peak. Qin Mu called back his Carefree sword back, but before he could let out a sigh of relief, he saw that when the mountain rocks fell from the 2 secondary peaks, they revealed the bodies of brass bells. The 2 peaks had really been bells and not mountains. They had only been covered by a layer of rocks. Even though Qin Mu had seen quite a number of such huge spirit weapons before, they were all cult legacy treasures. Even though the spirit weapons of Westearth weren't as exquisite as the spirit weapons in Eternal Peace Empire, cult legacy treasures were still extraordinary. They were treasures that contained the meticulous care of a strong practitioner throughout their entire life. That paper on the mountain peak should have been sealing this mountain giant. It should have been awakened long ago and then sealed by its owner to suppress the precious treasure of the family. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched, for he realized that their situation had just turned for the worse. The mountain giant raised the two huge bells and swung them without explanation. They collided with each other, and their openings were right toward Qin Mu. The mountain giant wasn't awakened, but simply sealed before. It always had spirit, which was why Yu family had sealed it here. When it was needed, they just had to peel away the seal and could mobilize the terrifying giant. The two huge bells collided, and a sound wave came rushing forward. Wherever it passed, the road would rise up and churn toward the Dragon Qilin. However, the greatest threat wasn't the raised road, but the ringing of the bells. It was created by the collision of two cult legacy treasures hitting each other. The aristocratic family of Westearth is so fierce. Fatty dragon, don't move. Qin Mu couldn't resist praising the enemy as his vital qi burst forth. Countless runes flew around his body, then swept forward to surround the Dragon Qilin. The devastating sound wave charged over, but before its destructive energy could reach the Dragon Qilin, the rune markings formed a teleportation formation. With the teleportation divine art activated, Qin Mu disappeared along with the Dragon Qilin. The next moment, they appeared a mile away. If it was just Qin Mu himself, he could teleport 20 to 30 miles away. If he brought a person along, he could still teleport 10 miles. However, when bringing along a behemoth like the Dragon Qilin, a mile was already his limit. But the distance of a mile was simply too short for the mountain giant. With just one stride, it could probably travel over 10 miles. Qin Mu turned back to look and saw that the place where they had been had flown up, trembling violently like streamers in the wind. Next, the road shattered into pieces from the violent sound wave. It actually destroyed over 20 miles of road, leaving nothing in its path. The mountain giant doesn't have magic power, but just by smacking the two huge bells together, he unleashed such a terrifying power. It's truly amazing. Qin Mu couldn't resist praising the enemy. The Dragon Qilin immediately began to while behind them the incomparably humongous mountain giant turned to take its first step. Qin Mu suddenly saw darkness over his head, and when he looked up, the huge foot of the mountain giant was already above them. The Dragon Qilin's speed instantly increased drastically, surpassing the speed of sound with a few ups and downs. The fatty's improvement shocked Qin Mu. He didn't know what kind of spirit pills Fatty Dragon had eaten for his speed to surpass what it was in the past by so much. At such a dangerous situation, the Dragon Qilin couldn't be bothered about tricking his meal owner to improve his meals. He only cared about escaping with his life, and the speed he unleashed was simply astounding. Behind them, the huge foot of the mountain giant landed on the ground, creating a lake underneath itself. The next moment, he raised his hand to smash down a huge brass bell. The Dragon Qilin sprinted frantically, and the huge bell landed behind him. However, the power of that huge bell was extremely terrifying. When the sound wave entered the ground, its speed was 3 to 5 times faster than in the air. Behind the Dragon Qilin, the ground exploded, and it was a horrendous sight. The sound wave even reached the Dragon Qilin and blew him up in the air. Fire clouds immediately grew under the Dragon Qilin's feet, and he began sprinting again. Behind him, the mountain giant swung the other huge brass bell, while the other one was raised upwards so they would hit each other again. The bells rang out, and where the two collided, ripples from the sound wave compressed equal space into physical substance. When the sound wave moved along it, its speed got even faster. Qin Mu's hair stood up on ends as he hurriedly flipped backward and took out Moon Jade Eye. It lit up, and a beam of light went straight at the sound wave.
Wong.
The destructive sound wave was split into two halves by the beam, and two waves of terrifying energy brushed past the Dragon Qilin. The tremors made Qin Mu's scalp crawl, and he shivered not from the cold. If they had been struck by that sound wave, he, Xiong Qier, and even the Dragon Qilin would have been shaken into countless shattered pieces and ceased to exist. Westearth still has its own knowledge, but this kind of knowledge is not good for cultivation. Qin Mu looked back and saw that mountain giant had been sliced by the beam of Moon Jade Eye. Half of its left shoulder had collapsed, and the Dragon Qilin moved farther and farther away it. With the abilities of the mountain giant, it could no longer hit them with the sound waves. At that moment, the mountain giant suddenly squatted down. When Qin Mu saw that, his heart trembled violently. The mountain giant suddenly started to sprint, and its speed was simply unbelievable. My God, that's not right. There must be someone controlling this mountain giant. Otherwise, It couldn't so set on me and the dragon Qilin, chasing us like mad. Qin Mu came to realization. The woman of Yu family that had removed the seal had already been killed, so it couldn't be her. It meant that another person had to have hidden close by, and their cultivation had to be extremely high as well. Otherwise, how could they control such a huge mountain giant? Just as he thought that, a sword light suddenly flew through the sky, and a human head fell from midair, followed by a few sections of a corpse. It was a silver-haired old woman who had been holding a cane in her hands. That cane had also been severed into two. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. He looked at the mountain giant again and saw that it suddenly froze in place, giving up on his chase. It thus should have been the white-haired old lady who had controlled the mountain giant in the dark to attack them. Otherwise, how would the mountain giant have immediately attacked Qin Mu the moment it awakened? Fatty dragon, stop. The dragon Qilin immediately stopped, even if he didn't understand why. Qin Mu opened Cinnabar Heaven's eyes to look at the mountain giant and saw a figure standing on its head. It was Goku. The sword light flew back from the clouds and swirled 2 rounds around him. Goku bowed and bade them farewell. Have a safe journey. Qin Mu also bowed as a parting. Thanks for your auspicious words. The figure then raised a flag to cover himself and vanished from the top of the mountain. Teleportation flag. Patriarch also gave him one. Qin Mu smiled. He's like Patriarch. They both look indifferent to worldly rewards, but actually, they are both very warm-hearted. Goku is no doubt Patriarch's son. Fatty dragon. Patriarch has a successor. Chapter 450. Flying City on Land. The dragon Qilin stepped on fire clouds while heading southwest. Heavenly Province Sect was right in front of them, and its 2 mountains were like a heavenly gate. There were all kinds of palaces on them. Yu Qingshan was heading to Heavenly Province Sect when he suddenly sensed something and turned back to see the dragon Qilin carrying Qin Mu on his back. Yu Qingshan jumped in shock and immediately stopped. His speed is so fast. If I go back to the sect and snitch on him, he might just kill me right there. The dragon Qilin stopped, and Qin Mu greeted him. Yu Qingshan returned the greeting. Why isn't Brother Yu attending Flowery Mountain Festival and is returning back to Heavenly Province Sect? Qin Mu asked with a friendly expression. Yu Qingshan immediately smiled at him. I'm ugly and it's hard for me to please a beauty, so there's no point in participating in Flowery Mountain Festival. Qin Mu's smile grew warm. How is Brother Yu ugly? You have the look of a talent and would definitely win a beauty's heart. It's best if you go back to attend Flowery Mountain Festival. Yu Qingshan's hair stood up on ends. The last time Qin Mu had said a similar phrase was when he had executed Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood and killed 4 experts on the spot. Now he repeated it. If Yu Qingshan wasn't tactful and insisted on returning to the mountain, what awaited him was probably a sword to end his life. Much thanks to Cult Master Qin's auspicious words. Yu Qingshan gave his thanks and turned to return to Fragrant Bloom City. Qin Mu saw him off before letting the dragon Qilin hurry up on their way, taking a detour around Heavenly Province Sect. Yu Qingshan saw Fragrant Bloom City from far away and turned back to take a look, thinking to himself, True Heaven Palace ordered his arrest, so if my sect could take him down and make our relationship with True Heaven Palace closer, my position in the sect would definitely rise greatly. He planned to return when he saw a huge giant-shaped mountain in the barren plains. It left him stunned. He then saw the shattered roads and the destruction caused by the sound waves. Numerous experts of Yu family were flying over the limbs of Yu family's old grandmother while bawling loudly. Yu family's old grandmother is also dead? Yu Qingshan was stunned for a time, then went straight to Fragrant Bloom City. Even the old grandmother of Yu family couldn't stop him with a huge mountain, so it would definitely be difficult for our Heavenly Province sect to catch him. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so why don't I just meet with the beauties? Bamboo City is right ahead. 2 days later, Qin Mu stood on the head of the dragon Qilin with the geographical map of West Earth in his hands. He carefully checked and matched the astronomical phenomenon and said happily, after reaching Bamboo City, we won't be far from True Heaven Palace. Fatty dragon, you have been hardworking lately, running very quickly this time. The last 2 days, the dragon Qilin didn't become lazy and worked very hard. With his leg power, traveling 20,000 miles a day, they would take half a day at most to reach True Heaven Palace. Along the way, they had met quite a lot of trouble. With the order of arrest from True Heaven Palace, there were numerous divine arts practitioners searching for his traces, and there had been quite a few fierce battles. However, a battle as fierce as Yu family's bell-swinging mountain giant did not repeat. The battle power of the bell-swinging mountain giant was simply too terrifying, and those who could possess such treasures were usually influential families. The preparation time for this kind of weapon was too long, so they had to have an awakened mountain giant in advance or something under a seal. The dragon Qilin's speed was very fast, so unless someone knew where he was going, it was impossible for them to prepare in advance to intercept him. On the journey, Qin Mu had experienced the strangeness of West Earth's paths, skills, and divine arts. Other than using mountains and rivers as weapons, the divine arts practitioners of West Earth would also raise some monsters. They would enlighten some strange beasts and awaken the spirits. By rising them since they were young, they would make them extremely loyal. On top of that, strange beasts were also their spirit weapons. They would be used as such, and when compared to mountain spirits and earth spirits, they were much more nimble and versatile. West Earth's paths, skills, and divine arts of all things having spirits was truly an eye-opener. The Dragon Qilin sprinted, and they got closer and closer to Bamboo City. It was mostly a mountainous land before it, and they would meet divine arts practitioners rushing through the sky from time to time. Most of them were riding flying strange beasts. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows at many divine arts practitioners of West Earth monitoring his movements. "We're being monitored again. Looks like we can't enter Bamboo City. There will definitely be traps laid there. We can only go through the wilderness." Qin Mu's consciousness pulsed as he used the communication method of heavenly feathers to alert the Dragon Qilin. He then took in a long breath which filled his whole chest. He spewed out all that air, and instantly, fog spread in all directions, covering over 10 miles of the sky. The Dragon Qilin immediately sank into the woods. The divine arts practitioners rushed into the fog to search, but when the fog dispersed, Qin Mu and the rest were long gone. "Young master is here," a divine arts practitioner suddenly announced nervously. A precious carriage flew over, with phoenixes pulling it along. In the carriage was a youth who looked stout but not fat. Beside him were numerous women accompanying him. What was strange was that in West Earth women were clearly in a higher social position, but in front of that youth, the women of True Heaven Palace could only act servile and not be reckless. Numerous divine arts practitioners greeted the newcomer. Young Master Yu surveyed the surroundings and smiled. He still managed to escape? It's no wonder. Back when I led everyone to chase after Nai Kuei, he also interfered and let Nai Kuei escape. That was in Great Ruins and not West Earth, so I LDN't be reckless. Now that we're in my land, it's slightly childish if he still thinks he can escape from my grasp. The youth was none other than Yu Buchuan, who had chased after Xiong Xiu and her daughter. He was the son of the palace master of True Heaven Palace, and even though he was young, his methods were ruthless, and he was deceitful in many ways. Xiong Xiu had been the palace master of True Heaven Palace until she was overthrown by Yu family. Yu Buchuan's cultivation wasn't considered great, but he could lead a crowd to chase after her, who was a cult master-level existence, and nearly sent her to death after killing the strong practitioners beside her one by one. It showed Yu Buchuan's abilities. His schemes were deep and extraordinary. Yu Buchuan gently nodded, and a female of True Heaven Palace flew up to execute her divine art. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky wiggled and transformed into an arrow shape that pointed downward. The carriage drove into the forest below, and another woman stomped her foot. Numerous rocks started to roll together and formed a rock giant which pointed in the direction Qin Mu had left while saying, "The person riding a huge beast went that way." The woman then dispersed her divine art, and the stone giant crumbled back into a pile of rocks. Phoenixes pulled the carriage forward while Yu Buchuan sat in it with a smile. In West Earth, no one can escape the tracking of our True Heaven Palace. The previous Nai Kuei couldn't, and it's even more impossible for this cult master Qin. "Young master." This time it was the Grand Master of the Golden Palace who came to inform us, asking Elder Bai of our True Heaven Palace to arrest this cult master Qin. A woman of True Heaven Palace smiled in a charming way. Elder Bai and the Grand Master of the Golden Palace have old ties, so ordering the arrest was expected. That Grand Master borrowed the power of our True Heaven Palace to get rid of a strong enemy, so he will owe a favor to our True Heaven Palace. But why is Young Master helping him personally? Yu Buchuan smiled. "I'm not helping Grandmaster. Instead, I'm meeting Cult Master Qin. I had suffered a loss under his hand the previous time and let him snatch Green Dragon Bead away, which is a precious treasure. Since he dared to barge into our West Earth again, I naturally have to teach him a lesson. Besides, coming to West Earth this time, he must have ill intentions. I suspect his motive isn't just simply touring around. Since he saved the previous Nai Kuei and the little princess, I'm afraid he's going to try to help her snatch back the seed of the princess. With him around, Nai Kuei is definitely not too far away." His gaze became cold, and he said indifferently, "Even though my mother has become the master of True Heaven Palace, as long as she doesn't give birth to a little princess, her seat of palace master won't be firm." Nai Kuei's motive for coming back is nothing unexpected. However, this cult master Qin and the previous Nai Kuei will never expect how great my strength can be. He raised his head to look in the direction in which Qin Mu had left and said coldly, "Let me give them a big surprise." The Dragon Qilin sprinted among the mountains as though he was flying and passed numerous mountainous ridges. His speed was inferior to before, but it was still considered fast. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings and frowned slightly. The terrain here was slightly different from the topology on West Earth's geographic map that Gokko had given him. The divine arts practitioners of West Earth like to fight around with mountains, and I reckon they don't place them back after fighting. Using the terrain to determine my location is not a certain thing. I still require the astronomical observations. He raised his head and formation markings swirled in his eyes. He raised his head up to look at the sky, and the stars and constellations that were blocked by the sunlight gradually appeared. He determined his location and let out a sigh of relief before smiling. We have already passed Bamboo City. When he said that, rumbling suddenly came from the front, and Qin Mu frowned slightly. He raised his head to look ahead and saw dust permeating the sky, transforming into fog to shroud the mountain ranges. He couldn't see what had caused the world-shaking movements in front. The dragon Qilin also immediately stopped in his footsteps and looked nervously ahead. The dust became denser and denser as it rolled forward, swallowing forests and mountains. Cult Master, what's that? The dragon Qilin gave an astonished cry. The ground was trembling continuously, and the trees around them were also shaking. The rocks were jumping up and down on the ground like there was an earthquake. However, it wasn't what was happening. Qin Mu opened Cinnabar Heaven's eyes and looked at the dust surging forward, and his eyes went wide in disbelief. There is a city in the dust. A city? The dragon Qilin asked in bewilderment. How can a city create such a big commotion? Because this city is currently running through the forest. Qin Mu's scalp almost exploded from his surprise, and he said sternly, "That city is running toward us. Fatty dragon, let's go." The dust surged forth, and a magnificent city entered their eyes. It was running straight at them. Below the city walls that were over numerous yards tall were incomparably thick legs. Behind the wall, huge houses had already become giants overflowing with murderous intent. Some were beating drums while others were carrying huge treasures. The gates of the city in the meantime opened, and razor-sharp teeth grew out from them as well as the city walls. They opened and closed continuously, and everything that passed through them was chewed into bits and pieces, including mountain peaks. All that couldn't be chewed into bits and pieces entered the city, and were smashed into smithereens by the monster-like giants in the sea.
Tai.
The city kept on sprinting toward them, and on its gates, there were 2 words, Bamboo City. The divine arts practitioners of West Earth had actually awakened an entire city